Overnight, Mingyang was reborn back in the 1990s during his time as a train attendant. Confronted with the surging tide of reform and the era of leapfrog development in the railway industry, he actively threw himself into the whirlwind of change, braving the storms and waves. Using his foreknowledge and memories from his previous life, he continuously corrected the course of his life, mended the regrets of his past, and forged a brand new path. Watch the journey of a humble train attendant's struggle, growth, and rise through the ranks. Chapter 001, Awakening. Su Mingyang felt an immense heaviness on his eyelids. He tried several times, but couldn't open them. His entire body was weak and limp, like a pile of mud. He couldn't even move a finger. Was he dreaming? Was he experiencing sleep paralysis? Memories slowly trickled back into his mind. He recalled standing under the shade of a roadside tree, talking on the phone, when a white car suddenly veered towards him, out of control. The next moment, his memory went completely blank. Was he in a hospital? He must be. That was the only logical explanation. Su Mingyang felt a faint trace of strength returning to his body. After several attempts, he finally managed to slowly open his eyes. Even though the light was dim, it still stung, blinding him with a bright white haze, rendering everything invisible. After a while, his vision gradually adjusted, and he began to make out his surroundings. Beside his bed stood an stand, and next to the head of the bed loomed a large oxygen tank, thick and bulbous like a World War I era aerial bomb. An oxygen tube was inserted into Su Mingyang's nostrils, and with each breath he took, the oxygen bubbled noisily through the humidifier bottle. Seeing this, Su Mingyang confirmed he was indeed in a hospital. After such a severe injury, his body should be in agony, yet he felt no pain, only overwhelming weakness. Su Mingyang strained to turn his head slightly, taking in the entire ward. It was a large room with 6 beds. He was lying on the bed near the door, against the wall, with 2 other beds beside him and 3 opposite. Only the fluorescent light above his bed cast a dim glow. Outside the window was pitch black. The other 5 patients were sleeping deeply. He guessed it must be the middle of the night or the early hours before dawn. As the scene became clearer, his thoughts gradually sharpened. Su Mingyang noticed the stand was an old-fashioned model with a cast-iron base and chrome-plated poles. The bed was also an outdated type, welded from iron pipes and painted white. The walls were coated with white paint, making the entire ward look shabby and worn. Which hospital was this? Why were the facilities so outdated? Although Su Mingyang had never been hospitalized in his life, he had visited many hospitals to see sick relatives and friends. Even if not the central city hospital, even the railway hospital's wards were clean, bright, and equipped with modern facilities. 4 stands were suspended from ceiling tracks, and oxygen outlets were installed at the bedside. Patients simply plugged in the oxygen tube when needed. There was no need for such bulky, cumbersome oxygen tanks in the room. Looking at this dilapidated ward, Su Mingyang began to feel a sense of familiarity. It was just like the railway hospital over 20 years ago. He was extremely thirsty. He tried to speak, but no sound came out. Struggling, he attempted to sit up, but his body felt alien, unresponsive to his commands. Fortunately, his hand was slowly regaining movement. He spotted a large, white enamel thermos cup on the nightstand and painstakingly stretched his hand toward it. His hand trembled as he reached the handle, knocking the cup to the floor. Clang! The sound was piercing in the silent night. Li Shuang, lying on the neighboring bed, jolted upright at the noise. Seeing Su Mingyang staring at her, she froze for a second, then leapt out of bed without even putting on her shoes. She rushed to Su Mingyang's bedside, shouting joyfully, "Son, you're awake?" Su Mingyang saw his mother's face, looking about 50 years old. His heart clenched. How was this possible? His mother was nearly 80 now, with silver hair. Was he dreaming? He couldn't help but softly call out, "Mom." Hearing her son's voice, Li Shuang was certain Su Mingyang had truly awakened. Overwhelmed with emotion, she cried out, "Son, you're really awake." Then, like a gust of wind, she dashed out of the ward, running toward the doctor's on-call room while shouting, "Doctor, my son has woken up. Doctor, my son has woken up." When Dr. Wang and Li Shuang hurried back to Su Mingyang's bedside, the patients and their caregivers in the ward, startled awake, had already gathered around his bed, watching in amazement. Dr. Wang and Li Shuang pushed through the crowd. Li Shuang pointed at Su Mingyang, who was looking at them, and exclaimed excitedly, "Dr. Wang, look, my son has woken up." While his mother was fetching the doctor, Su Mingyang had secretly pinched the inner thigh of his leg. It hurt intensely and very realistically. He knew he wasn't dreaming. This bizarre phenomenon was strangely familiar. He was likely reborn. After all, he was also a well-known web novelist. Su Mingyang thought, when his mother was in her 50s, he should have been around 20 years old, working as a train attendant at the Longjiang train section. Why was he hospitalized at this time? Why was his mother so happy and excited to see him awake? He simply couldn't remember. Before he could ponder further, Dr. Wang had already arrived at the bedside. Dr. Wang asked Su Mingyang, "Can you see me clearly?" "Yes." Su Mingyang nodded. Dr. Wang asked again, "Can you move your hand?" "Yes." Su Mingyang moved his hand and then his foot. Seeing her son responding so clearly, Li Shuaying could no longer hold back the pent-up sorrow. She burst into loud sobs. An elderly woman nearby, about 60, consoled her, "Sister, your son waking up is already a miracle. You should be happy." "Yes, yes. It's good that he's awake. Otherwise, if he'd stayed in bed forever, wouldn't that have been heartbreaking?" Others chimed in. "Can you let me examine him or not?" Dr. Wang said, a little annoyed with Li Shuaying. Dr. Wang's words were the most effective. Li Shuaying immediately stopped crying and quickly said, You examine. Please examine quickly. I won't disturb you." She spoke while wiping away her tears of joy. Dr. Wang proceeded with the examination, asking various questions. Su Mingyang, still unclear about his current situation and not wanting to talk much, felt extremely thirsty and said, "I'm thirsty." Li Shuaying quickly grabbed another cup on the nightstand, which still had half a cup of cool boiled water. She supported Su Mingyang's head with one hand and began feeding him water. Dr. Wang hurriedly cautioned, "He's just awakened. Don't give him too much. Just a few sips to start. Wait a while before giving more." Okay. Li Shuaying agreed, while feeding Su Mingyang water. After 5 or 6 sips, she turned to look at Dr. Wang. Enough. Give him more later." Dr. Wang finished and then added thoughtfully, "Your son has been in a coma for over 4 months. Judging by his current physical functions, he seems to be doing quite well. We'll do a comprehensive checkup tomorrow. Also, his body is extremely weak. Make him some millet porridge and bone soup. Don't let him eat too much at once. His stomach won't be able to handle it. Take it slowly." Li Shuaying hastily agreed. Yes. I'll go home right now and make it for him." Chapter 002. The spring of 19. Dr. Wang nodded and remarked, "Fortunately, his period of unconsciousness was not excessively prolonged, and his bodily functions have not suffered any functional impairments. It is crucial for him to regain consciousness. After a comprehensive examination tomorrow, I shall devise a rehabilitation treatment plan for him." Li Shuaying hurriedly responded, "Thank you, Dr. Wang." Once Dr. Wang retired to rest, Li Shuaying offered Su Mingyang some water and said, "Mingyang, I will return home to prepare a meal for you. Please refrain from moving around and get some good rest. I shall return shortly." Su Mingyang nodded, replying, "All right, mother." Li Shuaying then addressed the kind woman who had just advised her, Aunt Zhang. "I would greatly appreciate it if you could keep an eye on my son while I prepare some food." Aunt Zhang assented, saying, "Of course, go ahead." After offering a few more words of caution to Su Mingyang, Li Shuaying hurriedly departed. The other patients in the ward returned to their beds to sleep, while Aunt Zhang lay down on the bed adjacent to Su Mingyang, saying, "If you need anything, just call for me." Su Mingyang nodded in acknowledgement and closed his eyes. Deep in contemplation, rebirth was certainly a reality. He needed to ascertain the exact time. After drinking some water, he felt a modicum of strength returning to his body. At that moment, he noticed one of his nostrils was fitted with an oxygen tube, while the other housed a feeding tube, and below, a catheter was inserted. Piecing together the conversation he had overheard between Dr. Wang and his mother, he surmised that he had likely suffered an accident and had become a vegetative state. Su Mingyang could not fathom having experienced such a significant accident in his early 20s. Reluctantly, he opened his eyes and spotted a fresh newspaper on the bedside table. He picked it up and discovered it was the Liaoqing Railway Daily dated March 8, 1993. Aside from celebrating International Women's Day, the literary section featured a special edition dedicated to works by female authors. In his previous life, he frequently published articles in this very newspaper, making it a familiar companion. The Liaoqing Railway Daily was printed at the Jinyang Railway Printing Factory. Newspapers were distributed the following day to Longjiang, and by the third day, various departments received their copies from the luggage room at the station. The presence of this newspaper on his bedside table indicated that it was at least the fourth day, suggesting that the date was approximately March 12, 1993. Suddenly, Su Mingyang recalled a winter night when he was 18. After a night of drinking with friends, Zhang Ming insisted on borrowing his motorcycle for a joyride. Concerned for his friend's safety, as Zhang Ming had consumed considerable alcohol, Su Mingyang accompanied him on the back seat. However, with the roads slick from light snowfall, Zhang Ming lost control while turning. resulting in Su Mingyang being thrown off and striking his head against a pile of bricks by the roadside. He fell unconscious but awoke in the hospital, where 3 stitches were applied to his scalp. Remarkably, he did not even stay overnight in the hospital and returned home to recuperate for 2 weeks before resuming work. Could it be that the wings of his rebirth had altered the course of history? It was entirely plausible. Calculating the timeline, he realized that his accident had occurred in November 1992, and having been unconscious for over 4 months, it was indeed now March. It must be so. Mother Li Shuang and Father Su Zhigua hurriedly entered with lunchboxes in hand. Su Zhigua quickly approached Su Mingyang's bedside, his voice trembling with excitement as he asked, "Mingyang, you truly have awakened?" Seeing his father, who had passed away over 2 years ago, suddenly appear before him, albeit with graying hair at just over 50, filled Su Mingyang's heart with overwhelming emotion. It felt as though he had transcended time, and his nose tingled with a bittersweet sensation. "How wonderful it is to be reborn." "Yes," Su Mingyang replied, his voice filled with fervor. Upon hearing his son's response, Su Zhigua's eyes welled with tears. His son had been in a coma since the accident, diagnosed as being in a vegetative state. He had believed there was no hope for his son to awaken. Now, seeing Su Mingyang alert and articulating so clearly, even this steadfast man, who seldom shed tears, felt his heart quiver. "Father, please hold your words for now. What I need is nourishment," Li Shuang interjected, opening the lunchbox. In the dead of night, she had no means to procure bones, but fortunately, the refrigerator contained meat. She prepared millet porridge and meat broth, then sat at the bedside to feed Su Mingyang. As Su Mingyang consumed the porridge and broth, a comforting warmth spread through him, invigorating his body. "Mother, help me sit up. I wish to eat by myself," he said. "All right, just a moment," Li Shuang replied. She set down the spoon, fetched a blanket from the neighboring bed, and propped him up comfortably. "Mingyang, the doctor advised not to eat too much at once, fearing it might upset your stomach. Sit for a while and rest before eating more." Nodding in acknowledgement, Su Mingyang added, "Mother, these tubes are quite uncomfortable. Could you ask the doctor to remove them?" Li Shuang quickly responded, "Dr. Li will perform a thorough examination tomorrow. If everything appears fine, I will request that he remove them." Understanding the impracticality of seeking the doctor in the middle of the night, Su Mingyang nodded and said no more. After a while, feeling drowsy, he remarked, "Mother, father, I am tired and wish to sleep. You both should return home and rest. I will be fine." "Of course," Li Shuang replied, pulling down the blanket behind him to help him lie down. She then turned to Su Zhigua, saying, "You should go home now. Come back early in the morning to relieve me. I need to prepare meals for Mingyang." "All right," Su Zhigua agreed, stepping closer to Su Mingyang. "Mingyang, sleep well. I will return." Exhausted, Su Mingyang could barely keep his eyes open, offering a slight nod before drifting off to sleep. When he awoke, the morning light flooded the room, revealing his father, mother, and sisters, Su Minghua and Su Mingli, gathered around his bedside. Their expressions were filled with astonishment as they exclaimed, "Little brother, you are awake." "Yes," Su Mingyang responded. Overcome with joy, Su Minghua and Su Mingli wept tears of happiness. In the morning, Su Mingyang underwent a comprehensive physical examination. Aside from extreme weakness, his body exhibited no significant issues or functional impairments. Dr. Wang administered some nutritional fluids and devised a dietary plan to enhance his nourishment, instructing Li Shuang to prepare meals according to this regimen daily. All the tubes affixed to him were subsequently removed. At this moment, Su Mingyang's physique was as emaciated as a mere collection of bones, yet he felt an invigorating vitality coursing through him. Lying on his bed, he gazed out at the resplendent spring light and the tender buds just emerging on the branches, embodying the promise of new life. Having been reborn, he resolved to live fully and to amend the regrets of his past life. Chapter 003. Family Wealth. Su Mingyang's recovery progressed swiftly. By the following day, he could rise from his bed and stroll leisurely. The pallor of his skin began to show a hint of luster, and he gained 2 jin in weight. By the 5th day, his movements became fluid, and he had altogether gained 8 jin, leading him to believe he was fit enough to request his discharge. The wounds on his head had healed completely and required no further treatment. However, Dr. Wang, considering his overall condition, advised him to remain hospitalized for an additional 2 days for observation. Reluctantly, he acquiesced to the strong insistence of his parents and elder sisters, prolonging his stay. After a thorough examination, Dr. Wang confirmed there were no significant issues, and thus, the discharge procedures were finalized. Su Mingyang's family resided in a railway-funded apartment, measuring 56 square meters, for which they had contributed a sum of 10,360 yuan. The new building had only been completed and occupied in August of the previous year. The residential buildings in the Longjiang Railway area were numerous, with older structures primarily consisting of 3- or 4-story buildings with stoves. It was not until 1991, with the construction of the locomotive crew building, that heated apartments became available, marking the Su family as early beneficiaries of such amenities. His father, Su Zhigua, aged 59, was 8 years older than his mother, Li Shuang. He had served as the safety chief at the Longjiang train section but resigned from his official role 8 years prior to facilitate his eldest daughter, Su Mingyang, taking over. He subsequently retired on health grounds, transitioning to a worker's status. His mother, Li Shuang, was once a teacher at Longjiang Railway No. 2. 3 years ago, when the Railway Bureau made the final arrangements for staff succession, she retired at the age of 48, allowing her younger son, Su Mingyang, to step into a role. At the tender age of 16, Su Mingyang began his career, but due to regulations prohibiting those under 18 from working in train operation roles, he was assigned to his father's former workplace, the Longjiang train section, as a train attendant. Nearly 3 years into his employment, he remained a junior attendant on the route from Longjiang to Landau. His elder sister, Su Mingyang, took over their father's position at the age of 24 and was assigned to the passenger service workshop at Longjiang Station. Through 8 years of diligent effort, she had risen to the position of duty supervisor in the passenger service workshop. In contrast, his younger sister, Su Mingli, faced a less fortunate fate, having failed to gain admission to university and lacking a role to inherit. She worked at their father's unit in the Longjiang train section's labor service company as a junior employee. Serving as a vendor on several short-distance trains, her earnings were meager. Both elder sisters were now married, leaving Su Zhigua and his wife, along with Su Mingyang, as the only residents of the household. Su Mingyang occupied a small room, and upon learning of his impending discharge, Su Minghua and Su Mingli had tidied the space meticulously. On the day of his release, the entire Su family gathered. His brother-in-law, Gao Yuan, was the technical chief at Longjiang Station, while his other brother-in-law, Tan Xingbang, served as the shunting supervisor in the operations workshop. His nephew, Gao Xiaoyu, was 7 years old and set to begin school in the upcoming semester, while his niece, Tan Linlin, merely 2 years of age, was cradled in Su Mingli's arms. The family joyfully welcomed Su Mingyang back home. His brother-in-law, Tan Xingbang, accompanied him for a haircut and a bath at the local bathhouse. Upon returning home, lunch was already prepared. A family gathered for a reunion dinner, and after assisting their mother in tidying up the table, the elder and younger sisters returned to their respective homes. Upon returning to his room, Su Mingyang finally found the tranquility to explore the small abode he had inhabited 25 years ago. The room, approximately 10 square meters, contained merely a bed, a desk, and a chair, while one wall featured an antique wardrobe. Upon opening the wardrobe, he discovered several railway uniforms he had worn during his time as a train conductor, alongside his everyday clothing. As Su Mingyang perused his garments, he found suits, jackets, shirts, and blouses, as well as down jackets and woolen overcoats, all crafted from fine materials, indicating that he had once possessed a discerning taste in fashion. His gaze fell upon a sharply pressed suit, prompting him to check the label, only to find it was Versace. Had he truly purchased such an expensive suit in his youth? As he endeavored to recall, memories surged forth like a torrent. When he first started working, he had been keen on making money, not one to lag behind. He initially capitalized on the convenience of long-distance train travel, smuggling cigarettes from Blue Island to Longjiang. After amassing a modest savings, he transitioned to transporting motorcycles from Liaoqing to Longjiang. At that time, automobiles were rare, and owning a motorcycle was a hallmark of the newly affluent. Later, he collaborated with friends to bring back used clothing from Guangzhou, now referred to as foreign waste. They would pack their finds, returning to sift through the rags, washing and ironing the better pieces for sale. A single item might fetch 30 or 20 yuan, while exceptional pieces could command over 50. The Versace suit had been among his finest selections, which he had chosen to keep for himself. At this moment, Su Mingyang felt he should have a reasonable sum of money. Though he could not recall the exact amount, both his father and mother received pensions. His mother, a renowned provincial-level mathematics teacher, had opened an after-school tutoring class upon retirement, attracting a plethora of students and earning significantly more than during her teaching years. The family's financial situation was stable. Su Mingyang's salary did not need to be contributed to household expenses, and with his entrepreneurial earnings, he likely had a considerable amount saved. Contemplating this, Su Mingyang retrieved a key from the inner pocket of a jacket tucked in the corner of the wardrobe. He unlocked the rightmost drawer of his desk, which bore a concealed lock, revealing personal items within. To his astonishment, he discovered a stack of pristine 100 yuan bills, 10 in total, amounting to 1,000 yuan. Beneath them lay a savings book, which, upon inspection, revealed a staggering balance of 17,650 yuan. This revelation filled Su Mingyang with joy. At that time, his monthly salary, bonuses, travel allowances, and other earnings barely totaled 400 yuan. It would take nearly 4 years of frugality to accumulate such an amount. Although the notion of a 10,000 yuan household was becoming somewhat outdated, families with savings of that magnitude remained a rarity among ordinary people, marking it as a substantial fortune. The desk, originally belonging to his elder sister during high school, had been preserved by Li Shuang when moving into the new building, finding its place in Su Mingyang's room, featuring 3 drawers, with only the rightmost one secured by a lock. As Su Mingyang rummaged through his belongings drawer by drawer, fragmented memories began to resurface. The moment he felt the motorcycle key in his pocket, he recalled that on the 3rd day after his awakening, his dear friend Zhang Ming rushed to the hospital to visit him. Overwhelmed with emotion, he brought an abundance of gifts and wept profusely, expressing his remorse for nearly causing Su Mingyang's demise. Through Zhang Ming's account, Su Mingyang reconstructed the events of that fateful night. Unlike in his previous life, where he had remained unconscious, he had transformed into a vegetative state. On that day, Zhang Ming had handed him the motorcycle key, informing him that the motorcycle had been repaired and was stored in the bicycle shed in front of his house. He had cleaned it before coming, encouraging Su Mingyang to check on it after his discharge. Chapter 004. Back to work with the key in hand. Su Mingyang exited the room and approached the entrance to the living room to change his shoes. Hearing the commotion, Li Shuang emerged and inquired, "Mingyang, where are you off to? You've just been discharged, and your body is still quite weak. You should rest at home instead of going out." Before the incident, Su Mingyang was often absent from home due to work, rarely seen during his days off, frequently mingling with people from all walks of life, engaged in various ventures, sometimes disappearing for days on end. With a smile, Su Mingyang replied, "Mom, I'm not going out to play. I'm just going to check on my motorcycle in the bicycle shed. I plan to sell it at the market in a few days. It's worth over 7,000 yuan. Upon hearing this, Li Shuang said, "All right, then go ahead, but do return early." Once he entered the bicycle shed, Aunt Ma emerged from her room, greeting him with a smile. "Young Su, I heard you've awakened. It's truly fortunate." During that time, Teacher Li was so worried she cried every day, fearing you might never wake up. Since the Su family moved into the new building, Su Mingyang's motorcycle had been stored in this shed, with a monthly fee of 8 yuan, and he had developed a friendly rapport with Aunt Ma. "Indeed, Aunt Ma. Look at me now. I'm perfectly fine." Su Mingyang responded. "That's good to hear. Your motorcycle is parked at the back. Just a few days ago, Zhang Ming came by and cleaned it for you." "Thank you, Aunt Ma. I'll go take a look now." With a wave, Su Mingyang made his way to his motorcycle. It was a sky blue Suzuki 100, commonly referred to as the Big 100, appearing to be in excellent condition. Su Mingyang had purchased it for 700 yuan in Liaoqing, and before he could sell it, the unfortunate incident had occurred. He inspected the exhaust pipe, which had been straightened. Unless one looked closely, the previous bends were virtually undetectable. The paint on the right side fuel tank also showed no signs of touch-ups upon closer inspection. It seemed the repair shop had skilled workmanship. If sold to someone lacking motorcycle knowledge, this bike could not only avoid loss, but potentially yield a profit. Su Mingyang started the motorcycle, listening to the engine's normal hum. He longed to take it for a spin, but knowing his body had not fully recovered, he feared he might not be able to handle it and could risk another mishap. Thus, he dismissed the thought, turned off the ignition, and bid farewell to Aunt Ma as he stepped out. Su Mingyang initially intended to return home. However, upon encountering 2 middle-aged men casually smoking and chatting, an unexpected craving for cigarettes surged within him. During his days in the hospital, the absence of smokers in his ward had dulled his desire, but today, witnessing the men ignited a strong urge to indulge. Consequently, he turned towards the nearest convenience store. Upon entering the store, the proprietor, Aunt Yu greeted him with delight. Su Mingyang, is that you? You're up. Su Mingyang was a frequent visitor to Aunt Yu's shop, and they were quite familiar with one another. He smiled and replied, yes. Aunt Yu, I was discharged today. That's wonderful news. The other day, your mother came in to buy something and mentioned you had woken up. It brought me such joy. You're not even 20 yet, and unmarried. If you hadn't pulled through, how would your mother cope? Aunt Yu exclaimed. With a grin, Su Mingyang responded. Thank you for your concern, Aunt Yu. What have I done to deserve thanks? Your recovery is all that matters, she said. Have you seen how happy your mother has been these past few days? She has been wearing a smile constantly. Su Mingyang glanced at the cigarettes on the shelf and pointed. Aunt Yu, please get me a pack of Lianyu and a lighter. Since starting work, he had developed a habit of smoking imported cigarettes, indulging in them every couple of days. Despite their expense, he could afford them given his financial situation. He favored brands like Lianyu, Jian, Zilton, and Beilawang, while he found the stronger varieties such as Sanwu and Marlboro unappealing, and he despised the harshness of Camels. Lianyu cigarettes cost 6 yuan per pack, and the lighter was 50 cents. Su Mingyang handed Aunt Yu 6 yuan and 50 cents, stepping out of the store. He opened the pack, took out a cigarette, lit it, and inhaled deeply, instantly enveloped in a euphoric sensation that relaxed his entire being. He savored the moment outside before making his way home. At home, his mother, Li Shuaying, meticulously prepared a variety of delicious dishes for him daily. Chicken, duck, fish, meat, milk, and eggs. Within a week, he noticed a slight weight gain and realized that if this continued, he would become overweight. Thus, he resolved to rise early each morning to jog, determined to keep himself in peak physical condition. During this period, none of his colleagues from work came to visit. Conversely, a group of friends from outside, having heard of his recovery, flocked to see him, bringing with them an abundance of canned fruits that were far too much for him to consume. He suggested his mother send some to his elder and younger sisters to prevent spoilage. Whether it was to celebrate his miraculous recovery with drinks or to invite him out, Su Mingyang politely declined their offers, citing his need to fully recuperate. He was intent on meticulously planning his life after this second chance, as his previous career had been riddled with failures. After another week, feeling entirely restored, Su Mingyang visited the hospital for a checkup, which revealed no issues. He then informed Li Shuaying, Mom, I'm completely better now. Staying home is rather dull. I wish to return to work. Having taken nearly 5 months of sick leave, although he had not been on paid leave, the monthly sick pay was a mere 100 yuan. He understood that remaining idle at home was not a viable option, and Li Shuaying wholeheartedly supported her son's decision. The following day, Su Mingyang returned to the team after his leave. He was a member of the passenger transport team No. 2 on the Blue Island line. Upon entering the office of the team leader, he found Zhou Jing present, who was completely unaware of his awakening. She was taken aback and exclaimed, Su Mingyang, when did you wake up? Su Mingyang replied, Team leader Zhou, I have been awake for over 20 days now and have fully recovered. I am here to officially return to work. Zhou Jing pondered for a moment and said, Su Mingyang, your group just left yesterday, and they won't return until the day after tomorrow. How about this? You should go home and rest for another 2 days, and then come back the day after tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Su Mingyang inquired, Team leader Zhou, what about my leave? Zhou Jing reassured him, rest assured, for today, you can consider your leave concluded. I will assign you day shifts for the next few days, and we will discuss your schedule once you return to your group. Su Mingyang expressed his gratitude. All right, thank you, Team leader Zhou. Zhou Jing waved her hand dismissively. No need for thanks. Just make sure to rest well for the next 2 days. As Su Mingyang exited the team office and descended the stairs, a growing sense of unease settled within him. He recalled his mother mentioning that after his incident, only 2 trained conductors from his group and the secretary of the team had visited him in the hospital, and no one else from the unit had come to see him. The fact that such a significant event as his awakening had gone unnoticed by his colleagues was a stark indication of how far he had fallen into obscurity. Chapter 005. Opportunity. It was no surprise that Su Mingyang was not well regarded. After all, his reputation within the team was far from commendable. He was regarded with disdain, much like a foul odor that everyone wished to avoid. During work hours, few would engage with him, and he was never included in team activities, effectively rendered invisible. After his reformation and subsequent appointment as the deputy leader of the team, Su Mingyang took the time to reflect on his tumultuous past. He identified 3 primary reasons for his tarnished reputation among his peers. First, during a particularly reckless period, he had shown little regard for the personal affairs of his colleagues, neglecting to attend significant events like weddings or funerals, thereby alienating nearly everyone in the group. Furthermore, he had taken advantage of his position to engage in unethical practices, such as smuggling cigarettes. Whenever inspections by the police or tobacco authorities occurred, his colleagues would cover for him, yet he never reciprocated their kindness. In particular, the train conductor Qiao Li turned a blind eye to these dealings, accepting small favors from others, while Su Mingyang remained oblivious to the unwritten rules of camaraderie. Had it not been for the bond between his sister Su Minghua and Qiao Li, he would have likely been expelled from the group long ago. Second, Su Mingyang's work ethic was lacking. He often slacked off, taking sick leave frequently and only working sporadically. In a team where each member had specific responsibilities, his absence placed additional burdens on his colleagues, who were already stretched thin by the demanding nature of their duties. Operating the Blue Island line with its persistent overcapacity made their work exceedingly strenuous. During shift changes, cleaning a single carriage could take over an hour, with summer heat soaking their uniforms in sweat and winter chills causing them to shiver uncontrollably. Moreover, when staff shortages occurred, the train conductors faced considerable stress, as the team provided no replacements, complicating their already challenging work arrangements. Zhang Jingfang, the assistant team leader, had repeatedly expressed to Qiao Li her desire to expel Su Mingyang. Yet Qiao Li, considering Su Minghua's reputation, consistently suppressed her sentiments. The situation escalated when, in his second year of employment, Su Mingyang entered into a relationship with Jin Hong, a crew member from his team. However, their romance was short-lived. Jin Hong soon grew weary of his lackadaisical attitude and ambition, and within 6 months, she decisively ended their affair. While the team might have overlooked this incident alone, the narrative took a scandalous turn when Su Mingyang subsequently became involved with Tan Lily, a divorced woman from the 8th group, who was a full 8 years his senior. This relationship sparked a flurry of gossip, with team members disparaging Su Mingyang, claiming he callously discarded Jin Hong, a virtuous young woman, in favor of an indiscreet older woman. Although these rumors were far from the truth, Su Mingyang found himself unable to defend his character, and, at that time, he had little desire to clarify matters, perceiving them as personal and inconsequential to others. Over time, the whispers grew increasingly exaggerated, painting him as a thoroughly unscrupulous individual. Having narrowly escaped death, Su Mingyang considered it a stroke of fortune merely to be alive. His parents and 2 sisters were preoccupied with his recovery and deliberately avoided discussing these matters, fearing they might provoke his ire and hinder his healing. In his rebirth, Su Mingyang resolved not to languish in despair. He intended to meticulously redefine his life and rectify the regrets of his past existence, emerging as a renewed individual. Zhou Jing, the team leader, found herself in a quandary regarding Su Mingyang's work arrangements. The second team comprised 8 groups, with a round trip from Longjiang to Landau taking 3 days, followed by 5 days of rest. After Su Mingyang's unfortunate incident, the team had recruited another member for the 7th group. Upon Jin Hong's departure, Zhou Jing summoned Qiao Li to her office, hoping to reinstate Su Mingyang in their group, but Qiao Li steadfastly refused, asserting that she would rather operate with 1 fewer member than accept him back. Even when Zhou Jing threatened to withdraw the newly assigned personnel, Qiao Li remained resolute, declaring that their group would prefer to manage with a deficit rather than include him. Zhou Jing then consulted the lead conductors of the other 7 groups, only to receive unanimous disapproval. While she possessed the authority to assign Su Mingyang to any group, she refrained from doing so, recognizing that the conductors were crucial to the success of the train segment's operations. With over 40 members in each group and a total of more than 350 in the entire fleet, managing such a large team was no small feat. Although the conductors were her subordinates, Zhou Jing relied on their cooperation for effective management. Thus, she was reluctant to employ heavy-handed tactics, especially considering her lack of personal connection to Su Mingyang. As Su Mingyang once again approached Zhou Jing's desk, she remarked, "Su Mingyang, considering your recent recovery, it is not advisable for you to return to driving just yet. For the time being, please assist the team with some minor tasks until you are fully fit to resume your duties." "Thank you, Captain Zhou," Su Mingyang replied, his spirits lifted. He was acutely aware that his role would not equate to that of the team's regular assistants, referred to as little masters, who were responsible for drafting materials and aiding leadership with daily affairs, positions typically reserved for a select few. Those who served as little masters across the various teams often found themselves promoted, and though lacking formal titles, such roles were highly coveted. Su Mingyang's assistance was distinctly different in nature. However, he appreciated the opportunity to be in close proximity to the leadership each day, viewing it as a valuable chance. The organizational structure of the Longjiang train section varied among teams. Smaller teams typically comprised a team leader, a deputy leader, and a party secretary, 3 officials in total. Even the smallest teams could number between 100 to 180 personnel, leading to a myriad of responsibilities. The section permitted each team to appoint a little master to assist the team leaders in their duties, selected from the team's own workforce. The passenger team number 2, a large team with over 350 members, consisted of 1 team leader, 2 deputy leaders, 1 party branch secretary, and 1 deputy secretary, 5 officials in total. Yet, even with these 5 overseeing such a substantial team, the workload was overwhelming. Thus, the section allowed the team to appoint 2 little masters, who undertook most of the mundane daily tasks, thereby liberating the leaders to focus on managing the team more effectively. Passenger Team No. 2 boasted 2 spacious offices and a study room for the staff. The team leader's office contained 4 desks, 1 for the leader, 2 for the deputy leaders, and 1 for a little master. The party branch secretary's office was similarly equipped with 4 desks for the secretary, deputy secretary, and a little master, along with an additional desk reserved for temporary reports related to crew duties. Chapter 006. Utilizing special skills. Zhou Jing was somewhat taken aback by Su Mingyang's calm acceptance of her arrangement, as it was apparent that the roles filled by those deemed surplus in their respective teams were primarily menial. Working in the team offered no bonuses, no duty fees, and no income incentives, resulting in a monthly deficit of over 200 yuan compared to driving. Given her understanding of Su Mingyang's character, she had anticipated a more explosive reaction, mentally preparing herself for such an eventuality. Seeing no sign of dissatisfaction from him, Zhou Jing softened her tone, saying, "Su Mingyang, during your free time, please spend some hours in the secretary's office and adhere to the scheduled hours. This way, if the team needs you, you will be readily available. Additionally, at 11 o'clock, meet me at the platform to assist with the arrival of the Blue Island train and help the team with the bedding." "Understood, Captain Zhou. I will be there. And please feel free to call on me should you need assistance," Su Mingyang responded. The secretary's office and the team leader's office were directly opposite each other, both doors ajar, allowing visibility between the two. As Su Mingyang approached, he knocked lightly on the open door. The party branch secretary, Qi Lirong, who was busy writing at her desk, glanced up and said, "Come in." Su Mingyang approached and said, "Secretary Qi, Captain Zhou has asked me to stay in this room if there's nothing to do." "Understood," Qi Lirong replied, gesturing towards an unoccupied desk. "You may sit there. Feel free to read the newspaper when idle, and when there's work, do it promptly." "All right, Secretary Qi, I understand," Su Mingyang responded, glancing around the secretary's office. He had intended to assist with tidying up, but upon noticing the immaculate condition of the room, he abandoned that thought and took a seat at the desk, casually picking up a sheet from the stack of newspapers. It was the latest issue of the Liaoqing Railway News, and he began to read it earnestly. In his previous life, Su Mingyang's journey toward redemption commenced with this very newspaper. During his school years, his essays were exceptionally well received, with teachers praising their innate creativity. After entering the workforce, when martial arts novels were all the rage, he developed a particular fondness for the works of Jin Yong and Gu Long. Having read all their martial arts stories, as well as some romance novels by Qiong Yao, the abundance of literature inspired him to write, and during his free time, he secretly practiced his craft. However, the splendid tales he envisioned often faltered when translated to paper, resulting in many unfinished pieces. It was only 2 months into his marriage that he found himself embroiled in a brawl on behalf of a friend, which led to him inflicting minor injuries on his opponent. He subsequently faced over 5 months of detention, and had it not been for his parents leveraging connections and spending a significant sum, he would have faced imprisonment. His mother-in-law took his wife back home and resolutely divorced him. It was at this juncture that he experienced a profound awakening, vowing to transform himself. By chance, he met a skilled writer at the station who mentored him. Under this guidance, he began contributing to the unit's newsletters, focusing primarily on the Liaoqing Railway News. Initially, submitting 10 articles yielded only 1 or 2 acceptances, but as his writing skills improved and he gained a better understanding of the newspaper's evolving editorial direction, His acceptance rate soared to 5 or 6 out of 10 submissions. Eventually, the party committee recognized his talent. The party committee was in dire need of capable writers. And thus, Su Mingyang was reassigned to assist in the party office, collaborating with the publicity assistant on external communications. With this platform, he frequently participated in training sessions organized by the Bureau and Railway Department, forging connections with numerous editors and journalists of the Liaoqing Railway News. His writing prowess, coupled with these internal relationships, led to an almost flawless acceptance rate for his submissions, with editors even reaching out to explain any rejections. Gradually, Su Mingyang grew dissatisfied with merely writing news articles and began exploring fiction, essays, and report literature. This led to the attention of both the Bureau and Railway literary associations, which frequently invited him to participate in literary gatherings. He later joined the Municipal Writers Association and published several novels and essays in provincial newspapers and magazines. After releasing a collection of stories, he became a member of the Songjiang Writers Association. It can be said that all of this success was a direct result of the Liaoqing Railway News, a nurturing ground for his literary endeavors. After 5 months of assisting in the party committee office, Su Mingyang transitioned to a more permanent role. The distinction between assistance and a station position is significant. Assistance is temporary, while a station role is recognized as a fixed position within the organization. Should one excel in their duties, the next step often leads to performing the responsibilities of a higher role, and upon the availability of a position, one can be promoted to an official capacity. Within just a year, Su Mingyang became the prominent figure in the Longjiang train section, crafting the majority of the significant documents for both the secretary and the section chief. Furthermore, the two most remarkable exemplary materials from the Longjiang train section were his creations, earning recognition from both the Sub-Bureau and the Railway Bureau. His status evolved from that of a stationed employee to one performing higher duties. Another year passed, and he was officially appointed as the Deputy Secretary of the Party Committee for the Passenger Transport Team 1, starting as a cadre at the section level, achieving a remarkable leap akin to a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. Currently, the Longjiang train section is in dire need of talented writers, and Su Mingyang's chosen path of transformation also began with writing. He started with the fundamentals of communication reporting, leveraging his previous experience as a provincial-level literary association member and a well-known online novelist. Though communication reporting seemed trivial to him, he understood the necessity of studying the characteristics and reporting directions of the current Liaoqing Railway newspaper to write targeted articles, thereby increasing the likelihood of publication. Su Mingyang, how is your handwriting? Qi Lirong inquired after finishing her revisions and stretching her tired hands. My handwriting is satisfactory. Is there anything you need help with, Secretary Qi? Su Mingyang responded. During his school years, his mother had arranged for him to learn small script from a tutor, and later he practiced running script. His skills improved significantly after assisting in the party committee office, allowing him to write both quickly and beautifully. I have a report on the party building work of the vehicle team that the party committee urgently requires. It's been revised haphazardly, and I need you to copy it neatly, Qi Lirong requested. Certainly, Secretary Qi, Su Mingyang replied readily, aware that at that time, 486 computers were considered luxuries. With only 3 available in the entire section, 2 in the finance department, and 1 in the typing room. All departmental materials were handwritten, and only documents submitted to the Sub-Bureau and Railway Bureau could be typed. Moreover, they had to be copied clearly before being sent to the typing room, where the typist would finish the work, necessitating that one proofread it themselves afterward. Qi Lirong handed Su Mingyang a notebook and a fountain pen, saying, I've made some rough edits to this material. If anything is unclear, feel free to ask me. Understood, Secretary Qi, Su Mingyang said as he began to copy the text. He was quite familiar with such tasks, and even if some parts were unclear or difficult to read, he could manage to decipher them. Standing behind him, Qi Lirong was taken aback by the beauty of his handwriting. Su Mingyang, your penmanship is truly impressive. Chapter 007. Generous Rewards. Su Mingyang humbly replied. My writing is quite average. It may appear decent, but I haven't fully mastered the art. Come now, Xiao Su, there's no need for modesty. Your handwriting ranks among the best in our section. From now on, I will entrust all my materials to you for copying, Qi Lirong declared. Su Mingyang quickly responded. Of course, I'll take it as an opportunity to practice my writing. At the beginning of the month, the team conducted a comprehensive inspection of each group, serving as a vital assessment of their performance quality, which directly influenced the grading and bonus allocation for every group. Vice Captain Zhang Xingji, Li Yinxiang, Deputy Secretary Wang Shufang, and Mr. Han Shui all boarded the vehicle, while Captain Zhou Jing, Secretary Qi Lirong, and Mr. Li Yanin from the Captain's office remained at home. Unable to find anyone else to assist, Secretary Qi resorted to enlisting the labor of Su Mingyang, who unexpectedly showcased remarkable penmanship, much to her delight. Secretary Qi Lirong was quite satisfied with Su Mingyang's attitude. He was not as utterly inept as rumored. On one hand, he was diligent and cooperative when tasked with minor chores for the team. On the other hand, he possessed commendable qualities, particularly his excellent handwriting. The report on party-building work was relatively concise, approximately 500 words long. It filled 5.5 pages of paper, and Su Mingyang completed the transcription in just over half an hour. During the process, he even refined some awkward sentences and enhanced the overall presentation of the document. Upon finishing, he presented it to Qi Lirong, saying, "Secretary Qi, I'm done. Please take a look." Finished so quickly? Qi Lirong pondered that Su Mingyang would typically require over an hour for such a task, so she was pleasantly surprised at his remarkable efficiency. With a smile, she accepted the document to review it. "What are you busy with?" inquired party publicity assistant Hu Chengping, who entered the room holding a list. Upon seeing Qi Lirong engrossed in her materials, he couldn't help but smile and ask. Hu Chengping, in his mid-30s, was quite tall, standing around 1.8 meters, and wore gold-rimmed glasses. His slightly lean frame and intellectual demeanor were quite prominent. Qi Lirong, noticing it was Hu Chengping, quickly stood up, astonished, and exclaimed, "Secretary Hu, what a rare visit. What brings you here?" Although Hu Chengping held the title of publicity assistant, he effectively served as the assistant to the party secretary, aiding in the daily propaganda and ideological work. The staff commonly referred to him as Secretary Hu. With a flourish, he brandished the list and declared, "I'm here to distribute bonuses." "What bonuses?" Qi Lirong inquired curiously. "Bonuses for the first quarter's communication reports," he replied. Upon hearing the mention of communication reports, Qi Lirong felt a twinge of embarrassment. Each team had specific tasks for these reports, which were a crucial metric for evaluating the overall performance of the team. The passenger transport team, being the largest, was assigned a daunting task of producing 9 articles for the Liaoqing Railway newspaper each quarter, yet in the first quarter, they had only managed to complete 4, falling significantly short of their goals. "Secretary Hu, I sincerely apologize. Our team has only managed 4 articles this quarter, and we lagged behind," Qi Lirong expressed with regret. Hu Chengping reassured her, "Secretary Qi, it's too late to dwell on that now. Just put in extra effort next quarter to make up for what has been left unfinished. If the first half of the year remains incomplete, it will adversely affect your team's evaluation scores. You are the largest team in the entire segment, and all eyes are on you." "Understood, Secretary Hu. I will certainly strive to fulfill the reporting tasks for the first half of the year," Qi Lirong promised earnestly. Hu Chengping remarked, "It is not merely about completing tasks. It is imperative to fulfill them, employing any means necessary. Even a few essays or poems in the supplement count towards your quota. This is a hard indicator." "Very well. I shall find a way to meet the requirements." Though Qi Lirong was acutely aware that achieving 14 articles in the Liao City Railway newspaper within the second quarter was an insurmountable challenge. With various stations each burdened with their own submissions, the limited space of the newspaper left little room beyond reports from journalists, connections, and personal favors. The difficulty of securing publication was immense, yet she could only acquiesce for the moment. Hu Chengping perused the bonus sheet and said, "Secretary Qi, your team has submitted a total of 4 articles in the first quarter. You contributed 1, while Li Yin, Xiao Li, and Li Dongmei each submitted 1. Each article earns a reward of 30 yuan, totaling 120 yuan. Please assist in signing for the bonuses of the 3. He handed the bonus sheet to Qi Lirong and laid 120 yuan on the table. Su Mingyang was familiar with Li Yin, Xiao Li, and Li Dongmei, all of whom were chief conductors, with Xiao Li being the conductor for Su Mingyang's team. He recalled that when he assisted in the party committee office in 1998, the reward for an article in the Liao City Railway newspaper was merely 30 yuan. Between 1993 and 1998, salaries had more than doubled. So was the reward now so substantial? Contemplating this, Su Mingyang inquired, "Secretary Hu, is the reward for writing reports truly this generous?" Although Hu Chengping did not recognize Su Mingyang, he could tell he was an employee from the second team. He replied, "Indeed. The party committee has implemented this incentive system to encourage cadres and staff to write more and better articles, promoting our achievements in spiritual civilization. As long as you can publish in the Liao City Railway newspaper, you will receive a reward. There is no upper limit on submissions. Su Mingyang understood that it was not appropriate to interject further and nodded with a smile, saying, "Understood." The Longjiang train section had failed to meet its communication reporting goals for 2 consecutive years, and as the head of external publicity, Hu Changping felt a profound sense of embarrassment. As he sought out individuals with writing abilities throughout the section to bolster his team of correspondents, he noticed Su Mingyang seemed interested in reporting. He continued, "Young man, let me clarify. The 30 yuan reward per article applies only to the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th pages of the Liao City Railway newspaper. Even if you submit a brief piece of just a few dozen words, you will earn 30 yuan. For an article on the 1st page, the reward is 50 yuan, 300 yuan for a front-page headline, and 100 yuan for headlines on other pages, including literary works in the 4th-page supplement. If you manage to publish in the People's Railway newspaper, the reward is 500 yuan for an article, with 1,000 yuan for a front-page headline. As for a headline on the 1st page, well, that is a mere dream." Su Mingyang chuckled. "An article in the People's Railway newspaper amounts to over a month's salary. I shall certainly give it a try." However, the challenge of publishing in the People's Railway newspaper was formidable. In 3 years, Hu Changping had only managed to publish 1 article there. And that was only through connections with a reporter stationed in Liao City, whose name was placed before his own on the publication. As soon as Su Mingyang opened his mouth, he expressed his desire to publish an article in the People's Railway newspaper, reflecting a rather audacious ambition. However, Hu Changping could not dampen his enthusiasm. Instead, he encouraged him, saying, "Very well, I support you. As long as you have the desire to write reports, I will provide you with paper, envelopes, and stamps at no cost." Chapter 008. Communication reports. Qi Lirong had already signed the documents and handed the bonus slip along with the party-building report materials to Hu Changping, saying, "Secretary Hu, please take this party-building work report back to Zhang Li for me, so I won't have to make an extra trip." Zhang Li was an organizational assistant in the party committee office of the section, sharing an office with Hu Changping, and was responsible for party-building work. "Certainly, Secretary Qi," Hu Changping replied, glancing at the documents, and could not help but ask in surprise, "Secretary Qi, whose handwriting is so exquisite?" Qi Lirong pointed to Su Mingyang and said, "It's Su Mingyang. I only just discovered today how beautifully he writes." Upon hearing Qi Lirong's words, Hu Changping realized that the young man before him was named Su Mingyang and remarked, "Young Su, your cursive script is quite impressive. You must have put in considerable effort." Su Mingyang responded, "I practiced a lot during school, but since I started working and have been constantly on the move, I haven't had much opportunity to improve my writing over the past few years." Hu Changping encouraged Su Mingyang, "Young Su, whenever you have some free time, write more articles. You can also practice your handwriting. Let me tell you, not only will the newspaper pay you for your articles, but our section also offers substantial rewards. The more articles you publish, the more the leaders will notice you. We are in dire need of talented writers here. Many have advanced solely based on their writing skills. It's a win-win situation." Su Mingyang replied, "Thank you for your encouragement, Secretary Hu. I will strive to improve." After Hu Changping left, Qi Lirong asked, "Su Mingyang, have you ever written communication reports before?" Having only just resurrected a few days prior, and having done nothing but recuperate, Su Mingyang could only respond honestly, "Secretary Qi, I haven't, but I do have a bit of writing foundation, so I can attempt to learn." Upon hearing this, Qi Lirong felt a tinge of disappointment. Writing reports is not something just anyone can accomplish. The difficulty of getting published is immense, let alone having never written a piece. Even seasoned correspondents often need to leverage connections and exert considerable effort to produce quality work that has any hope of being reported. Although she harbored doubts about Su Mingyang's potential, she still felt compelled to encourage him. "That's all right. You are still young. Learn diligently and practice often, and you will surely be able to write excellent articles in the future." Su Mingyang could sense Qi Lirong's lack of confidence in him, but he did not show any signs of discontent. This was understandable. Having graduated from middle school at just 16 and entered the workforce, what education could he possibly have? Moreover, given his poor reputation over the past few years, it was already commendable that Qi Lirong offered him encouragement. What more could he ask for? To write communication reports, one must have substantial material. Without newsworthy content, what can one write? The commendable deeds of train attendants towards passengers can theoretically be reported, but these must be exceptional acts of kindness with significant social impact, and such noteworthy deeds are not always prevalent. Furthermore, there is a lack of guiding work experiences that can provide a broader perspective, which is evidently absent from the passenger transport team. In the absence of such material, one can only compose a report on exemplary individuals. Crafting a report on these exemplary figures requires an understanding of the current news trends to ascertain which aspect of their deeds should be highlighted. Su Mingyang, in his previous life, had a keen grasp of reporting trends. For instance, after the Railway Bureau achieved a significant milestone in safety days, it would be apt to write about safety production models and outstanding individuals. During the celebration of July 1st, one could feature the accomplishments of exemplary party members. When summarizing and commending units and individuals who have excelled in railway ethics, it would be appropriate to highlight the stories of those who have advanced in this regard. As it is now April 8th, with Labor Day approaching, it would be fitting to prepare reports on outstanding production workers and labor models. Upon contemplating this, Su Mingyang inquired, "Secretary Chi, do we have any highly recognized production workers or labor models in our team, preferably at the provincial or ministerial level?" Writing about distinguished individuals certainly garners more attention if they hold higher ranks. A report on a district-level production worker would not hold much weight in the Liao City Railway news. Chi Lirong responded, "Indeed. Our train leader Li Yan from the Blue Island team is a labor model of Songjiang province. Last year, the Bureau even awarded her a set of apartments. In this era, the treatment of labor models is notably generous. Last year, the Bureau rewarded 9 labor models who achieved provincial or ministerial recognition, with each receiving an apartment. Although the size of each apartment was merely 45 square meters, it is common for railway residential buildings to be of modest size, typically ranging from 40 to 50 square meters, with the largest being a 60 square meter building constructed for locomotive crew members a few years prior. Housing is a paramount concern for every employee, thus alleviating the worries of labor models. Additionally, they receive a higher wage and an annual paid recuperation benefit, among other perks." Su Mingyang then asked, "Secretary Chi, do you have any materials related to her achievements? I wish to draft a report, especially with Labor Day approaching. Perhaps it could be published." Yes. Let me find them for you." Although Chi Lirong held little hope for Su Mingyang's endeavor, she felt compelled to give it a chance. After all, if it made it into the newspaper, it would fulfill one reporting task. She opened the filing cabinet and began searching. Chi Lirong unearthed 3 or 4 documents detailing Li Yan's accomplishments and handed them to Su Mingyang, saying, "Here, take a look. But please do not lose them. These are for archiving." I won't. I'll return them to you tomorrow after I finish reading," Su Mingyang replied. He knew that the word count for a correspondence piece in the Liao City Railway news must not exceed 1,000 words, as per the internal standards of the newspaper. While a journalist's article could exceed this limit, those of correspondence could not. He typically aimed for around 800 words per correspondence piece. He needed to familiarize himself with Li Yan's achievements, embellishing the genuine story with a touch of creative imagination. With this approach, he would be able to produce a compelling report in a timely manner. Su Mingyang settled down to review the commendation materials, which comprised 4 documents, all pertaining to Li Yan's applications for various accolades. Among these, the materials submitted 2 years prior for his nomination as a labor model in Songjiang province were the most comprehensive. After perusing the documents, he had already formed a clear outline for the article he intended to write. With a moment of further contemplation regarding the structure, he would be ready to put pen to paper. At that moment, Zhou Jing approached the doorway and called out to Su Mingyang, "Su Mingyang, come. Let us head to the platform to meet the train." "Coming." Su Mingyang replied hastily, glancing at the clock and realizing it was nearly 11 o'clock. The morning had flown by. He placed the commendation materials into the central drawer and quickly followed Zhou Jing downstairs. The Longjiang train depot was adjacent to Longjiang station, and at the rear of the depot, there was a convenient door for transporting supplies, which led directly to the end of the station's platform. Both the departure and arrival of the Lanzhou train occurred at this platform, offering great convenience. As Chapter 009 unfolds, Su Mingyang, along with Captain Zhou Jing and Li Yanan, ascended to the platform. The Lanzhou train had yet to arrive, so the trio made their way toward the bridge in the middle of the platform. At that moment, a multitude of individuals awaited the train's arrival, and the passenger attendants were stationed on the platform to greet it. Familiar faces greeted Zhou Jing, informing her that the train was approaching. Before long, the Lanzhou train entered the station, gradually coming to a stop. Today, it was the 8th group from Lanzhou that had arrived. Train manager Wang Haijin and Zheng Guifeng disembarked from the soft sleeper carriage. Upon spotting Zhou Jing on the platform, they hurried over, exclaiming, "Captain, you're here." Zhou Jing inquired, "Is there anything of note with your shift?" Wang Haijin replied, "Captain, there's nothing major. We just had an inspection from the epidemic prevention station at Jiqing Station. Everything is fine on our end, though we had 2 issues flagged with the dining car." Zhou Jing nodded in acknowledgement. "That's good to hear. The dining car falls under the jurisdiction of the travel service company, so any issues there won't impact passenger services directly." Wang Haijin continued, "Captain, there's also a rather remarkable incident from this shift." "What incident?" Zhou Jing asked with curiosity. Wang Haijin explained, "A passenger who boarded from Lanzhou suffered a heart attack on the train. The crew acted promptly to organize a rescue, calling for a doctor and providing emergency medication, which ultimately saved the passenger's life. They were later transferred to the hospital at Jiqing Station for further treatment." Zhou Jing nodded appreciatively. "That is commendable. Once the passengers have disembarked, please compile a report on this good deed for Li Yanan, so she can submit it for consideration as one of this month's top 10 commendable acts." Su Mingyang, accompanying Captain Zhou to greet the train, was mindful not to appear like a mere bystander, lest he incur her displeasure. Understanding the tasks involved in meeting the train, he moved toward the sleeper carriage while Zhou Jing conversed with the 2 train managers. As the passengers disembarked, the attendants from each sleeper carriage began to retrieve bedding packages. Each hard sleeper carriage contained 60 berths, necessitating 60 sets of sheets, duvet covers, and pillowcases, along with 10 additional spares. A round trip required at least 2 sets of bedding, amounting to 4 or 5 large bundles per carriage. With over 90% of the attendants being women, maneuvering such hefty bedding packages proved to be quite laborious. Su Mingyang approached the entrance of a hard sleeper carriage, assisting the train attendant in unloading several bedding packages onto the platform before proceeding to the next carriage. In carriage number 5, the announcer Tan Lily was tidying up in the broadcasting room when she suddenly caught a glimpse of a figure resembling Su Mingyang through the window. The figure passed by too quickly for her to see clearly, prompting her to hurriedly exit the broadcasting room, open the door, and peer out. She spotted Su Mingyang helping to unload bedding from carriage 4, sending a wave of panic through her. Wasn't he a vegetative state? How could he have recovered? Tan Lily was exceptionally beautiful, with a sweet voice, and had ascended to the position of announcer within just 2 years of her career. Her husband, a cadre in the Municipal Tax Bureau, had been unfaithful while she was frequently away on duty for 3 days at a time. A betrayal she remained oblivious to for over a year. After one trip, she was unexpectedly assigned to substitute for a group of announcers scheduled for the following day. And upon returning home, she caught her husband in the act with another woman. Following their divorce, she adopted a reckless attitude, readily engaging with any man she found appealing. Su Mingyang, youthful and spirited, with a bit of money to spare, fell for her charms with little resistance, especially after experiencing the pain of a recent breakup. His infatuation with her blossomed as if he had discovered a new world, and he lavished considerable amounts of money on her. However, this idyllic chapter came to a sudden halt after Su Mingyang suffered a motorcycle accident that left him in a vegetative state. During his hospitalization, Tan Lily did not visit him even once. Unable to endure the loneliness, she soon found another partner. The shock of seeing Su Mingyang alive and well filled her with trepidation. She feared he might cause trouble for her, or worse, become obsessively clingy, leading to significant complications in her life. The new man she had found was wealthy, willing to buy her anything she desired, and even wished to marry her. If he were to discover her past affair with Su Mingyang, it would spell disaster. Instinctively, Tan Lily wished to avoid him, yet she knew evasion was futile. They would eventually cross paths. She needed to placate Su Mingyang, fully aware of his fiery temperament that could erupt at any moment. She resolved to appease him, gauge his attitude, and if necessary, offer some form of compensation to resolve the situation entirely. Having formulated her plan, Tan Lily gathered her belongings and slung her bag over her shoulder as she disembarked. Su Mingyang was nearby, assisting with loading bedding packages onto a cart in carriage 3. Without hesitation, she strode over to him and softly inquired, "Su Mingyang, is it true that you have recovered?" The crew was well aware of the history between Tan Lili and Su Mingyang. As he helped them with the bedding, they ignored him completely, not even extending a thank you. Upon seeing Tan Lili approaching, the attendant Tao Hong hurriedly loaded the last bedding package onto the train, urging her colleague to move quickly, eager to distance herself from them. Faced with Tan Lili, Su Mingyang found himself at a loss. Having been reborn, he wished to sever ties with his past and live anew. He knew he must cut all ties with Tan Lili, though he had yet to devise a suitable way to express this. Upon encountering Tan Lili's proactive approach, he could only respond, "I am well now. It's been over 20 days since I was discharged. With nothing to occupy my time at home, I decided to return to work. The team has kindly allowed me to assist with some minor tasks." Tan Lili, noticing that Su Mingyang exhibited no extreme emotions or actions, felt a slight sense of relief. After a moment of contemplation, she said, "Su Mingyang, your recovery is a tremendous blessing. As the saying goes, those who survive great adversity are destined for future fortune. You are still young and should focus on your career. It would be wise to avoid mingling with those reckless individuals from the outside world, sparing your parents some worry." Su Mingyang nodded in acknowledgement, replying, "Thank you, Sister Tan." Seeing Su Mingyang so amenable today, Tan Lili mustered her courage to express, "Su Mingyang, I am 8 years your senior, a divorced woman with a child. You must realize that our relationship is untenable. You will eventually seek marriage and fatherhood, while I too must find another partner. If we continue down this path, we risk wasting each other's time, so it is best for us to part ways. This would be for the benefit of us both." Su Mingyang nodded vigorously. He had been contemplating how to end their relationship, and her initiative aligned perfectly with his own desires. At this moment, anything he might say would feel inappropriate. He could only nod in silence. Tan Lili, touched by how smoothly the matter had been resolved, remarked, "Su Mingyang, I have spent a considerable amount of your money in the past, and I felt unable to visit you during your illness. Please accept this 1,000 yuan as a token of my compensation." Chapter 010 Submission. Tan Lili retrieved the prepared 1,000 yuan from her right pocket, having anticipated a challenging negotiation. She had mentally prepared for the worst, carrying 1,000 yuan in her right pocket and 2,000 yuan in her left, ready to offer either amount if necessary. To her surprise, the conversation unfolded remarkably smoothly, and she felt a deep sense of indebtedness for not visiting him during his hospitalization, prompting her to offer the 1,000 yuan as compensation. Su Mingyang was already content with severing ties with Tan Lili. He longed to extricate himself from this relationship and had no desire for her money. He quickly waved his hands, saying, No, Sister Tan, it is not easy for you to raise a child alone. I cannot accept this money. Let the past remain in the past." After several attempts to decline, Tan Lili recognized his steadfast refusal and was genuinely moved. Looking at Su Mingyang, she said, "Mingyang, although we have ended this relationship today, we can still remain good friends. Please do not hesitate to reach out if you need anything." Su Mingyang nodded, affirming, "Yes. Sister Tan, we shall remain good friends." When Su Mingyang returned to the team, it was already 11:30. He retrieved the materials regarding Li Yan from the drawer and went home for lunch. After eating, he returned to his room to begin drafting. Before heading back to work in the afternoon, he not only completed the draft, but also made some simple revisions. Once he resumed work, he carefully revised the manuscript, requested paper from Qi Lirong, and sat at his desk to transcribe it. He finished the over 800-word piece in approximately 15 or 16 minutes. Then, he handed it to Qi Lirong, saying, "Secretary Qi, here is the article I wrote about Li Yan. Please take a look." Appreciating the writing style of Su Mingyang, which is characterized by its spontaneity, Qi Lirong took the manuscript she was handed. The title read, "The Elegance of Women on the Train," with a subtitle, "Remembering Li Yan, a train conductor from the Longjiang train section, a model worker from Songjiang province." This title immediately captivated her attention. Upon examining the content, she found the article remarkably concise, with deeply moving examples and a seamless flow that left her yearning for more after reading it in one breath. Although Qi Lirong's writing skills were rather average, she could easily discern the quality of the article. She was astonished to discover Su Mingyang's exceptional writing ability, prompting her to express her admiration. Setting the manuscript aside, Qi Lirong looked at Su Mingyang and said, "Xiao Su, I didn't realize your writing was this impressive. How did I miss it before?" Su Mingyang, slightly embarrassed, replied with a smile, "Secretary Qi, I haven't written any news reports before, This is my first attempt. Qi Lirong responded. To write so well on your first try demonstrates your significant potential for development. You must write more in the future to contribute to the team. Su Mingyang affirmed, certainly. Secretary Qi, I will write more for the team. By the way, there was a notable event this morning when the 8th group returned. It's with Li Yanan. I'll ask her to bring it over for you to review so we can compose another piece. With that, Qi Lirong turned and called out to the room across the way. Li Yanan, please bring over the materials for the good news from the 8th group. Hastily, Li Yanan approached, holding a sheet of paper. Secretary Qi, this is from Wang Haijin. It's a bit jumbled, and I haven't had the chance to organize it yet. Qi Lirong said, no worries, let Su Mingyang take a look first. It can be sorted out later. Li Yanan held a poor impression of Su Mingyang and had not acknowledged him since the morning. Although she felt displeased at being asked to show the materials to him, she dared not object. She placed the paper onto Su Mingyang's desk without a word and returned to her office. Aware of his less-than-stellar reputation, Su Mingyang was unfazed by Li Yanan's demeanor and began to read the page. Despite the somewhat disorganized account penned by conductor Wang Haijin, he managed to piece together the events. A passenger had suffered a heart attack on the train, prompting an announcement for a doctor. They administered a quick-acting heart medication and transferred the passenger to a station midway through, requesting that he be taken to a hospital for further treatment. Such incidents occurred countless times yearly on trains across the nation. They were commonplace. Unless elevated to a certain level of significance, the Liaoqing Railway News would not publish such accounts. An idea sparked in Su Mingyang's mind, and he swiftly grabbed a pen. Scribbling the title on a scrap of paper, Racing Against Death. The subtitle read, For the Life of a Passenger. The central theme revolved around a passenger's heart attack, teetering on the brink of death, and how the Blue Island crew seized the critical 3 minutes of golden time to save the passenger's life from the clutches of death. After completing a 600-word manuscript in one breath and revising it, Qi Lirong was thoroughly pleased with the result. She instructed Su Mingyang, Xiao Su, please take these 2 pieces to the party committee office and have the secretary who visited this morning, affix the official seal. Without the committee's review and seal, the newspaper will not publish the articles. Understood, Secretary Qi, Su Mingyang replied, well versed in the procedures of news reporting. He acknowledged her request and descended the stairs, making his way to the office building, where he found Hu Chengping in the 3rd-floor party committee office. Handing him the manuscripts, he said, Secretary Hu, I've written 2 articles and seek your approval with the seal. Hu Chengping was taken aback. He had just encouraged Su Mingyang to write earlier that day, and now he presented 2 articles for review. Intrigued, Hu took the manuscripts and began reading. The title of the first piece immediately excited him. It was striking, and the content further captivated him. This was not the work of a novice in news reporting. It was crafted with the finesse of a seasoned writer. The language was succinct, the word choices precise, and the examples vivid, bringing the characters to life. A rare gem indeed. Upon finishing the second article, Hu Chengping could hardly conceal his enthusiasm for discovering talent. He remarked to Su Mingyang, Xiao Su, your writing is exceptional. How can you claim to have never written a report before? Su Mingyang modestly replied, I've scribbled a few things in the past, but never submitted anything. This is indeed my first attempt at news reporting. Hu Chengping, brimming with excitement, proclaimed, to write so well on your first try promises even greater achievements in the future. When the next training session for correspondence is held, I will ensure you attend. With a smile, Su Mingyang responded, Thank you, Secretary Hu. Xiao Su, there's no need for formality between us. If you possess talent, it must shine. I shall do everything in my power to nurture it, Hu Chengping asserted, as he retrieved the party committee's official seal and stamped it on both manuscripts. He then took out several sheets of writing paper, along with envelopes and postage stamps, offering them to Su Mingyang. Xiao Su, use these for now, and come back to me for more when you run out. Chapter 011. A pleasing transformation. Su Mingyang gratefully accepted the supplies, saying, Thank you, Secretary Hu. After a moment of contemplation, Hu Chengping produced a small rectangular brocade box from the drawer and handed it to Su Mingyang. Xiao Su, this is a souvenir from my recent meeting at the Railway Bureau, a fine fountain pen. I hope it inspires you to write even more remarkable articles. Su Mingyang quickly protested. No, such a splendid pen is too much for me. Hu Chengping insisted. Xiao Su, there's no need for formality between us. You must accept this gift. As he pressed the pen into Su Mingyang's hand, it became evident that Hu Chengping was earnest in his intention. Relenting, Su Mingyang said, Thank you. Secretary Hu. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Wait a moment, Xiao Su, Hu Changping said, sitting at his desk. He took an envelope and began to write. Once finished, he placed the 2 manuscripts inside, sealed the envelope with glue, and affixed a postage stamp. Handing it to Su Mingyang, he instructed, make sure to mail these. Go to the mailbox in front of the post office. They collect mail twice daily, and again at 4 in the afternoon, which is perfect timing. I cannot guarantee how often other mailboxes are emptied. Timeliness is crucial in reporting. Do not let it be delayed. Upon receiving the envelope, Su Mingyang exited the party committee office and descended the stairs. Arriving at the service building of the vehicle fleet, he intended to ride his motorcycle to the post office. However, he found himself at a loss for where to place the manuscript and envelope in his hands, as his pockets were full. Thus, he turned back and entered the dispatch room, addressing the on-duty dispatcher, Li Changxin. Master Li, could you kindly hold on to my manuscript for a moment? I shall return shortly to retrieve it. Su Mingyang, having frequently taken sick leave, had often interacted with the dispatch team, earning a good rapport with Li Changxin through shared cigarettes. Recognizing him, Li Changxin expressed his surprise. Xiao Su, you're back to health? Su Mingyang replied, indeed. Today marks my first day back at work. Li Changxin responded, wonderful, wonderful. It's great to have you back. You can leave your things here. Thank you, Master Li. Su Mingyang placed his belongings down and proceeded to the post office on his motorcycle, where he promptly deposited the letter into the mailbox before returning. The previous Sunday, Su Mingyang had meticulously cleaned his motorcycle, intending to sell it at the vehicle market, hoping to find an unsuspecting buyer to make a profit. However, he encountered not only seasoned dealers, but also knowledgeable buyers who scrutinized the motorcycle. One dealer attempted to lowball him, offering only 6,000 yuan, which Su Mingyang firmly rejected. Selling it for such a price would not be worth it. Aside from a minor incident of falling, the motorcycle had no significant issues, and the engine was in excellent condition. He resolved to try his luck again at the market the following Sunday, aiming to sell without incurring a loss. If unsuccessful, he would continue to ride it, as the warm spring weather was perfect for motorcycling. Upon returning to the station, Su Mingyang chose not to retrieve his belongings from the dispatch room. Although he had a temporary desk within the vehicle fleet, it was a shared office, and he could not store his items in the drawer. The office was frequently used for team shifts, leaving no room for personal belongings. Thus, he decided to take his things home when he finished work and directly returned to the vehicle fleet. Xiao Su, you're back. Qi Lirong greeted him upon his entrance. Su Mingyang replied, yes, Secretary Qi, I went to the party office to get a stamp and then made a trip to the post office to send off the manuscript. Qi Lirong commented, your manuscript is quite good. I believe the newspaper will likely publish it. At the very least, they should accept one of your pieces. Su Mingyang smiled and said, Secretary Qi, I would be content with just one publication. Qi Lirong encouraged him further. Xiao Su, you have a solid foundation. Keep writing and practicing. If you apply yourself diligently, you will certainly reach the level of veteran correspondence, producing one article after another. Certainly, Secretary Qi, I will strive to double my efforts. Su Mingyang thought to himself, chuckling at the notion of a veteran correspondent publishing every piece. He knew that even a seasoned journalist could not produce a publishable article every time, but he chose not to challenge Qi Lirong on this point, viewing it as encouragement instead. Qi Lirong then retrieved 2 spare keys threaded with a black cord from her drawer and handed them to Su Mingyang, saying, these are spare keys for my office and the captain's. Use them, so in case we're all away, you can still access the room. Understood, Secretary Qi. Su Mingyang took the key, feeling a certain joy within. The transition from Qi Lirong's cold and businesslike demeanor upon his arrival that morning to her now, considering his feelings, was a delightful change. He believed that with diligent effort, he could eventually alter the unfavorable impression the team leaders held of him. As evening fell and work hours concluded, Su Mingyang found a convenient bag and went to the dispatch office to collect some writing paper and other materials before riding his motorcycle home. After enjoying dinner, he seated himself at his desk, laid out the paper, and began to compose an essay he had conceived earlier that afternoon. While writing news reports could undoubtedly yield both fame and fortune, crafting literary works would elevate his reputation and status even further. The team lacked sufficient newsworthy material, so since literary pieces also counted as communication reports, he resolved to write more of them whenever time permitted. In his previous life, he had penned numerous short essays, travelogues, and short stories, with the Liaoqing Railway News publishing over 100 of his pieces. Writing such works now came to him with ease. During the afternoon lull, he began to brainstorm ideas for similar articles for the Liaoqing Railway News, ensuring that they revolved around railway operations and the lives of employees. Like the communication reports, each piece was not to exceed 1,000 words, ideally contained within 800 or 900. It did not take long before a fresh essay depicting the life of train attendants was completed. After revising it and reading through it once more, he felt satisfied and meticulously copied it onto the writing paper. Checking for any typographical errors or punctuation mistakes, he noted the time. It was only 8:30 p.m. Thus, he commenced writing his second piece, which he finished around 10 o'clock. He took out an envelope, labeled it appropriately, placed both manuscripts inside, sealed it, and affixed a stamp, preparing to mail it first thing in the morning before washing up and heading to bed. In truth, he could have sent his submissions to the Liaoqing Railway News via railway courier or registered mail, which would have been cost-effective and convenient. However, the downside was that letters often went missing during transit, and sending via courier or registered mail required going through the segment's administrative office, which only delivered mail to the station once each morning. This was rather inconvenient, leading Su Mingyang to prefer mailing his manuscripts through the post office instead. The following morning, Su Mingyang departed from home at 6:30 a.m. After submitting his manuscripts at the post office, he arrived at his workplace, which began at 7:30 a.m., a full 40 minutes early. Chapter 012. A triple success. The team had yet to arrive, so Su Mingyang opened the doors to the captain's and secretary's offices, began sweeping and mopping the floors, and organized the items on each desk, ensuring they were all tidy. He fetched 2 thermoses of hot water from the pantry and then sat at a communal desk to read the newspaper. When Han Shui entered the office and spotted Su Mingyang, she was taken aback. Wasn't he supposed to be in a vegetative state? How could he be sitting here? She had been part of the Team S inspection group that boarded a train 2 days prior and had not seen Su Mingyang when the Blue Island train returned yesterday. She had gone straight home to rest and was only returning to work today. Upon seeing Han Shui enter, Su Mingyang quickly stood up with a smile and said, "Sister Han, you're here?" Han Shui let out a cold snort, disregarding Su Mingyang's attempt at conversation, and instead questioned icily, "Su Mingyang, what are you doing here?" Su Mingyang, feeling somewhat awkward from the cold reception, nevertheless maintained his composure. After all, his reputation was rather tarnished. With a smile, he replied, "I officially started work yesterday. Captain Zhou asked me to assist with some odd jobs in the vehicle team for a few days." This time, he refrained from addressing her as Sister Han, having received no acknowledgement the first time. "Did you clean this place and the table?" Cleaning duties, such as wiping tables and sweeping floors, were the domain of Han Shui and Li Yanan. Li Yanan was responsible for maintaining cleanliness in the captain's office, while Han Shui took care of the secretary's office. Su Mingyang affirmed, "Yes, since there was nothing else to do, I tidied up." Han Shui thought to herself, "Humph, your clumsy attempts at flattery are futile. It saves me from exerting myself." She reached for the thermos, intending to fetch water. Assuming it was empty, she grasped it casually, only to discover it was full and quite heavy. As she lifted it, it slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. With a loud crash, the glass shattered, and hot water and steam erupted. Startled, Han Shui was relieved to find that she was wearing leather shoes and long pants, which shielded her from burns. "Su Mingyang, did you fill that thermos?" she demanded angrily, pointing a finger at him. Seeing Han Shui shift the blame onto him for her own mistake, Su Mingyang felt a surge of frustration, yet he remained composed. "Yes, I just filled it. It didn't scald you, did it? You shouldn't meddle where you don't belong. Did you think I wanted to be scalded? Can you afford to compensate me?" Han Shui continued to shout. At that moment, Qi Lirong entered the room. Hearing the commotion in the corridor, she stepped in to find the thermos shattered and water everywhere. "What on earth happened?" she inquired. Han Shui pointed accusingly at Su Mingyang, but momentarily found herself at a loss for words. "Secretary Qi, this is what happened." Su Mingyang recounted the events, then added, "You can ask her if that's not the case." Upon hearing Su Mingyang's account, Qi Lirong noted that Han Shui had no valid argument, as she did not refute anything he said, which confirmed the truth of his account. However, Han Shui had served Qi Lirong for over 2 years, and naturally, she would not take Su Mingyang's side. Observing that Han Shui's pants and shoes were wet, she asked, "Han Shui, were you burned?" "Not at all," Han Shui replied. "That's good. Please go get a new thermos liner," Qi Lirong instructed. After Han Shui left, Qi Lirong turned to Su Mingyang, saying, "Please clean this up, and make sure to sweep up all the glass shards. They could cause injury." With just a few light words, Qi Lirong brushed aside the entire incident, offering no support to Su Mingyang. In the passenger transport team, he held no significant position. No one afforded him any respect, and certainly, no one would stand up for him. Although Su Mingyang felt a tinge of frustration within, he did not express it outwardly. With a simple acknowledgement, he took up the broom and dustpan and began his cleaning duties. This incident did not greatly impact Su Mingyang. Each morning, he was invariably the first to arrive at the depot, meticulously tidying both rooms, filling the thermos with boiling water, and diligently working whenever there was a task to be done. On days devoid of work, he would jot down notes or draft writings, returning home in the evening to revise and copy them neatly, ready to dispatch at the post office the following morning. Whenever Qi Lirong required materials to be transcribed, she always had Han Shui do it whenever she was home. Han Shui would only venture out for a few days during the monthly inspections, spending the rest of her time at the depot, leaving Su Mingyang with little to attend to. Following that incident, Han Shui never cast a glance at Su Mingyang again, nor did she engage him in conversation. Naturally, Su Mingyang did not take the initiative to speak to her either. For 2 consecutive Sundays, Su Mingyang attempted to sell his motorcycle at the market, but to no avail. The highest offer he received was 6,200 yuan, yet after careful consideration, he decided against selling it. If he could not find a suitable buyer next Sunday, he resolved to keep it for his own use. As Monday arrived, Su Mingyang's heart brimmed with hope. Aside from the various essays and short stories he had penned, it had been over 10 days since he mailed the first 4 pieces, and he felt it was time for them to be published. Last Friday and Saturday, he eagerly checked the newspapers upon their arrival, only to find his name absent. Today, he anticipated the papers from Friday and Saturday, convinced that at least one of his pieces would be featured, as he held confidence in his writing ability. Typically, the office would dispatch mail to the station's luggage room around 9 a.m., returning with newspapers to distribute to various departments and the transport team between 9:30 and 10 a.m. Today, however, Su Mingyang found himself disinterested in writing. Seated at his desk, he sipped tea while perusing the previous day's newspapers to pass the time. As the clock approached 9:30, Captain Zhou summoned him and Li Yanin to the materials department to collect labor protection supplies. Reluctantly, he accompanied Li Yanin to the department, where they endured a lengthy queue among the staff from various departments before finally receiving their items, only to return to the depot just before 10 a.m. As soon as Su Mingyang entered the room, Qi Lirong excitedly waved the newspaper in her hand and exclaimed, "Xiao Su, both of your articles have been published." Su Mingyang, elated, replied, "Really? Let me see." He took the newspaper from Qi Lirong and began to read. The Friday edition featured his article Racing Against Death, while the Saturday edition showcased a report on the provincial model worker, Li Yin, both appearing on the second page. After perusing these 2 reports, he casually flipped to page 4 and immediately spotted his essay Scenery Along the Train Route prominently displayed as the headline on that page. This was indeed a remarkable achievement. Chapter 013, Correspondent Training Class. Su Mingyang noted that his piece Scenery Along the Train Route was published in the Saturday edition. The 4th page of the Saturday newspaper was dedicated to the Cultural Journey section, rather than the pure literary section published every Tuesday, known as Literary World. This particular section primarily featured travelogues, essays, and reflections on reading, while novels, poetry, and miscellaneous essays were specifically reserved for Literary World. Thus, placing his essay in this section was quite fitting. Xiao Su, you truly possess remarkable talent. Both of your articles have been published. At this moment, Qi Lirong was exceedingly delighted. Initially, she had not anticipated that Su Mingyang's submissions would be featured, especially after the incident with Han Shui, which had naturally caused her to grow somewhat distant. However, today's unexpected surprise, with 2 articles published at once, rekindled her enthusiasm for Su Mingyang. "You flatter me, Secretary Qi," Su Mingyang humbly remarked. "In fact, I have 3 articles published. The front page piece in Saturday's 4th section was also penned by me. Is that so? Please, let me see." Upon hearing this, Qi Lirong was even more thrilled. She hastily took the newspaper from Su Mingyang's hands and observed that indeed, beneath the article about the scenic train routes in the 4th section, Su Mingyang's name was prominently displayed. She could not help but exclaim, "Xiao Su, I had no idea you were so adept at writing literary works." Scratching his head, Su Mingyang replied, "Secretary Qi, it's not quite that impressive. Although I have written before, I had never submitted any work. Last time, when Secretary Hu mentioned that submissions for the supplementary section also counted as communication reports, I decided to try my hand at writing a few pieces and submitted them. To my surprise, they were actually published. How many pieces did you write? Qi Lirong inquired, intrigued to learn that Su Mingyang had not merely written one literary work, but several. After pondering for a moment, Su Mingyang replied, in total, I have written about 6 or 7 pieces. Have you submitted them all? Qi Lirong asked eagerly. Yes, I submitted everything. Just last Saturday, I sent in another piece. Su Mingyang confirmed. Wonderful. As long as half of them are published, that could mean 3 or 4 pieces. And if you have indeed submitted 6 or 7, I shall have the train conductor contact a few reporters at the newspaper to publish some more. Perhaps we might truly accomplish our tasks for the first half of the year. Qi Lirong seemed to glimpse the dawn of success, her face radiating with excitement. Listening to Qi Lirong sing Su Mingyang's praises from the sidelines, Han Shui felt a pang of bitterness. So what if a few articles have been published? Has he forgotten his own name? With his abilities, no team would want him. What significance do a few trivial articles hold? As junior members of the team, both Han Shui and Li Yanan could write to some degree. Otherwise, they would not have secured their positions, often drafting reports for the team. When the team's communication reporting tasks went unfulfilled, Qi Lirong had also enlisted their help, and they produced numerous submissions. However, due to their limited skills and inability to grasp the essence of communication reports, none of their works were published, leading them to abandon their efforts. Gradually, Qi Lirong ceased to pressure them when it became apparent that their submissions were not making it to print. Xiao Su, from now on, you shall be the one to write about any commendable happenings within the team. Additionally, I encourage you to compose more literary works, striving to fulfill our communication reporting objectives. In due time, aside from the rewards from our department, the team shall also grant you a bonus, Qi Lirong declared. With a smile, Su Mingyang replied, certainly, Secretary Qi. I shall endeavor to do my best. After finishing his tasks, Hu Chengping picked up the newspaper delivered that day. He was delighted to discover that 2 articles written by Su Mingyang had been published. As he perused Su's writings, he noted the young man's eloquence and ability to capture the essence of the communications report, which made him optimistic about the likelihood of publication. To his pleasant surprise, both articles had indeed made it to print. He promptly called Qi Lirong, exclaiming, Secretary Qi, did you see that both articles written by our team Su have been published? With a smile, Qi Lirong responded, I saw it. However, Secretary Hu, it's not just 2, it's 3. 3. Which one is the third? Hu Chengping inquired, intrigued. Qi Lirong explained, Secretary Hu, if you look at the front page of the 4th section in Saturday's newspaper, you'll find that literary piece was also penned by Su Mingyang. Is that so? Let me take a look. As he spoke, Hu Chengping grabbed the newspaper and, upon seeing the article titled Train Scenery, he chuckled. Indeed, it is his work. I nearly missed it as I hadn't checked the 4th section earlier. I missed it too, Secretary Hu, until he pointed it out to me, Qi Lirong added. Hu Chengping remarked, I have always said that our division is not lacking in talent. Rather, we are not adept at discovering it. Su has suddenly produced 3 articles. What do you have to worry about with your team's workload now? Absolutely. As long as I keep an eye on him and get the train conductor to reach out to acquaintances in the newspaper industry for assistance, we might just accomplish it. Qi Lirong replied, that's the right approach. We must focus on nurturing talent like Su, and I will also keep a close watch on his progress, Hu Chengping affirmed. Certainly. Secretary Hu, I will, Qi Lirong smiled. On Thursday, the Tuesday edition of the Liaoqing Railway newspaper arrived. Su Mingyang went straight to the 4th section, the literary realm, and was overjoyed to find his short story Anecdotes of Conductor How featured prominently on the front page. He hurriedly brought it to Qi Lirong's attention. Upon seeing it, Qi Lirong was even more delighted and exclaimed, Su, you can write novels too? With humility, Su Mingyang replied, Secretary Qi, I merely tried my hand at it. And to my surprise, the newspaper chose to publish it. Well, that's only because you wrote it well. Otherwise, they wouldn't have published it. From now on, you should write more frequently. Whenever something good happens in the team, you should report on it. When there's nothing, you can write literary pieces. The success of our team's reporting tasks depends on you. Qi Lirong encouraged. I will certainly strive to do my best. Su Mingyang promised. As Su followed team leader Zhou to the platform to receive the train, the phone on Qi Lirong's desk rang. She answered, Hello, who is this? Secretary Qi. This is Hu Chengping. I have something to inform you, came the voice on the other end. Upon recognizing Hu Chengping's voice, Qi Lirong smiled and asked, "Secretary Hu, what good news do you bring?" Hu Chengping replied, "Next week, the publicity department of the Sub-Bureau will hold a training session for correspondents at the Dongquan Sanatorium. After discussion by the party committee, it has been decided to send Su Mingyang from your team and Li Ping from the 5th team to attend. You are to inform Su Mingyang to prepare himself. Each correspondent attending the training must bring at least one piece of written work, which will be revised and commented on by the editor from Liaoqing Railway newspaper. This is indeed a splendid opportunity." Chapter 014. Details determine success or failure, Qi Lirong said. "All right. Thank you, Secretary Hu, for your consideration. I will notify Xiao Su as soon as he returns from picking up the train." Hu Chengping replied, "Secretary Qi, I must tell you, this training session has only provided our bureau with 2 spots. Many people are eager to attend, and the competition is rather fierce. I specifically recommended Su Mingyang to Secretary LV. You must ensure he seizes this opportunity." Qi Lirong smiled and said, "Thank you, Secretary Hu. I will certainly inform him." Hu Chengping continued, "Have him report to my office at 1:30 p.m. next Monday. I will brief them on the training details. And then he and Li Ping can take the 2:15 train to Dongquan together." "Understood, Secretary Hu," Qi Lirong replied. Once Su Mingyang returned from picking up the train, Qi Lirong shared this delightful news with him. Su Mingyang was pleased to hear it. However, he was troubled by the requirement to bring a written piece. The second passenger team had not encountered any notable events recently, and there were no remarkable experiences to share. The training session for correspondents only allowed for news reports, not literary works, an unfortunate predicament. Su Mingyang expressed his concerns, and Qi Lirong found herself in a bind as well. It was unacceptable to fabricate news in the absence of genuine stories. She could only say, "Xiao Su, think carefully and see if there is anything worth writing about from our team." "All right, Secretary Qi, I will ponder it further," Su Mingyang reluctantly agreed. New correspondents often feel devoid of material to write about, while seasoned correspondents seem to have an endless supply of topics. This disparity lies in perspective. New correspondents seek inspiration from significant events, whereas experienced correspondents excel at discovering brilliance in the mundane, subsequently refining it into compelling articles. Su Mingyang undoubtedly possessed a keen eye for news. However, having just returned to life, he had yet to step aboard a train and was in a somewhat dazed state, struggling to extract valuable news material. At noon, after finishing lunch at home, Su Mingyang lay on his bed, attempting to rest, but found himself unable to shake off thoughts of the task at hand. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him as he recalled the scene from the morning when a train attendant discarded a broken screwdriver upon his arrival at the platform. He exclaimed with excitement, "I've got it! The Longjiang train section's Blue Island train is a prestigious red flag train of the Ministry of Railways. As a ministry-level red flag train, it is essential that basic sanitation standards are met. The crew often organizes surprise inspections of cleanliness, and stringent hygiene requirements are upheld during operations. Maintaining cleanliness both in the depot and en route is standard practice. However, therein lies a challenge. Numerous areas aboard the train are notoriously difficult to clean. Some nooks and crannies are referred to as dead corners, such as beneath the heating pipes where small debris accumulates, eluding both broom and finger. Some crew members devised a clever solution, crafting small wire hooks to reach in and extract the refuse. Naturally, the supplies for the train attendants do not include screwdrivers, as those are tools designated for the inspectors. At this moment, the consumption of bubblegum has become exceedingly popular. Travelers, upon finishing their gum during their journey, carelessly spit it onto the ground, resulting in sticky remnants adhering to the carriage floor. After being trampled by numerous feet, these patches resemble unsightly black blobs akin to dogskin plaster. Consequently, it falls upon the train staff to remove these unsightly residues. The inherent stickiness of bubblegum, coupled with the hardening caused by constant trampling, makes it tenaciously cling to the carriage floor, rendering it quite challenging to clean. Initially, some proposed using a putty knife to scrape it off, but the tool proved too soft, lacking the necessary strength, and it was ineffective against the stubborn gum. Others suggested employing a screwdriver. However, the narrow and somewhat thick tip rendered it impractical. Eventually, someone devised a solution by taking a large screwdriver to the maintenance workshop, asking a friend to use a pneumatic hammer to flatten and widen the tip, followed by sharpening the blade. This modification made the tool remarkably efficient, allowing for the gum to be scraped off with ease. However, Prolonged use inevitably leads to wear and tear, as evidenced by the screwdriver discarded by a staff member today due to a cracked wooden handle rendering it unusable. At this time, the creation of such small tools was an individual endeavor, as the maintenance department had yet to formally equip train crews with these specialized implements, which would later be referred to as the 5 small tools. At this stage, however, it was merely a natural developmental phase, devoid of an official designation. Su Mingyang immediately conceived the title for his report, The Little Inventor on the Train. Upon starting his shift that afternoon, he inquired with Qi Lirong about the originators of these small tools. Qi informed him that the inventive mind behind these implements was Li Wenyuan from the Blue Island 4th Group. Realizing that locating the inventor would suffice for his article, Su shared his thoughts with Qi, who enthusiastically supported his pursuit. Su expressed a desire to interview Li Wenyuan to gain insight into the creation of these tools and her motivations. Without such understanding, crafting a compelling article would be difficult. After Qi calculated the work hours, she informed Su that Li Wenyuan was currently at home resting and suggested sending Han Shui to fetch her. Although Han was somewhat reluctant, she complied, eventually returning after more than an hour. Su Mingyang had not previously met Li Wenyuan, who appeared to be in her mid-30s. Standing tall among women at approximately 165 meters, her appearance was quite ordinary, yet her robust physique exuded strength, indicative of someone accustomed to hard labor. Qi Lirong briefed Li Wenyuan on Su's intention to interview her for an article, which visibly delighted Li. In an era where individuals possessed a strong drive for self-improvement and worked diligently, the prospect of having her inventions featured in a newspaper filled her with enthusiasm, prompting her to eagerly share her experiences with Su. Su occasionally posed targeted questions, to which she responded with remarkable detail. These nuances were precisely what Su sought. The quality of an article often hinges on the particulars, and without interviewing her, he could not fabricate such intricate details. After bidding farewell to Li Wenyuan, Su settled at his desk to draft the article. By the end of his shift, he had revised the draft once. Upon returning home that evening, he made further refinements. Feeling satisfied with the result, he then transcribed the final piece onto manuscript paper, swiftly producing a concise communication of approximately 800 words. Upon completing his writing and tidying up his materials, Su Mingyang astutely realized that submitting such an article to the People's Railway might prove fruitful. This modest invention holds significant guidance and reference value for the national passenger system. Moreover, the timeliness of such a piece is not critical. It could be submitted today, tomorrow, or even a month later without losing relevance. Therefore, building upon the original draft, Su Mingyang meticulously refined the text, condensing the 800-word composition to approximately 600 words. He carefully transcribed it onto manuscript paper, prepared an envelope, affixed a stamp, and resolved to send it out the following day. Chapter 015. A stroke of luck. Su Mingyang arrived at the team before 7 a.m., tidied up the 2 rooms, boiled water, and then picked up a newspaper to read. Just then, Han Shui entered, and, upon seeing Su Mingyang seated confidently like a leader engrossed in the newspaper, let out a disdainful huff. Recently, due to the publication of Su Mingyang's articles, Qi Lirong's attitude towards him had improved significantly, leaving Han Shui feeling neglected and uncomfortable. The more she observed him, the more irksome he became. Additionally, Han Shui had previously expressed a desire to join the correspondent training program. She had approached Hu Qingping, and Qi Lirong had also interceded on her behalf. However, with limited spots available and many eager candidates, Hu Qingping had deemed it impossible for Han Shui to attend, especially considering she had yet to see any of her articles published. Now, however, Hu Qingping had granted a coveted spot to Su Mingyang, which left her feeling quite resentful. What was so remarkable about having published a couple of inconsequential articles? In response to Han Shui's unfriendly demeanor, Su Mingyang feigned indifference, choosing to ignore her and continuing to read his newspaper. It was only when Qi Lirong entered that he set the newspaper aside, standing to greet her. "Secretary Qi, you have arrived." Qi Lirong nodded and inquired, "Xiao Su, how is that report coming along?" Su Mingyang replied, "Secretary Qi, it is already completed. I plan to consult with Secretary Hu at the party office shortly to have him review it." "Very well, go ahead. I have complete confidence in your writing," Qi Lirong responded assuredly. As the workday commenced, Su Mingyang proceeded to the office building of the section and found Hu Qingping. Presenting the 800-word article, he said, "Secretary Hu, the training program requires a piece of writing, and I have prepared one. Would you kindly take a look?" Hu Qingping accepted the manuscript but did not examine it immediately. Instead, he remarked, "Xiao Su, you have become quite the polymath, with your continuous publications in news reporting, fiction, and essays. I wonder how I had not noticed your talents before." With a smile, Su Mingyang replied, "Secretary Hu, in the past, I wrote solely for my own amusement and did not submit my work. How could you have discovered me?" Hu Qingping chuckled at Su Mingyang's response, acknowledging, "Indeed, it is never too late to discover talent. Any literary work published in the Liaoqing Railway News counts towards our section's reporting tasks. Whenever you find the time, feel free to write more. I shall reward you for any publication." Su Mingyang added, "During this period, I have written around 7 or 8 pieces, all submitted to the Liaoqing Railway News. I anticipate that at least 1 or 2 will be published." Hu Qingping smiled and said, "You are absolutely right. It is essential to write more whenever possible." As he spoke, he opened the manuscript in his hands. Worker-Inventor? At the final draft stage, Su Mingyang had altered the title from Little Inventor on the Train to Worker-Inventor. Upon seeing this title, Hu Qingping's eyes brightened. What could a worker from a train depot possibly invent? Unable to resist, he continued reading, finishing the piece of over 800 words in one breath, and suddenly realized its profound significance. Drawing from his extensive experience in external publicity, Hu Qingping immediately recognized the article's value. It discovered extraordinary stories within the ordinary. Editors greatly appreciate such submissions, and Su Mingyang's writing was both vivid and poignant. It would be an injustice not to publish it. Hu Qingping could not help but exclaim in admiration and said to Su Mingyang, "Xiao Su, this article is exceptionally well written. You should take it to the correspondent training class. The editors will surely take notice." "Thank you for your guidance, Secretary Hu," Su Mingyang replied, pulling out the 600-word piece from an envelope. "Secretary Hu, I believe this article has a chance if submitted to People's Railway, so I refined it a bit, compressing it to 600 words, and I am ready to submit it. Could you please stamp it?" "Not a problem, not a problem." Hu Qingping took the manuscript, read it once more, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Xiao Su, your writing is remarkably mature, exhibiting a deft command of style. It feels as if it's penned by a seasoned correspondent rather than a newcomer." Su Mingyang chuckled, "Secretary Hu, please, no more flattery. I might lose my sense of direction." "This is no flattery. I speak the truth. The manuscript is indeed well crafted." Hu Qingping remarked as he opened the filing cabinet, retrieved the party's official seal, stamped the manuscript, and handed it back to Su Mingyang, saying, "Hurry and send it off. Remember, arrive here promptly next Monday at 1:30. "Understood, Secretary Hu. Goodbye." Su Mingyang exited the party office, descended the stairs, and took his motorcycle to the post office. Upon returning to the depot and parking beneath the crew building, Zhang Ming suddenly appeared, saying, "Mingyang, where have you been? I've been waiting for you for ages." Zhang Ming was Su Mingyang's childhood friend. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lent him such an expensive motorcycle. The incident was merely an accident, and Su Mingyang bore him no grudge. Seeing Zhang Ming had come to the depot, Su Mingyang asked, "What brings you to the unit? Is there something urgent?" Zhang Ming replied, "I have a pressing matter at my second uncle's home in Jinhua, and I need to borrow your motorcycle. I will return it to you tomorrow." Jinhua was a village under Longjiang City, over 30 kilometers from the urban area, with no train service. There was only one bus daily, departing in the morning and returning in the evening, making transportation quite inconvenient. "All right, take it," Su Mingyang said, swinging a leg over and handing the motorcycle to Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming expressed his gratitude, hopped on the motorcycle, and hurriedly rode away. Until around 8 o'clock the following evening, as Su Mingyang was watching television at home, Zhang Mingkai knocked on the door and entered, returning the motorcycle keys to him. "Mingyang, I just got back. I've parked your bike in the storage shed and filled it up with gas, but it's a bit dirty. I didn't have time to clean it." "You can wash it yourself tomorrow," he said. "All right, I'll take care of it tomorrow," Su Mingyang replied. Zhang Ming added, "Mingyang, I need to hurry home. My second aunt is gravely ill and may not have much time left. I must inform my parents so they can arrange a visit early tomorrow morning, or it might be too late." Upon hearing the gravity of the situation, Su Mingyang quickly said, "Then you should rush back. If you need any help, just let me know." Okay. Zhang Ming replied hurriedly before departing. The next day was Sunday. After breakfast, Su Mingyang decided to visit the motorcycle market to try his luck. When he went to retrieve his bike from the storage shed, he was taken aback by its condition. It was not merely a bit dirty. It was covered in a thick layer of yellow mud and grime on the wheels, exhaust pipe, fairings, and fuel tank, rendering it nearly unrecognizable. Initially intending to merely explore the market, he lacked the motivation to clean the bike and instead rode it directly to the motorcycle market. As the market opened, the bicycle section was bustling with people, while the motorcycle area was relatively quiet, showcasing about a dozen bikes. As soon as Su Mingyang parked and set up his motorcycle, a potential buyer approached. However, when he quoted a price of 8,000 yuan, the buyer glanced at the mud-caked vehicle, shook his head, and walked away. After securing his bike, Su Mingyang lit a cigarette and wandered over to examine other motorcycles for sale. There were models from Jialing, Chongqing, the bulky Daxingfu, as well as a Honda 145 and a Suzuki 125. The Honda 145 appeared to be around 70% new, and when Su Mingyang inquired about the price, the seller immediately demanded 11,000 yuan. Su Mingyang held a particular fondness for the Honda 145. It exuded elegance, grandeur, and robust power. Frequently visiting the motorcycle market in Liaoqing, he knew that a bike of similar condition, around 80% new, could typically be acquired for about 9,000 yuan. Thus, 11,000 for this one, being merely 70% new, was evidently exorbitant. After a brief circuit of the market, Su Mingyang returned to his motorcycle, where a familiar dealer approached him. This was the same individual who had previously offered 6,000 yuan for Su Mingyang's bike. "Hey, little brother, how about 6,000 yuan? That's a fair price, isn't it?" Su Mingyang waved his hand, saying, "Brother, even if you offered 6,500, I wouldn't sell. Losing money is not an option, right?" With a chuckle, the dealer replied, "Well, then you should sell it yourself." Realizing that Su Mingyang was resolute in not selling, he turned and walked away. As a few other individuals passed by, they inquired about the price but quickly departed after seeing the filthy motorcycle. At that moment, a man with a shoulder bag hurriedly approached, glanced at Su Mingyang's motorcycle, and continued onward. After inspecting other bikes, he returned to Su Mingyang and asked, "How much are you selling this big 100 for?" Su Mingyang gestured with his hands in an 8 shape and replied, 8,000. "What has this vehicle come to that you dare ask for 8,000? A man exclaimed upon hearing the price. Su Mingyang, observing the man's demeanor, sensed his interest in purchasing the motorcycle and replied, "My good sir, this bike is nearly brand new, boasting a solid 90 condition. I've only ridden it for less than a year. I simply returned from the countryside late last night and didn't have the chance to wash it. Look." He pointed to the left side of the fuel tank, wiping away a layer of mud, revealing the gleaming underlying paint. He then did the same on the engine cover, which shone just as brightly. "See, it's indeed in remarkable condition." Su Mingyang refrained from mentioning that the right side had been repainted, as he showcased the pristine condition of the left side. The man examined the bike, wiping a few areas himself and uncovering the lustrous paint beneath the dirt, which appeared even more radiant against the mud-esque backdrop. Su Mingyang retrieved a pair of gloves from the storage compartment and vigorously polished larger sections of the fuel tank cover and exhaust pipe, stating, "Take a look, my friend. This bike is phenomenal." The man continued to wipe away the grime, inspecting various spots before declaring, "I'd like to take it for a test ride." "Absolutely," Su Mingyang responded, handing over the keys. As the man mounted the motorcycle and started it up, Su Mingyang took his place behind him. It was understood that someone must accompany the potential buyer during a test ride. Last year, a seller lost a Honda 145 to a buyer who rode off without paying, resulting in a loss of over 10,000. Noticing Su Mingyang's presence, the man expressed some irritation, saying, "Brother, do you think I would steal your bike?" Su Mingyang chuckled, "Not at all. It's simply the standard procedure for test rides. You can ask any reputable seller." The man felt reassured by Su Mingyang's explanation and slowly rode out of the marketplace onto the road, gradually accelerating. The engine sound was smooth and consistent, and with a slight twist of the throttle, the speed climbed steadily, indicating the engine was in excellent condition. After completing a lap, the man returned to the entrance of the marketplace and remarked, "Brother, this bike performs quite well, but 8,000 is too steep. How about this? I'll offer you 7,500, and if you agree, I'll take it right away. If not, I'll simply walk away." Su Mingyang felt a surge of joy at the man's offer of 7,500, thinking who wouldn't he want to sell for a higher price? "My friend, that's quite a harsh cut. 500 is more than a month's salary for me. What if you offered 7,800 instead?" The man remained resolute, stating, "Brother, I genuinely want to buy it, but I dislike prolonged negotiations. It's 7,500. If you accept, I'll hand over the cash. If not, I'll just leave." Realizing that the man meant to depart if he did not agree, and considering that this price would still yield him a profit of 400, equivalent to a month's wage, Su Mingyang waved his hand and conceded, "You are quite straightforward. 7,500 it is." The man pulled out a stack of crisp, unopened 100 yuan bills from his bag, counted out 25, and handed the rest to Su Mingyang, saying, "Brother, please count it. Make sure it's 7,500. Su Mingyang counted the money handed to him, confirming it was exactly 75 bills, and remarked, "Brother, 7,500 yuan is neither too much nor too little." The man replied, "We exchange cash for goods, a fair trade." With that, he mounted his motorcycle, waved goodbye to Su Mingyang, and rode away. As Su Mingyang watched the man's figure recede into the distance, he felt a genuine gratitude towards Zhang Ming for returning the vehicle without washing it yesterday. Otherwise, he would not have serendipitously sold the motorcycle so smoothly today. On Monday morning, Qi Lirong granted Su Mingyang a day off. By 1:30 p.m., he arrived at the party committee office with a leather bag in hand. Upon entering, Hu Changping greeted him with a smile. "Xiao Su, did you see that your essay was featured in Saturday's newspaper again?" Su Mingyang replied, "Is that so? I wasn't at the office this morning, so I missed it." Hu Changping handed him a copy of the newspaper, saying, "This one right here, it's another front-page story." Su Mingyang took the newspaper and indeed saw that his travelogue about Mopin Lake occupied the headline position on page 4. All 3 of his published literary works so far had graced the front page, earning him a commendable reward of 300 yuan for these 3 articles alone. Hu Changping chuckled, "Xiao Su, impressive. Having 3 literary pieces featured on the front page indicates the editor's high regard for your work. Conversely, it serves as a validation of your writing prowess." Just then, a woman entered, her hair styled in a leaf-like manner, dressed in a gray woolen long skirt and matching jacket. She appeared to be around 30 and possessed striking beauty. Noticing the jovial conversation between her and Hu Changping, it was evident they were quite familiar with one another. Hu Changping greeted her with a smile. "Li Ping, you're here. Allow me to introduce you. This is Su Mingyang from our passenger transport team too." "Hello, Su Mingyang," Li Ping exclaimed, extending her hand warmly for a handshake. "I've read your reports. I didn't expect you to be so young." As a seasoned correspondent from the Longjiang train section, she diligently followed each issue of the newspaper. Recently, she observed that the Liaoqing Railway had published consecutive reports about Team 2, and upon reading them, she assumed they were written by someone in their 30s or 40s due to their sophistication. Thus, she was taken aback to learn that this young man before her was Su Mingyang. Su Mingyang humbly responded, "I am merely a novice. Please forgive me for any shortcomings." Sisterly, Hu Changping added, "Su Mingyang, Li Ping is a distinguished figure in our section's reporting. She consistently contributes 30 to 40 articles each year to the Liaoqing Railway newspaper, covering all the reports for Team 5, and also contributing several pieces for the section. You should learn a lot from her." "Absolutely, I will certainly seek your guidance." Sisterly, Su Mingyang replied earnestly. Hu Changping then remarked to Li Ping, "Li Ping, Xiao Su is a promising talent in our section's reporting with exceptional writing skills. Not only has he had his reports published consecutively, but he has also seen his novels, essays, and prose published as well, including 3 recent pieces that topped the front page of the supplementary section." Li Ping expressed her astonishment. "Really? Xiao Su writes such impressive literary works? I've been focused solely on the reporting section lately and overlooked the articles in the supplementary." "Who's secretary? Do you have a copy of the newspaper? I'd like to take a look." Indeed, allow me to show you." Hu Changping replied while rummaging through a stack of newspapers. He extracted 3 publications featuring Su Mingyang's literary works and handed them to Li Ping, stating, "These 3 newspapers. All front-page headlines." Li Ping eagerly accepted them and began to peruse the contents. She discovered a novel, an essay, and a travelogue, all bearing the illustrious name of Su Mingyang, which led her to regard him with heightened esteem. Li Ping typically published 30 to 40 communication reports annually, occasionally managing to release a few short essays and poems. Her standards were rather lofty. Although Su Mingyang had published 2 communication reports, she had hardly considered them noteworthy, regarding their earlier interaction as mere pleasantries. However, the fact that Su Mingyang had managed to publish both a novel and essays, particularly occupying prime headlines, signified a remarkable literary prowess. Within the railway sector, those engrossed in literature often looked down upon those who merely wrote communication reports. Interestingly, many literary creators began their journeys in the realm of communication reports before transitioning into creative writing. Thus, those whose literary works were commendable garnered greater respect within this circle. Li Ping found herself lacking the time to delve into the specifics of Su Mingyang's 3 pieces, for their train was scheduled to depart at 2:15 p.m., leaving her insufficient time to read them in full. She expressed, "Secretary Hu, may I take these 3 newspapers with me? I would like to savor them during the train ride." Hu Chengping responded, "Please do take them. I have more copies here." He continued, "You are an experienced correspondent, having attended numerous training sessions. This is young Su's first time. Once on the train, kindly brief him on the pertinent details. Furthermore, he is still only 19, so please look after him during the training." Li Ping assured him, "No problem, Secretary Hu. You can rest easy in trusting him to me." After bidding farewell to Hu Chengping, they entered the Longjiang station through the convenient entrance, heading towards Platform 1, while the train to Dongquan awaited them on Platform 2. The two crossed the level crossing at the head of the platform and arrived at Platform 2, where they found the train had yet to arrive. They stood on one side of the platform, which was designated for sleeper cars. As the train gradually approached and came to a halt, Su Mingyang and Li Ping found themselves directly in front of the soft sleeper car. Upon the opening of the doors, the train conductor, Zhang Yuhua, descended and, upon spotting Li Ping, greeted her with a smile. "Li Ping, where are you off to?" Li Ping returned the smile. "Ah, so it's your shift, Sister Zhang. Young Su and I are heading to Dongquan for the Bureau's correspondent training. Is there any room left on the train?" Zhang Yuhua laughed. "There may not be for others, but for you, there must be. Soft sleeper compartments 5, 6, and 7 are all vacant, so you may choose whichever you prefer." Li Ping replied with gratitude. "Thank you. Sister Zhang, we shall take compartment 5. This train, operated by the passenger service team from the Longjiang Locomotive Depot, traveled from Liaoqing to Baizhen, catering to tourists heading to Changbai Mountain. During the peak tourist season, this train often operated over capacity, but as the season had not yet commenced, the number of passengers was sparse, with both hard and soft sleeper compartments not fully occupied. Once the train set off, the soft sleeper attendant came through to serve tea, followed shortly by Zhang Yuhua, who engaged in conversation with Li Ping and exchanged pleasantries with Su Mingyang, making his acquaintance. Su Mingyang's reputation is rather lackluster. He is merely an employee of the second passenger transport team, and those from other teams hardly concern themselves with affairs beyond their own. Zhang Yuhua, for instance, is entirely unaware of Su Mingyang's existence in the second team. After over 4 hours of travel, the train arrived at Dongquan Station, more accurately referred to as Dongquan Passenger Stop. Railway stations are classified based on freight and passenger volumes into various categories: special stations, first-class stations, second-class stations, third-class stations, and fourth-class minor stations. The passenger stop is ranked even lower than the fourth-class minor stations, which typically boast at least 3 tracks and can handle both passenger and freight services. In contrast, a passenger stop serves merely as a point along the route, established to facilitate access for the families of workers and the general populace to medical care and essential supplies. Designated passenger trains are permitted to halt here for 1 minute to allow for the boarding and alighting of travelers, and there is no platform present. Dongquan Town is part of Baijiang City, specifically under Funing County. In the 1950s, high-quality hot springs were discovered here, prompting the Longjiang Railway Bureau to establish the Dongquan Sanatorium, the first of its kind in the area. The springs serve as a natural remedy for various skin ailments. However, due to a severe shortage of patients, the Longjiang Railway Bureau began to arrange for model workers at various levels to visit periodically for rest and recuperation, especially after the reforms and opening up. With an emphasis on economic benefits, the Bureau began to hold various training sessions and meetings at this location to augment the sanatorium's revenue. This practice could be likened to keeping the bounty within one's own domain. Starting from the 1950s, several units under the provincial administration of Songjiang began to construct sanatoria in this area, gradually forming a cluster of wellness facilities nestled within a small valley surrounded by mountains. The popularity of the region surged, and every train passing through here is allotted a 1-minute stop to accommodate those seeking treatment. On this particular train, over 20 participants were en route for training, many of whom were familiar with Li Ping and greeted her warmly. Together, They made their way to the railway sanatorium, where a table was set up in the lobby with a sign indicating the registration area for the correspondent training class. Chapter 018. The registration was overseen by Yin Gang, a member of the Bureau's publicity department responsible for correspondence and reporting. This train was the last one scheduled to stop at Dongquan that evening, and once this group completed their registration, everyone would be accounted for. Li Ping, an experienced correspondent, was well acquainted with Yin Gang. Upon spotting him, she hurriedly approached with Su Mingyang in tow, smiling as she greeted Director Yan. I have arrived with Su Mingyang from our section. Generally, those without official titles in the Bureau are addressed as Director, as is customary. Yin Gang was equally pleased to see Li Ping. Li Ping, why have you arrived so late? I was hoping you could assist me with the registration process. Li Ping sighed and replied, Director Yan, I wish to arrive earlier, but I only returned by train this morning. There was simply no way for me to come sooner. Yin Gang remarked, your train section has been informed about the training for quite some time. They should have released you earlier. Li Ping quickly clarified. Secretary Hu from our party office indeed requested the team to release me early, but they simply could not find a replacement for my shift. I had no choice but to endure one more round of duty. Li Ping serves as a business representative for the 5th passenger team, overseeing the slow train from Longjiang to Liqing, operating on a single shift basis. With only one representative per shift, her absence would necessitate a substitute. As the team consists solely of personnel handling slow trains, the staffing situation is quite tense. When the team leader proposed that she take on an additional shift, how could she possibly refuse? Yin Gang had no choice but to say, all right, let us not dwell on that matter. Since you arrived late today, you must face a penalty of drinking. I will personally supervise at the table shortly. You must pour yourself 3 cups. Li Ping chuckled and replied, no problem, Director Yin. I accept the penalty. After signing in with Su Mingyang and receiving the keys to their rooms, they retreated to store their belongings. The Winter-Spring Railway Sanatorium, constructed in the late 1950s, features aging, I-beam-style bungalows, and the room design resembles that of a hospital ward, with 4 beds in each room. Upon entering, Su Mingyang found 2 individuals already present. Smiling, he greeted them. Hello, I am Su Mingyang from the Longjiang train section. A middle-aged man in his 40s, slightly balding, replied. Hello, Xiao Su. I am Zhao Chunlei from Huehe Station. He gestured to the younger man beside him, introducing him as this is Gao Haiyang, our station's external duty officer. Zhao Chunlei serves as the party branch secretary of the freight workshop at Huehe Station, a skilled communicator and a writer of considerable talent. Pleased to meet you. Zhao Gu and Gao Gu, Su Mingyang said while placing his backpack on the empty bed nearby. He then retrieved some Lianyu cigarettes from his pocket, offering one to each of them and lighting them with a lighter. In this era, being able to smoke Huang Hongmei, priced at 1 yuan per box, was commendable. Indulging in Lianyu cigarettes at 6 yuan a box was indeed extravagant. Zhao Chunlei was taken aback by Su's selection of Lianyu, but considered it quite normal for someone attending training to bring along 2 boxes of fine cigarettes. With a smile, he inquired, Xiao Su, how old are you this year? And what is your role at Longjiang train section? Su Mingyang responded, I am 19 years old, and I serve as a train attendant on the Blue Island line. Su Mingyang, come on, it's time to eat. Li Ping called from outside the door. Ah, coming. Su Mingyang replied, turning to Zhao Chunlei and Gao Haiyang. He said, Zhao Gu, Gao Gu, I must go eat now. We can chat more later. With that, he exited the room. Following Li Ping, Su Mingyang arrived at the sanatorium's dining hall, where those who had arrived earlier had already finished their dinner, leaving only their group of over 20 still to dine. The dining hall featured 2 large tables, both of which were already occupied by more than half of the attendees. Su Mingyang, alongside Li Ping, took a seat at the left table. Before long, the 2 tables were filled. Soon after, Yin Gang strode in, announcing loudly, since our group arrived rather late, the cafeteria staff have already left for the day. These 2 tables of dishes have been kept warm in the pots. Some may be a bit cold, so please bear with it for now. Normal service will resume tomorrow. After speaking, Yin Gang settled next to Li Ping, and everyone made room for him to sit. He encouraged everyone to pour drinks, and soon the table was abuzz with toasts. With 12 individuals per table, the meal consisted of 8 dishes and 2 soups. Aside from a plate of braised carp and a dish of stir-fried meat, the remaining offerings were all vegetarian, resembling a watery stew, devoid of any trace of oil, and rather unpalatable. Su Mingyang reluctantly sipped a glass of wine and nibbled on a few dishes. but soon lost all appetite. Li Ping, who frequently attended training sessions for correspondence and was well aware of the culinary standards at the sanatorium, understood the situation as soon as she saw Su Mingyang set down his chopsticks. She leaned closer to his ear and whispered, "Xiao Su, eat less. Save some room, as I'll be taking Director Yin out for grilled skewers shortly." The dinner concluded hastily, and Li Ping asked Su Mingyang to wait for her outside the sanatorium's gates. Before long, she emerged with Yin Gang. The three of them went to a barbecue restaurant in town, ordering a plethora of lamb skewers, dried tofu skewers, and mushroom skewers, accompanied by beer. Earlier at the dining table, Yin Gang had refrained from mentioning Li Ping's drinking penalty, but once they arrived at the restaurant, he brought it up again. Li Ping, in high spirits, downed 3 small glasses of beer with ease. Yin Gang had a vague recollection of Su Mingyang's written pieces and offered him some encouragement, while most of the time was spent with him and Li Ping engaging in light-hearted banter. The training session commenced promptly at 8 a.m. the following day. As the invited director of the Liaoqing Railway Transport Department, Wu Shilong's train was not scheduled to arrive until 9 a.m. Yin Gang took the opportunity to first instruct everyone on how to compose communication reports. At 8:50 a.m., during a break, Yin Gang led a few female authors to the station to greet the arriving Wu director, escorting him back to the sanatorium. Wu Shilong was pressed for time, as he had to return to Liaoqing on a train at 3 p.m. and would begin his lecture immediately upon arrival. As the director of the transport department, Wu Shilong did not delve into writing techniques. Instead, he focused on the types of content the department's second edition primarily published, the standards and requirements for submissions, as well as the main directions for recent publicity efforts. This segment concluded in just over half an hour, leading into the review and feedback portion. Although Yin Gang required each correspondent to bring at least one piece, with over 50 attendees present, it was impractical for Wu Shilong to review each submission. Thus, he requested the list of participants from Yin Gang and began to call out names. The first to be called was Zhao Chunlei from Huihe Station, followed by Zhou Zhiyun from the Longjiang Engineering Section, then Li Ping from the Longjiang Train Section, and finally Li Shuang from the Huihe Electrical Section. Wu Shilong needed to critique 5 pieces in total, and after pausing following the first 4 names, he spotted Su Mingyang's name on the list. Recognizing that both of Su Mingyang's submissions were his own editing work, he decided to call his name last. Chapter 19. Building connections. The 5 individuals whose names were called brought their submissions to the front to present to Wu Shilong at the podium. Su Mingyang was the last to hand in his piece. Upon seeing the youthful visage of Su Mingyang, Wu Shilong glanced at him, then at the name inscribed on the manuscript. Wu Shilong briefly scanned through the 5 pieces before commencing his critiques. The first 4 were written by seasoned correspondents of considerable skill, and he articulated his feedback with ease, affirming each piece while highlighting minor shortcomings. This left the 4 experienced correspondents beaming with pride, earning them both admiration and attention from the training session participants. When Wu Shilong reviewed Su Mingyang's article, he took considerable time, not only affirming the piece, but also elaborating on its distinctive features. He remarked, "The title of this article, The Worker Inventor, is inherently captivating, inciting a desire to delve deeper. What could a railway worker possibly invent? Surely, many would be eager to discover the answer." The most commendable aspect of this piece is its ability to unearth the extraordinary within the ordinary. A train attendant, striving to maintain the basic hygiene of the carriages, devised numerous methods and invented several small tools for sanitation, thereby creating a pleasant travel environment for passengers. Although the inventions may be modest, their contributions are significant. Furthermore, this article pays meticulous attention to detail. Such nuances cannot be fabricated. They clearly stem from thorough interviews. This is indeed a rare and excellent piece. As Wu Shilong spoke, he pointed out Su Mingyang's name. "Su Mingyang," he called. Su Mingyang responded affirmatively and stood up. Wu Shilong inquired, "Su Mingyang, how old are you this year?" Su Mingyang replied, "Teacher Wu, I am 19 years old. Please, take a seat," Wu Shilong instructed. After Su Mingyang sat down, Wu Shilong continued, "I initially assumed that this article must have been penned by a seasoned correspondent, but I was surprised to learn that you are only 19 years old. To produce such a piece at your age is truly remarkable. If you remain diligent, you will undoubtedly write even more outstanding articles in the future." By specifically mentioning Su Mingyang, Wu Shilong ensured that everyone would remember him and recognize that there exists a talented 19-year-old in the Longjiang Railway section whose writing has garnered praise from the director of the operational department of Liaocheng Railway News. It was uncertain who initiated the applause, but soon it erupted into a warm ovation. This applause was not only a tribute to Wu Shilong's insightful commentary, but also a form of encouragement for Su Mingyang. Once the applause subsided, Wu Shilong stated, "Due to time constraints, I can only review these 5 articles today. Director Yin mentioned that all of you brought an article for training. In a moment, Director Yin will collect them for me, and I will take them back, provided that the quality and standards are met. Your articles will be prioritized for publication under equal conditions." Upon hearing this, the participants erupted into enthusiastic applause. By the time Wu Shilong concluded his remarks, it was already past 11 o'clock. Director Yin instructed Li Ping to gather the articles the students had brought and reminded everyone that lunch would be served promptly at 11:30. He then accompanied Wu Shilong to rest for a while. Su Mingyang assisted Li Ping in collecting the articles and subsequently accompanied him to deliver them to Wu Shilong's room. Wu Shilong had a favorable impression of Su Mingyang and offered him further encouragement. Director Yin also praised him, suggesting, "Now that you've met Director Wu, feel free to send him your articles in the future." Su Mingyang understood Director Yan's implication. Maintaining regular contact with Director Wu would facilitate smoother communications and increase the likelihood of having his articles published. Su Mingyang was acutely aware that even with Director Wu traveling a considerable distance to provide training, there would be no remuneration for his efforts. Such engagements were predominantly voluntary. However, the publicity department would bestow upon him some valuable gifts, typically local specialties like ginseng from the Changbai mountain range, which was highly regarded in Liaocheng. Generally, the offerings comprised 2 pounds of fresh ginseng and 2 pounds of premium dried red ginseng, items that could cost upwards of 400 to 500 yuan, equivalent to over a month's salary for Su Mingyang. Prior to his arrival, Su Mingyang had prepared a gift for the editor delivering the lecture. Aware that the publicity department would be providing ginseng, he opted not to present the same. Instead, he selected 2 high-quality deer antlers from the mountain goods market, elegantly packaged in a gift box, spending over 200 yuan, which he carried in his backpack. After exiting Director Wu's room with Li Ping, he promptly returned to his own quarters, knowing that the optimal time to present his gift was before the meal, as the students would not visit Wu Shilong's room until after lunch. With his train scheduled to leave for Liaocheng at around 3, he realized this was his only window of opportunity. Upon returning to his room, Su Mingyang retrieved the gift box, which was wrapped in newspaper. Zhao Chunlei called out to him, wishing to engage in conversation, but Su Mingyang politely declined, stating, "Brother Zhao, I have something to attend to. Let's talk this evening." He proceeded to knock on Wu Shilong's door, initially expecting Yin Gang to be present. Upon entering, he found only Wu Shilong. Approaching, he placed the gift box on Wu Shilong's bed and cheerfully announced, "Teacher Wu, I have brought you these 2 deer antlers, a splendid tonic. Given your daily mental and physical exertion, it would be wise to indulge in some nourishment. Simply infuse them in liquor." Wu Shilong, well aware of the value of deer antlers, one of the 3 treasures of the Northeast alongside ginseng and Ural grass, was taken aback by the generosity of such a gift. He quickly protested, No, I cannot accept this." Su Mingyang insisted, "Teacher Wu, these are pure plum blossom deer antlers, quite rare even in our region. Please accept them." With a wave and a smile, he bid farewell and exited the room. Thanks to Wu Shilong's presence, the midday feast surpassed the previous evening's offerings significantly, featuring delicacies such as roe deer and wild boar meat, along with various mountain delicacies like elm mushrooms and pig's mouth mushrooms. The atmosphere was vibrant as everyone raised their glasses in celebration, eager to toast Wu Shilong and engage in conversation to familiarize themselves with him. However, the crowd was so large that individual toasts became overwhelming for him, prompting Yin Gang to suggest a collective toast to alleviate the situation. The banquet concluded around 1 o'clock, and Yin Gang had not scheduled any training before 3 o'clock, indicating that after the meal, everyone could rest before continuing the training session following Wu Shilong's departure. Many were keen to seize this opportunity to converse with him, but Wu Shilong intended to enjoy a soak in the hot springs. Having traveled such a distance, it would be remiss not to indulge in the experience, leaving him only an hour before his train at 3 o'clock. Seeing this as a fortunate opportunity, Su Mingyang realized that otherwise, he would have had no chance after the meal. Chapter 020. Recommendations. At approximately 3 p.m., everyone accompanied Wu Shilong to the station. where he boarded a train heading towards Liaoqing. Upon returning to the sanatorium, Yin Gang organized a training session, taking the lead in discussing the writing techniques and considerations for news reports. Yin Gang's lectures were infused with humor and charm, often eliciting joyful laughter from the attendees. He remarked that the purpose of writing news reports is to promote the spirit and achievements of our bureau and various stations. It is essential to maintain a focus on positive publicity. One must not write merely for the sake of writing, regardless of the circumstances, whether they are fortunate or unfortunate, as this can lead to well-intentioned missteps. For instance, last year, an incident occurred in the Longjiang train section. On a train from Longjiang to Chunqing, a passenger fell asleep only to awaken and discover that over 2,000 yuan had been stolen from his pocket. The train police, upon receiving the report, conducted meticulous work and apprehended the thief, thereby preventing the passenger from suffering a loss. A reporter from the train section learned of this incident and hastily penned a news report, the identity of whom I shall leave undisclosed. When I reviewed the report, I immediately felt a sense of dread upon seeing the headline, "Large sum lost on night train. Thief identified as train attendant." At this juncture, Yin Gang paused, and the room fell silent, quickly followed by a buzz of murmured discussions. He continued, "Who among us would wish to conceal their family's disgrace? Yet this individual seeks to publicize such matters. Although it is factual, that report should never have been written. Fortunately, the article had not yet been submitted, otherwise, it would have caused significant negative repercussions for our bureau and the Longjiang train section." This statement elicited hearty laughter from the audience. As the class concluded, Yin Gang addressed the issue of the training session's expenses. He reminded everyone that the publicity department of the bureau does not allocate funds for such training. It relies solely on limited resources. This training session spans 3 days, but accommodation will be billed for 6 days. Attendees need not return to their units immediately. Work resumes the following Monday. The daily lodging cost is 20 yuan, and meal expenses amount to 8 yuan per day, allowing for a reimbursement of 168 yuan upon return. Each person will contribute 100 yuan, leaving everyone with a surplus of 68 yuan. At this point, Yin Gang glanced at his watch and noted that it was 4:30 p.m. Dinner at the sanatorium is served from 5 to 6 p.m. With our meal scheduled for 6:20 p.m., he instructed everyone to return to their rooms and await further instructions, as he would send Li Ping and Zhang Nen to collect the fees. Upon returning to the room, Zhao Chunlei produced his Sherlin cigarettes and shared them among the group. Su Mingyang hurriedly approached to light one for him. In addition to Zhao Chunlei and Su Mingyang, Gao Haiyang, along with Li Qinglong from the Longjiang line maintenance section, were present. They settled into a relaxed conversation while enjoying their cigarettes. Su Mingyang's manuscript received significant praise from Wu Shilong during class, garnering accolades that even surpassed those of seasoned correspondents like Zhao Chunlei. This stirred feelings of envy in both Gao Haiyang and Li Qinglong, and even Zhao Chunlei regarded him with newfound admiration. After a brief discussion on the topic, Zhao Chunlei abruptly inquired, "Xiao Su, I noticed your name on a travelogue about Mopin Lake in Saturday's newspaper. Did you write it?" Su Mingyang replied with a smile, "Yes, Teacher Zhao. I must apologize for its shortcomings." Zhao Chunlei responded, "Xiao Su, you are far too modest. This travelogue is remarkably grand. It conveys the impression of a collective effort. I have visited Mopin Lake several times, and honestly, it is merely a reservoir. I never anticipated it could be portrayed so magnificently through your words." Su Mingyang chuckled. "Thank you for your kind words, Teacher Zhao." Zhao Chunlei then asked, "What other literary works have you written, Xiao Su?" Su Mingyang replied, "I've practiced writing some pieces in the past, but never submitted them for publication. Recently, I have been writing communications reports for my unit and have submitted a few literary works to the Liaoqing Railway newspaper." Zhao Chunlei inquired, "How many pieces have been published?" Su Mingyang responded, "In the past 2 weeks, the Liaoqing Railway newspaper has published 3 of my pieces, in addition to the travelogue. There is a short story and an essay." Zhao Chunlei asked, "Do you have drafts of the short story and essay for me to review?" Su Mingyang replied, "I didn't bring them with me, but Sisterly has them. She requested them from Secretary Hu at the party office, saying she would look them over on the bus." Zhao Chunlei said, "I will ask her for them shortly." When Li Ping and Zhang Nen arrived at Su Mingyang's room to collect payment, Zhao Chunlei expressed his desire to view the 3 newspapers. Li Ping, being quite familiar with Zhao Chunlei and having a room right across, promptly went to retrieve the newspapers for him. As Zhao Chunlei examined the newspapers, he, being an expert in literary creation, found Su Mingyang's two pieces to exhibit a high level of literary skill. Given his youth, it was evident that with proper nurturing, he could achieve notable success. After setting down the newspapers, Zhao Chunlei remarked, "Xiao Su, your literary foundation is commendable. You possess a significant literary acumen, and your works exhibit originality and sensitivity. If you dedicate yourself to this craft, you will surely experience great development in the future." Su Mingyang smiled and said, "Thank you for your encouragement, Teacher Zhao." Zhao Chunlei continued, "Upon my return, I shall recommend you to Teacher Gu at the District Literary Federation. When the Federation holds writing meetings, you should participate, as engaging with others and exploring diverse perspectives will greatly benefit your future literary endeavors." Su Mingyang eagerly replied, "Thank you, Teacher Zhao." Zhao Chunlei added, "Xiao Su, there is no need for gratitude. The essence lies in your writing talent. Otherwise, even if I recommend you to Teacher Gu, it may not yield results. Teacher Gu is a council member of our Provincial Writers Association and the vice chairman of the Longjiang City Writers Association. He has a keen eye for talent. As long as you possess it, he will spare no effort in nurturing you." Su Mingyang queried, "Teacher Zhao, do you think my modest writings can truly stand out?" Zhao Chunlei remarked, "You need not worry. Although you have only published a few minor articles thus far, your foundation is commendable. At just 19, you are still young and possess immense potential for development. Teacher Gu will surely welcome you." Su Mingyang replied, "Thank you, Teacher Zhao." Gao Haiyang and Li Chenglong. Upon witnessing Zhao Chunlei's intention to recommend Su Mingyang for the district's literary association, felt a pang of envy. Both harbored aspirations to join the association themselves. However, their reporting skills were merely average, allowing them to publish only sporadic articles in the Liaoqing Railway News, let alone engage in literary creation. Otherwise, given the rapport between Gao Haiyang and Zhao Chunlei, the latter would undoubtedly have recommended him. Zhao Chunlei patted Su Mingyang on the shoulder and said, "Little Su, there's no need for so many thank yous. Our shared accommodation is fate. Since you possess such potential, I shall certainly recommend you." Chapter 021. Troubling matters the following morning. After the training concluded, the group enjoyed lunch at the sanatorium. They boarded a train for their return journey around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, arriving in Longjiang after 5. After disembarking and bidding farewell to Director Yan, Li Ping advised Su Mingyang, "Little Su, remember to return to work next Monday. For Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, stay at home. We must avoid being seen by our colleagues. Otherwise, we won't be able to claim our travel expenses." Su Mingyang replied, "All right, Sister Li, I understand." After parting with Li Ping in the square in front of the station, Su Mingyang made his way home. With 3 days confined indoors, he resolved to write several short stories, as he aspired to develop his skills in this area. To establish a convincing portfolio, he needed a few compelling narratives. In his previous life, he frequently published short and medium-length stories in magazines such as Writer, Spring Breeze, and Songhua, and was well acquainted with the editors. However, he now found himself at a loss, starting afresh. He decided to dedicate these 3 days to composing 3 short pieces, each comprising 3 to 5,000 words, to submit to the 3 magazines and test the waters. If he could gain entry into these publications, future submissions would surely be smoother. Su Mingyang also planned to visit Liaoqing on Sunday. Having sold his large 100 motorcycle, he intended to purchase another for commuting. While a car would be ideal for transportation, the cost of automobiles was exorbitant in this era, with even a Santana priced at over 100,000 yuan. Currently, he possessed merely over 20,000 yuan, insufficient for even a second-hand vehicle. He contemplated acquiring a second-hand Chongqing 80 motorcycle, intended solely for commuting. A new Chongqing 80 retailed for over 6,000 yuan, but a used one in good condition could be obtained for 3 to 4,000 yuan. He felt that reselling motorcycles for a meager profit was not worthwhile. There were abundant opportunities to earn money, often yielding greater returns. At present, his priority was to achieve breakthroughs in his work, and with a bit of savings, he could temporarily set aside the pursuit of profit. After returning home and enjoying dinner, Su Mingyang retreated to his small room, unfurling a sheet of manuscript paper to draft his ideas. He was well acquainted with the styles of the 3 magazines, as he could effortlessly recall the stories he had published in them in his previous life. Although time had blurred his memories, making it impossible to replicate them exactly, he retained a general sense of their themes and narratives. With his current abilities, he was confident that his rewrites would surpass his earlier works. Li Shuang was delighted to see her son spending his time at home writing instead of socializing with his dubious friends. She had read several of his published articles, and although she was a mathematics teacher with no formal training in literature, she possessed a discerning eye for quality. The sudden improvement in her son's writing skills baffled her. Yet she regarded it as a positive development and chose not to delve deeper into the matter, opting instead to offer her encouragement. After attending a morning meeting, Zhou Jing returned to her office at the passenger transport team, feeling rather dispirited. Qi Lirong noticed Zhou Jing's return and approached her, inquiring, "Sister Zhou, was there anything significant discussed in the meeting today?" Zhou Jing replied, "Nothing of importance, just trivial matters repeated ad nauseum. It's utterly exasperating." Seeing Zhou Jing's lackluster demeanor and the emotional weight in her voice, Qi Lirong asked, "Sister Zhou, what is troubling you? You look unwell. Are you sick?" "Oh, what sickness could it be? It's just that wretched Zhang Xiaotian who is driving me mad." Zhou Jing sighed heavily. Qi Lirong pressed further, "What is wrong with Xiaotian?" "Sister Zhou, I must remind you that he is about to take his college entrance examination, and this is a critical period. You cannot let your frustration affect him. It could jeopardize his future." Zhou Jing retorted, "It's not merely a matter of my influence. Given his grades, whether he can even get into university is debatable." Qi Lirong countered, "But aren't his grades in the core subjects satisfactory? Why are you so pessimistic?" Zhou Jing lamented, "His performance in mathematics, physics, chemistry, and English is acceptable, but his Chinese essay writing drags his score down significantly. Just like his incompetent father, he seems utterly oblivious to the nuances of writing. Out of a possible 40 points, he barely scores in the teens. I've hired several reputable tutors for him, but to no avail. This is already the 4th mock exam, and he has only just reached last year's admission threshold, with a mere 17 points for his essay. After spending so much on tutoring, his score has only marginally improved. What good is that? This year, the cutoff will surely be higher. And his current performance offers little hope." Qi Lirong remarked, "How can Xiaotian's essay be so poor? Surely, even a haphazard attempt should earn him over 20 points? Zhou Jing replied, "I have no idea what his issue is. He simply cannot write essays. I started tutoring him last year and have engaged 3 different teachers, yet nothing has changed." Qi Lirong reasoned, "Based on what you've said, if Xiaotian can improve his essay score by just 14 or 15 points, he stands a chance of reaching the undergraduate threshold. Even if this year's cutoff rises, it shouldn't jump by 10 points all at once, right?" Zhou Jing agreed. "That is my thought as well. His performance in other subjects is largely fixed, and any further improvement seems unlikely. I had hoped that if his essay could reach the same standard as his peers, there would still be hope. I've made a concerted effort to help him with his writing, yet nothing seems to work. With only a month until the exam, it's utterly distressing." Qi Lirong wished to comfort Zhou Jing, but was at a loss for words. Suddenly, she recalled that Su Mingyang had a talent for writing and suggested, "Sister Zhou, may I propose a suggestion? What do you think?" Zhou Jing eagerly replied, "What suggestion? Please tell me." Qi Lirong remarked, "Su Mingyang writes exceptionally well. He has published numerous novels and essays in newspapers. Why not have him tutor Xiaotian? They are of similar age and may find common ground, perhaps igniting a spark of understanding in Xiaotian." "Him? Absolutely not. Novels and essays are entirely different from compositions," Zhou Jing interjected, shaking her head vigorously, convinced that Su Mingyang was entirely unreliable. Qi Lirong urged, "Sister Zhou, given the circumstances, why not take a chance? What if it proves effective? The child's education is paramount. Trying could yield positive results." After some contemplation, Zhou Jing acknowledged the validity of Qi Lirong's perspective, realizing that attempting a solution was preferable to doing nothing. Thus, she nodded and said, "All right, Lirong, since you are familiar with him, could you please speak to him on my behalf?" Qi Lirong replied, "Certainly, Sister Zhou. I will discuss it with him once he returns from training." In 3 days, Su Mingyang produced 3 short stories totaling over 13,000 words. He found the drafting and editing process relatively effortless, but by the time he transcribed the final versions, his hand was sore. He reminisced fondly about the days of using a computer, where typing was swift and editing was a breeze. How convenient it was. This train of thought sparked in him the desire to purchase a computer. For mere typing purposes, a 386 or 486 model would suffice. And there was no need to buy new, a second-hand one would do, and when it came time for upgrades, he could simply discard it without regret. Chapter 022. A journey to Liaoqing. Su Mingyang was aware that the 486 computers used at his workplace were not brand-name machines, but rather assembled with parts purchased in Liaoqing. A brand-name computer costs over 10,000 yuan, while an assembled one is still over 6,000. Finding a second-hand 486 might be challenging since it was newly released. A second-hand 386, however, would save him considerable money, and he wouldn't feel guilty tossing it away when the time came. On Sunday, Su Mingyang planned to visit Liaoqing to buy a motorcycle, and it was a perfect opportunity to explore the computer market as well. If he found a suitable and affordable option, he would certainly make a purchase. On Saturday morning, around 9 o'clock, Su Mingyang visited the post office's newsstand and purchased copies of Writer, Spring Breeze, and Xinhua magazines. No matter how sharp his memory was, he could not recall the addresses and postal codes for these magazines. Submitting his works required their submission addresses. After acquiring the magazines, he entered the post office with the neatly copied manuscripts of his 3 short stories, ready to send them upon locating the addresses. Each story spanned 3,000 to 4,000 words, requiring 13 to 14 pages of manuscript paper. Lacking appropriately sized envelopes at home, he needed to buy them at the post office. Furthermore, fearing the loss of his submissions, he opted to send them as registered mail. After dispatching his manuscripts, Su Mingyang returned home to prepare for his journey. He intended to catch the train to Liaoqing at around 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The second-hand motorcycle market in Liaoqing was only available on Sundays. He had always ridden the motorcycle back to Longjiang after making a purchase. The distance from Liaoqing to Longjiang was over 230 kilometers, a journey taking nearly 5 hours on a bike. Therefore, he had to arrive in Liaoqing the night before, find a hotel, and rest well to ensure he was alert and ready for the ride back. Otherwise, the risk of an accident on the road was high. As night fell in Liaoqing, Su Mingyang retired early to his frequently visited inn. The following morning, after a modest breakfast, he took a bus to the second-hand car market. The scale of Liaoqing's second-hand car market was immense, far surpassing that of Longjiang. As the market opened, the expansive square was filled with rows of bicycles and motorcycles, bustling with activity and vibrant energy. Su Mingyang first wandered through the motorcycle section, observing the array of approximately 150 motorcycles for sale. The majority consisted of popular models such as the Suzuki 100, Suzuki 125, Honda 100, and Honda 145, with a few of the latest brand, Chuanqi 125, which were highly sought after by the locals and retained their value exceptionally well. In contrast, domestically produced motorcycles like the Chongqing 80, Jialing 70, and Daxing Few had depreciated significantly in value, making them less appealing to sellers. Consequently, those offering these brands were often genuine sellers with various motivations, some urgently in need of cash, others looking to trade up for an imported model, yet all were earnest in their desire to sell. Su Mingyang noted that 3 Chongqing 80 motorcycles were for sale. One was quite old, appearing to be only 50% new, and he immediately dismissed it. The other 2 were in better condition, around 70 to 80% new. He approached the sellers to inquire about their conditions and prices. Both motorcycles were of similar age, one having been ridden for just over 2 years and the other for 2.5 years, with asking prices of 3,800 and 3,500 yuan, respectively. Su Mingyang meticulously examined the motorcycle priced at 3,800 yuan, finding no signs of damage or prior accidents. After starting the engine and listening to its harmonious sound, he took it for a test ride with the owner. Based on his experience, he concluded that the motorcycle was in good condition. After some negotiation, they settled on a price of 3,500 yuan, but could not lower it further. Resorting to his ultimate tactic, Su Mingyang stated, "Boss, I genuinely like this motorcycle, but 3,500 is too steep. How about I offer you 3,300? If you agree, I will take it away. If not, I will walk away." The owner remained resolute, replying, "Young man, the lowest I can go is 3,500. If you don't want it, feel free to leave." Su Mingyang turned to leave, expecting the owner to call him back, but after walking several meters without a word, he realized he could not turn back. Doing so would signify defeat. He approached the motorcycle priced at 3,500 yuan, scrutinizing it closely. Although it was only half a year newer than the first, its condition was notably inferior. If the first was rated at 85%, this one was merely 75% new. The previous seller, seeing Su Mingyang's determination, began to feel anxious. He desired to exchange his Chongqing 80 for a Suzuki 100, but could only gather the necessary funds by selling the former. For 3 consecutive weeks, he had frequented the car market, encountering difficulties. Domestic vehicles were hard to sell, and those genuinely interested in purchasing were often financially constrained, deeming the price of an 80 new vehicle too high, while preferring those that were merely 50 to 60 new. In truth, when Su Mingyang offered him 300 yuan, he felt a flicker of temptation. However, who wouldn't he wish to sell for a bit more? Thus, he steadfastly held on to the price of 500 yuan, wagering that Su Mingyang might still buy it, but instead, he inadvertently frightened him away. Observing Su Mingyang conversing amiably with another seller, he could no longer contain himself and briskly approached, declaring, "Young brother, I'll sell it to you at the price you just mentioned." The seller was willing to part with the vehicle for 300 yuan, which naturally appealed to Su Mingyang for the 85 new condition. He then accompanied the seller to inspect the vehicle meticulously, confirmed the 300 yuan exchange, and inquired about the location of the computer market before riding his motorcycle there. Though referred to as a computer market, it merely occupied a corner on the 3rd floor of the Wujiawa building, housing a little over a dozen vendors dealing in branded computers and accessories. During that era, computers were still considered luxury items, and only 3 such sizable computer markets existed in the entire Liaoqing. Residents from surrounding areas had to travel to Liaoqing for computer purchases or assembly, with even those from Longjiang and Songjiang province typically heading to Liaoqing for such needs. The computer market was bustling with customers, predominantly individuals clutching configuration lists, eager to buy parts for self-assembly. In one shop, a queue had formed. Su Mingyang inquired at several shops, encountering either a lack of used computers or unavailability of assistance. Eventually, he was met by the proprietor of a less crowded store. The owner informed him that the market generally did not offer second-hand 386 computers. Even assembled units were primarily 486 models, as parts for 386 computers had become scarce. However, he had recently acquired 2 broken 386 computers for parts, which he would need to examine. If he could piece together a functioning unit, he could sell it to Su Mingyang. When Su Mingyang asked how long this would take and the potential cost, the owner indicated that he was quite busy and wouldn't have time to sort through the 2 defective computers for at least half a month. If he could assemble a working 386 computer, it would likely be priced around 500 yuan. In Chapter 23, Tutoring, Su Mingyang stated, "Boss, I am from Longjiang, and traveling to Liaoqing is not particularly convenient. I can only come on Sundays when I have a day off. I will return in a week on a Sunday. If you manage to assemble the computer, please set it aside for me." The owner replied, "All right, young brother, I can reserve it for a month. If you do not come back within that time, I will handle it as I see fit." Su Mingyang affirmed, "Okay, boss, it's settled then." Upon exiting the computer city, Su Mingyang rode his motorcycle out of the urban area, seeking a gas station to fill his tank to the brim. By the time he departed the gas station, it was nearly 10 o'clock. The weather was delightful, pleasantly warm, and he enjoyed a simple lunch at a roadside eatery around noon. He finally arrived home, just shy of 3 p.m. A glance at the fuel gauge revealed that he had traveled over 240 kilometers on this tank of gas, and the needle had yet to reach the red zone. It appeared that his motorcycle was quite fuel efficient, allowing for a few more days of riding before needing a refill. He parked the motorcycle in front of the storage shed, borrowed a basin of water from Aunt Ma to wash the bike, and after wiping it down, he secured it in the shed before heading home. On Monday morning, Su Mingyang arrived at his workplace before 7 a.m., tidied up the 2 offices, boiled some water, and then retrieved last week's newspapers to peruse at his desk. He looked for any of his works that might have been published, as he had not submitted any news articles recently. He bypassed the news section and found one of his essays in the literary column on Tuesday. Although it was not featured at the top, it was positioned right next to it, which was still quite commendable. The article he had written about worker inventors was taken by Wu Shilong on Tuesday, and it would likely appear in the newspapers on Friday or Saturday. Presently, only the Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday editions were available, while the Friday and Saturday papers would arrive today. Su Mingyang set aside the Tuesday paper, intending to cut out the piece and paste it into his collection. When Han Shui arrived, she chose to ignore Su Mingyang, rifling through the documents and files on her desk before picking up a pen to write. Naturally, Su Mingyang paid her no mind, engrossed in his reading. Qi Lirong entered the office and, upon seeing Su Mingyang, expressed her surprise. "Xiao Su, you're back." Su Mingyang hastily put down his newspaper and stood up, responding, "Yes, Secretary Qi." Qi Lirong placed her bag on the desk, glanced at Han Shui, and then said to Su Mingyang, "Xiao Su, I need you to come with me." With that, she stepped outside, and Su Mingyang quickly followed. They arrived at the study room for the team, where Qi Lirong unlocked the door and entered. The team scheduled to go out for training would not convene until 1:30 p.m., leaving the room empty. Once Su Mingyang followed her inside, Qi Lirong closed the door and said, "Xiao Su, I would like to ask for your assistance with a matter." Su Mingyang immediately inquired, "Secretary Qi, what is it?" Qi Lirong explained, "Captain Zhou's son is about to take the college entrance examination, but his essay scores are terribly low. I would like to ask if you could provide some tutoring. A last-minute effort may still yield results." Su Mingyang felt a sense of amusement at this request. In his previous life, after resigning in protest, he had run a writing tutoring class for a while and had developed some insights and methods regarding essay writing. Captain Zhou had come to the right person for help, yet he replied modestly, "Secretary Qi, do you think my skills are sufficient for tutoring?" Qi Lirong reassured him. "Xiao Su, you have penned novels and essays. How could you possibly be unable to assist with an essay? Captain Zhou's son has less than a month before the exams, and he is quite anxious." Reluctantly, Su Mingyang agreed. "Very well, Secretary Qi. I shall give it a try." As the two emerged from the study room, Su Mingyang returned to the secretary's office, while Qi Lirong proceeded to Captain Zhou's office. Shortly thereafter, Qi Lirong returned and informed Su Mingyang, "Xiao Su, please delay your departure after work at noon. There is a matter I need to assign to you." Upon hearing this, Su Mingyang understood the underlying reason. Han Shui's presence in the room rendered her request necessary. "Of course, Secretary Qi," he replied. Around 10 o'clock, a colleague from the office came to deliver the newspaper. Su Mingyang promptly seized it and began to read, discovering that his article, "The Worker Inventor," had been published on the second page of Saturday's Liaoqing Railway Daily. Simultaneously, Zhao Chunlei's piece had also been released. A glance at the supplement revealed no contribution from him, which was to be expected. Regardless of the quality of one's writing, it was improbable for the supplement to feature one's work consistently. Given that he had already seen 4 of his articles published in the supplement recently, he deemed this a considerable achievement. Excited, Su Mingyang presented the newspaper featuring the worker inventor to Qi Lirong. She expressed immense delight, noting that within a mere month, Su Mingyang had published 7 articles in the Liaoqing Railway Daily. At this rate, he could single-handedly fulfill the communication reporting tasks of Team 2. Indeed, at noon, Captain Zhou hosted a meal for Su Mingyang at a small eatery, with Qi Lirong accompanying them. Su Mingyang agreed to tutor her son in composition, and she conveyed her gratitude, explaining that her son was currently under considerable academic pressure, leaving him with no time for anything else. The only opportunity for tutoring was after his evening study session, around 9 o'clock, which made her feel somewhat guilty for imposing such a burden on Su Mingyang. With a smile, Su Mingyang reassured her, "It's no trouble at all, Captain Zhou. I have no pressing engagements in the evenings, and I hardly sleep early, so any time works for me." Of course, a meal necessitated libations. Zhou Jing and Qi Lirong were both known for their hearty appetites. And since it was afternoon and they had work later, Zhou Jing ordered only a bottle of white liquor, which they divided equally among the 3, each receiving 3 taels. After the meal, Zhou Jing remarked, "Xiao Su, come by my house later to familiarize yourself with the place. You need not come to work this afternoon, as the team typically has little to do at that time. Unless there are special circumstances, you can skip the afternoon shift from now on." Su Mingyang had been assigned by Zhou Jing to assist with odd jobs in the team. His presence was not critical, and as captain, Zhou Jing could easily decide whether or not he needed to come in. Given that she had requested him to tutor her son after 9 each night, it was unreasonable to expect him to remain at work all day. Zhou Jing resided in the driver and crew member building, and her husband was a chief driver in the mechanical section, having been promoted to a guiding driver last year, thus enjoying the benefits associated with locomotive crew members. They lived on the 2nd floor of a building in Sanmen Cave. Su Mingyang ascended to her home, where he sat for a while, enjoying tea. When it was time to work, he, along with Zhou Jing and Qi Lirong, returned to the office to retrieve his motorcycle and head home. Tonight, he would officially embark on his role as a tutor. Chapter 024. A surprise. Su Mingyang calculated the time remaining until the college entrance examination on June 6th, only 26 days left. He realized that expecting a significant improvement in Zhang Xiaoyan's composition skills within this limited time frame was unrealistic. However, Su Mingyang remained unperturbed, for he possessed a formidable weapon of absolute certainty. In his previous life, while running a writing tutorial class. He had meticulously studied the college entrance examination essay topics from the early 1990s to the early 21st century. Among them, there were 8 argumentative essays, 3 narrative essays, and 3 expository essays. It was evident that the emphasis of these examination topics lay predominantly on argumentative essays, thus allowing him to focus his efforts and achieve a remarkable efficiency. Most crucially, Su Mingyang recalled the essay topic for this year's college entrance examination in Songjiang province, which was also an argumentative essay titled "Do Not Fear Difficulties in Writing." This was the advantage of a reborn individual, the greatest weapon he wielded. Naturally, Su Mingyang had no intention of revealing the essay topic, as that would invite considerable trouble. He absolutely could not allow others to treat him as a mere subject for experimentation. He had already devised a prudent plan. At 9 p.m., Su Mingyang arrived punctually at Zhou Jing's residence. At that moment, only Zhou Jing and her husband, Zhang Tianxiang, were at home, as their son, Zhang Xiaodian, had yet to return from school. Zhou Jing introduced Su Mingyang to her husband, who welcomed him with great enthusiasm, serving tea and offering cigarettes, leaving Su Mingyang feeling both honored and overwhelmed. Before long, Zhang Xiaodian arrived home, carrying his backpack. Zhang Xiaodian was of the same age as Su Mingyang, born merely 2 months later, and stood at a similar height of approximately 175 meters. The difference, however, was that Zhang Xiaodian was somewhat chubby and wore glasses due to his severe myopia of over 400 degrees. Zhou Jing pointed at Su Mingyang and said, "Xiaodian, let me introduce you. This is Su Mingyang, the teacher I hired to help you with your writing. I must tell you, he is quite exceptional at writing. His novels and essays have even been published in newspapers. You must learn diligently, or else failing to get into university may spell the end of your future." Zhang Xiaodian, a cheerful soul, responded with a grin despite Zhou Jing's serious tone. "Hello, Brother Su. I am Zhang Xiaodian. Do not call him Brother Su. He is a colleague of your mother's. You should address him as Uncle Su." Zhou Jing quickly corrected her son upon hearing his informal address. Zhang Xiaodian, unfazed, retorted, "He is only a few months older than me. Calling him uncle feels quite uncomfortable." Su Mingyang hastily interjected, "Zhou team leader, the title is of little significance. It is merely a form of address. Let Xiaodian call me however he prefers." Zhang Xiaodian gave a thumbs up and cheerfully exclaimed, "Uncle Su is indeed wise." Zhou Jing instinctively felt the need to defend Su Mingyang, as he was the one she had engaged to assist her son with his writing. She had to assert herself when her son was being disrespectful. However, seeing Su Mingyang take it lightly, she acquiesced. With her son about to face the college entrance examination, she did not wish to go against him. Any emotional turbulence at this crucial time could ultimately impact his performance. After consuming some fruit and snacks, Zhang Xiaodian joined Su Mingyang in his small study to commence their learning session. Su Mingyang employs a multitude of methods to guide students in essay writing, including techniques such as the extensive reading method, the memorization method, the observation method, and the extraction method. However, he recognizes that time is of the essence, leading him to adopt the most direct and effective approach, the formulaic method, also known as the diagrammatic method. This involves structuring an essay into a formulaic format, visually delineating the introduction, body, and conclusion, rendering the process immediately comprehensible. One need only fill in the content according to the major sections outlined in the diagram. Specifically, an argumentative essay typically comprises 4 elements: the thesis statement, arguments, evidence, and conclusion. Su Mingyang promptly sketches a diagram on paper and begins to elucidate these 4 components to Zhang Xiaodian. He references a model essay titled Resilience, making the explanation more vivid and memorable. The thesis of this essay is succinctly articulated. Resilient individuals shine like gold, while the fragile remain unnoticed, even when placed in a dazzling golden platter. For the arguments and evidence, he selects 3 exemplary figures: the steadfast Su Wu, the capable Cao Cao, and the armless pianist Lu Wei, concluding with a powerful statement. Su Wu's resilience endures through the ages. Cao Cao's strength quelled the chaos of the Central Plains. Lu Wei's tenacity bore witness to miracles. As the saying goes, when heaven bestows a great responsibility upon a person, it first grinds their will, labors their muscles, starves their body, and deprives them of their possessions, thereby disrupting their actions. Thus, let us embrace resilience, striving and fighting to illuminate our lives. Su Mingyang had meticulously prepared a large sheet of paper with the diagram in advance and subsequently filled in the outline of the 800-word argumentative essay according to its thesis, arguments, evidence, and conclusion. Aware that he cannot overwhelm Zhang Xiaotian with excessive information daily, he focuses on essential points tied to the formulaic diagram, ensuring that even if the essay does not achieve high marks, it will not fall below passing. After his explanation, Su Mingyang assigns Zhang Xiaotian homework, a plan he had devised for the first 10 days, one essay per day, with the first day's assignment to be reviewed the following day. He intends to provide targeted feedback based on Zhang Xiaotian's work, highlighting strengths and areas for improvement, while incorporating this year's college entrance examination essay topics into the 10 assignments. He will emphasize assistance with revisions and explanations, ultimately requiring Zhang Xiaotian to memorize the 10 revised essays, thus solidifying his understanding. After a concise half-hour session, Su Mingyang leaves Zhang Xiaotian with an assignment and takes his leave, allowing him time to compose his essay. Once Su Mingyang departs, Zhou Jing hurries to Zhang Xiaotian's room and inquires, "Son, how did Su Mingyang's essay guidance go?" Zhang Xiaotian replies, "Brother Su explained it excellently, without unnecessary verbosity. I understood everything immediately. Unlike previous essay teachers who rambled on with confusing details, I found myself increasingly lost, unsure of their message. Brother Su's approach was different. At the very least, I now know precisely how to write each section of the essay and what to include." Upon hearing the news, Zhou Jing felt an immense joy. Su Mingyang had only tutored her son once for half an hour, and already her son's mind had been enlightened. This remarkable progress filled her with surprise. She believed that enlisting Su Mingyang to assist her son with his composition was perhaps the wisest decision she had made. "My dear son, since you find Su Mingyang's teaching effective, make sure to learn diligently from him," Zhou Jing advised with delight. Zhang Xiaotian, elongating his tone, replied, "Mom, I know. You should go ahead and do what you need to do. I still have an essay to write." In Chapter 025, titled A Crown of Five, for 3 consecutive days, Su Mingyang dedicated half an hour each evening to explain various concepts to Zhang Xiaotian, while also correcting the essay assignments given the previous day. It must be said that Zhang Xiaotian's writing was abysmally poor. At times, he was at a loss for how to make revisions. He could only inquire about his thoughts on the essay, and then make adjustments according to his ideas so that the lessons would be firmly ingrained. By the 3rd day, when examining Zhang Xiaotian's writing, a semblance of improvement was evident. Although the arguments and evidence were still insufficient and vague, there was at least a hint of structure, marking a significant advancement. As the tutoring session concluded and it was time to leave, Su Mingyang assigned the essay topic "Do Not Fear Difficulty in Reading," which was a modification of this year's college entrance examination titled "Do Not Fear Difficulty in Writing." Although Su Mingyang did not have work in the afternoons, he consistently arrived early at his workplace each morning to tidy up and prepare water. In the mornings, he read books and newspapers, researched the recent reporting directions of the Liaoqing Railway News, and wrote short articles. At noon, he would meet with Captain Zhou or Secretary Qi at the platform to receive the train. In the afternoons, he would either rest at home writing or revising articles. Whenever he was satisfied with an article, he would submit it, maintaining a consistent pace of 2 literary submissions each week to the Liaoqing Railway News. During other times, he would write short stories and, after refining them, submit them to various publications such as Writer, Spring Breeze, or Reference Flower, depending on their characteristics. On Thursday morning, when the newspaper was delivered, Su Mingyang was the first to seize a copy to peruse. The edition he received was from Tuesday's Liaoqing Railway News, featuring the Literary World Supplement. He directly turned to page 4 and discovered that his essay had once again been featured as the headline piece. A surge of excitement coursed through him, prompting him to share the news with Qi Lirong. As Su Mingyang's submissions continued to be published, Qi Lirong, though no longer as exhilarated as she had been at the outset, felt a deep sense of happiness. With this piece, Su Mingyang had now published 8 articles, bringing him close to completing the 9-piece target for the 2nd quarter. Having fallen short by 5 pieces in the 1st quarter, he had just over a month and a half left to fulfill the remaining 6 submissions, which he felt confident he could achieve. Hence, she offered him further encouragement. After finishing with the Liaoqing Railway News, Su Mingyang picked up the People's Railway News. He had been preoccupied with the submission titled Inventors Among Workers, which had yet to be published. While the Liaoqing Railway News had featured his work the previous Saturday, the People's Railway News had remained silent. leading him to lose hope for its publication. When Su Mingyang turned to the second page, he was suddenly delighted to discover that his article, The Worker Inventor, was published in the lower right section of the second page. He couldn't help but read it, and upon finishing, he realized that the editor had made almost no changes to his manuscript. It was published just as he had submitted it. While he was not particularly concerned about the 500 yuan reward from the People's Railway newspaper for his article, he was more thrilled about having opened the door to the editorial office. Su Mingyang stood up and walked to Qi Lirong's desk, placing the newspaper before her, saying, "Secretary Qi, look, my article The Worker Inventor has been published by the People's Railway newspaper." "Really? Let me see," Qi Lirong exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Following Su Mingyang's, she scanned the article. It was worth noting that the achievements of the second passenger team had never before been featured in the People's Railway newspaper. This was a groundbreaking moment. After reading, Qi Lirong cheerfully remarked, "Xiao Su, this is wonderful. Your work has made it to the People's Railway. This is the first time for our second team, all thanks to you. By the way, I recall a policy from the party committee stating that one article in the People's Railway newspaper could count as several tasks for the Liaoqing Railway newspaper. I can't remember exactly how many. Let me call Secretary Hu to confirm." Qi Lirong dialed Hu Qingping's office. Moments later, the call was answered by Zhang Li, the organizational assistant. "Secretary Zhang, this is Qi Lirong. Is Secretary Hu available?" Zhang Li quickly responded, "He just walked in. I'll have him take the call." Hu Changping answered the phone, inquiring, "Secretary Qi, what is the matter?" With excitement, Qi Lirong asked, "Who's secretary? Could you tell me how many articles in the Liaoqing Railway newspaper are equivalent to one article in the People's Railway newspaper?" Hu Changping replied, 5 articles. "Why? Did your second team get published in the People's Railway?" Qi Lirong beamed, "Yes. Otherwise, why would I be asking you this?" "Su Mingyang's article The Worker Inventor has been published." "Really? Which issue? I want to see." Hu Changping responded, equally thrilled. The Longjiang locomotive section had not been featured in the People's Railway newspaper for quite some time. This news was akin to a stimulant for him. Qi Lirong laughed. "It's this Tuesday's edition of the People's Railway newspaper, on the second page." "Don't hang up. I'll find it and take a look," Hu Qingping said, placing the phone on his desk. He stood up and retrieved the Tuesday edition of the People's Railway newspaper, flipping to the second page, where he found Su Mingyang's article, The Worker Inventor. To be honest, when Su Mingyang submitted his article, he had not held high hopes, merely thinking there was no harm in trying. And he did not expect it to be published at all. Hu Qingping glanced at the title and the author's name without delving into the content, then picked up the phone, saying, "Secretary Qi, congratulations on discovering such an extraordinary correspondent. You won't need to seek anyone else for the reporting tasks of your second team. He can handle them all by himself." Qi Lirong smiled and said, "Indeed. He has already submitted 8 pieces. If we consider this one as the 5th, that makes 13 in total. Our team owes 5 pieces from the first quarter. And with the 9 tasks for the second quarter, we are now only 1 piece short. Completing it poses no issue." Hu Qingping replied, "Yes. There is still plenty of time. It will not be a problem for him to write a few more. Secretary Qi, you can inform him to write more and to write well. I will certainly recommend him for the title of Outstanding Correspondent this year." Qi Lirong smiled and said, "Thank you, Secretary Hu." After chatting a bit longer with Hu Changping, she hung up the phone and looked up at Su Mingyang, saying, "Xiao Su, Secretary Hu has spoken highly of you. He mentioned that this year's Outstanding Correspondent for the Bureau relies on you. You must not slack off. You need to contribute more articles for the team." Su Mingyang smiled and replied, "All right, Secretary Qi, I will definitely strive to do my best." In his 3 years of work, Su Mingyang had not received a single honorary title, not even the basic title of an active union member, let alone accolades such as Advanced Production Worker or Safety Model. The prospect of his first forthcoming honor filled him with anticipation. Chapter 26. Remarkable results. Watching Qi Lirong continuously praise Su Mingyang, especially with Hu Changping's promise of the title of Outstanding Correspondent for the Bureau this year, Han Shui felt a wave of jealousy and irritation. Su Mingyang's rapid rise had transformed from a source of annoyance to a threat to her position. With his exceptional writing ability, if he continued to develop, he might secure a position as a junior officer in the team. There were only 2 such positions in the second team, and Li Yanan, who had joined earlier and had stronger connections, posed a formidable challenge. It was highly likely that she would have to step aside for Su Mingyang. This absolutely could not be allowed. She had to devise a way to push Su Mingyang out. Unbeknownst to Su Mingyang, who was casually perusing the People's Railway newspaper. He flipped to page 4 and noticed an announcement for an essay competition in the upper right corner. It was a call for essays on the national fitness movement, showcasing outstanding deeds and individuals that emerged within this initiative. The content had to be authentic, and the competition would award first, second, and third prizes, along with several excellent work awards. This announcement sparked Su Mingyang's interest. He immediately recalled the retired Old Chun, who voluntarily taught Tai Chi at the railway sports field every day. In his previous life, he had interviewed Old Chun and penned a classic piece titled Old Chun's Passion for Tai Chi at that time. Old Chun had been teaching Tai Chi for over 20 years. Considering the timeline, he must have been teaching for about 16 or 17 years now, making him a perfect subject for an article on national fitness. Old Chun, whose full name was Chun Shiqing, had held various positions such as Chief of the Passenger Service Department, Chief of Security, and Director of the Retirement Management Office before his retirement from the Longjiang train segment. He had a profound love for Tai Chi, beginning his studies and practice in his mid-30s. Regardless of how busy work got, he always carved out time to practice daily. After retirement, he devoted himself entirely to teaching and practicing Tai Chi, earning immense respect from everyone at the sports field who spoke of him with admiration. After retiring, Old Chun's position was taken over by his youngest daughter, Chun Haiyan, who is currently working in the 2nd Passenger Transport Team as the chief train conductor of the Blue Island Group 3. Su Mingyang thought it would be essential to conduct an interview with Old Chun, which could also facilitate Secretary Chi in reaching out to Chun Haiyan to contact her father. With this in mind, Su Mingyang approached Chi Lirong's desk and pointed to the announcement regarding a call for essays in the People's Railway, saying, "Secretary Chi, there is a nationwide fitness essay competition in the People's Railway. I recalled that our team's chief conductor Chun Haiyan's father has been teaching Tai Chi at the stadium for over a decade. If we could write a report, it might even get published in the People's Railway." Upon hearing this, Chi Lirong responded enthusiastically, "That sounds great. An article in the People's Railway is equivalent to 5 regular assignments. If we can get it published, our team will exceed our communication reporting tasks. Go ahead and write it." Su Mingyang replied, "Secretary Chi, I need to interview Director Chun to gather first-hand information for a quality piece. Could you assist me in contacting Chief Conductor Chun to reach her father? Otherwise, if I just show up, they won't recognize me." Chi Lirong quickly assured him, "No problem at all. I will help you make the connection." She then glanced at the duty roster and mentioned, "Chun Haiyan is currently on duty and won't be back until noon tomorrow. I will contact you then. Are you in a hurry?" Su Mingyang smiled and replied, "Not at all. One day's wait, one tea make a difference." The following noon, when Su Mingyang accompanied Chi Lirong to the platform for the train arrival, Chi directly informed Chun Haiyan about the intention to interview her father. Chun Haiyan readily agreed, saying, "Once I finish my shift, I will take you to see my dad. The old man has so many stories from years of teaching martial arts." After arranging to meet in the team, Su Mingyang returned to his duties. Suddenly, he recalled that in his previous life, after submitting a similar article to the People's Railway, the editor had shown great interest and requested a photo of Old Chun teaching martial arts. After sending the photo, the article and image were published together, creating quite a stir. Su Mingyang promptly called Hu Qingping, requesting to borrow the party office's camera for the afternoon. Upon learning that he was interviewing Chun Shiqing for the People's Railway's fitness essay contest, Hu eagerly agreed and promised to provide film and cover the developing costs. When Chun Haiyan completed her shift, Su Mingyang rode his motorcycle to take her to her father's home. At 77 years of age, Chun Shiqing was tall and slender, with a head full of silver hair, exuding vitality and being quite talkative. Su Mingyang found him responsive to all inquiries and even elaborated on topics that were not directly asked, making the interview proceed smoothly for an hour, yielding all the desired information. To capture the necessary photos, Su Mingyang arranged with Old Chun to meet at the stadium the following morning at 5 a.m. After leaving Chun Shiqing's home with Chun Haiyan, she insisted on treating him to a meal for the sake of her father's interview, despite Su Mingyang's attempts to decline. Ultimately, he relented and accompanied her to a snack bar for a simple lunch. The writing of the article progressed effortlessly. The next morning, he took photos of Old Chun at the stadium, developed them at the photo lab, selected 2 with excellent quality, and sent them along with the article to the Cultural and Sports Department of the People's Railway. For a consecutive 10 days, apart from Zhang Xiaoyan's explanations, Su Mingyang assigned him 10 essay assignments. It was evident that Zhang Xiaotian had absorbed the teachings, as his essays were increasingly taking shape. Given the brevity of time, no matter how skilled Su Mingyang was, Zhang Xiaoyan's foundational knowledge still posed a limitation. Hence, his compositions could not be exceptionally refined. However, he had managed to grasp the structure of argumentative essays, and his writing exhibited greater coherence than before. Such incremental progress was commendable. Su Mingyang meticulously revised Zhang Xiaoyan's 10 essays, particularly focusing on the piece titled "Do Not Fear Difficulties in Reading, Striving for Perfection." He urged Zhang Xiaoyan to thoroughly study these 10 essays, ideally memorizing them all. If complete memorization proved challenging, he should at least be able to recite 3 of them, which necessarily included "Do Not Fear Difficulties in Reading." In late May, Longjiang Railway No. 1 High School senior class conducted its 5th mock examination, the final one before the college entrance examination. Zhang Xiaoyan's scores in other subjects remained relatively consistent with those from the previous 4 mock tests. However, this time, he achieved a score of 26 on his essay, translating to 65 out of 100, marking his first time surpassing the passing threshold. Upon learning of her son's essay score increasing by 8 points, Zhou Jing was overjoyed. One should not underestimate this 8-point gain, considering her son's past performance. An additional 8 points on the college entrance examination could very well secure him a place in a university this year, regardless of which university he might attend. As long as it was an undergraduate institution, her son's future would be assured. Su Mingyang truly had remarkable skills, regardless of whether her son gained admission to university. Gratitude was owed to him. Chapter 027. A setup with less than 10 days remaining before the college entrance examination following the 5th mock test. The school canceled evening study sessions, allowing Zhang Xiaoyan to return home by 5:30 p.m. Zhou Jing suggested that Su Mingyang take advantage of these days before the exam to reinforce Zhang Xiaoyan's learning. Thus, Su Mingyang visited every evening at 6 p.m. to provide guidance, particularly encouraging him to memorize the 10 essays he had previously composed. Observing that he could recite the 3 key essays, Su Mingyang felt a sense of relief. After sending off the manuscript Old Chen's Tai Chi Affection, Su Mingyang kept a watchful eye on the People's Railway newspaper, perusing each daily issue. However, after 2 weeks, the article had yet to be published. Instead, the Liaoqing Railway newspaper featured 2 of his essays, serving as a consolation. During this period, Su Mingyang had devoted his time to guiding Zhang Xiaoyan's essay writing, leaving no opportunity to visit Liaoqing. Realizing that nearly a month had passed since his agreement with the computer store owner, he resolved to make a trip to Liaoqing that Sunday. Although the owner had mentioned attempting to assemble 2 old computers into one, Su Mingyang was well aware that, as the proprietor of the computer store, acquiring a few components would not pose a challenge. On Saturday morning at work, Su Mingyang informed his team leader, Zhou Jing, of his plan to visit Liaoqing that afternoon and would not be tutoring Zhang Xiaoyan that evening, allowing him to review the 10 essays independently. With the impending college entrance examination, the child's revision was indeed exhausting. This would be an opportune moment for him to relax, to which Zhou Jing readily agreed. Su Mingyang found a moment to withdraw 2,000 yuan from the bank. Upon his return, the newspaper had just arrived, and he picked it up to peruse. The first publication he examined was the People's Railway Daily. After searching for a piece he had written, titled Chun Lao's Tai Chi Affection, and finding it absent, he casually flipped through the pages. The party secretary, Qi Lirong, and the deputy secretary, Wang Shufang, had gone to the section office for a party affairs meeting, leaving him alone with Han Shui in the room. After finishing with the People's Railway Daily, Su Mingyang set the newspaper down and counted the 2,000 yuan he had just withdrawn from his inner suit pocket. He combined it with the more than 300 yuan he had in his pocket, then picked up the Songjiang Evening News to read. This publication primarily featured social news and was quite engaging. The section had subscribed to a copy for each team. Hearing the sound of the money being counted, Han Shui turned to glance at Su Mingyang. Noticing the considerable sum he held, a wave of indignation washed over her. Counting money in front of me, as if you were so wealthy. What a show-off. Though she felt contempt for Su Mingyang, she could not voice her thoughts. Lowering her head, she continued working when suddenly a plan struck her. Oh, so you are feeling smug, are you? Let us see how I can turn the tables on you. With this thought, Han Shui stood up and left the room, descending the stairs. At that moment, Su Mingyang regarded her as if she were air, completely unconcerned with her actions. He remained engrossed in his newspaper, not glancing up even as she exited. Within 10 minutes, Han Shui returned, walking to the coat rack. She reached into her coat pocket only to discover it empty, letting out an exclamation, "Oh no, where has my money gone?" Her expression was one of sheer astonishment. Hearing her outburst, Su Mingyang did not bother to turn around. "Why should I be concerned if you lost your money?" he thought, continuing to read his newspaper. Frustrated by his indifference, Han Shui approached him angrily, pointing a finger as she demanded, "Su Mingyang, did you take the money from my pocket?" Seeing her accusatory gaze directed at him, Su Mingyang had no choice but to set down the newspaper. He glanced at her and replied, "Han Shui, you cannot make baseless accusations. Which of your eyes saw me take your money?" Raising her voice, she retorted, "There is no one else in this room. I was gone for less than 10 minutes, and now the money is missing. If it wasn't you, then who could it possibly be?" Feeling anger rise within him at her unfounded allegations, Su Mingyang shouted, "Are you out of your mind? Just because there's no one else here, it must be me? Do you have any proof that I took it?" Their voices grew louder, drawing the attention of the 4 members from the adjacent team leader's office, who rushed over. The deputy leader, Zhang Xingji, scolded them, "Stop arguing. Han Shui, what is going on here?" With a look of deep grievance, Han Shui explained, "Captain Zhang, this morning I brought 2,000 yuan from home to pay for my child's school fees, placing it in the pocket of my coat. I just went to the restroom for a brief moment, and now the money is gone." Su Mingyang was the only one here, and no one else came in. When I asked if he took it, he refuses to admit it. If it wasn't him, did the money sprout wings and fly away? Zhang Xingji initially held no favorable impression of Su Mingyang. After hearing Han Shui's words, he hastily concluded that Su Mingyang must have taken her money. With a fierce glare directed at Su Mingyang, he scolded, "Su Mingyang, return Han Shui's money immediately. If not, I will take you straight to the police station. Do you understand the gravity of stealing 2,000 yuan? That represents nearly half a year's salary for Han Shui, which is certainly punishable by law." Seeing that Zhang Xingji had not conducted any investigation nor sought to understand the situation, yet was quick to accuse him of theft, Su Mingyang felt a surge of anger. He recognized this was not the time for outbursts, as it could jeopardize the reputation he had painstakingly built. Thus, he replied, "Captain Zhang, I did not take Han Shui's money. You cannot simply believe whatever she claims." Vice Captain Li Yinxiang interjected, "Su Mingyang, stop being obstinate. Just return the money to Han Shui. It's not easy for her to save 2,000 yuan. Upon realizing that Li Yinxiang also believed he had taken Han Shui's money, Su Mingyang grew increasingly anxious. "Captain Li, how can you say that? If I haven't taken her money, how can I return it to her?" Young Master Li Yanan pointed at Su Mingyang and declared, "I saw you take it. Earlier, I was in that room, and no one else came in. You were the only one there. It must have been you." Frustrated, Su Mingyang retorted, "Since everyone claims I took it, then please present the evidence." Han Shui, feeling wronged, turned to Zhang Xingji and said, "Captain Zhang, if you want to know whether he took it, just search him to see if the 2,000 yuan is on him." Zhang Xingji pointed at Su Mingyang and demanded, "Su Mingyang, you claim you didn't take it. Do you dare let me search you?" At that moment, Su Mingyang understood that Han Shui must have seen him counting money earlier and had set up this trap. However, he felt no guilt and had nothing to fear. He pulled out the cash from his pocket and slammed it on the desk, pointing at Han Shui as he proclaimed, "I have over 2,300 yuan in my pocket. But none of it belongs to her." Chapter 28. The truth revealed upon seeing Su Mingyang produce such a substantial amount of money. Zhang Xingji became even more convinced of his guilt. He pointed at Su Mingyang and angrily declared, "You are caught red-handed, and you still dare to deny it? Come, we are going to the police station." Zhou Jing, who had been silent, had initially intended to express her gratitude to Su Mingyang for helping her son improve his writing skills. However, upon hearing Zhang Xingji's intention to take Su Mingyang to the police station, she realized she could no longer remain silent. After all, Su Mingyang had rendered her significant assistance, and she could not allow Zhang Xingji to send him to the police station. It could ruin his life. Thus, she implored, "Little Su, if you truly took it, just return the money to Han Shui. If this goes to the police station, it will escalate." Seeing that Zhou Jing believed he had indeed taken Han Shui's money, especially since he did possess over 2,000 yuan, Su Mingyang felt utterly helpless. He understood that only an investigation at the police station could clarify the matter and restore his innocence. The truth cannot be disguised, and falsehoods cannot endure. The meticulously crafted trap would inevitably be exposed upon police investigation. With this thought in mind, Su Mingyang steadied his emotions and declared, Captain Zhou, I solemnly state the following. First, I did not take Han Shue's money. Second, this money was withdrawn from the bank just this morning, and I have proof to substantiate that. Third, whether Han Shui indeed had 2,000 yuan in her possession or who may have taken her money remains unknown to anyone. To uncover the truth and vindicate my innocence, I shall promptly call the police. Upon hearing Su Mingyang's unwavering assertion of innocence and his intention to involve the authorities, the crowd fell silent, for they understood that only with police intervention could the matter possibly be resolved. The public security in the Longjiang train section was under the jurisdiction of the railway station's police station. Su Mingyang located the number for the station's police and made the call, succinctly relaying the unfolding situation. Naturally, upon receiving a report, the police station dispatched officers immediately. The station was in close proximity to the train section, and within 10 minutes, Deputy Director Jiang Weihong arrived on the scene with 2 officers. Upon witnessing the police's arrival, Han Shui realized that the situation had escalated, filling her with trepidation. She repeatedly reassured herself that as long as she maintained her claim of having lost 2,000 yuan in the office, even if the police determined that Su Mingyang was innocent, the case would remain unsolved, leaving Su Mingyang as the prime suspect, thereby jeopardizing his standing within the team. Director Jiang and the officers gathered information from both Su Mingyang and Han Shui before deciding to take them back to the police station for further questioning. Although Han Shui was reluctant to go, the gravity of the situation rendered her choice moot. Captain Zhou sent Deputy Captain Zhang Xingji to accompany them. The arrival of the police and the subsequent detainment of 2 individuals caused a stir within the train section, with many inquiring about the incident. Rumors quickly spread, and numerous individuals concluded that Su Mingyang must have stolen the money, leading to bets being placed. Upon learning of the developments, Section Chief Ma Chunlong and Party Secretary Liang Guofang contacted the passenger team for details. Acknowledging the difficulty of suppressing the situation, Zhou Jing reported the facts to the section leaders, explaining the circumstances and informing them that the police had taken both individuals for investigation, assuring them that results would likely be forthcoming soon. Accompanied by the police, Su Mingyang arrived at the station's police station, where Director Jiang led him to an interrogation room to begin questioning and take a statement. After inquiring about the events of the day, Director Jiang asked, Su Mingyang, you claim you did not take Han Shue's money, but from where did your funds originate? Su Mingyang replied, I originally had over 300 yuan in pocket money, and the remaining 2,000 yuan was withdrawn from the bank this morning. Here, I present my bank book, as he produced the document and handed it to Director Jiang. Director Jiang carefully examined the bank book, noting that Su Mingyang had indeed withdrawn 2,000 yuan from the bank that very day. Moreover, the balance on his account still exceeded 19,000 yuan. The sheer amount of money Su Mingyang possessed caused him to glance at him, significantly diminishing the likelihood that Su Mingyang had stolen money from Han Shui. However, Director Jiang understood that a thorough investigation could not be conducted hastily. Thus, he inquired, Su Mingyang, what do you intend to do with such a considerable sum of money? Su Mingyang replied, I have reserved a second-hand 386 computer in Liaoqing and plan to purchase it this afternoon. I informed our team leader this morning that I would be going to Liaoqing in the afternoon. Director Jiang nodded in acknowledgement and stepped out to call Zhou Jing, verifying Su Mingyang's leave request. After receiving confirmation, he returned to the interrogation room. He documented Su Mingyang's statements and then asked, is there anything else you wish to add? Su Mingyang? Su Mingyang, unwilling to let Han Shui be wrongfully accused, responded, Officer Jiang, I find this situation exceedingly peculiar. 2,000 yuan is nearly half a year's salary for the average person. How could she so carelessly leave it in her coat pocket? Furthermore, whether she had 2,000 yuan in her pocket or the origin of that money remains questionable. Upon hearing this, Director Jiang, somewhat impatient, retorted, you need not remind me of this matter. Now, please sign the record and leave. Shortly after Su Mingyang returned to the vehicle team, the results from the police station emerged. Han Shue's little scheme crumbled under the formidable pressure of law enforcement. She claimed that the 2,000 yuan was withdrawn by her husband the previous day, intended for their child's tuition fees. However, when the police contacted her husband's workplace to verify, he was completely oblivious and stated he had not given her any money. When asked about the tuition, he mentioned that he had already paid 1,000 yuan at the beginning of the year. The police quickly grasped the situation. Under the relentless pressure and irrefutable evidence, Han Shui eventually confessed to her false accusations against Su Mingyang. The railway police station and the train segment were closely related institutions, and it was necessary to consult with her department regarding how to handle Han Shui. Consequently, Director Jiang called Zhou Jing to report the findings, asking, "Team Leader Zhou, do you think this matter should be handled by our station, or would you prefer to manage it internally?" Chapter 29. The resolution upon learning that Han Shui had falsely accused Su Mingyang. Zhou Jing felt a surge of indignation and was tempted to suggest that the police station deal with it directly. However, she understood that if the police were to process Han Shui, it would likely result in her detention. This would negatively impact the department's score in the comprehensive assessment, jeopardizing the year-end bonuses for the leadership. Knowing that such a loss would not sit well with her superiors, she sighed inwardly and said, "Director Jiang, thank you for promptly clarifying the facts. Please allow Han Shui to return. We will handle it ourselves. Rest assured, we will ensure Su Mingyang is adequately reassured. Thus, I shall invite you for a drink on another day." The situation at the police station requires both accountability and resolution. It is essential to maintain a cordial relationship with the station while also providing an explanation to the leadership here. Zhang Xingji, Li Yanxiang, and others gleaned only fragments from Zhou Jing's phone conversation, particularly her instruction for Han Shui to return so they could handle the matter themselves. Given that Su Mingyang had already returned, it became evident that the issue likely pertained to Han Shui, prompting a chorus of questioning gazes directed at Zhou Jing. Understanding their unspoken concerns, Zhou Jing sighed and clarified, "The police have determined that Han Shui falsely accused Su Mingyang of stealing her money. In fact, Su Mingyang withdrew his funds from the bank only this morning. The passbook will confirm this. The police intended to detain Han Shui, but I intervened and brought her back for us to manage the situation." Upon hearing that Han Shui was the one who had wronged Su Mingyang, Zhang Xingji, Li Yanxiang, and Li Yanan looked utterly bewildered. Just moments ago, they had adamantly accused Su Mingyang of theft, and now the narrative had taken a dramatic turn, leaving them grappling with disbelief. Zhou Jing continued, "Now that the facts are established, I must report to Director Ma and Secretary Liang. The course of action regarding Han Shui will be determined after discussion within the department." She first approached Secretary Liang's office and addressed Su Mingyang, "Xiao Su. The police have clarified that Han Shui did not possess the alleged 2,000 yuan. She deliberately framed you after witnessing you count money. I understand this has been an ordeal for you, but rest assured, the department will take this matter seriously." Su Mingyang silently commended the police for their swift handling of the case. He recognized that the department would not take lenient action, even if Han Shui had influential backing. Thus, he felt no need to demand strict repercussions, simply responding, "Captain Zhou, I am relieved that the truth has come to light. A little injustice on my part is inconsequential. Had it remained unresolved, I would have been unjustly branded." Zhou Jing assured him, "I will ensure that Han Shui publicly acknowledges her mistake and apologizes to you at the next team meeting." Su Mingyang quickly interjected, "No, please, Captain Zhou. Do not pursue that course of action. I have no desire to see her. Her presence is repugnant to me." Zhou Jing replied, "Xiao Su, we will revisit this matter later. For now, I must report to Director Ma and Secretary Liang. When I return, feel free to share any thoughts you may have." "Understood, Captain Zhou," he responded. Zhou Jing then knocked on Director Ma's office door, waiting a moment before hearing a call from within, "Come in." Upon entering, she found Secretary Liang present, indicating they were engaged in work-related discussions. Seizing the opportunity to brief them together, she nodded and said, "Director Ma, Secretary Liang, I am here to report the findings from the police station." Ma Chunlong remarked, "Perfect timing, since Secretary Liang is here. Please, explain the situation." Zhou Jing succinctly summarized the police's conclusions, adding, "Initially, the police intended to detain Han Shui, but I feared that such action might hinder our department's comprehensive management efforts. Therefore, I requested her return for us to address the matter internally. The personnel assigned insisted that Zhou Jing must return the favor, as this was a matter she needed to demonstrate before the leadership." Upon hearing that Han Shui had accused a comrade, Ma Chunlong, filled with indignation, declared, "Such a morally reprehensible character cannot be allowed to serve as a junior staff member in our team. She must be expelled." Liang Guofeng concurred, stating, "Indeed, Han Shui must be dealt with severely." Ma Chunlong continued, "Secretary Liang, we shall convene a leadership meeting this afternoon to deliberate on the handling of Han Shui. This matter must be resolved swiftly to minimize its repercussions." Liang Guofeng replied, Very well. I will instruct Zhang Li to notify the team members at home. We shall meet at 1:30 this afternoon to specifically address this issue. Suddenly, Ma Chunlong recalled the individual involved, Su Mingyang, and inquired, Captain Zhou, doesn't your team have 2 junior staff members? What is Su Mingyang doing assisting in the team? Zhou Jing explained. Su Mingyang was originally a train attendant in the Blue Island Group. He is only 19 years old and suffered a motorcycle accident last November, leaving him in a vegetative state for over 4 months. He regained consciousness in March of this year, and in April, he expressed the desire to return to work. Considering his health was not fully restored, I allowed him to assist with minor tasks in the team. However, Su Mingyang is quite talented. He has written numerous reports for our department, some of which have even been published in the People's Railway newspaper. Upon learning of this situation, Zhou Jing was certain that Han Shui could no longer serve in the team, and she intentionally aimed to position Su Mingyang to replace Han Shui. Liang Guofeng remarked, I have heard of him from Hu Qingping. He is indeed quite gifted. Ma Chunlong nodded slowly and said, Captain Zhou, with such youth and talent, it would be unwise for him to linger in the team. Once his health has sufficiently improved, he should be given the opportunity to train on the train. In our segment, those who have not served as train leaders have limited prospects. Understood, Section Chief, Zhou Jing acquiesced, acknowledging the diminished possibility of Su Mingyang remaining in the team. Ma Chunlong glanced at Zhou Jing and instructed, please extend your gratitude to the police station. Keep track of expenses and provide a receipt, and I will reimburse you. Zhou Jing smiled and replied, thank you, Section Chief. After the afternoon party committee meeting, the outcome regarding Han Shui was determined. She received an administrative penalty of a major demerit, was expelled from the Passenger Transport Team 2, and reassigned to the Passenger Transport Team 3 along the coastal line as a train attendant. However, according to unofficial sources, Ma Chunlong initially proposed that Han Shui be dismissed from her position with a year's probation. Subsequently, individuals from higher authorities approached both Ma Chunlong and Liang Guofeng, leading to a revision of the proposed penalty to an administrative major demerit during the meeting. Chapter 030. Personnel Arrangements. The administrative penalties in railway units, ranked from lowest to highest, are as follows. Warning, demerit, major demerit, dismissal with 1 year of probation, dismissal with 2 years of probation, and outright dismissal. Although the major demerit and the dismissal with 1 year of probation differ by only 1 rank, they entail a significant disparity in terms of benefits. The administrative reprimand entails merely a suspension of the production bonus and other one-time rewards for a period of 6 months, alongside disqualification from recognition for the current year. Conversely, the penalty of termination with a year's probation results in a reduction of the basic salary to the minimum tier, providing only a basic living allowance throughout the year, devoid of any additional funds or eligibility for recognition. Moreover, once the probation period concludes, the basic salary does not revert to its former level, but rather begins anew from the minimum tier. Given that Han Shui has dedicated over a decade to her work, she will receive more than 50 yuan less each month than her contemporaries, culminating in an annual deficit of 600 yuan. When considering her remaining 15 years of service, this amounts to a total shortfall of 9,000 yuan. Due to the need to await the outcome of Duan's deliberations, Su Mingyang's plans to travel to Liaoqing in the afternoon were thwarted. Zhou Jing and Qi Lirong separately approached him, primarily to offer reassurance and encourage him to maintain focus on his work. Su Mingyang found the decision to be relatively satisfactory and harbored no ill thoughts. With the afternoon journey to Liaoqing abandoned, he resolved to take the midnight bus instead, allowing himself a chance to rest during the ride and arrive in the morning. He was not intending to purchase a motorcycle to ride back, so a bit of fatigue would not be an issue. He could catch up on sleep during the return trip. Around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhou Jing received a call from Section Chief Ma Chunlong, requesting her presence in his office. Knowing the importance of the summons, she hurried to comply. Upon her arrival, Ma Chunlong, seated alone, instructed her to take a seat and said, Captain Zhou, your Team S salesperson, LVXIN, is a relative of Section Chief LV from our passenger transport department. He has repeatedly urged me to arrange a position for her within the team, but until now, there has been no suitable opportunity. Now that Han Shui has stepped down, please assign her a role as an apprentice in the team. Understood, Section Chief. Though Ma Chunlong spoke with a tone of consultation, Zhou Jing recognized it as an unequivocal directive that she must follow without question, leading her to agree promptly. Upon exiting Ma Chunlong's office, Zhou Jing recalled his earlier remarks about Su Mingyang's youth and the need for him to gain frontline experience, realizing that he had already devised a plan. Ma Chunlong, however, was unaware of Su Mingyang's identity and would not pave any paths for him. His comments were merely formalities. The Blue Island team had just completed their shift the previous day and would not return until the day after tomorrow, meaning LVXIN would only be available to join the team as an apprentice upon her return. With LVXIN's absence, the team was left short one salesperson, necessitating the promotion of another. Gao Lijun, the water supply staff member with commendable qualities and technical skills, had been recommended multiple times by the team leader, Li Yan, and could be considered for the interim role of salesperson, with the potential for future confirmation. Upon returning to the team, Zhou Jing gathered Qi Lirong, Zhang Xingji, Li Yanxiang, and Wang Shuang for a meeting. The first order of business was to convey Ma Chunlong's recommendation of LVXIN for the apprentice position, a proposal that was met with unanimous agreement. During the second agenda, Zhou Jing proposed that the water supplier Gao Lijun from Group 1 temporarily assume the role of the business operator. This decision fell within the purview of the team leader. As long as Zhou Jing put forth a candidate, there would be no opposition from others. Only when Zhou Jing failed to present a selection could they propose their preferred individuals. Over the past 2 years, Zhou Jing had arranged several personnel for them, and upon presenting her candidate this time, everyone expressed their agreement. After the meeting adjourned, Zhang Xingji approached Zhou Jing and inquired, "Captain Zhou, have you made arrangements for the water supplier position now that one of them has been proposed for the business operator role?" Within the team, the selection of roles such as business operators, announcers, and luggage handlers was subject to the team leader's deliberation and subsequent reporting to the personnel department for record-keeping. Although the water supplier was also considered a designated role, it was ultimately categorized under train attendants, thus making the appointment of a water supplier solely at the discretion of the team leader. Zhang Xingji's inquiry was evidently aimed at positioning his own candidate. Zhou Jing replied, "Xingji, I already have a plan for this water supplier. Perhaps next time I can consider your candidate." The role of the water supplier on the train is somewhat of a coveted position, in addition to serving passengers with hot water. They assist the train leader with various tasks, often being trusted aides. While they may rank below business operators, announcers, and luggage handlers, they are still regarded as superior to the train attendants responsible for opening doors and cleaning. "Understood, Captain." Zhang Xingji acknowledged Zhou Jing's arrangement and refrained from further questioning, simply indicating his comprehension. In truth, Zhou Jing had earmarked this water supplier position for Su Mingyang. On one hand, the section chief had explicitly suggested that Su Mingyang gain practical experience on the train, thus she could no longer retain him in the team. On the other hand, following today's incident, her 2 deputy team leaders and a junior colleague had accused Su Mingyang of stealing Han Shui's money, which was a false accusation. If she were to keep Su Mingyang in the team, it would hinder his interactions with these 3 individuals. Moreover, Team Blue Island was scheduled to depart in 7 days. And within that time frame, her son Zhang Xiaodian would be preparing for his college entrance examination. By placing Su Mingyang in this group, he could assist his son with essay writing during these crucial days, as his admission to university hinged significantly on his essay results. Zhou Jing was unconcerned about any reluctance from other groups to accept Su Mingyang. She knew that any team leader would have to comply with her decision, particularly since the train leader of Group 1, Li Yan, was someone she had personally mentored. As long as she spoke, Li Yan would undoubtedly acquiesce without objection. Su Mingyang remained unaware of these developments. After his conversation with Zhou Jing in the afternoon, he returned home. Shortly after midnight, he boarded the train bound for Liaoqing, which was scheduled for service by his section. He greeted the train leader and then sought an empty berth to rest. Upon waking, he found himself arriving in Liaoqing. The arrival was early, just before 4:30 a.m., while the computer market would not open until 8 a.m. Thus, he opted to return to his usual lodging, booking a 6-hour room to continue his slumber. Su Mingyang prepared to take the train back to Longjiang at 1 p.m. With no rush, he entered his room and fell into a deep slumber, only awakening around 9 a.m., roused by hunger. After washing his face and checking out, he sought a restaurant to satisfy his appetite. Once he had eaten his fill, he boarded a bus heading to the computer market. Chapter 031. An unexpected surprise. Upon arriving at the computer market, Su Mingyang ascended the stairs and found the proprietor, smiling as he greeted him. "Do you remember me? The 386 computer I requested last time has been assembled, hasn't it?" The owner, Upon recognizing Su Mingyang, grinned and replied, "It has indeed been ready for over half a month. If you hadn't shown up soon, I would have had to sell it." Su Mingyang responded, "You promised to hold it for me within a month, and I have come well before that deadline." The owner said, "Exactly. Which is why I have refrained from selling it to several interested buyers, keeping it reserved for you. Just a moment." With that, the owner retrieved the 386 computer from beneath the counter, setting it on the desk, connecting it, and powering it on. He beckoned to Su Mingyang, saying, "Come over and give it a try." "All right," Su Mingyang replied, squeezing under the counter to sit before the computer. He had to admit that the boot-up speed was rather sluggish. It took nearly 2 minutes for the computer to fully start. He opened up the software and practiced typing with the Wubi input method. Fortunately, there was no lag while typing. His primary use for the computer was indeed typing. And as long as it functioned smoothly, he was content. Standing up, he inquired, "Boss, this computer seems adequate for my current needs. But I worry that once I take it home, it might break down. Who would I turn to then?" The owner reassured him, "Young man, I assembled this computer myself, so I know it inside and out. You can confidently take it home. It will serve you well for years. If you still have reservations, I can offer you a 1-year warranty. Should any hardware issues arise within that time, I will repair or replace it at no cost to you." Su Mingyang smiled and remarked, "But, boss, your word alone is not enough." The owner replied, "I can provide you with a warranty card." Satisfied, Su Mingyang then asked, "How much do you want for this computer?" The owner responded, "We agreed on 500 yuan, did we not?" Su Mingyang countered, "Could you possibly lower the price a bit? It wasn't easy for me to travel such a distance. Surely you could help me save on the ticket fare?" The owner, with a gentle smile, replied, "Young man, that price is already quite fair. Let me remind you that those 2 old computers could not even be combined into one functional unit. I had to add several components to complete this one, and I did not charge you extra for that. What more can I say?" Su Mingyang, determined to negotiate further, said, "But boss, my round-trip ticket, along with meals and accommodation, totals over 100 yuan. Surely, you could accommodate me just a little?" The owner suggested, "How about this? I recently acquired a small printer that the office no longer needs. It would be perfect for personal use, and I can sell it to you for 200 yuan. As for the computer, let us not haggle any further." Su Mingyang recognized that even a new small printer would cost over 2,000 yuan, making the second-hand price of 200 yuan exceedingly reasonable. Thus, he inquired, "Is this printer in good working condition?" The boss remarked, "Of course, if it doesn't work for you, even if I offer it for 50 yuan, you shouldn't take it." Su Mingyang responded, "All right, let me see you type." The boss retrieved the printer from beneath the counter. Upon inspecting it, Su Mingyang noted the printer's exterior was quite dilapidated, with the plastic cover missing, exposing the recess at the print head. The boss connected the printer to a 386 computer, produced a sheet of printing paper, and conducted a test print, presenting it to Su Mingyang while stating, "Don't be deceived by the printer's condition. The print quality is exceptional." Su Mingyang decided to purchase it without further hesitation and added, "Boss, please also provide me with a box of 3 5-inch floppy disks, 2 cartridges, and a pack of printing paper, totaling 4 items." "Certainly," the boss replied, gathering the requested items one by one, and soon calculated the total, saying, "That will be 1,734 yuan. You can pay me 1,730 yuan." Su Mingyang handed over the 1,730 yuan and requested, "Boss, please pack it for me." "All right, just a moment." The boss confirmed, double-checking the money before retrieving several cardboard boxes to begin packing. The monitor and stabilizer were placed in one box, while the chassis and printer occupied another. The remaining items were fitted into the gaps of the 2 boxes, securely taped and each adorned with a handle. Su Mingyang lifted each box to test their weight. Although heavy, he was still able to manage them, bidding farewell to the boss as he exited the computer city. He caught a bus to the station and, noticing it was still early, just past 11, decided to store the 2 boxes at the station's parcel service before seeking a small eatery for a meal. When it was time to board, although Su Mingyang did not recognize the train conductor, he presented his work ID, and upon realizing he belonged to the same section, the conductor arranged for him to have a sleeper compartment. After settling his belongings, he lay down and dozed off once the train departed. However, he slept a bit longer than intended, waking after over an hour, unable to return to slumber. With nothing to engage him, Su Mingyang observed a conductor approaching his carriage and cheerfully inquired, "Excuse me, do we transport railway newspapers on this train?" The conductor, recognizing Su Mingyang as part of the same section, replied, "Our train delivers newspapers daily between Jinqing and Liaoqing, distributing them at each station." Su Mingyang smiled, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, ma'am." He then made his way to the baggage car, where the attendant inquired, "What brings you here?" Su Mingyang quickly presented his work ID and explained, "Brother, we belong to the same section. I have nothing to do on the train and would like to find a couple of newspapers to read." The attendant, seeing Su Mingyang's credentials, returned the ID and gestured to a table piled high with rolls of newspapers, saying, "We have plenty of newspapers today. Feel free to take some." Su Mingyang glanced at the assortment, which included 4 editions, the Liaoqing Railway News for Friday and Saturday, as well as the People's Railway for the same days. And he unwrapped one bundle to take a copy. Su Mingyang casually glanced at the 4th page of the People's Railway newspaper and was suddenly taken aback to discover that his article, "The Tai Chi Passion of Old Chun," was prominently featured at the top of the page, accompanied by a photograph of Old Chun leading a group in Tai Chi practice. A wave of delight washed over him. After submitting the piece over 20 days prior, he had lost hope of its publication, only to find it unexpectedly gracing the headlines. He was filled with both surprise and joy. He took out a box of Lianyu cigarettes and offered one to the porter with a smile, saying, "Brother, have a smoke." Upon seeing the brand, the porter accepted it with a grin and remarked, "Young man, you've got good taste, smoking foreign cigarettes," as he lit the cigarette for him. Su Mingyang replied, "I just bought a pack on a whim for this trip. Otherwise, who can afford 6 yuan a pack?" The porter nodded in agreement and inquired, "Which train are you taking?" "I'm on the Blue Island train," Su Mingyang responded. "Ah, the Blue Island train is a good one. You can make money no matter what you do. Unlike our old rust bucket, which always runs at a loss," the porter replied. "True enough. But your train seems to have its own comforts," Su Mingyang remarked. Then he added, "Brother, could you spare me a few extra copies of this issue of the People's Railway? There's an article of mine in it." "Oh, you write articles too?" The porter was taken aback and quickly asked, "Which article is yours? Let me take a look." Su Mingyang pointed to the article in the newspaper, saying, "This one, about Old Chun teaching Tai Chi voluntarily." The porter glanced at the article and then spotted the accompanying photograph. Pointing to Chen Shiqing, he exclaimed, "I know Old Chun. I always see him in the morning when I go for my run at the sports field." "Indeed, he teaches Tai Chi there every morning," Su Mingyang affirmed. "Impressive. Young man, your article made it to the newspaper." The porter praised him and then cautioned, "Be sure to take a few copies. But don't take them all at once. You can't hand in a report with too few copies from one roll." "All right, thank you, brother," Su Mingyang said, opening one roll of the newspaper to take out a sheet, then grabbing another sheet from a different roll, totaling 5 sheets. After expressing his gratitude once more to the porter, he returned to the sleeper car. By the time they reached Longjiang, it was nearly 5:30 p.m. He took a taxi to drop off his computer at home before heading to Zhou Jing's residence to tutor Zhang Xiaotian in composition. Only Zhou Jing and Zhang Xiaotian were at home, as her husband, Zhang Tianxiang, was away on duty. Su Mingyang first went to Zhang Xiaotian's room to guide him through the intricacies of essay writing, with the impending college entrance examination drawing near. He refrained from discussing theoretical concepts and focused instead on analyzing 3 key essay topics to help cement his understanding. After finishing the tutoring session, Su Mingyang exited the room. Preparing to leave, Zhou Jing, who had been waiting in the living room, stood up and said, "Xiao Su, don't rush off just yet. I have something to discuss with you." Nodding, Su Mingyang took a seat on the sofa, and Zhou Jing poured him a cup of tea. She looked at him earnestly and said, "Xiao Su, the situation regarding Han Shui has escalated significantly. The section chief has personally intervened and inquired about you. I informed him that you have just been discharged from the hospital and are still recovering, so you are temporarily assisting the team. You are still young, and your constant assistance to the team may not be sustainable. For the sake of your future, it would be wise for you to board the vehicle." Su Mingyang was unaware of the circumstances that had transpired, yet he trusted that Zhou Jing had her reasons for assigning him to this task. He had devoted time to tutoring Zhang Xiaotian in composition, and Zhou Jing would not treat him unfairly. Hence, he replied, "All right, Captain Zhou. I must admit, I am not quite accustomed to working every day on the day shift." Zhou Jing nodded and said, "Xiao Su, as long as you have no objections, that is what matters. I plan to assign you as a water supplier in Team 1. You are aware that this team has been jointly designated as a youth civilized unit by the Youth League Committee and the Railway Bureau. You must cherish this opportunity and dedicate yourself to contributing positively to the team, supporting the conductor's work wholeheartedly. Upon hearing that Zhou Jing had arranged for him to be a water supplier, Su Mingyang felt immense joy. Previously, as a hard-seat attendant, he had worked on the highly sought-after Blue Island long-distance train, which was perpetually overbooked. During peak travel seasons or holidays, the carriages were packed to capacity, and cleaning them could take over an hour, with trash filling several large bags. In summer, he would be drenched in sweat, and in winter, he would be equally drenched after completing his tasks. Indeed, the work was exceedingly arduous. In contrast, the role of a water supplier was much less demanding. The water supplier did not focus on the carriages, but was instead responsible for boiling water and delivering it. According to the regulations, the water must be boiled before departure and transferred into the thermal containers in the carriages. Once the train began its journey, there were few responsibilities. Aside from occasionally boiling water and ensuring that the thermal containers remained filled, making for a significantly easier workload. Su Mingyang eagerly expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Captain. I will certainly work diligently." Zhou Jing added, "Additionally, during your free time, make sure to study the passenger regulations and the relevant rules of train operations. Mastery of technical skills is essential for advancement in this field. You are young and intelligent. Studying well will serve you well." Su Mingyang nodded enthusiastically, responding, "Understood, Captain." Zhou Jing continued, "Starting tomorrow, you will no longer need to report to the team. Team 1 will return at noon tomorrow and will not depart until the 7th. Use this time to prepare. On the 7th, you will join Team 1. After descending the stairs, Su Mingyang realized he was hungry and remembered he had yet to eat dinner. He found a small eatery and enjoyed a bowl of noodles. Upon returning home, he opened the cardboard boxes, taking out the computer tower and monitor to begin assembly. Lacking a proper computer desk, he made do with a study table. After connecting the tower, stabilizer, monitor, and printer, he plugged everything in and powered up the computer. It started flawlessly. Excitedly, he typed a few lines and then loaded a sheet of paper into the printer to test it. Hearing the sound of the printer in action, Li Shuang called from outside, "Mingyang, what is that noise coming from your room?" Su Mingyang stood up and opened the door, saying, "Mom, it's just the sound of me testing the printer." As the door swung open, Li Shuang spotted the computer on the table and inquired, "Mingyang, where did you get this computer?" Su Mingyang replied with a smile, "Mom, I bought it in Liaoqing. You saw me bring it back last night, didn't you?" Li Shuang exclaimed, "So the 2 boxes you brought back last night contained a computer? How much did it cost?" Su Mingyang replied, "It's secondhand. And not expensive, only 1,500 yuan. Li Shuang, aware that her son possessed some money, refrained from inquiring about its source. Instead, she asked, "What do you intend to do with the computer?" Su Mingyang replied with a smile, "Mom, I intend to write articles." The mere mention of his writing filled Li Shuang with immense pride. Ever since her son Su had returned to work after awakening, he seemed transformed. No longer did he associate with the unsavory elements of society, but rather he had developed a sudden passion for writing. Each evening, upon returning home, he would sit at his desk and compose. Initially, she had thought that as a junior high school graduate, he lacked the education to produce anything of significance. To her astonishment, however, her son's articles were being published in newspapers, and he had even penned numerous novels and essays. She had read every piece he wrote, and although she was a mathematics teacher, she possessed a discerning eye for literary quality. While her son's work may not rival that of established authors, it nonetheless reached a commendable level, far beyond what one would expect from a novice. Chapter 33. Encounter with Zhang Jiaqing. Li Shuang wholeheartedly supported her son as long as he remained on the right path, especially in pursuing such an elegant hobby as writing. With a wave of her hand, she said, "Son, how much did this computer cost? I shall cover it." Su Mingyang chuckled and replied, "Mom, there's no need. I have money." Li Shuang insisted, "Your money is yours, but my contribution is a token of my support for your writing." Recognizing it as a mother's heartfelt gesture, Su Mingyang accepted with a smile, "Thank you, Mom." Li Shuang inquired about the total cost of the computer. Su Mingyang responded, "It was a little over 1,700 yuan. "Very well," she said, "tomorrow, I will give you 1,800. Once Su Mingyang had set up the computer, he began writing a short story he had already conceived. Having previously composed online novels directly on the computer, he experienced no discomfort transitioning from traditional writing methods. His thoughts flowed smoothly, and in under 3 hours, he produced a draft of a 5,000-word short story. With the prospect of not having to work the following day, he dedicated an additional 2 hours to revisions. When he finally shut down the computer, he noticed it was already past 1 a.m. After washing up in the bathroom, he climbed into bed and slept soundly until after 8 a.m., when his father roused him upon the arrival of Zhang Ming. Sitting up in bed, Su Mingyang reached for a cigarette from the nightstand and offered one to Zhang Ming. After lighting it and taking a puff, he asked, "Why did you wake me so early?" "What is it?" "So early?" Zhang Ming retorted. "What time do you think it is?" "I went to the office to find you, but they said you hadn't come in. That's why I came here. It's almost 9 o'clock, and you're still in bed." Su Mingyang replied, "Stop rambling. Just tell me what you need." With a sheepish grin, Zhang Ming said, "Mingyang, today is my girlfriend's birthday. Could you lend me your motorcycle? I want to take her for a ride." "Your girlfriend? When did you start dating someone?" "I had no idea." Su Mingyang and Zhang Ming have been childhood friends, with Zhang Ming being a year older than Su Mingyang. They attended school together, remaining classmates from elementary through middle school. After graduating from middle school, Su Mingyang took over his mother's job, while Zhang Ming went to work at his father's company, the Longjiang Labor Service Company, earning a modest income of a few dozen yuan each month. Consequently, he decided to abandon his job and spent his days aimlessly wandering. Yet his cleverness allowed him to engage in various ventures, earning a bit of extra money. Su Mingyang, being well acquainted with Zhang Ming, noticed that since Zhang's relationship with Huang ended last August, he had not seen him with anyone else. Thus, he inquired about his current romantic pursuits. Zhang Ming chuckled and replied that he had been dating someone since December of last year, almost 6 months ago, adding that Su was unaware due to being hospitalized at the time. Upon realizing that Zhang had started a new relationship while he was incapacitated, Su asked about the girl's profession and age. Zhang, playfully evasive, insisted on keeping her identity a secret. Feigning irritation at Zhang's reluctance to share, Su declared that he would not lend him his motorcycle unless he divulged the information. Zhang quickly countered, promising to treat Su to drinks that evening, revealing that he had made reservations at a hotel for a special occasion, his girlfriend's birthday. Su agreed to join him, but humorously stated he would not visit a snack bar. Zhang assured him that they would celebrate at the upscale Xiangmenlu Hotel, where he had reserved a private room, instructing Su to arrive promptly at 5 p.m. That evening, Su arrived punctually at Xiangmenlu Hotel, which was considered one of the finest establishments in the Taipei area, frequently hosting guests from various railway units. Upon entering room 203, he was astonished by the scene before him. In the room were 3 individuals, Zhang Ming and 2 girls, both of whom Su recognized from his past life. Although this was their first meeting in the present, the girl with wild, voluminous hair seated next to Zhang Ming was Su Xinxin, who had been in a 5-year relationship with him that ultimately did not culminate in marriage. The other girl, with lovely long hair, was Zhang Jiaqin, who was Su Mingyang's wife in his previous life. Su Xinxin and Zhang Jiaqin, both classmates and close friends, had not pursued high school after middle school and instead attended a beauty school together in Liaoqing. Upon returning, they rented a modest storefront in Taipei and opened a hair salon. Initially, business was slow, but their enthusiasm and reasonable prices, combined with their improving skills, gradually attracted a loyal clientele, leading to a steady increase in business. Something felt amiss. Although in the previous life it was Zhang Ming who introduced Zhang Jieqi to Su Mingyang, that should have occurred 2 years later, in 1995. At that time, Zhang Ming had only recently met Su Xinxin. Upon seeing that Zhang Jieqi, who was developing a salon alongside Su Xinxin, was still single, he introduced her to Su Mingyang. The moment they met, Su Mingyang and Zhang Jieqi were instantly drawn to one another, swiftly establishing a romantic relationship. Half a year later, Su Xinxin and Zhang Jieqi parted ways. Su Xinxin remained in Taipei, while Zhang Jieqi rented a storefront in the city to open her own salon. Could it be that my small butterfly wings altered the original trajectory, allowing me to meet Zhang Jieqi 2 years earlier? Let me ponder this. When I met Zhang Jieqi in 1995, she was 19, but now she must only be 17. Seeing the bewildered expression on Su Mingyang's face as he gazed at Zhang Jieqi, Zhang Ming assumed it was the beauty of Zhang Jieqi that had left him astounded. Teasingly, he remarked, "Mingyang, why are you lost in thought? Hurry in. What? Are you so mesmerized by the beauty that you can't move?" Only upon Zhang Ming's utterance did Su Mingyang snap back to reality, offering an apologetic smile as he replied, No. When I opened the door, I was greeted by 2 lovely ladies and thought I had entered the wrong room." "Humph," Zhang Ming said, somewhat displeased. "You can only see the beauties and not me? You prioritize looks over friendship." Su Mingyang rolled his eyes at Zhang Ming, ignoring him, and with a beaming smile, entered the private room, waving to Su Xinxin and Zhang Jieqi as he cheerfully said, "Hello." Su Xinxin looked at Su Mingyang and said, "You must be Su Mingyang, right? I often hear Zhang Ming speak of you." Chapter 034. A chance encounter with director Li. Su Mingyang smiled and replied, "Indeed. Let me guess, you are Zhang Ming's girlfriend?" Zhang Ming chimed in, "Of course. Mingyang, allow me to formally introduce you. This is my girlfriend Su Xinxin, and that is her friend Zhang Jieqi. They are both running the Xinxi salon in Taipei. Happy birthday." Su Mingyang exclaimed to Su Xinxin. Then from his pocket, he produced a box of Olay, beautifully wrapped with a ribbon, which he presented to her with both hands. As a good friend's girlfriend celebrating her birthday, he could not arrive empty-handed. He had to make a gesture. Earlier that afternoon, he had made a special trip to the overseas Chinese shopping center, purchasing the most expensive Olay at the cosmetics counter. At that moment, there was no professional gift wrapping service, so he had wrapped it himself with ribbon he had bought. Su Xinxin, upon seeing the Olay that Su Mingyang gifted her, was elated and gratefully accepted it, exclaiming, "Thank you, Mingyang." Zhang Ming turned to Zhang Jieqi and said, "Jieqi, this is my buddy Su Mingyang, who works in the Longjiang train segment and runs routes to Blue Island." Finally having the opportunity to speak, Zhang Jieqi nodded at Su Mingyang, saying, "Hello, Su Gu." Su Mingyang distinctly sensed the difference in how Su Xinxin and Zhang Jieqi addressed him. Su Xinxin, perhaps due to her connection with Zhang Ming, called him Mingyang Gu with a sense of intimacy, while Zhang Jieqi's Su Gu felt somewhat formal. However, this was merely the beginning of their acquaintance, and relationships would develop in due time. "Hello, Zhang Jieqi." Su Mingyang responded to her with a smile. Zhang Ming then handed the menu to Su Mingyang, stating, "Mingyang, I have already ordered 5 dishes and a soup. There is 1 dish left for you to choose. Order whatever you like." Su Mingyang replied, "I am fine with anything. I have no dietary restrictions, so just go ahead and order." Zhang Ming remarked, "That won't do. This dish was specially reserved for you, and you must order it." All right, I shall order it," Su Mingyang conceded. Unable to refuse any longer, he took the menu and began to peruse it. The selections of chicken, fish, and meat failed to pique his interest until his eyes fell upon a dish named Puba pork tenderloin. This instantly reminded him of a dish he had savored in his past life at a restaurant near the train station. The preparation of this dish was labor-intensive and required true culinary skill to achieve a perfect exterior crispness while maintaining a tender and succulent interior. Whenever he dined at that restaurant, this dish was a staple on his order. However, after the chef left, he had never tasted it again. And despite dining at many fine establishments thereafter, he had never encountered it on any menu. The sudden appearance of this dish today filled him with excitement, and he pointed at it, declaring, "I shall order this Puba pork tenderloin." Zhang Ming called over the waiter, stating, "Let us order another Puba pork tenderloin. We can commence with the dishes now." Room 203, although a small private dining area, could accommodate 8 people around a round table, with only 4 of them present. They settled on one side, leaving half the table empty. After 4 dishes were served, Zhang Ming initiated the drinking festivities. He and Su Mingyang ordered a bottle of high-quality sorghum liquor, while beers were requested for Su Xinxin and Zhang Jiaqing. Noticing Su Mingyang was still seated beside him and not moving, Zhang Ming nudged him playfully, saying, "Don't sit so close to me. It's rather dull for 2 grown men to sit together. Go over there and keep Zhang Jiaqing company." How Su Mingyang wished to sit next to Zhang Jiaqing. However, having taken a seat beside Zhang Ming upon entering, he felt it awkward to suddenly shift to her side. Zhang Ming's comment provided him with both an opportunity and an excuse. He stood up, exclaiming, "If you don't wish to sit next to me, I certainly don't wish to be next to you." He then took his drink and moved to sit beside Zhang Jiaqing. Zhang Ming had already mentioned several times to Zhang Jiaqing that he intended to introduce her to a potential boyfriend, boasting about how wonderful Su Mingyang was. Yet, Zhang Jiaqing consistently declined, citing her youth. Ultimately, Zhang Ming suggested, "If you're not ready to date, can't we at least introduce you two? Start as friends. And if there's mutual interest, you may progress from there." Zhang Jiaqing reluctantly acquiesced. Upon meeting Su Mingyang today, she found him quite agreeable. He was above average in both stature and appearance, though he did not stir any particular excitement within her. Nevertheless, she deemed it sufficient for casual friendship. When Su Mingyang sat beside her, she greeted him with a radiant smile, marking their acquaintance. Her smile ignited a wave of emotion within Su Mingyang. He understood Zhang Ming's intentions and felt reassured by Zhang Jiaqing's amiable demeanor towards him. A promising beginning heralded a successful journey ahead. After pouring the drinks, Zhang Ming began to rally for toasts. It was known that specialized bakeries for birthday cakes had emerged in the city. Thus, Su Mingyang pondered why Zhang Ming had not arranged a birthday cake for Su Xinxin today. After all, birthday cakes were still a relatively novel concept. Perhaps Zhang Ming simply did not entertain the thought. However, at that moment, Su Mingyang could not inquire, for had he known Zhang Ming had overlooked the birthday cake, he would certainly have taken the initiative to order one. Su Xinxin is a vivacious individual, and upon indulging in libations, her exuberance shines even brighter. Zhang Ming has often spoken to her about Su Mingyang, expressing his desire to introduce Zhang Jiaqing to him. After meeting Su Mingyang today, he was left with a favorable impression, particularly noting his stable employment, which makes him a suitable match for Zhang Jiaqing. Thus, he incessantly encourages Su Mingyang and Zhang Jiaqing to share a drink, fervently attempting to bring them together. In stark contrast, Zhang Jiaqing embodies the delicate charm of a refined lady, exhibiting a quiet demeanor. A mere sip of beer causes her cheeks to flush, compelling Su Mingyang to assume the role of her protector, shielding her from excessive drinking. Su Xinxin remarked, "Mingyang, should you wish to style your hair in the future, do come to my salon. The service will be complimentary." When Su Mingyang is in class, he is required to don a wide-brimmed hat, rendering any hairstyle futile, as he typically sports a buzz cut and seldom styles his hair. However, he understands Su Xinxin's good intentions, which are aimed at encouraging him to frequent the salon and interact more with Zhang Jiaqing, and he responds with a smile, "Certainly, I am grateful." Su Xinxin waved dismissively. "Grateful? Given your relationship with Zhang Ming, that would be too formal. Entrust your head to me, and I assure you, I can make you tenfold more handsome than you are now." During the gathering, as Su Mingyang excused himself to the restroom, he found himself in a bustling atmosphere at the Xiangmenlu restaurant, which featured a dance floor, a popular trend of the era. Guests interested in dancing could venture to the dance floor outside the private rooms. Those without partners could request a server to accompany them, albeit with a gratuity. Upon opening the door to the private room, the music swelled, and the dance floor appeared quite crowded. Navigating to the stairway to descend to the restroom, he unexpectedly encountered a group led by trained Chief Li Yan, who was ascending. He was about to join her team as a water supplier and was surprised to see her here. Su Mingyang halted to greet her. "Hello, Chief Li." Li Yan glanced up at him, recognition dawning as she recalled his identity. Her brow furrowed slightly as she inquired, "Su Mingyang, what brings you here?" Chapter 035. An early meeting earlier today, upon the first Group S arrival at Longjiang. Team leader Zhou Jing summoned Li Yan to the office to inform her of a significant decision. Their Team S salesperson, Lu Xian, would be stationed at the train fleet as a junior officer, while the water supplier, Gao Lijun, would temporarily assume the role of team salesperson. And Su Mingyang would replace Gao Lijun as the water supplier in their team. Zhou Jing had previously mentioned the possibility of Su Mingyang joining their team as a train attendant, but knowing he was not wanted by other teams, she had not pursued the matter further. This time, however, Zhou Jing made a direct announcement regarding the fleet's decision. Additionally, this was not merely about becoming a train attendant. All eyes were now on the coveted position of water supplier, which was challenging for her to accept. Li Yan had been a favored protégé of Zhou Jing, who would not force a decision upon her without careful consideration. She knew it was imperative to address Li Yan's concerns thoughtfully. Zhou Jing remarked that everyone in the team spoke ill of Su Mingyang, deeming him ineffectual. However, during his time assisting the team, she perceived him to be quite the opposite of the rumors. He consistently arrived first at the team every day, diligently attending to cleanliness. Even in the face of Han Shui's sabotage, he refrained from harboring a grudge and exhibited remarkable magnanimity. Zhou Jing felt that the various rumors surrounding him were not only untrue, but also exaggerated. Li Yan interjected, "Captain, even so, you shouldn't assign him to our team. We are an advanced group. Are you not concerned that one rotten apple might spoil the barrel? If you wish for him to serve as a water attendant, he could be placed in another team. You could simply transfer a water attendant from elsewhere." Zhou Jing replied, "Li Yan, please hold your horses. I have yet to finish my explanation. My decision to place him in your team is deliberate. Su Mingyang possesses remarkable writing skills and has contributed numerous articles for our team. Did he not write a report for you that was published in the People's Railway newspaper? Furthermore, he has penned various novels and essays of considerable merit. By including him in your team, you can delegate the writing tasks to him, ensuring that any commendable achievements are promptly reported, which would greatly aid in maintaining your team's esteemed reputation. Upon hearing this, Li Yan fell silent. She had only heard of Su Mingyang but had not been acquainted with him. When she saw him accompanying Zhou Jing and Qi Lirong to receive the train, she inquired about his identity and learned that he was indeed Su Mingyang. Subsequently, she heard of his writing prowess and how many of his articles had been published, including one specifically for her that had enhanced her own reputation. Though she had never spoken to him, she felt a degree of gratitude towards him. Her team indeed required someone adept at writing, which would alleviate her burdens and allow her to focus on managing the team effectively. Zhou Jing continued. The crux of the matter is that I owe Su Mingyang a significant favor, which has influenced my decision to assign him to your team. He is still quite young and possesses great potential. He must be guided by a capable individual. Thus, not only should he join your team, but you must also mentor him, just as I once guided you. Do you understand? Given Zhou Jing's patronage towards Li Yan, she could hardly object at this point and nodded in agreement, recognizing the necessity of complying with Zhou Jing's wishes. Although she had accepted this arrangement internally, she still felt unsettled upon unexpectedly encountering Su Mingyang at the Xiangmenlu. She spoke rather brusquely, not offering him a cordial reception. Su Mingyang smiled and explained, "A friend of mine is celebrating a birthday here, and I need to step downstairs to use the restroom." "Li, what brings you here?" "Oh," Li Yan thought, realizing that if she could be here, there was no reason Su Mingyang could not join as well. She replied, "Our teammate, LVXIN, is stationed at the team, and Gao Lijun has become a business officer. Are you here to serve as the water attendant? Today, we are gathering to bid farewell to LVXIN." Su Mingyang inquired, "Has the entire team arrived?" Li Yan clarified, "Not everyone. Today's farewell for LVXIN is a shared expense among us. Only the team's core personnel, along with the ticket inspectors and train checkers, are present. Since you're here, why not return after your restroom visit and introduce yourself to everyone?" Su Mingyang inquired, "All right. Li, which private room are you in?" Li Yan replied, "We are in room 208. Su Mingyang responded, "Understood, I shall be there shortly." Upon returning from the restroom, Su Mingyang first went back to room 203 and informed Zhang Ming, "I just encountered our team leader. Coincidentally, our group is gathering here for a meal. I will go over to raise a toast. You all continue eating. I shall return shortly." Knowing he could not appear empty-handed when making a toast, Su Mingyang made his way to the bar downstairs. Observing the selection of spirits on the shelf, he noted that despite Xiangmenlu being considered a prominent restaurant in Taipei, it lacked high-end liquors such as Mutai and Wulianya. If they had indeed been available, Su Mingyang would have been willing to purchase a bottle. After a glance, he discerned that the finest liquor available was a porcelain bottle of Fingio, priced at 58 yuan. He promptly paid for 2 bottles and proceeded to room 208. Upon entering, Su Mingyang was greeted by a room full of people. Although the gathering consisted solely of regular staff and train inspectors, nearly 20 individuals were present. The large table in room 208 could accommodate 16, making it somewhat cramped with so many attendees. Noticing Su Mingyang's arrival, Li Yan clapped her hands and announced, "Everyone, please quiet down. This is our team's newly appointed water supply personnel, Su Mingyang. I just saw him dining in this restaurant and thought it would be a good opportunity for everyone to meet." Su Mingyang slightly bowed and smiled, saying, "Greetings, everyone. I was previously with Team 7, and I feel immensely honored to join Team 1 and work alongside you all. I hope you will offer me guidance, criticism, and support in our future endeavors. This is our first meeting, so I brought 2 bottles of Fingio to liven up the atmosphere. Now, allow me to propose a toast to all of you." With that, he opened one of the bottles and began to pour drinks, starting with Li Yan, the team leader. Those who work on the train often find themselves traveling far and wide, frequently coming together to socialize and enjoy drinks. Regardless of gender, most of them are quite adept at drinking. Only a few are not. Although many had heard various rumors about Su Mingyang that cast him in an unfavorable light, they had not worked alongside him, leaving them without first-hand experience. Nevertheless, Su Mingyang's words resonated well, and his gesture of bringing 2 bottles of such fine liquor was appreciated. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. And with everyone in high spirits from the drinks, they graciously raised their glasses to allow him to pour. After pouring a round of drinks, Su Mingyang filled his own glass, raising it to declare, "I toast to the brothers becoming ever more handsome, to the sisters growing ever more beautiful, and to everyone's smooth work, steady promotions, abundant wealth, and may all your wishes come true. Upon finishing his toast, Su Mingyang indicated his respect by raising his glass and stating, "I will drink this toast, and you may do as you wish." He then downed the contents of his glass in one go, turning it upside down to signify that not a drop remained. The others promptly raised their glasses in response. The table was predominantly composed of women, most of whom were not accustomed to drinking by Geo. Only the train inspectors and Gao Lijun were male. Given Su Mingyang's invitation to drink freely, most took a small sip. The chief inspector, Lao Hu, lifted his glass and said, "Young man, you are quite bold. I shall drink this toast with you." With that, he downed the contents of his glass in one gulp. "Thank you, Brother Hu." After expressing his gratitude to Hu Shibua, Su Mingyang distributed some Lianyu cigarettes to everyone. The women at the table did not smoke, leaving only Hu Shibua and a few other men partaking. After a brief conversation, Li Yin raised her glass and said, "Though today's gathering is to bid farewell to Lu Xine, since Su Mingyang has joined us, I propose a toast to welcome him to our team." The suggestion from the team leader was met with enthusiastic agreement. Li Yin clarified that raising a glass was synonymous with taking a sip, and after repeatedly expressing his thanks, Su Mingyang earnestly downed a glass. Upon finishing the drink, Su Mingyang remarked, "Li team leader, Brother Hu, I must take my leave. I have overstayed at my friend's birthday celebration, and it wouldn't be appropriate. We will be in the same team moving forward, and I look forward to more opportunities to drink together." Returning to room 203, Zhang Ming noticed Su Mingyang's flushed face and inquired, "Mingyang, did you indulge in quite a bit of alcohol during your visit?" Su Mingyang replied, "Indeed. I am about to work with this team, and since it was my first meeting with the core members, I felt it necessary to demonstrate my sincerity by downing 2 glasses." Zhang Ming responded, "2 glasses amount to nearly half a gin of liquor. Enough of the strong spirits for you. Have a beer with Zhang Jiaqing instead." He then opened a bottle of beer and handed it to Su Mingyang. Su Mingyang filled Zhang Jiaqing's glass with beer and poured himself a cup, raising it in a toast. "Zhang Ming, Su Xinxin, Zhang Jiaqing. I apologize for the earlier engagement with the team. To express my regret, I will finish this drink. Please feel free to enjoy." With that, he downed his drink in one gulp. Zhang Ming raised his glass and said, "If you drink, I shall drink alongside you. The 2 ladies may drink as they please." He then finished his own glass of white liquor. Despite consuming a significant amount of alcohol, Su Mingyang maintained an admirable composure throughout the gathering, which enhanced Zhang Jiaqing's favorable impression of him. As the banquet concluded, Zhang Ming declared, "Mingyang, I will ride my motorcycle for the night. You are responsible for ensuring Zhang Jiaqing returns home safely." Su Mingyang replied, "Of course, I will see to it that Zhang Jiaqing arrives home securely. You've had quite a bit to drink, so please ride slowly and prioritize safety." Zhang Ming acknowledged, "I know, I will ride cautiously." Upon exiting the private room, Su Mingyang observed several members of the team dancing in the dance floor. Noticing their engrossed expressions, he chose not to interrupt them and descended the stairs with Zhang Ming and the others. Zhang Ming settled the bill and rode off with Su Xinxin, while Su Mingyang accompanied Zhang Jiaqing home. Zhang Jiaqing's residence was near Railway No. 2 Middle School, not far from Su Mingyang's home. Despite their familiarity, today marked their first encounter, rendering them somewhat strangers, and Zhang Jiaqing spoke very little, responding only when prompted by Su Mingyang. Recognizing that there was no rush, he refrained from inquiring about her family situation and instead asked about the hair salon she and Su Xinxin operated. Zhang Jiaqing was more than willing to discuss the salon, engaging in conversation with Su Mingyang. As they reached her doorstep to part ways, Zhang Jiaqing finally took the initiative to say, "Brother Su, you are always welcome to visit our salon whenever you have the time." Su Mingyang smiled and replied, "Certainly. I will make a point to come see you when I have the chance." In the blink of an eye, the day of the college entrance examination arrived. Zhang Tianxiang, the husband, was preoccupied with work and unable to accompany their child. Thus, the responsibility fell to Zhou Jing. She requested a 2-day leave from her department, which was met with understanding from her superiors, granting her a smooth passage. On the morning of the first day of the examination, Zhou Jing rose early to prepare a delectable breakfast for her son, Zhang Xiaodian, waking him at 6:30. After enjoying their meal, they checked his examination admission ticket and essential items before heading to the examination venue at No. 1 High School. Upon their arrival, the gates were still closed, and a substantial crowd of students and parents had gathered outside, as traffic restrictions permitted only pedestrians. Those arriving by taxi had to disembark far from the entrance and walk the remainder of the way. The first subject of the day was Chinese. Zhou Jing repeatedly advised her son to remain calm during the examination, particularly emphasizing the importance of carefully understanding the essay prompt and approaching it with diligence. Zhang Xiaotian maintained a positive mindset and was not overly anxious, while Zhou Jing felt a greater sense of nervousness than her son. As the gates opened, students entered the examination hall with their admission tickets, while some parents departed after dropping off their children, though many others lingered outside, anxiously awaiting their return. The weather was splendid, with the sun shining brightly. Zhou Jing, filled with anticipation, waited outside the examination venue. Despite the tutoring from Su Mingyang, which had helped improve her son's essay skills, she still worried about the potential for him to falter on the essay and miss the opportunity for university admission. It was crucial. His performance could mean the difference between stepping through the university's doors or remaining outside. As time passed, students began to emerge from the examination hall. Each time a student exited, parents rushed to the entrance to see if it was their child, eagerly inquiring about their performance. It was only when a large group of students finally exited that Zhou Jing spotted Zhang Xiaotian. Upon their reunion, she urgently asked, "Son, how did it go? Was the essay difficult?" "Not too bad," Zhang Xiaotian replied, pulling her aside and whispering, "Mom, Su Ji's predictions are astonishingly accurate. The essay topic was just one character away from what he had me prepare. He suggested I write about reading without fear of difficulties, and today's topic was attacking books without fear of difficulties. Just a single character difference." "Really?" Zhou Jing exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy. "Did you manage to write on it?" "Of course," Zhang Xiaotian said gleefully. "Su Ge had me write 10 essays, personally revising each one. And he even highlighted 3 key essays for review, including the one on reading without fear of difficulties. I've memorized it perfectly. I'm confident I can score at least 35 points." Zhou Jing was elated. Even a score of 30 would secure a place above the undergraduate threshold, and a higher score could offer an advantage during the allocation of majors. In this era, students are required to choose their college entrance examination preferences before taking the exam, leaving little room for flexibility. If one selects based on their usual performance, the risk of underperformance or overachievement during the actual examination could lead to either overestimating or underestimating their capabilities. An inflated choice could result in a scenario where, despite meeting the cutoff for prestigious universities or undergraduate programs, one fails to meet the minimum score required by their preferred institution. Conversely, an underestimated choice would confine a student to a lesser university, even when they possess the potential to attend a more esteemed one. When Zhang Xiaotian was selecting his preferences for the college entrance examination, his mother, Zhou Jing, leveraged her connections to consult a highly regarded teacher specializing in this domain. Taking into account Zhang Xiaotian's performance in the 5th mock examination, the teacher recommended that his first choice be Chongqing Industrial University, followed by Songjiang Agricultural University, and finally, Songjiang Chemical Institute. All 3 institutions are local universities with substantial annual enrollment, ensuring that as long as Zhang Xiaotian's scores align with the undergraduate threshold, his admission would be practically assured. This approach is indeed the safest, provided he meets the required score. Upon hearing her son's plan, Zhou Jing felt a sense of relief. As long as he did not lose too many points on the essay, reaching the undergraduate threshold should pose no challenge. However, she still inquired with a hint of uncertainty, "Son, are you sure you can score 35 points on the essay?" Zhang Xiaotian, buoyed by a successful essay performance, replied with a cheerful smile, "Mom, with Su Ji's revisions to my essay, I feel confident. 35 points is actually a conservative estimate. You can rest easy." Zhou Jing was filled with excitement, crediting her son's success in the essay to Su Mingyang's guidance. Reflecting on her initial decision to have him tutor her son, as suggested by Qi Lirong, she felt it was indeed the right choice. She began contemplating what to give Su Mingyang as a token of appreciation. Remembering his penchant for smoking, she decided that gifting him a couple of fine cigarette packs would be fitting. Upon returning home, Zhou Jing prepared lunch for her son, and they shared a meal together. Afterwards, Zhang Xiaotian retreated to his room to review the material for his afternoon exam. Meanwhile, Zhou Jing returned to her own room to rummage through the cabinet, searching for the high-quality cigarettes stored at home. As a leader overseeing a large team of over 300 members, she frequently managed personnel matters, promotions, and various other responsibilities throughout the year, receiving numerous gifts in return. However, she adhered to a strict principle. She would graciously accept items such as cigarettes, alcohol, local specialties, or consumables, but she firmly refused any monetary gifts. Her husband, Zhang Tianxiang, smoked occasionally, consuming a pack every 2 to 3 days, but he preferred to smoke mid-range brands, reserving the premium ones. The couple sometimes relied on these high-end cigarettes and alcohol for social engagements, as purchasing them outright would be quite costly. Although Zhou Jing was initially unaware of Su Mingyang's preferred brand, she learned of it through a conversation involving the team's young member, Li Yanan. On that day, the deputy team leader, Zhang Xingji, was smoking in the office when Li Yanan inquired about the brand and its price. Zhang Xingji informed her that he smoked Shilin cigarettes, which cost 2 yuan per pack. Li Yan remarked, Captain Zhang earns such a substantial income, yet he smokes the modestly priced Shilin cigarettes, while Su Mingyang, a mere junior conductor, indulges in the more expensive Lianyu at 6 yuan a pack. What a pretense! The high cost of Lianyu left a lasting impression on Zhou Jing. She rummaged through the cabinet, discovering over 10 packs of cigarettes, but finding none of the Lianyu. Instead, she retrieved 2 packs of soft Zhonghua, wrapped them in newspaper, and placed them on the bedside table. Zhou Jing intended to wait for her husband to return in the afternoon, planning to visit Su Mingyang's home that evening to express her gratitude. However, she was unaware of Su Mingyang's address. Furthermore, Su Mingyang's father, Su Zhigua, had previously served as the director of the safety office, and when he retired, Zhou Jing was merely a deputy train captain. She felt a twinge of embarrassment about visiting, as she had not maintained a close relationship with Su Mingyang in recent years. With the knowledge that Su Mingyang would be departing with a group the following day, Zhou Jing formulated a plan. She decided to return to her workplace in the afternoon when Su Mingyang was on duty and directly present him with the cigarettes. In the afternoon, during the mathematics exam, Zhang Xiaodian performed adequately. Upon returning home, she found her husband, Zhang Tianxiang, already there. As soon as they entered, Zhang Tianxiang eagerly inquired, Xiaodian, how did you fare in today's 2 subjects? With a proud expression, Zhang Xiaodian replied, Dad, I did well in both subjects, especially in Chinese. I truly exceeded my usual performance. Exceeding your usual performance? Does that mean your essay went particularly well? Zhang Tianxiang asked. Knowing that his son's essays had always been a challenge, Zhang Xiaodian, with an exaggerated expression, exclaimed, Dad, Su Gu is incredible. The essay topic he suggested was nearly identical to the one on the exam. He reviewed my essay multiple times, and I can recite it verbatim. It is bound to score highly. That's wonderful. Zhang Tianxiang clapped his hands in excitement and turned to Zhou Jing, saying, Zhou Jing, your decision to invite Xiao Su to tutor our son in writing was truly astute. Zhou Jing, while pleased, cautioned, Tianxiang, let us not celebrate prematurely. Son, you must remain diligent in your studies for the upcoming subjects. You need to prepare thoroughly and perform well to bring honor to your mother. Yes, Mom. Zhang Xiaodian saluted Zhou Jing dramatically and added, I'll head to my room now to review for tomorrow's exam. Very well, off you go. I'll call you for dinner. Zhou Jing responded joyfully. As Zhou Jing settled onto the sofa after removing her coat, Zhang Tianxiang inquired, Are the 2 packs of cigarettes on the bedside table yours? Zhou Jing confirmed, Yes, I retrieved them from the cabinet at noon, intending to gift them to Su Mingyang. He has been tutoring our son in writing for quite some time without accepting a single penny. We must express our gratitude. We cannot take advantage of him just because he is a subordinate. Zhang Tianxiang quickly agreed, absolutely. He has been such a tremendous help to us. 2 packs of cigarettes seem rather insufficient. Zhou Jing remarked, I am aware that my knowledge is limited, but if I were to offer him money or something of that sort, he would certainly refuse it. He is a smoker, so presenting him with cigarettes would be most appropriate. Once my son's college entrance examination results are released, we shall express our gratitude with grand gestures. Chapter 038. The appearance Su Mingyang donned his railway uniform, complete with a broad-brimmed hat and a backpack, arriving at the training room for the team more than 10 minutes early. At that moment, over 20 individuals were already seated within the room, indicating that many had arrived prior to him. However, Su Mingyang did not recognize any of them, so he merely smiled at the group before taking a seat to the side and lighting a cigarette. In the back row, Wang Yujia whispered to her companion Song Yinjia, Isn't that Su Mingyang from the 7th group? What brings him to our team? Is he the one who got involved with that loose woman, Tin Lily? Song Yinjia, having never encountered Su Mingyang before, expressed her surprise upon Wang Yujia's mention. Indeed, that's him. Wang Yujia nodded affirmatively. Song Yinjia sighed. I find him quite spirited. It's a shame he's involved with someone like Tan Lily. What a waste of a young man. Wang Yujia replied. What is there to lament? Birds of a feather flock together. They are all of the same ilk. Song Yinjia lamented. I feel it's a pity for him. Wang Yujia countered. Such individuals are not worthy of pity. I've heard that in his group, he doesn't attend any family events. His social connections are dismal, and no one pays him any mind. Why has he ended up in our group? Song Yinjia responded, I don't know. We should ask the train manager when the opportunity arises. As their voices grew louder, Long Yalan leaned over to Wang Yujia, whispering, You two should lower your voices. Don't let him overhear. I've heard that fellow is quite the scoundrel. Upon hearing this, Wang Yujia and Song Yinjia immediately fell silent. In truth, Su Mingyang had already caught wind of their conversation. He felt little anger, for who could blame him for the shortcomings of his previous life? It was quite normal to be spoken of behind one's back. He leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and inhaled his cigarette, pretending he hadn't heard a word. With 3 women engaged in their little drama, and with over 30 women in the team, it was futile to quibble with them. As team members continued to arrive, just before the time for roll call, the train manager, Li Yin, along with the assistant train manager, Xiao Xuyan, entered with a stack of telegrams and documents. They took their seats at the front on a small platform. Li Yin raised her hand and glanced at her watch, stating, Everyone, please be quiet. It's time to begin roll call. The Blue Island group consisted of 35 passenger attendants, 2 train managers, 2 operational staff, 2 baggage handlers, 1 announcer, 2 water attendants, with 6 hard seat carriages, each staffed with 2 train attendants, 6 hard sleeper carriages, each with 2 train attendants, and 1 soft sleeper carriage with 2 train attendants. Among them, there were only 3 male attendants, Gao Lijun, who had just assumed the duties of an operational staff member, baggage handler Tang Guofu, and Su Mingyang himself. Of course, the team also included 1 chief police officer, 3 police officers, 1 inspection chief, 3 inspectors, and 8 dining car staff, but these personnel belonged to different units. While nominally under the leadership of the train manager, they operated independently. Adding these 16 individuals, the total number of the team reached 51. Li Yin meticulously called the roll, and all members of the team were present. The last name on the list being Su Mingyang. She announced, I would like to inform you of the recent changes within our team. Due to operational requirements, our salesperson has been reassigned to the vehicle squad, and Gao Lijun, our former water supplier, will take over her duties. Su Mingyang will join our team as the new water supplier. The news of this personnel change was known only to the core members of the team. The ordinary train attendants were unaware. Upon hearing that Su Mingyang would be working as their water supplier, astonishment and surprise rippled through the group. Many were familiar with Su Mingyang and found it hard to comprehend how someone of his perceived inadequacies could be promoted to such a coveted role. Discontent was evident on the faces of several team members. Li Yin was acutely aware that this reaction would arise, yet this arrangement had been personally directed by Captain Zhou, leaving her with no alternative. Had it been her decision, she would have firmly opposed Su Mingyang's inclusion, pretending not to notice the dissatisfaction. Li Yin turned to Su Mingyang and said, Su Mingyang, please stand up so everyone can get to know you. He complied, rising and facing the group with a smile, stating, Hello everyone, my name is Su Mingyang. I was previously a train attendant in Team 7. It is a privilege for me to work in this esteemed group. If I fall short in my duties, I welcome your criticism and guidance, and I promise to accept it with humility and make necessary corrections. Though Wang Yujia internally scorned Su Mingyang, she refrained from voicing her thoughts during the roll call. Being somewhat related to Jin Hong, Su Mingyang's former partner, she had insight into his background and harbored significant resentment towards him. Li Yin had intended merely to introduce Su Mingyang, but his humble and appropriate self-introduction took her by surprise. Regardless of whether he could fulfill his promises, at the very least, he displayed the correct attitude. Thus, she continued, Su Mingyang will temporarily work with me in the first shift as a water supplier. Hanjia, please take him to the storage area to light the tea kettle. The role of a water supplier is quite unique. Regulations dictate that the water must be heated before the train departs. Consequently, the water supplier must enter the storage area several hours in advance to ignite the kettle and prepare the water. As the train sets off, not only must the water be boiling, but it must also be delivered to the carriages. Although the water suppliers are divided into the first and second shifts, they do not rotate shifts with the train attendants. Once the water is boiled and delivered to the carriages, It is their responsibility to ensure that the tea kettle remains filled with hot water, promptly replenishing any carriage that runs low. They have the freedom to decide when to work and when to rest, allowing for a high degree of autonomy. The division of duties between the first and second shift water suppliers is distinct. The first shift is responsible for supplying water to the sleeper carriages, while the second shift caters to the hard seat carriages. The Blue Island train is a popular route, often operating at full capacity, with an average overcapacity rate of 30 to 50. During peak travel seasons, such as the Spring Festival and summer holidays, this rate can soar to 100 or more, particularly during the Spring Festival when the hard seat carriage is so crowded that there is scarcely room to stand, leaving many passengers unable to board the train. This stark comparison highlights the advantages of the first shift water supplier's position. Even if the train is overcrowded, each sleeper carriage is designated to accommodate 60 passengers. Once the water is boiled, the train attendants bring thermoses to the tea boiler to fill them, eliminating the need to deliver water to each compartment. The water supply staff must push a cart filled with hot water to refill the insulated containers in every carriage. In hard seat compartments, where the number of passengers is high, the demand for water is significant. Often, a single insulated container of hot water is depleted after just a few intervals. Consequently, they must push the water cart again to refill the containers. With the aisles crowded with people, delivering water becomes exceedingly inconvenient. It takes 1 or 2 hours to distribute hot water to all 6 carriages, and during this process, they must exercise great caution to avoid scalding the passengers. Chapter 039. The first duty, all right, train chief. The sister Han that Li Yin referred to is Han Yuhua, the water supply attendant of the second team. She acknowledged with a nod and stood up. Su Mingyang glanced at her. Han Yuhua appeared to be around 45 or 46 years old, with a sturdy physique and a somewhat gruff voice. As Su Mingyang would describe her, Han Yuhua is indeed a strong woman. At that moment, Li Yanan entered the room and said to Li Yan, "Train Chief Li, Team Leader Zhou wants to see Su Mingyang for a moment." Li Yan nodded and replied, "Su Mingyang, Team Leader Zhou wants you to go over." "Sister Han, please wait a moment. We'll head to the storage room together when he returns." Su Mingyang acknowledged and, with his backpack slung over his shoulder, exited the study and arrived at the team leader's office. Finding Zhou Jing alone in the room, he inquired, "Team Leader Zhou, did you call for me?" A rare smile appeared on Zhou Jing's face as she said, "Yes, Xiao Su, Xiaodian did exceptionally well in his Chinese exam yesterday, particularly in the composition. The essay you prepared for him was off by just 1 word. He believes he can score at least 35 points." Su Mingyang thought to himself that the word had been modified by him. Otherwise, it would have been perfect. 35 points? Although the essay could not achieve a perfect score, 37 or 38 points were assured. While contemplating this, he replied, "Really? That is fantastic. I can't believe my prediction was accurate." Zhou Jing retrieved 2 packs of cigarettes wrapped in newspaper from the cabinet and handed them to Su Mingyang, saying, "Someone just gave me these 2 packs. And since I don't smoke, you might as well take them." Upon hearing this, Su Mingyang quickly shook his head, insisting, No, team leader. I can't accept these cigarettes." Zhou Jing pressed the cigarettes into his hands, her expression serious as she stated, "Xiao Su, why are you being so hesitant? You must accept them. It's a token of my appreciation. Otherwise, I might become upset." Had this been before his rebirth, Su Mingyang would have absolutely refused the cigarettes. Many would wish to ingratiate themselves with the team leader but would have no opportunity. Helping team leader Zhou with a task didn't warrant accepting gifts, as it could lead to greater expectations in the future. However, Su Mingyang no longer thought this way. Zhou Jing gifting him cigarettes was a gesture of joy, and this joy must be expressed, unrelated to the gift itself. With this in mind, Su Mingyang accepted the cigarettes, smiling as he said, "Thank you, team leader." Zhou Jing laughed and replied, "Xiao Su, that's the spirit. If anyone should be grateful, it's me. Once Xiaotian's college entrance examination scores are released, I'll be sure to express my gratitude properly." Su Mingyang smiled and said, "There's no need for that. I haven't done much. I'm just glad to help a little, team leader. You don't need to be so polite." Zhou Jing remarked, "All right, Xiao Su. You are about to embark on your journey, so I shall not prolong our conversation. We have many days ahead of us." Su Mingyang smiled and replied, "Understood, Captain. I shall return now." With that, he tucked the cigarette into his backpack and made his way toward the study room. Han Yuhua accompanied Su Mingyang as they exited through the small gate of the depot. traversing the numerous lines of the station until they arrived at the passenger car storage area. They collected 2 bundles of firewood and some pine cones from the maintenance room, each taking a bundle, and proceeded to the Blue Island car. Xiao, the tea stoves are located in cars 3 and 5. Are you familiar with lighting the stove and boiling water? Han Yuhua, being older and possessing a more masculine demeanor unlike other women, held no biases against Su Mingyang and was quite eager to offer her guidance. Su Mingyang felt warmth in his heart, as this was the first time he encountered such kindness since starting his job. He smiled and said, "Sister Han, I can manage, thank you." Han Yuhua responded, "That is good to hear. Time is of the essence. Once you board the train, work swiftly. The water must be boiling before the train departs the depot." Su Mingyang acknowledged, "Understood, Sister Han." She added, "Xiao, if you encounter any difficulties, come find me. Do not hesitate. Failing to boil the water before departure is a serious matter that could lead to deductions from your pay." Su Mingyang replied, "All right, thank you, Sister Han." Boiling water for tea is a task devoid of technical complexity and is a skilled job, especially since Su Mingyang had previously engaged in various tasks. Thus, it posed no challenge for him. Upon boarding the train, he first approached car 3 and opened the tea stove room door, only to find the floor littered with ash and the firebox filled with remnants from the previous shift's water supplier, who had neglected to clean the area. However, this was not the time to assign blame, so he chose to inspect the water level tube first, which revealed only half a stove's worth of water. He opened the water valve to fill the stove, then began removing the ash from the firebox, kindling the pine cones beneath, and layering the firewood atop. He rummaged through the coal bin for some coal chunks, and once the wood caught fire, he evenly spread the coal on top, glancing at the water level tube to see that the stove was nearly full. After a brief wait, the tea stove was filled, and Su Mingyang added 2 shovels of coal to the firebox, secured the tea stove room, and proceeded to car 5 to ignite another stove. After successfully lighting the stove and filling it with water, he began to tidy the tea stove room, clearing the ash from the discharge hole, fetching water with a bucket to wash the dust off the stove's surface, and cleaning the floor as well. He added a few more shovels of coal, locked the tea stove room, and returned to car 3. As the crew prepared to return to the depot, there remained approximately an hour before the train's departure. The crew members returned to their respective cars to organize supplies and groom the compartments, completing the final preparations before the train's release. Train manager Li Yan, along with Xiao Shuyan, chief of the police, and inspection chief Shi Qinghua, conducted a thorough joint inspection of the train, examining the equipment and fire safety measures in each car. Upon reaching cars 3 and 5, Li Yan deliberately opened the tea stove room for inspection, pleased to find it clean, the fire burning brightly, and the water on the brink of boiling, which reassured her. Su Mingyang had just joined this team, assuming the role of water supply worker for the first time. Should the standard for the hot water fail to be met, the responsibility would rest upon her as the train conductor. The efficiency with which Su Mingyang performed her tasks was beyond her expectations. With half an hour remaining before departure, both tea kettles had reached a boil. The train attendants in the sleeper car gathered their thermoses in front of the tea kettle room to fill them with hot water. Each sleeper car had 10 empty berths, requiring 1 thermos per berth, totaling 60 thermoses across 6 hard sleeper cars, along with 9 from the soft sleeper car, resulting in 69 thermoses. As they filled these thermoses, the water in the tea kettles was nearly depleted. Su Mingyang promptly replenished both kettles and adjusted the flames to a vigorous blaze. When the train is stationary, it takes over 2 hours to boil water in 1 kettle. But once in motion, the increased draw and vigorous flames allow it to boil within an hour. Chapter 040. Mischief. Today marked the 2nd day of the college entrance examination, with parents accompanying their children, resulting in a lower passenger count on the Blue Island train. Aside from a few reserved carriages for commuting staff in cars 15 and 16, the occupancy rate in other carriages hovered around 80%. It was anticipated that the train would be overbooked upon arrival at Liaoqing Station. After the train departed, Su Mingyang checked the 2 tea kettles, noting that the water had yet to boil. After adding some coal, he proceeded to the dining car, knowing that at the next stop, the conductor would organize ticket inspections, and he must assist in this process. Conductor Li Yan noticed Su Mingyang approaching and inquired, "Su Mingyang, has the water in the kettles boiled yet?" "Not yet," Su Mingyang replied. "I just added some coal, and it should be ready in about half an hour." Li Yan responded, "After we finish our meal, accompany me for the ticket inspection." Su Mingyang nodded, "Of course, conductor." Nearby, dining car manager Yang Dali, noticing the newcomer, smiled and asked, "Li conductor, is this your new water supply worker?" "Indeed, old Yang," Li Yan replied. Upon hearing this, Su Mingyang hurriedly greeted, "Hello, Director Yang." It was customary for the dining car manager to be addressed as director, and Su Mingyang adhered to this tradition. "Ah, good. You seem quite polite, young man." Yang Dali, as the dining car manager, was not part of the Blue Island train team, but rather under the jurisdiction of the travel service company. He had no knowledge of Su Mingyang's unsavory reputation from his previous team. Seeing that the young man was affable and courteous, he felt a favorable impression toward him. Each train attendant contributed 12 yuan for the onboard meals, which included 4 main meals, 2 breakfasts, and 2 dinners. According to regulations, all attendants were required to pay for their meals, yet there were unspoken rules in practice. Typically, only ordinary train attendants paid, while the 2 conductors, for police officers, for inspectors, and 1 announcer, who often sought favors from the dining car, were exempt from this fee. On a successful service run, the dining car could generate revenue of 7,000 to 8,000 yuan, or even over 10,000, rendering their contributions negligible. After finishing dinner, Su Mingyang followed the train conductor Li Yan, along with the railway police and staff, to inspect tickets in the hard-seat carriage. At that moment, the carriage was not overcrowded, allowing for smooth passage. The ticket inspection for 6 carriages took a little over 40 minutes, resulting in the issuance of 11 tickets for those without tickets and 3 tickets for children who exceeded height limits. Su Mingyang hurried back to check if the water in the tea stove was boiling. The area between the 5th carriage was filled with rising steam, obscuring the carriage door entirely. This was evidently due to the water in the stove having been boiling for quite some time. Although Su Mingyang felt some resentment towards the 5th carriage staff for not keeping an eye on things, he swiftly opened the tea stove room door and the furnace door. Inside, the coal was burning fiercely, flames flickering like torches. He used a poker to break apart the clumped red-hot coals, then used a hook to sift the ash below, lowering the fire bed in the furnace. After adding a few shovels of coal to suppress the flames, he opened the door just enough to create a gap of about 10 centimeters. The immense suction force of the moving train quickly drew out the steam and smoke, allowing him to lock the door again. Su Mingyang then added 6 or 7 more shovels of coal to fill the furnace, compacting it down. This would surely last until the next morning. He could simply stoke the fire to heat water then. After tidying up the tea stove room and locking its door, he proceeded to the 3rd carriage. The situation in the 3rd carriage was similar. He filled the tea stove, tidied up, and locked the door. Typically, in carriages equipped with tea stoves, the train staff would assist the water attendant by monitoring the stove, helping to stoke the fire when it burned low, and even taking the initiative to boil water if the water attendant overslept. However, Su Mingyang found himself in a situation where no one seemed to care. With such a large amount of steam at the carriage connection, he found it hard to believe that the staff of that carriage were oblivious. Not even a single person helped when the oil bottle fell. Was this not a mockery of him? Su Mingyang felt no anger, only a profound sense of helplessness. His sudden assignment as a water attendant had disrupted the established order, obstructing others' paths to advancement, compounded by his already poor reputation. If they were not laughing at him, who else would they laugh at? Assistance was a matter of goodwill, while inaction was merely a duty. He could not place blame on others, only strive to be diligent in his own responsibilities. After checking the water meters in each sleeper carriage and finding them adequately filled, Su Mingyang returned to the crew car to prepare for rest. He would need to wake up at 4 in the morning to heat water. During the 3 meal times tomorrow, breakfast, lunch, and dinner, the demand for water would be significant, keeping him busy. Su Mingyang's resting bunk was adjacent to the train conductors, with 2 lower bunks occupied by 2 train conductors, 1 each. The 2 middle bunks were occupied by a staff member and a broadcaster, while the 2 upper bunks belonged to 2 water attendants. In the entire crew, only train conductors, broadcasters, and water attendants had their own separate bunks. The rest shared. The broadcaster required a separate bunk due to the early morning broadcasts at 6 and the late-night shutdown at 10. The water attendants' working hours were unpredictable, necessitating their individual bunks. Even the staff members shared a bunk, with one taking the first half of the night while the other rested in the crew car. When Su Mingyang returned, the second shift conductor and staff had already retired for the night. The bunk of Class A conductor Li Yan lay vacant, as the announcer had yet to return at the designated time, and the water supplier of Class B, Han Yuhua, was also absent from rest. He quietly ascended to the upper bunk to steal a few moments of slumber. Upon awakening, Su Mingyang was oblivious to the time, with the faint illumination of the carriage. He glanced at his watch, 3:30 a.m. He yearned to indulge in a bit more sleep, yet he feared oversleeping. The rotating train crew had designated personnel to call their shifts, but he had no one to rouse him. Reluctantly, he rose from his perch, descended from the upper bunk, and washed his face in the restroom, ready to commence his duties. Su Mingyang first approached the tea boiler room in carriage 3. Noticing the door to the furnace was secured, he opened it to inspect. To his dismay, he found the chamber filled with nothing but burnt white ash. Not a flicker of flame remained. This was inconceivable. He had stoked it with ample coal, which should have sustained the fire until at least 6 or 7 in the morning. How could it have extinguished in merely a few hours? The secured furnace door suggested that someone had done this deliberately. Resolving to investigate, he hurried to the tea boiler room in carriage 5, only to find the same disheartening situation. The fire had long been extinguished. Anger surged within him. He did not even know the crew of this shift, having no quarrels or grievances with anyone. Why would someone target him? It was utterly infuriating. Yet, despite his vexation, he had work to complete. He was relieved that he had risen a half-hour earlier. Otherwise, rekindling the fire and boiling water would have left him insufficient time. In Chapter 041, on a sudden whim, Su Mingyang procured 2 pieces of pine wood from the dining car and gathered 2 sheets of discarded newspaper from the hard-seat carriage. Returning to carriage 5, he cleared the ash from the furnace, using the newspaper to cover the chimney outlet. The draft during the train's movement was quite strong. Without blocking the outlet, the flames would be snuffed out by the wind, rendering the fire impossible to ignite. Once the newspaper was placed, it was immediately drawn in. Had he been a novice water supplier, he would have been oblivious to this trick, but having performed various tasks on trains in his previous life, he was undeterred. Su Mingyang ignited the pine wood, layering the kindling atop it, followed by a layer of coal, and then secured the furnace door. Once the fire was ablaze, it would ignite the newspaper, and with the flue unobstructed, the flames could not be extinguished but rather would flourish. He diligently followed suit, lighting the tea boiler in carriage 3 as well. Upon returning to carriage 5, he noted the coal within the furnace had turned red, prompting him to add a few shovels of coal and tidy the tea boiler room. He then proceeded to carriage 3 to replenish the coal and clean the area before heading to the dining car, intending to rest for a moment. He knew that the coal he had added would sustain the fire for at least half an hour, regardless of the draft from the train's motion. The dining car was filled with passengers purchasing tea, save for the foremost table, which remained unoccupied, regardless of the number of tea-buying travelers. The dining car had to reserve a table, one for the lead conductor, the train police, and the inspectors to rest temporarily, and another for any leaders who might board for inspections. No one could predict where a leader might board the train for an inspection, and it would be inappropriate to sell all the seats, leaving them to dine while standing. At this hour, when fatigue envelopes the weary, most of the passengers in the dining car are slumped over their tables in slumber. Only the night shift chef, Ma Chong, occupies the empty space at the front, and upon seeing Su Mingyang approach, he inquires, "What brings you up so early?" Su Mingyang chuckles and replies, "Once I awaken, sleep eludes me. So I had no choice but to rise." Ma Chong gestures for him to join. "Come, sit with me. It's quite dreary to be alone here. I start to feel drowsy." Su Mingyang takes a seat opposite Ma Chong and asks, "What about Chief Xiao and the conductor?" Ma Chong explains, "At this hour, who isn't weary." This segment is lengthy, over an hour and 40 minutes, so they all sought corners to catch a quick nap. Realizing that the train will be on this route for over an hour and 40 minutes, Su Mingyang discerns that it is between Jincheng and Xiongwan stations. He retrieves a Yangyu cigarette, offering one to Ma Chong, saying, "Here, master, have a smoke." Earlier, he had noticed that the 2 packs of cigarettes gifted to him by Captain Zhou were 2 packs of soft Zhonghua. At this moment, the prices of soft Zhonghua and Yangyu are comparable, and he prefers foreign brands. Having brought 3 boxes of Yangyu cigarettes during his shift, he had left the Zhonghua untouched. Ma Chong, upon seeing the Yangyu, grins and accepts. "Good choice, young man, enjoying Yangyu cigarettes." Su Mingyang replies, "I smoke lightly. It takes me 2 or 3 days to finish a box, akin to those who consume ordinary cigarettes daily." As they light their cigarettes, Ma Chong uses a tin can as an ashtray, and the two engage in conversation. While Ma Chong knows Su Mingyang is the new water supplier for the crew, he is unaware of his name, and likewise, Su Mingyang does not know Ma Chang's name. Through their dialogue, they uncover each other's identities. After finishing their cigarettes, Ma Chang extinguishes the butt in the makeshift ashtray and says to Su Mingyang, "Xiao Su, you must be hungry. Let me fetch you something to eat." Su Mingyang hastily responds, "Master Ma, I'm not hungry yet." Ma Chang insists, "There's no need for formality with me. It's late, and eating something will ease your empty stomach. Just sit for a moment, I'll be back shortly." With that, he rises and heads to the kitchen. Su Mingyang glances around the dining car, observing the passengers still lost in their slumber. His attention is drawn to a middle-aged man at a nearby table who, bleary-eyed, is smoking. A book rests on the table before him, prompting Su Mingyang to ask, "What book is that? May I take a look?" The man replies, "It's a novel by Su Mingyang." He hands the book to Su Mingyang. Upon hearing the name Su Mingyang, Su Mingyang's heart stirs. In his previous life, he had read numerous novels by Su Mingyang, predominantly tales of the Hong Kong underworld and police narratives. At that time, there were only literary and popular novels. With no internet fiction in sight, he had assumed Su Mingyang was a female writer from Hong Kong. But the truth later revealed that the name was a pseudonym for several male authors from Sichuan. He vividly recalls a report that exposed the truth, the real versus the false Su Mingyang, unraveling the mystery. Nevertheless, Su Mingyang's novels became wildly popular across the nation, each title selling hundreds of thousands of copies, with some reaching 2 to 3 million. However, these were early works. As more contributors joined, the quality of writing varied significantly, tarnishing the Su Mingyang brand, leading readers to gradually lose interest. Had it not been for the traveler mentioning Su Mingyang, Su Mingyang would have entirely forgotten that chapter of his past. Upon receiving the book, he glanced at it and recognized it as Su Mingyang's male dance partner, a work he had perused in his previous life, albeit with no recollection of its contents. He casually flipped through its pages before setting it aside. Su Mingyang's writings primarily thrive on the tumultuous conflicts between Hong Kong's triads and law enforcement, woven with intriguing narratives. During this era of national reform and opening, there was an insatiable curiosity towards Hong Kong and Western capitalist societies, particularly regarding the clashes between gangsters and police, which captivated the imagination. The book depicted a realm beyond reach, while domestic long-form novels were scarce and largely confined to pure literature. Thus, such tales, once released, achieved remarkable success. At present, Su Mingyang's work was experiencing a meteoric rise in popularity. Having previously authored web novels, Su Mingyang was well acquainted with this genre. These narratives told legendary stories that perfectly catered to the appetites of contemporary readers, leading to their widespread acclaim. He suddenly pondered the possibility of crafting a few novels in this vein, infusing elements of web fiction into the stories of conflict between Hong Kong's triads and law enforcement, such as character progression, erotic undertones, and immersive experiences, to provide readers with immense satisfaction and potentially forge a new trend in popular literature. In an era devoid of online novels, books like Su Mingyang's could effortlessly sell over 1 million copies, a staggering figure, considering that in later years, a lengthy novel would only see initial print runs of 20 to 30,000 copies, with sales of 100,000 constituting a bestseller. In this age of relentless miracles, Su Mingyang believed that even if he sold only 10 to 20,000 copies of a similar work, he could amass considerable wealth. After all, intellectuals ought to earn from their cultural contributions. Chapter 042. Beyond Endurance. As Su Mingyang contemplated the feasibility of this venture, he resolved to devise a plan during his upcoming time off work. He would draft a trial manuscript and, should it succeed, produce additional volumes to bolster his finances. With this thought in mind, he turned to the middle-aged man and inquired, "Brother, have you finished reading this book? If so, would you consider selling it to me? I would like to pass the time with it." The man replied, "I have finished it. What is the point of selling it? Just take it and enjoy." Glancing at the back cover, Su Mingyang noted the price of 980 yuan and smiled, saying, "Such an expensive book. How can I just take it for free?" The middle-aged man, being straightforward, responded, "I bought this book for 10 yuan. If you insist on purchasing it, just give me 5. "All right, thank you, brother." Su Mingyang pulled out 5 yuan and handed it to him, who accepted it graciously. "Here we go, dinner's ready." At that moment, Ma Chang had completed the meal and placed it before Su Mingyang, offering him a pair of chopsticks. Upon seeing a generous bowl of egg fried rice, Su Mingyang felt a surge of happiness at the prospect of enjoying such a dish at this late hour. especially as his hunger was palpable. Accepting the chopsticks, he smiled and said, "Thank you, Master Ma." Ma Chong chuckled. "What is there to thank?" "Dig in." Su Mingyang remarked. "Master Ma, do have some." "I cannot possibly consume all this." Ma Chong replied. "I already had something to eat in the middle of the night, and am not at all hungry. It's fine if you can't finish it, just leave the leftovers." Indeed, Su Mingyang found that he could not manage such a large bowl of egg fried rice. Casting a glance at a middle-aged man, he inquired, "Good sir, are you hungry? I cannot finish this much rice. Would you care for some?" The middle-aged man looked at Su Mingyang's fried rice and, feeling a pang of hunger, readily nodded. "Very well, young brother, thank you." Su Mingyang ventured into the kitchen to fetch a clean bowl and a pair of chopsticks, portioning half a bowl of rice for him, saying, "Sir, do enjoy it while it's warm." "Thank you very much." The middle-aged man expressed his gratitude once more. "No need for thanks." Su Mingyang replied as he returned to his seat and began to eat. Observing Su Mingyang's generosity towards the traveler, Ma Chong felt a sense of curiosity but refrained from asking questions in front of the guest, understanding that Su Mingyang's act of sharing was rooted in a deeper reason. It was not until 6 o'clock in the morning, when the A shift rose for breakfast and the middle-aged man disembarked, that Ma Chong found an opportunity to inquire about Su Mingyang's actions. Su Mingyang then recounted how the traveler had offered him a book for free, and feeling embarrassed to accept it without compensation, he had purchased it for 5 yuan, refusing a free gift and insisting on paying. "You're a genuine person, Su," Ma Chong exclaimed, giving him a thumbs up. Li Yin walked over from the camper, casually checking the tea kettle rooms of cars 3 and 5. Finding the tea rooms impeccably clean and the water boiling, she felt reassured. She had been apprehensive that Su Mingyang, in his first shift, might falter in his duties as the water supply officer. However, after inspecting the tea kettle twice and noting his work was not only thorough but even superior to Gao Lijun's, her spirits lifted. If Su Mingyang consistently maintained such standards, he would earn her trust as a reliable worker. Su Mingyang chose not to mention to Li Yin that the tea kettle had been intentionally extinguished the previous night. The locks on the tea kettle room and the carriage door were identical triangular locks, accessible to all crew members. Although he suspected that the mischief might have originated from the train attendants Song Yinjie of car 3 and Wang Yujie of car 5, he felt it prudent to keep his suspicions to himself. Without solid evidence, speaking up could backfire and lead to unnecessary complications, possibly even causing Li Yin to think he was stirring trouble, a scenario detrimental to his future work. At 6:30 p.m., the train arrived smoothly at Blue Island. Su Mingyang, along with the others, proceeded to the crew dormitory for rest. His roommates, Gao Lijun and the baggage handler, Lao Lin, disappeared after taking their showers, likely off to indulge in some drinks. Su Mingyang took a stroll around the market and supermarket, noting that many establishments on Blue Island closed by 9 p.m. He purchased some local delicacies and returned to the dormitory to sleep, as they were scheduled to depart the next morning around 9 a.m. The other crew members needed only to return an hour early, but he had to arrive 3 hours prior to prepare the tea kettle, necessitating his early rise at around 6. Although the return journey from Blue Island Station saw the train become overcrowded shortly after departing, nothing particularly noteworthy transpired along the way. Throughout the jurisdiction of the Ludong Railway Bureau and the Beijing Railway Bureau, there were virtually no inspection teams boarding the train, as this service belonged to the Liaoqing Railway Bureau. It was not until around 9 p.m., after the train departed from Jinmen Station, that Su Mingyang finally extinguished the tea stove and sought refuge in the sleeping car. The following morning, shortly after 4 a.m., as Su Mingyang rose to prepare water, he discovered that both tea stoves had been extinguished yet again. Enraged, he felt an overwhelming urge to vociferously condemn the miscreants responsible, wanting them to understand that he too had a temper. However, he hesitated, realizing that the two individuals he suspected were not currently on duty. Moreover, he prided himself on not being a scold. Resorting to such measures would tarnish his reputation. Yet, this could not be tolerated any longer. While he had initially chosen to remain silent, the audacity of their actions demanded a measured response. They must not assume he was easily intimidated. It was imperative that he assert himself appropriately. Despite his frustration, there were tasks to be completed. Reluctantly, Su Mingyang rekindled the tea stove to boil water. Once he had nearly finished his duties, he made his way to the dining car. The latter half of the night was under the purview of the A shift, and he intended to discuss the matter with the train manager, Li Yin, believing it prudent for her to address the situation. Upon entering the dining car, Su Mingyang noticed Li Yan engaged in conversation with Chief Constable Hu Shibua. He approached her and said, "Train manager, could you step over here for a moment? There is something I wish to discuss." "What is it?" Li Yan inquired, yet she rose and followed him to the corridor of the dining car. With some indignation, Su Mingyang recounted the incident of the tea stoves being deliberately extinguished on consecutive nights. He expressed, "The first time this happened, I chose not to mention it, thinking that as I was new to the shift, it would reflect poorly on me. I hoped it would pass unnoticed, but now it has escalated. And the stoves have been extinguished again tonight. This is clearly targeted harassment. If I remain silent, I will be unable to continue with this work." After contemplating his words, Li Yan responded, "Su Mingyang, for now, do not speak of this matter. Leave it to me, and I will handle it." Chapter 043. Investigation. With the train manager taking charge, Su Mingyang felt no need to dwell on the issue further. He returned to cars 5 and 3 to check on the tea stoves, knowing he had to ensure the water boiled before 6 a.m., as that marked the peak demand for hot water from passengers. Li Yan settled back into the dining car, prompting Hu Shibua to inquire, "Li Yan, what did young Su want to discuss with you?" In an effective team, the relationships among the three roles, train manager, conductors, and inspectors, were generally harmonious. While the train manager served as the highest authority on board, in emergencies, all personnel were required to heed her directives. However, conductors fell under the jurisdiction of the railway police, and inspectors were governed by vehicle management, creating a lack of direct hierarchy. This necessitated finding a balance in everyday operations. In instances of security or criminal issues aboard the train, it was the conductor's responsibility to intervene, ensuring the safety and security of the train, while other matters remained outside their purview. For instance, when ticket inspectors encounter passengers traveling without tickets, they are often deemed unrepentant offenders. The passenger transport team finds themselves at a loss in such situations, necessitating the intervention of the train police. The protocols governing these issues are quite clear. Failure to purchase a ticket does not constitute a public security incident, let alone a criminal case, whether it is a matter of personal relationships or professional duty. The effectiveness of the train conductor and the police officer hinges on the rapport they share. In this era, train police remain a formidable presence, and their involvement typically resolves such challenges with ease. The maintenance of vehicle equipment falls under the purview of the maintenance personnel. In reality, each journey presents various malfunctions, with some component invariably out of order. For instance, if a door lock fails, rendering the door inoperable, it poses a significant dilemma for the passenger transport team. Should a passenger inadvertently fall from this door, it would result in a serious accident. The onus is on the maintenance staff to repair the issue, but their willingness to act is contingent upon their disposition towards the passenger team. At times, they may feign a lack of spare parts, deflecting responsibility entirely. Consequently, the transport team must station personnel to guard the malfunctioning door to prevent any untoward incidents. Given that a round trip can extend over 3 days, this necessitates the deployment of 2 individuals to monitor the door, complicating matters further if multiple doors are out of service. Thus, the relationship among the crew aboard the train is of paramount importance. Typically, train conductors cultivate amicable relations with both the police and maintenance staff. To facilitate the passenger teams, the train segment has devised certain measures, such as a supplemental income initiative, which rewards ticket inspections. Each month, the segment allocates a portion of the revenue from ticket inspections to the police officers and maintenance staff as a bonus, which is considered a significant source of additional income, discreetly distributed by the train conductor. In the case of less frequented routes, the bonus may be minimal, but the Blue Island Line, being a highly sought-after service, generates substantial revenue due to its long-distance travel and perennial overcapacity. Hence, the bonuses can be quite considerable. Naturally, with the reward comes the expectation of diligence. Thus, ticket inspections are conducted with the accompaniment of police officers, ensuring prompt resolution of any arising issues. Should equipment failures occur, maintenance personnel are generally swift to address them, or else the conductor may directly deduct from their bonuses. Furthermore, the conductor of the Blue Island Line possesses a significant advantage: the authority to sell sleeper tickets. This line is the most popular in Longjiang, with sleeper accommodations being exceedingly scarce and often difficult to procure. The conductor wields the power to issue sleeper tickets and manage the sale of any vacancies that arise when passengers disembark, whether police officers or maintenance staff. Anyone desiring a sleeper ticket must approach the conductor, who has the discretion to grant or deny requests. A good relationship may yield favorable outcomes, while a strained one could result in outright refusal. It is not uncommon for police officers and maintenance staff to have personal connections, and if they seek sleeper tickets, their requests may go unfulfilled, despite their travel on the same train, which could be quite embarrassing. This is particularly true for the chief police officer and the chief maintenance officer, both of whom hold esteemed positions. Failing to secure sleeper tickets would severely undermine their standing. Some conductors exhibit a certain avarice, exchanging their sleeper tickets for favors and profit, which leads to discontent among the accompanying train police and inspectors. In contrast, Lian adeptly manages this issue by prioritizing the needs of her team, particularly the train police and inspectors, in possession of tickets. They reciprocate her kindness, readily assisting her with various matters whenever she calls upon them. When Chief Inspector Hu Shibwa inquired about Su Mingyang's intentions in seeking out Lian, it was not out of idle curiosity, but rather a desire to assist her should the need arise. Lian brought up an incident where someone had deliberately extinguished the tea stove, asking, "Hu Ge, did you notice anyone tampering with those 2 tea stoves during your rounds?" Hu Shibwa shook his head, replying, "No, we are both part of Team A. If you didn't see it, then I didn't either. It's likely the work of Team B. Brother Shi, did you observe anything?" Lian turned to the inspector sitting opposite, Shi Guoqiang. He replied, "I didn't see anything either. Who is right? It must have been Team B." Lian nodded in agreement and suggested, "Hu Ge, Shi Ge. Once your team wakes up in the morning, please inquire with them." "Certainly." Both men responded eagerly. The conductor, train police, and inspectors are tasked with regular inspections of the carriages, ensuring that any issues are promptly addressed. They are adept at uncovering clues regarding any misconduct. When Team B awoke, Hu Shibwa and Shi Guoqiang independently questioned their respective teams, receiving remarkably consistent reports. Their subordinates indicated that they had seen train attendants Song Yenjia and Wang Yujia from Car 3 and Car 5, respectively, tampering with the tea stoves the previous night and the night before, initially believing they were merely assisting the water attendant. Moreover, inspectors noted that during their rounds, steam filled the connections between Cars 3 and 5, obscuring visibility and leading them to assume the attendants were asleep. Upon receiving this information, Lian immediately deduced that the actions were indeed the result of Wang Yujia and Song Yenjia, and the excessive steam was due to the stoves boiling over as they neglected to manage the water properly. When Deputy Conductor Xiao Shuyan arrived, Lian took her aside to discuss the matter. Xiao Shuyan confessed, "I saw them tampering with the tea stoves, thinking they were just helping the water attendant." Lian nodded. "We will address this later. I am utterly fatigued and shall return to rest now." Xiao Shuyan replied, "Yes, you should get some rest. By the way, should I question them to ensure they don't deny it later?" Lian pondered for a moment before responding, "No, let me handle it in my own way." Afterward, she returned to her sleeping quarters. Meanwhile, Su Mingyang took the time to refill both tea stoves, ensuring they were clean and operational before heading back to his own quarters. After a busy morning from 4 until past 8, he felt quite weary, knowing the train would arrive in Longjiang by 11, allowing him a couple more hours of sleep before he needed to tidy up the tea stove room and complete the handover upon arrival. Lian expressed her satisfaction with the work of Su Mingyang and the team. Su Mingyang was diligent, and his responsibilities were managed without her concern. He arrived punctually when it was time to work, never requiring supervision. Moreover, his demeanor was far from the notorious reputation he had garnered. He was quite amiable and exceptionally friendly toward his colleagues, particularly in the matter of the tea stove being extinguished twice by someone. He did not raise a commotion nor lose his temper. He bore with it the first time and only reported it to her the second time. For a young man not yet 20, exhibiting such restraint was commendable. Upon the train's arrival at Longjiang, after the passengers disembarked, the team unloaded the bedding and completed the handover. Everyone returned to the learning room to convene a post-trip meeting. This meeting was the most comprehensive gathering, as all personnel were required to attend. When embarking, the service staff needed to retrieve tickets from the revenue office and listen to the directives concerning relevant documents and telegrams. The announcer would verify the broadcast contents with the Broadcasting Guidance Department and collect necessary medications from the first aid kit. The luggage handler had to collect various reports from the luggage management office, while the water attendant had to prepare the stove in advance. Those individuals did not attend the pre-trip meeting. Instead, the train conductor would communicate the necessary documents and telegrams once on board. As everyone gathered, Lian cleared her throat and, with a serious expression, declared, "We shall commence the meeting now." She continued, "An incident of considerable indignation has occurred within our service team. One that is utterly reprehensible and should never transpire among us. If this matter continues unchecked, it will tarnish the hard-earned achievements of us all." Typically, the post-trip meeting would consist of a brief summary by the train conductor, lasting merely 3 to 5 minutes, allowing everyone to return home for rest after their arduous 3-day service. However, upon hearing Li Yan's words, the team's members were astonished and puzzled, as Su Mingyang had not disclosed this incident, leaving them unaware of its occurrence. Li Yan remarked, "Some individuals in our team have behaved disgracefully, to put it bluntly. It is utterly shameless." She paused for effect, scanning the faces before her, then continued, "Young Su is the first water attendant in our team. No one would blame you for not keeping an eye on the tea stove, but can you truly justify extinguishing it while he is resting late at night? This is a matter of professionalism and moral integrity." Upon hearing this, the group finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. Li Yan proceeded, "On the night you extinguished the tea stove, that was not the end of it. You did it again on the night of our return. I must ask, what are you trying to achieve? Is this behavior befitting of a human being?" While Li Yan refrained from naming the perpetrator, the others exchanged glances, with those innocent of wrongdoing displaying expressions of confusion, while the guilty party, despite efforts to conceal their discomfort, could not entirely mask their unease. Li Yan remarked, "Do not presume that your actions are particularly clever. To remain unnoticed, one must refrain from wrongdoing. I am well aware of who you are. Today, I shall spare you the embarrassment of naming you. However, should you engage in such unethical behavior again, I will not hesitate to expel you from this team without mercy." Upon hearing this, Wang Yujia and Song Yinjia lowered their heads even further, cold sweat trickling down their backs. Being expelled from the team meant that no other group would accept them. Transferring to another team was not as simple as it seemed. The brigade had an unwritten rule to uphold the authority of the train conductor, ensuring effective management of the team. If a conductor rejected a member, no other conductor would accept that individual. Should one fail to find a new team, they would be placed on standby training, receiving a meager monthly stipend of merely 200 yuan. If after 3 months they remained unwanted, they would be reassigned to the secondary team, relegated to the slow trains of the minor lines. Working on the Blue Island line yielded a monthly salary and bonuses that were nearly 200 yuan more than those on the minor lines, though this was merely superficial. Behind the scenes, many exploited the advantages of this route, transporting sought-after goods that could be sold for profit upon return, often resulting in a gray income that surpassed their salaries. Li Yan's remarks constituted an unequivocal and harsh punishment. Deputy Conductor Xiao Shuiyan, observing Li Yan's approach, discerned her intentions. After delivering a stern critique of the situation, she stated, "We have already identified the perpetrator. This time, your anonymity serves as an opportunity for correction. There will not be a second or third chance. There will be no next time. I hope you will reflect on your actions." Li Yan was well acquainted with every member of the team. Wang Yujia and Song Yinjia typically performed their duties commendably, displaying reliable behavior. It was perplexing that they had faltered this time. Managing a team is a profound endeavor, and one cannot simply eradicate an individual for a single mistake. In consideration of maintaining team stability, she pondered extensively before implementing this course of action. As the meeting dispersed, and only Li Yan and Xiao Shuiyan remained, Xiao Shuiyan inquired, "Sisterly, do you think this approach is too lenient for them?" Li Yan replied, "Certainly not. Errors must incur consequences. Shuiyan, here is the plan. During the next shift, you should pay extra attention to their performance. If you catch them dozing off or idly chatting between carriages, deduct their bonuses for this month." On long-distance trains like Blue Island, which could run for 3 days, fatigue was inevitable, and it was common to find crew members sneaking in brief moments of rest or engaging in casual conversation between carriages. It would be quite easy for the conductor to catch them in the act. "Understood, sisterly." Xiao Shuiyan nodded in agreement. Chapter 045. An explanation. As the meeting concluded, Wang Yujia and Song Yinjia hurriedly descended the stairs, backpacks slung over their shoulders. Exiting the train depot, they made their way to a narrow alley adjacent to the station's plaza. It was there that Song Yinjia remarked, "Wang Jia, this is all your fault. I helped you extinguish the tea stove, and now look at the trouble it has caused." Wang Yujia, unfazed, replied, "Yinjia, what are you worried about? It's the middle of the night. No one is watching. The train conductor seemingly jested about deceiving us. You must remain steadfast." Song Yinjie replied, deceive? What for? This morning, Lao Wu mentioned that Shi Guoqiang had inquired about who helped stoke the tea stove during the midnight hours of the day before yesterday and last night. What did Lao Wu say? Wang Yujie asked anxiously. Lao Wu is the nickname of Wang Zhenwu, the train inspector, with whom Song Yinjie shares a close personal rapport. Song Yinjie continued. Lao Wu said that at the time Shi Guoqiang questioned him, he didn't think much of it and merely mentioned seeing you and me tending to the tea stove. Later, upon hearing that Hu Shibo also asked the conductor, Old Tan, about this matter, he felt something was amiss and inquired whether something had transpired. Wang Yujie felt a sinking sensation in her heart upon hearing this. When she stoked the tea stove, both Old Tan and Lao Wu had witnessed it. Old Tan had even joked with her, saying, why are you up at this hour helping to brew tea? What benefit did the new water supplier offer you? The train conductor, Li Yin, must have prompted the inquiries. The mere thought sent a chill down her spine. The more Wang Yujie contemplated the situation, the more fear enveloped her, and her heart sank further. She could not help but ask, how did you respond? Song Yinjie replied, of course, I couldn't tell him the truth. I jokingly said, yes. Xiao Su has promised to treat me to a seafood feast in Landau. Wang Yujie pondered for a moment and said, Yinjie, I've underestimated this situation. I intended to teach that fellow named Su a lesson, given his character and reputation. Li Yin, as the conductor, would surely not favor him. I didn't anticipate that Li Yin would take this matter so seriously and become so furious. This is my oversight. Song Yinjie inquired, Sister Wang, what should we do about this? We can't simply ignore it. Wang Yujie responded, Yinjie, this issue arose because of me, and you are now entangled in my troubles. I will take the initiative to confess my error to Conductor Li. You need not concern yourself with it. Seeing Wang Yujie willingly shoulder the blame, Song Yinjie felt somewhat relieved and nodded, saying, it seems we have no choice but to proceed in this manner for the time being. Su Mingyang, recognizing the prudence in Li Yan's handling of the situation, understood that managing a team is not merely a matter of black and white, right and wrong. In a group of women, there are many complexities, especially with over 30 women in the team. Management requires balancing interests and various relationships. Sometimes, even significant matters must be gently laid aside, while at other times, one must resolutely cling to even the smallest issues, refusing to relent until a resolution is reached. Upon exiting the study room, Su Mingyang took a detour into the secretary's office to check if his article had been published in the newspapers over the past few days. Qi Lirong smiled upon his arrival, saying, Xiao Su, you're back. How did the class fare? With the college entrance examination completed, Zhou Jing had informed Qi Lirong of her son's impressive essay results and expressed her gratitude for recommending Su Mingyang as a tutor for her son's writing. She was genuinely pleased to see Su Mingyang, her heart filled with joy. Su Mingyang smiled and replied, yes, Secretary Qi, I just concluded the passenger disembarkation meeting, and my class performed reasonably well. Qi Lirong asked, Xiao Su, did you come to check the newspapers? Su Mingyang remarked, indeed, Secretary Qi. You could guess my intentions as soon as I arrived. Qi Lirong chuckled, of course, I have been saving the newspapers for you all these days. The Liaocheng Railway News published one of your stories the day before yesterday, and it was yet another headline. You have single-handedly accomplished our team's tasks for the first half of the year. Little Su, keep up the good work. Su Mingyang nodded, responding, understood, Secretary Qi. I will certainly strive to do my best. Qi Lirong then produced a stack of newspapers and handed them to Su Mingyang, saying, Little Su, you must be quite tired after 3 days of travel. Go home and rest early. Take these newspapers with you to read at your leisure. Smiling, Su Mingyang accepted the papers and replied, thank you, Secretary Qi. Qi Lirong added, there's no need for such formality. Hurry home and take a break. After bidding farewell to Qi Lirong, Su Mingyang exited the secretary's office and happened upon Li Yin and Xiao Shuyan emerging from the study room. He waved at both of them as he intended to descend the stairs, but Li Yin called out, Su Mingyang, come here for a moment. Hearing his name, Su Mingyang approached and inquired, what is it, team leader? Li Yin replied, come in, let us discuss this inside. Leading the way, she stepped into the study room, and Su Mingyang followed suit. Li Yin began, Su Mingyang, my handling of this matter today has been in consideration of the overall functioning of our team. As you have only recently joined, there are aspects you may not fully grasp. To be candid, there are many who harbor reservations about your role as the water supplier. If I were to address this too harshly, it would only concentrate the conflict upon you. making your job exceedingly difficult in the future. I suggest you endure a bit of discomfort for now and refrain from harboring any ill feelings. Su Mingyang responded, Team leader, I understand. You are looking out for me, and I appreciate that. Rest assured, I have no objections. I believe your approach is quite reasonable. Li Yan, initially expecting to have to persuade him extensively, felt a surge of relief at his understanding, exclaiming, It's wonderful that you comprehend this. Your work in this team has been commendable, so continue to uphold this standard, and in due time, you will become familiar with everyone. Su Mingyang affirmed, Absolutely, team leader, I will certainly do my utmost. After contemplating for a moment, Li Yan ultimately decided to inform him about her plans regarding Wang Yujia and Song Yinjia, stating, Su Mingyang, I will not let them off lightly for their despicable actions. I've already spoken with team leader Xiao, and in the next shift, we will find some faults to deduct their bonuses for this month. Su Mingyang, taken aback, contemplated the situation and replied, Team leader, a warning should suffice. Is it really necessary to deduct their bonuses? Li Yan asserted, It is essential. Su Mingyang, I must provide you with clarity on this matter. Those who err must face consequences. Otherwise, chaos will ensue. Su Mingyang nodded. Understood. Team leader, I will follow your guidance. Later, upon returning home, he quickly had a meal before grabbing his toiletries and heading to the bathhouse. After celebrating Su Xinxin's birthday, he had visited a salon briefly but left after only 10 minutes. Post-bath, he planned to visit the salon again. He needed to expedite the development of his relationship with Zhang Jikiki, lest someone else sweep her away. Chapter 046. Watching a movie after taking a shower. Su Mingyang returned home and glanced at the newspaper he had retrieved from the car convoy. The Liao City Railway newspaper featured his short story Reunion prominently on the front page of its 4th section. Upon reading the approximately 1,000 word piece, he couldn't help but smile faintly. To be honest, he had previously written online novels that often exceeded millions of words, and he found this small snippet rather trivial. However, this was now his opportunity to enhance his presence and increase his notoriety. Such articles needed to be written, and he should produce more of them. Writing short pieces did not conflict with his creation of lengthy novels. A balanced approach would suffice. After organizing the newspaper and changing his clothes, Su Mingyang picked up the fish fillets he had purchased from Blue Island. These fish fillets were common in coastal regions like Blue Island, but were a rarity in the northeastern inland of Longjiang, making them a fresh delicacy with delightful taste and texture. He intended to share them with Zhang Jiechi. Today, Su Mingyang dressed in a youthful and vibrant manner, donning a short-sleeved pure cotton white shirt, faded jeans, and a pair of white sneakers. He retrieved his motorcycle from the storage shed and headed towards the city, contemplating a visit to the Workers' Cultural Palace to see what films were screening that day. He planned to invite Zhang Jiechi to a movie in the evening. Since he had resolved to pursue her, he needed to take some tangible actions. Upon arriving at the Workers' Cultural Palace, Su Mingyang inquired at the ticket counter and learned that the film screening that day was Heroic Courage, produced by the Pearl River Film Studio. He had little impression of this movie, but inviting Zhang Jiechi to the cinema was merely a formality. The specific film was of little consequence. He found out that the latest screening was at 7 p.m. Without hesitation, he purchased 2 tickets, confident that he could persuade her to join him, even though Zhang Jiechi's salon closed at 8 p.m. If he could not convince her, the most he would lose were the tickets. It was a Thursday afternoon when Su Mingyang arrived at the salon, which was currently devoid of customers. Su Xinxin and Zhang Jiechi were chatting inside. Upon seeing Su Mingyang, Su Xinxin exclaimed with delight, Mingyang, where have you been these past few days? You haven't come to the salon. With a smile, Su Mingyang replied, I went on a trip. I was away for 3 days and just returned at noon. Naturally, I came straight here. As he spoke, he handed a bag of fish fillets to Su Xinxin, saying, These are the fish fillets I brought back from Blue Island. We don't have these around here, and they're delicious. Su Xinxin happily accepted the fish fillets, exclaiming, Thank you, Mingyang. You're welcome. Su Mingyang then offered the remaining bag of fillets to Zhang Jiechi, saying, This one is for you. Is there one for me too? Thank you, Brother Su. Zhang Jiechi replied with surprise as she accepted the bag. Su Mingyang chuckled, Of course, this is primarily for you. Noticing that the bag Su Mingyang gave Zhang Jiechi was noticeably larger than her own, Su Xinxin immediately expressed her discontent, saying, Brother Mingyang, this is rather unfair. My bag is so small, while Jiechi's is so big. Even if you are pursuing her, it shouldn't be so obvious. Don't forget, I am your matchmaker. Su Xinxin. with her remarkable intelligence and cooperation, brought great joy to Su Mingyang, who chuckled and remarked, "Even with food, you can't keep your mouth shut. It's fortunate that you have something to eat. Otherwise, you wouldn't enjoy such treatment if it weren't for Zhang Jiaqing." Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiaqing felt embarrassed, her face flushing. She quickly interjected, "Sister Xinxin, let us swap. I can't possibly eat all this." As she spoke, she extended the fish slices in her hand towards Su Xinxin. Su Xinxin hastily waved her hands, saying, "Jiaqing, no. Look at you, why are you so naive? I was just teasing him, can't you tell?" Zhang Jiaqing's face turned even redder as she insisted, No, Sister Xinxin, I truly cannot eat this much." Su Mingyang, observing the exchange, burst into laughter, saying, "I must say, you two are quite amusing. Can't you tell the difference between 2 bags of fish slices? One is squid shreds, and the other is fish fillets. Just swap them and enjoy. Is that so?" "Let me see," Su Xinxin said as she took a look at the fish slices in Zhang Jiaqing's hand. Realizing they were indeed different, she exclaimed, "They really are different. Which one is tastier?" Su Mingyang replied with a smile, "Both are delicious. They simply have different flavors." Su Xinxin responded, "Is that so? I'll give it a try." With that, she tore open her own bag of fish slices, sampled a piece, and then encouraged Zhang Jiaqing to open hers as well. While savoring the flavors, she declared, "These fish slices are exquisite. Both are delightful." Su Mingyang inquired, "Xinxin, where's Zhongming? What is he up to?" Su Xinxin, her mouth full, replied, "Oh, who knows? He is probably off playing mahjong somewhere. He's become quite addicted lately, playing every single day." Su Mingyang couldn't help but ask, "Oh, how did he get hooked on mahjong?" Su Xinxin sighed, "Who knows? He hardly does anything worthwhile." Gazing at Su Mingyang, she continued, "Brother Mingyang, you really shouldn't keep your buzz cut. It makes you look older. Your hair has grown a bit. Let me give you a slight trim later. You should grow it out, and I'll style it into something really handsome." Su Mingyang chuckled, "Sounds good. Although I've always had a buzz cut and never thought it inappropriate, I am still young, not even 20 yet. Perhaps I should take your advice and go for a youthful hairstyle." Su Xinxin said, "Let us enjoy our fish slices for a while, and then we can have Jiaqing wash your hair." Su Mingyang turned to Zhang Jiaqing with a smile and asked, "Jiaqing, are the fish slices tasty?" Zhang Jiaqing nodded, "Delicious. They are absolutely marvelous. I've never had fish slices before. It would be great if we could find them here." Su Mingyang reassured her, "If there's nothing available here, don't worry. If you like them, I'll bring some for you next time I finish work." Zhang Jiaqing responded, "Brother Su, I feel bad for troubling you so much." Su Xinxin immediately chimed in, "Jiaqing, why be polite with him? If you want to eat, just let him buy it. I can enjoy a bit too, can I?" "Exactly. If you want something, just say the word. I'm happy to help." Su Mingyang then turned to Zhang Jiaqing and said, "Jiaqing, I haven't seen a movie in ages. Would you accompany me to watch one tonight?" Zhang Jiaqing hesitated for a moment, fully aware of what it meant to go to the movies with him, and replied, "Brother Su, our salon closes at 8 in the evening, so I can't make it." Upon hearing this, Su Xinxin hurriedly said, "Jiechi, you should go. I'll be here with you. Just leave for now, until you show some respect to Mingyang." Su Xinxin's intention was clear to Zhang Jiechi. Going to the movies with Su Mingyang did not imply a romantic relationship. Given how well he treated you, it would be inappropriate to dismiss him so abruptly. Whether you wish to pursue a relationship or not is ultimately your decision to make based on the circumstances. Chapter 47. A promising development. Having a good teammate to encourage you is truly beneficial. Feeling a bit shy after Su Xinxin's words, Zhang Jiechi contemplated for a moment and replied, "All right then. Yay." Su Mingyang cheered inwardly, then smiled at Zhang Jiechi, saying, "Jiechi, how about this? I'll come to pick you up at 5 p.m. We can have dinner together first, and then go to the movies." Zhang Jiechi quickly interjected, "There's no need for dinner. My mom is coming to bring us food tonight, and it wouldn't be right for me to be absent. Just come at 6:30 to take me to the movies." Su Mingyang nodded and agreed. "All right, I'll see you at 6:30. Zhang Jiechi affirmed, "Good." Su Xinxin chimed in, "Jiechi, why don't you wash Mingyang's hair? I can style it for him." "Sure. Su Gu, come over here, and I'll wash your hair." Though Su Mingyang had just finished showering and could have skipped the hair wash, he viewed this as an opportunity to grow closer to Zhang Jiechi. He happily complied and took a seat in the chair she indicated. She retrieved shampoo and began to wash his hair. Zhang Jiechi was meticulous and skilled in her technique. As Su Mingyang sat back in the chair, he relished the experience, his eyes half closed, enjoying the unique sensation of relaxation. After 10 minutes of attentive care, Zhang Jieqi announced, "All right, Su Gu, let us rinse your hair." Following her to the sink, Su Mingyang reclined in a lounge chair as she began to rinse his hair with great focus. Once finished, she dried his hair with a towel, wrapped it, and encouraged him to sit up, pointing to the chair he had just vacated. He obeyed and took a seat, while Zhang Jieqi switched to a fresh towel to dry his hair thoroughly. "Su Gu, you should move to Xinxin's chair now." Su Mingyang nodded in agreement and settled into the chair in front of Su Xinxin. Given that his buzz cut was not particularly long, Su Xinxin crafted a style suited to him, advising, "It'll take about a month for your hair to grow enough for a proper style. So feel free to come by for touch-ups in the meantime." After bidding farewell to Zhang Jieqi and Su Xinxin, Su Mingyang returned home. Noting that it was still before 3 p.m., he opened his computer, eager to organize the outline of the novel he had contemplated while in the car. The title he settled on for the novel was Underworld Tyrant, narrating the journey of a poor boy in Hong Kong who rises from the lowest ranks of a gang through his fierce determination and cunning intellect, ultimately ascending to the position of the gang leader and unifying the criminal underworld of Hong Kong. Starting as an insignificant character resonates deeply with most individuals, creating a compelling narrative that naturally draws readers in. The writing style of gradual progression heightens anticipation, and the inclusion of abundant elements such as wealth, beauty, power, and personal heroism enhances the story's allure. Additionally, intricate plot twists, intertwined with connections to the Italian mafia, Japan's Yakuza, and the Inagawa Kai, forms the backbone of a commercially viable novel. Su Mingyang was aware that the majority of Xue Mili's novels range between 150,000 and 200,000 words. He aimed to craft a similar narrative, setting his target between 180,000 and 200,000 words, which he considered a substantial length for such a work. He had also contemplated a pen name, initially contemplating the name Su Yang after removing the character for Bright from his name. He later modified it to Niu Yang, evoking the imagery of Su Wu herding sheep. However, upon reflection that both names carried a masculine connotation, he ultimately decided on the more feminine Su Yang. By the time Su Mingyang had outlined the framework for his novel, Underworld Overlord, it was already past 5 o'clock. His mother, Li Shuang, opened the door and found him engrossed in his writing, prompting her to call out, "Mingyang, what are you so busy with? It's time for dinner." "Just a moment. I will finish these last few words," he replied, hastily completing the concluding section before rising to join her in the living room for dinner. After the meal, Su Mingyang made further enhancements to his outline. Noticing the time, he changed out of his loungewear, grabbed his motorcycle keys, and headed out. Seeing her son preparing to leave, Li Shuang, who had been watching television, inquired, "Mingyang, where are you headed?" Su Mingyang, of course, could not divulge the truth. Instead, he smiled and said, "Mom, I've made plans with Zhang Ming to watch a movie." "Oh, since recovering from your illness, you rarely go out during your time off and spend most of your time at home writing, especially after you bought the computer. You've been so busy at home that you hardly watch television in the evenings. While this dedication is commendable, you can't always stay indoors. I'm glad to see you going out to the movies," Li Shuang remarked cheerfully. "Just be sure to return early." "Okay, Mom," Su Mingyang responded, stepping outside and mounting his motorcycle to head to the salon. Upon arriving, he saw Zhang Jieqi styling the hair of a woman in her 30s. Upon noticing him, Zhang Jieqi smiled and said, "Su Gu, could you wait a moment? I'll be done shortly." "Sure," Su Mingyang replied, taking a seat at the salon's entrance and lighting a cigarette. Su Xinxin was also busy at work, flashing him a smile and saying, "Brother Mingyang, just sit tight for a bit." Su Mingyang replied, "No need to mind me. Carry on with your tasks." Within approximately 10 minutes, Zhang Jieqi completed her work, shedding her white lab coat to reveal a white short-sleeved shirt and jeans. Su Mingyang couldn't help but smile at the similarity in their outfits, noting that the only difference was her pink sneakers. "Xinxin, I'm off." Zhang Jieqi waved goodbye to Su Xinxin as she exited the salon. Su Mingyang stood and started his motorcycle, and once Zhang Jieqi climbed on behind him, he revved the engine and set off. The motorcycle gradually accelerated. At first, Zhang Jiaqing clutched the steel beam of the rear luggage rack with both hands, leaning back to minimize contact with Su Mingyang. Suddenly, a large truck appeared ahead. Su Mingyang gently squeezed the brake to decelerate, causing Zhang Jiaqing to lurch forward, inevitably pressing against his back, her hands instinctively wrapping around his waist. Su Mingyang immediately felt a softness against his back, invigorated by the sensation. Once the truck passed, he could not help but accelerate again. Zhang Jiaqing, now pressed against Su Mingyang, felt her face flush and quickly withdrew her hands to grip the rear steel beam, distancing herself from him. Seeing her move away, Su Mingyang felt a pang of anxiety and called out, "Jiaqing, hold on tight. This stretch of road is rough. Don't let yourself get thrown off." With that, he twisted the throttle, and the motorcycle roared to life. As the motorcycle surged forward, Zhang Jiaqing instinctively clutched Su Mingyang's waist again, the delightful sensation returning. He enjoyed the moment as he rode faster. Before long, they arrived at the workers' cultural palace. He longed to continue relishing this blissful feeling, but the journey was too short, and he had to reluctantly halt the motorcycle. Su Mingyang parked the motorcycle, with the fee being 1 dime for a bicycle and 5 dimes for a motorcycle. After paying the parking fee, he bought a packet of sunflower seeds and 2 bottles of Hongbei soda at a small shop before entering the cinema with Zhang Jiaqing. They found their seats, and it wasn't too long before the film began. Su Mingyang didn't care what the movie was about. He just wanted to enjoy the experience. Having not visited a cinema in many years, this was also his first time back in a theater since his rebirth. Initially, they chatted softly, but as the plot unfolded, Zhang Jiaqing became increasingly tense, particularly when the protagonist fell into a trap laid by the enemy and faced imminent danger from the villain. She clutched Su Mingyang's arm tightly, her body trembling slightly. Noticing her anxiety and fear, Su Mingyang placed his left hand over hers, silently offering comfort. He felt the delicate smoothness of her slender fingers, and ripples of warmth surged through him. It was only when the clever protagonist escaped the enemy's trap and defeated them that Zhang Jiaqing exhaled a long breath. Slowly releasing her grip on Su Mingyang's arm. Seizing the opportunity, he gently took her soft hand in his. Zhang Jiaqing tried to pull away but found herself unable to resist, settling into silence as he held her hand. To Zhang Jiaqing, the film heroic spirit was thrilling and exhilarating. Throughout the screening, she experienced a whirlwind of emotions, allowing Su Mingyang to play the role of her gallant protector. Su Mingyang had long become accustomed to such films, displaying remarkable composure, which brought a profound sense of reassurance to Zhang Jiaqing. Even as the credits rolled and they made their way out, Su Mingyang continued to hold her small hand, which Zhang Jiaqing accepted with gentle compliance. Upon mounting Su Mingyang's motorcycle, he turned to her and inquired, "Jiaqing, shall we stop for grilled fish before heading home?" After a brief hesitation, Zhang Jiaqing replied, "Brother Su, I can't. It's too late for me to return home. Otherwise, my mother will not allow me out again. Rome wasn't built in a day. Progress must be made step by step." Su Mingyang understood the wisdom in moderation, recognizing that today was already a significant advancement. Thus, he responded, "Very well. I shall take you home." Zhang Jiaqing's residence was situated on Futai Road in Taipei, an area characterized by single-story homes. Upon arriving at her gate, Su Mingyang halted the motorcycle. As she dismounted, Zhang Jiaqing glanced back at him and said, "Brother Su, I'm going in now. Thank you for treating me to the movie." Naturally, Su Mingyang grasped her hand and countered, "What are you thanking me for? We shall watch another good film together in the future." Zhang Jiaqing nodded in agreement. "All right, Brother Su." She then withdrew her hand, produced her keys, and reached through a small square opening in the door to unlock it. Pushing the door open, she turned back to Su Mingyang and said, "Brother Su, goodbye." He waved back goodbye. It was only after she had closed the door that Su Mingyang revved the motorcycle and gradually made his way out of the alley onto the main road, headed homeward. Su Mingyang could not afford to linger at the salon every day. He simply did not have the time. And he believed that pursuing a girl did not necessitate constant presence, as that might only cause Zhang Jiaqing to feel discomfort. Therefore, he resolved to visit the salon twice during his 5 days off, once on the afternoon of his arrival and once the day before his return to work. His work schedule spanned 3 days, meaning he would realistically visit the salon twice within an 8-day period. Su Mingyang recognized that Zhang Jiaqing was still quite young and unlikely to readily agree to be his girlfriend. However, he was confident that maintaining contact would eventually win her affections over time. During this 5-day respite, apart from his 2 salon visits and the film with Zhang Jiaqing, he devoted the remainder of his time to writing a novel titled Underworld Overlord. He had embarked on writing web novels in his mid-30s, during which his erratic lifestyle and excessive indulgence in smoking and drinking had left him in a state of suboptimal health, plagued by minor ailments. Despite this, he had managed to maintain a daily output of 10,000 words. Now, In his prime, he could compose between 12 and 15,000 words each day. On the day of his return to work, he checked his word count. Over the past few days, he had written a total of 46,000 words. At this pace, he estimated that he could complete the novel within slightly more than a month, corresponding to the duration of 4 work cycles. On the day of the class switch, Su Mingyang arrived at the vehicle fleet half an hour early. Instead of heading directly to the study room, he first visited the secretary's office. Intending to peruse the recent newspapers, his purpose was twofold: to check if any of his articles had been published and to discern the recent trends in news coverage. Only by understanding the current media narrative could he effectively submit his writings. Secretary Chi Lirong had just arrived when Su Mingyang walked in, greeting him with a smile. "Su Mingyang, I was just looking for you. You have received several payment slips and 3 letters in the past few days. Here they are," she said, handing him a stack of correspondence from the left corner of her desk. Upon examining the contents, Su Mingyang found a few remittance slips for his articles. Recently, he had received payments from both the Liaoqing Railway Daily and the People's Railway Daily. At this time, the remuneration rate for the Liaoqing Railway Daily was 10 yuan per 1,000 characters. The slips he had received ranged from 5 to 8 yuan each, while the People's Railway Daily offered a higher rate of 30 yuan per 1,000 characters. His article, The Inventor Worker, was 600 words long, earning him 18 yuan. Today's slips followed a similar pattern, with payments of 7 to 8 yuan each. The last slip was from the People's Railway Daily, which surprised him with a sum of 45 yuan. This had to be the payment for Old Chen's article on Tai Chi, however. He remembered that piece was nearly 1,000 words, which should have garnered only 30 yuan. Upon further reflection, he realized that the accompanying photograph of Old Chen teaching martial arts might have been calculated as an additional 500 words. As he examined the letters, one envelope caught his eye with the printed designation of the Writer's Magazine editorial department. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Based on his previous experiences with submissions, communications from magazines typically meant rejection letters. Given the influence and stature of the Writer's Magazine in the Chinese literary scene, it was entirely reasonable that his novel would not be accepted. Chapter 49. 3 arrows hit the mark. Su Mingyang held the thin rejection letter from the Writer's Magazine, which contained only a page or 2. This didn't feel like a rejection at all, as he had submitted a short story nearly 5,000 words long, comprising a thick stack of 16 or 17 pages. He tore open the envelope and pulled out the letter, only to discover it was a notification of acceptance. Su Mingyang was instantly overjoyed. He eagerly began to read. The letter was a printed acceptance notification, a common format among magazines. It typically included a greeting, acknowledgement of receipt, and a decision to publish the work in an upcoming issue, along with the promise of 2 complimentary copies. Although the formats varied among different publications, the essence remained the same. The notification from the Writer's Magazine informed Su Mingyang that his short story, Inheritance, would be published in the July issue. As he gazed at the acceptance letter, he felt a surge of excitement. This era's magazines were remarkably considerate. As long as one submitted work, there was feedback. Rejections were sent for non-accepted pieces and acceptance notifications for those chosen. This was in stark contrast to many future publications, where submissions often vanished into silence without any acknowledgement. Su Mingyang hurriedly perused the 2 letters before him. One was from the Spring Breeze magazine, and the other from the Campflower magazine. Both contained within long envelopes that appeared somewhat swollen. A wave of apprehension washed over him, accompanied by a faint sigh, for it seemed these letters were likely rejections. Regardless of their nature, whether rejections or otherwise, Su Mingyang felt compelled to open them. He tore open the Spring Breeze envelope and was pleasantly surprised to find 2 copies of the magazine, neatly folded. Based on his experience, it was only when one's work had been published that they would receive sample copies. He quickly flipped through the magazine, scanning the table of contents, and soon located his own work, The Distant Land, positioned 4th among 5 short stories in the section. With bated breath, he navigated to page 43, where he beheld both his novel and his name. Without pausing to absorb the details, he swiftly opened the letter from Campflower, only to discover 2 sample copies within as well. Upon consulting the table of contents, he found that his short story, The Lawsuit, had also been published, ranking 2nd among 4 stories in this issue. Are your works featured in these magazines? Just as Su Mingyang was reveling in excitement, Chi Lirong, holding a copy of Spring Breeze, inquired while flipping through its pages. With enthusiasm, Su Mingyang replied, "Indeed, Secretary Chi, look here." He turned to the page featuring the lawsuit. pointing out his name. This story is mine. Upon seeing his name beneath the title, Qi Lirong praised, Xiao Su, you truly excel. Your novel has made it into the magazine. There's also this issue of Spring Breeze, Secretary Qi. If you turn to page 43, you'll find that The Distant Land is also my work. Flipping to the designated page, Qi Lirong confirmed, with delight, that Su Mingyang's name appeared beneath the title. Xiao Su, you are becoming increasingly impressive. I foresee you publishing a book, perhaps a thick, substantial novel. Su Mingyang smiled and expressed, thank you for your kind words. Secretary Qi, I will strive to fulfill that ambition and produce a novel as you envision. Currently, he was working on Underworld Tyrant, having penned over 40,000 words. Yet he intended to keep this endeavor a secret. This particular story was primarily a means to earn money and hone his craft. And he had no intention of revealing it to anyone, especially not to Qi Lirong. Xiao Su, since you have 2 copies, may I borrow one? I would love to appreciate it thoroughly, Qi Lirong requested. Su Mingyang valued these sample copies greatly, as they contained his work, and he was reluctant to lend them out, fearing they might be lost. However, since Qi Lirong had asked, he felt obliged to comply. With a smile, he said, of course, Secretary Qi, you may take it. But please, do not misplace it, as I wish to keep it for my collection. Rest assured, Xiao Su, it will be safe with me. I will return it once you're back from class, Qi Lirong assured him cheerfully. Xiao Su, your novels have been published in the magazine? Let me see. Sitting at the desk beside her, Lu Xian had endured for quite some time. After Han Shui was removed from the convoy, she took over Han Shui's position as the young gentleman in the team. If Han Shui had not departed, she would not have had the opportunity to join. In this regard, she felt a modicum of gratitude towards Su Mingyang. She had heard whispers about him before and initially had no intention of engaging with him. However, after arriving at the convoy, she frequently heard Secretary Qi extolling Su Mingyang's talents, praising his writing skills, and noting that his novels had been published in magazines. This piqued her curiosity, prompting her to join the conversation. Su Mingyang, smiling, handed Lu Xian a magazine and remarked, it's merely luck that led to my publication. Lu Xian glanced at the section featuring his novel and replied, that is not entirely true. Good fortune must be accompanied by skill. Someone of my caliber, no matter how fortunate, could not produce such work. Su Mingyang chuckled. Lu Jia, that is merely your reluctance to write. If you were to put pen to paper, you would surely succeed. Not a chance. My abilities are far too limited. Lu Xian shook her head as she spoke. She then inquired, Xiao Su, I noticed you've received several payment notifications recently, totaling around 60 or 70 yuan. How much do you expect to earn from this novel? Generally, published authors revel in their achievements and seldom concern themselves with the monetary compensation. Conversely, those outside the literary realm prioritize financial gain, a habit Su Mingyang could not alter. Thus, he replied, I expect the payment will be around 140 to 50 yuan. Is it truly that much? Lu Xian exclaimed in astonishment. Xiao Su, if this novel earns you 140 to 50 yuan, and you've published 2, that amounts to over 300 yuan, nearly equivalent to a month's salary. Indeed. Su Mingyang responded casually, unaware of the solitude and toil that accompany writing, nor the arduous journey towards publication, matters he deemed unnecessary to elaborate upon. The novels published in the June issue of Fengchun and Shenhua magazines, along with the forthcoming July issue of the Writer's Magazine, featuring Su Mingyang's story heritage, reflected his success. He had submitted to 3 magazines, and without any connections, all 3 had accepted his work, an impressive feat. This achievement was not merely due to his writing prowess. As he had previously stated, luck played a significant role as well. Chapter 050. The Perfect Return, Qi Lirong remarked. Xiao Su, I see another letter from the Writer's Magazine. Does it also contain news of a published novel? Su Mingyang smiled and replied, Yes, Secretary Qi. It is a notification of acceptance, informing me that my novel heritage will be featured in next month's issue. Is that so? Lu Xian interjected excitedly. Does that mean another 150 yuan in earnings? Xiao Su, your income from writing exceeds your salary. Qi Lirong added. Lu Xian, you may not realize, but in Su Mingyang's Pishjin Lao's Tai Chi Love published in the People's Railway News, he received a reward of 1,000 yuan for just one segment. The manuscript fee is merely a trivial matter. According to the rewards policy within the section, Su Mingyang's 2 articles published in the People's Railway Journal include one that was featured as the headline on page 4, earning him a reward of 1,000 yuan, and another ordinary piece, which garnered 500 yuan. Additionally, considering his numerous contributions to the Liaoqing Railway Journal, with 4 or 5 of those also being front-page headlines, the total rewards he should receive from the section should exceed 2,000 yuan, nearly equivalent to 5 months of his salary. However, the rewards for the second quarter will not be distributed until July, which can be regarded as his supplementary income. What? Such a generous reward. Upon hearing that one article could earn 1,000 yuan, LV Xian's eyes widened in astonishment. What are you so delighted about? Asked Li Yan, the train director. As she entered the study room and saw Qi Lirong, Su Mingyang, and LV Xian engaged in cheerful conversation, Qi Lirong replied, Li Yan, you're here. We were just discussing Su's article fees and rewards. LV Xian is still a bit skeptical. You should enlighten her on how our section rewards communications reports. Li Yan, who possesses decent writing skills, often writes reports about notable events while on duty and has also had several pieces published in the Liaoqing Railway Journal, thus earning rewards from the section, which is why Qi Lirong encouraged her to share. Smiling, Li Yan addressed LV Xian, don't be doubtful. I've received numerous rewards myself. For an article in the Liaoqing Railway Journal, the reward is 30 yuan. If it's a front-page piece, the reward is even greater. It is said that an article in the People's Railway Journal earns 500 yuan, and if it's a headline, the reward doubles to 1,000 yuan. However, getting published in the People's Railway Journal is exceedingly challenging, let alone making the headlines. LV Xian exclaimed in surprise, really? Just earlier, Secretary Qi mentioned that Su received 1,000 yuan for one of his articles in the People's Railway Journal, and I was skeptical. Li Yan, intrigued, asked, Su Mingyang, did you really have a headline in the People's Railway Journal? Before Su Mingyang could respond, Qi Lirong interjected, of course. Su has had 2 articles published in the People's Railway Journal, one of which, titled Elder Qin's Tai Chi Sentiment, was featured as a headline on page 4, accompanied by a photograph. Su Mingyang, you are truly remarkable. Li Yan, who was unaware of this aspect, reflected on how she had only written articles because she encountered noteworthy events at work and no one in her team was capable of writing. She had not previously paid attention to such matters, but upon hearing Qi Lirong's words, she realized Su Mingyang's exceptional writing talent and could not help but express her admiration. Qi Lirong added, Li Yan, let me tell you, Su is not only proficient in communications reports, he has also had his novels published in magazines. Look, here are the magazines that were just sent to him. She handed over 2 magazines. Li Yan took the magazines and began to browse through them, while Qi Lirong instructed, just check the short story section in the contents for Su's name. Li Yan quickly found the novel written by Su Mingyang, and her astonishment grew. Having a story published in a magazine is an achievement not easily attained by everyone. In this era, writers are still regarded as somewhat mysterious figures, evoking admiration in the eyes of ordinary people. Her perception of Su Mingyang had shifted significantly. Li Yan remarked, Su Mingyang, with your immense talent, being a train attendant is a waste of your potential. You should be working as a reporter or an editor at a newspaper. Su Mingyang smiled and remarked, I wish it were that simple, but merely publishing a few novels does not guarantee acceptance by the newspaper. You know how it is in today's world. It's not just about talent, but also connections and a stroke of luck. Perhaps in the future, an opportunity will arise. Li Yan understood that Su Mingyang spoke the truth. To the average person, a newspaper office seemed like a lofty establishment. Simply being able to write was insufficient. Without recognition, recommendations, or support, one could only lament from afar. Encouragingly, she said, Su Mingyang, do not be disheartened. You are still young, and with hard work, opportunities will come. Every talent has its use, and gold will eventually shine. Who knows? One day someone might notice you, and your dreams could come true. Su Mingyang smiled and responded, Thank you for your kind words, Li. I will continue to strive. Indeed. Li Yan nodded, then added, We are about to call the roll for boarding, and I have no time to read now. I will look at it again once we are on the train. Upon hearing this, Qi Lirong snatched the 2 magazines from Li Yan's hands, chuckling. These are borrowed from Xiao Su. If you wish to read, he still has more. Su Mingyang quickly interjected, Yes, Li, the magazine office sent me 2 copies as well. I lent one set to Secretary Qi, but I still have another. All right, Su Mingyang, make sure you are not late for the roll call. Li Yin admonished him before turning to Qi Lirong, asking, Secretary Qi, do you have any new directives? If so, please convey them during the upcoming boarding. Qi Lirong replied, there are no major matters from the party committee. As we approach July 1st, our focus remains on celebrating the party's anniversary. Please ensure the activities of the integrated party branch are well organized. Each train has established an integrated party branch, comprising members from the passenger service, train police, and inspectors. The train conductor serves as the secretary of this branch, and it is mandatory for this position to be held by a party member. Non-members cannot serve as conductors, as this is a stringent requirement. Li Yin acknowledged, understood, Secretary Qi. I will address this during the boarding meeting and discuss potential activities with the train police and inspectors. Qi Lirong replied, very well. Ensure that the information regarding the activities is reported promptly. Understood, Secretary Qi. Li Yin affirmed, glancing at her watch. She warned Su Mingyang. The roll call is about to begin. Do not be late. With that, she bid farewell to Qi Lirong and Lu Xin as she exited the office. Su Mingyang nodded in agreement, gathering his letters and payment slips as he made his way to the study room for roll call. Before leaving, he reminded Qi Lirong, Secretary Qi, please do not misplace those 2 magazines. With a smile, Qi Lirong replied, Xiao Su, I know how precious these are to you. Rest assured, when you return from your shift, they will be returned in perfect condition. Chapter 051. Unusual passengers. Su Mingyang arrived at the team's study room, where nearly all the crew members had gathered. Han Yuhua waved to him, beckoning him to sit beside her. Su Mingyang quickly walked over and took a seat next to her. Han Yuhua inquired, Xiao Su, how did you find your last shift? Su Mingyang responded, Sister Han. I felt quite good about it. It was much lighter than being a conductor. Han Yuhua remarked that the water supplier is often quite busy, yet during regular times, there isn't much to do, unlike the train conductors who must consistently manage the compartments. There exists a certain freedom in their roles. However, timely water supply is imperative. Li Yin is particularly stringent. Should any issues arise, she shows no leniency. In less severe cases, she may deduct bonuses, but in more dire situations, she could dismiss you from the team. It is crucial to remain vigilant. Su Mingyang replied, understood. Thank you, Sister Han. I will be cautious. After the attendance was taken, Su Mingyang and Han Yuhua proceeded to the storage area to ignite the tea furnace. As they entered mid-June, the weather had become exceedingly hot. The train, having been exposed to the sun for several hours, felt akin to an oven, with the compartment temperature rising at least 5 or 6 degrees higher than the outside. Before he could even start working, sweat had already drenched Su Mingyang's white short-sleeved uniform. He opened the doors on both sides of the tea room to allow for ventilation and then began filling the tea furnace with water and lighting the fire. Once both furnaces were filled and ignited, he stepped out to the shade in front of the opposite building to cool off. Lighting a cigarette, he inhaled deeply while gazing at the thick black smoke rising from the chimney of the tea furnace, lost in thought. In fact, aside from his 3 published novels in Spring Breeze and Xinhua, he had submitted several manuscripts to those magazines and was uncertain if they would be accepted. Currently, he had 3 short story drafts saved on his computer. The publication of his works in 3 magazines had greatly bolstered his confidence, and he contemplated refining these drafts to submit them to the magazines after returning from this shift. It is vital to maintain momentum in writing. One cannot simply cease to produce after having a novel published, as the editor's favorable impressions may dissipate. Numerous examples exist in the literary world of fleeting fame. Thus, it is essential to become a familiar presence through consistent publication. Maintaining a regular output of pieces throughout the year is crucial for gaining recognition in the literary community. Su Mingyang longed to visit the post office's newsstand to purchase copies of Spring Breeze and Xinhua, but he was tied to the tea furnace and could only go after returning from work. He was unsure if the newsstand stocked those 2 magazines, as he typically frequented it for Novel Monthly and Selected Novels, both of which showcased the pinnacle and trends of Chinese literature. He made it a point to read them each month. As for whether Spring Breeze and Xinhua were available, he had never paid much attention. Those magazines were generally subscribed to by institutions or individuals. Even if the newsstand did carry them, the quantity would likely be limited, with 5 to 10 copies per month being a good turnout. He needed to arrive early, otherwise, even if available, they would be sold out. Regrettably, without a mobile phone, he couldn't call Zhangming to check and purchase a few copies if they were in stock. Once the train had departed the storage area, ticket inspections commenced at the station. Su Mingyang took a moment to cool off on the platform when he unexpectedly spotted his sister, Su Minghua, organizing passengers for boarding. He had not anticipated her working the day shift, which brought him joy, and he hurried over, saying, "Sister, you're on duty today?" "Yes, are you working today?" Su Minghua replied, her delight evident upon seeing her brother. She was astonished by the changes in him lately. It was hard to believe that he had suddenly taken up writing and had even had numerous pieces published in newspapers. Each time he returned home, their mother would rave about him, sparking a hint of jealousy in her heart. Su Mingyang smiled and said, "Yes, sister, when you have a moment. Please visit the post office to see if they have the June issues of Spring Breeze Ansinhua magazines. If they do, kindly purchase 2 copies for me." Su Minghua inquired, "What do you need these 2 magazines for?" Su Mingyang replied, "My novels have been published in these magazines, and I wish to keep 2 copies." "Really? Your novels have made it into magazines?" Upon hearing this, Su Minghua was thrilled and quickly took out her work notebook and pen, saying, "Mingyang, what are the names of these magazines? I need to jot them down, lest I forget." After Su Mingyang repeated the titles, she noted them down and said, "All right, Mingyang. I will go shortly. If they have them, I'll buy 2 copies and bring them home for you." Su Mingyang responded, "Thank you, sister. Here is the money." He pulled out 15 yuan and handed it to Su Minghua, having noted that Spring Breeze was priced at 8 yuan per copy and Ansinhua at 3 yuan, which made 15 yuan more than sufficient. Su Minghua firmly pushed Su Mingyang's hand away, insisting, "There's no need for you to pay. I'm so delighted that my younger brother has become a writer. This expense is on me." Understanding his sister's stubbornness, Su Mingyang reluctantly tucked the money back into his pocket, smiling. "Then I appreciate it, sister." Su Minghua shot him a playful glare and said, "What are you talking about? Do we need to be so formal with each other?" At that moment, the train conductor, Li Yin, approached Su Minghua and asked, "Director Su, is there anything happening on this side today?" The conductor was quite familiar with the staff at the various stations along the route. They exchanged information at each stop. Her inquiry was to ascertain if any leaders or inspection teams had arrived, which would necessitate notifying the crew to prepare for their arrival. Su Minghua smiled and replied, "No. Li Yin, everything is fine." Having observed Su Mingyang and Su Minghua engaged in lively conversation, Li Yin felt a stir of curiosity and asked, "Director Su, what is your relationship with Su Mingyang?" Su Minghua chuckled and responded, "Li Yin, Mingyang is my younger brother. He is quite young and inexperienced, so please be understanding if he makes any mistakes." Li Yin laughed and said, "Ah, so you are family." Although Mingyang has only been with our team for 1 shift, he performs exceptionally well, so I have no worries regarding his work. Su Minghua smiled in return. "That's good to hear. If he does make any mistakes, please don't hesitate to reprimand him. He tends to forget lessons learned from minor consequences." Li Yin nodded with a smile. "Understood, Director Su." Once the train departed, Su Mingyang filled the tea kettle with water and set it on the stove. After Li Yin returned from checking tickets, both tea kettles were boiling. He secured the kettles and tidied up the tea room before heading to the dining car, where his team leaders, Li Yin, Chief of Police Hu Shibua, and Chief Inspector Shi Guoqiang, were engaged in conversation. As the train departed from Qingyuan Station, night had already fallen. Information from Car 12 indicated that a passenger was experiencing a mental health crisis and had attempted to steal from fellow travelers, prompting Li Yin to address the situation. Li Yin greeted Hu Shibua and Su Mingyang before making her way to the hard-seat carriage. Despite the train having departed for merely 3 hours, the carriage was already overcrowded. Upon reaching Car 12, the trio observed a disheveled man in his 40s, singing and dancing in the center of the carriage, causing nearby passengers to retreat in alarm. In Chapter 052, the attendant Lu Shuan was watching the scene from a distance, hiding behind a burly passenger, peering out to assess the situation. Though she contemplated intervening, fear held her back. Su Mingyang strode confidently towards the man, blocking his path, and demanded, "Where are you headed? Show me your ticket." Having dealt with such individuals in his previous life, Su Mingyang understood that fear only exacerbated their erratic behavior. Demonstrating authority often instilled a sense of trepidation in them. Unless faced with exceptionally aggressive patients, who were rare, he surmised this man did not belong to that category. The team consisted of 3 male members, while the rest were female. Thus, Su Mingyang felt compelled to take the lead in this situation. Although the chief of the train police, Hu Shibua, had approached, he knew the police were not obligated to intervene in such matters. His expectation was merely for Hu Shibua to provide support from behind. The mentally unstable man disregarded Su Mingyang's inquiries and attempted to push him away. Anticipating this, Su Mingyang seized the man's wrist, twisting it behind his back while pressing down on his shoulder, rendering him immobile. He shouted, "Don't move. Show me your ticket." The man began to struggle violently, his strength formidable. Despite Su Mingyang's initial advantage, he soon found it increasingly difficult to maintain control. Observing this, Hu Shibua swiftly intervened, grasping the man's other arm and commanding, "Stay still. Behave yourself." Upon seeing Hu Shibua, clad in police uniform, the man visibly recoiled in fear. Ceasing his resistance and turning his face away, unable to meet Hu Shibua's gaze. Hu Shibua then inquired, "From which station did you board, and where are you headed?" The man shook his head vehemently, muttering incoherently to himself, "I don't know. I don't know. Someone is trying to kill me. I don't know. I don't know." Having encountered various mentally ill individuals on trains in his previous life, Su Mingyang recognized that many of them were plagued by delusions of being pursued, leading them to flee aimlessly. He had even witnessed some jump from moving trains in desperate attempts to escape, with dire consequences. Hearing the man's words, he immediately deduced that this individual was indeed mentally unstable, likely traveling alone. Realizing this, Su Mingyang called out to the passengers in the carriage, "Is anyone traveling with this gentleman? Does anyone know him?" The surrounding passengers shook their heads, and one man spoke up, "He is not from our carriage. He came from that other carriage alone, and I didn't see anyone with him." Li Yin inquired of the train attendant Lu Shuwan, who had approached. Lu Shuwan, "From which station did this individual board?" Lu Shuwan replied, somewhat aggrieved, "Conductor, I am uncertain, but he certainly did not board from my carriage. He came from the direction of coach 13. After a moment's contemplation, Li Yin suggested, "Please go to coach 13 and inquire there. First, ascertain from which station he boarded. And second, check if he had any companions traveling with him." Lu Shuwan nodded eagerly. "Understood. Conductor, I shall attend to it immediately." With that, she turned and hastened towards coach 13. Hu Shibua looked to Li Yin and asked, "Conductor Li, what shall we do now?" Li Yin surveyed the passengers within coach 12. The seats were fully occupied, and several individuals stood in the aisle, exceeding capacity. As most travelers on this train were long-distance passengers, it was improbable that anyone would relinquish their seat, making it quite challenging to accommodate the individual in question. Therefore, she decided, "Let us first take him to the dining car to assess the situation." Railway regulations stipulate specific protocols regarding passengers exhibiting mental disturbances. When such a passenger is identified, they should be seated at one end of the carriage, with any companions responsible for their supervision. Train staff must inform the companions of safety precautions, ensuring that windows remain open no more than 15 centimeters to prevent the passenger from suddenly exiting the train. For unaccompanied passengers with mental disturbances, the conductor must assign a caretaker. Those with tickets, but no companions, are to be escorted safely to their designated station, while those without tickets and without companions are to be escorted to the nearest station with third-class service, with an official record prepared for the station. Fearing that the mentally disturbed passenger might suddenly act out and harm others, Su Mingyang and Hu Shibua flanked him as they proceeded towards the dining car. At that moment, over half of the seats in the dining car had been sold. Li Yin approached the dining car manager, Yang Dali, requesting him to clear a seat at the end closest to the hard seat carriage, allowing the disturbed passenger to sit by the window. Su Mingyang promptly lowered the opened window, leaving only a gap of about 10 centimeters, and then positioned himself beside the passenger to block the exit. Li Yin observed this with silent approval, recognizing that Su Mingyang was well aware of the regulations. Seated across from Hu Shibua, Li Yin began to question the mentally disturbed passenger. However, no matter what she asked, the individual could not provide any valuable information, often rambling incoherently. Hu Shibua rummaged through his pockets, finding nothing of significance. Li Yin immediately classified him as an unaccompanied passenger without a ticket and prepared to hand him over at Liaoqing Station. Li Yin addressed Su Mingyang, saying, "Su Mingyang, please delay your rest for a while longer. Keep an eye on this passenger. I intend to hand him over at Liaoqing, which is still more than 2 hours away. I appreciate your efforts." Su Mingyang quickly replied, "Certainly, conductor. It is no trouble at all, merely my duty." At that moment, Lu Shuwan from coach 12 approached Li Yin to report, "Conductor, I was unable to ascertain from which station he boarded. I have inquired in several carriages and found no one traveling with him." Li Yin speculated that the mentally disturbed passenger boarded at Qingyuan station. Now that trouble had arisen, no one would dare admit that he came from their carriage. However, seeking clarity on the matter seemed futile, so she merely nodded and said, "All right. You may return to your duties." After Li Yin and Hu Shibwa departed, the agitated passenger became restless once more. Su Mingyang contemplated for a moment, then summoned the vendor from the dining car, purchasing 2 loaves of bread and a bottle of water, placing them before the troubled individual, saying, "You must be hungry. These are for you. Please, eat." The mentally disturbed passenger glanced at Su Mingyang and then at the bread, abruptly seizing a loaf and devouring it ravenously, as if fearing that Su Mingyang might reclaim it. Chapter 053. A poor impression. Observing the passenger's voracious consumption, Su Mingyang gently patted his shoulder, advising, "Take your time. There's no rush. No one is going to take it from you." As he spoke, he twisted open the bottle of water and offered it to him, saying, "Here, have a sip." The mentally disturbed passenger seemed to recognize Su Mingyang's kindness, accepting the water and slowing his pace of eating. As long as he remained quiet and composed, Su Mingyang was content to enjoy his own peace. He cast glances at the other travelers in the dining car while keeping a watchful eye on the troubled man. Should any erratic behavior arise, he would be ready to intervene. The mentally disturbed passenger sat by the window with Su Mingyang positioned outside, effectively trapping him in place. Without Su Mingyang standing up, he could not escape, a tactic honed through years of experience aboard the train. For volatile individuals prone to harming others, measures were taken to restrain them, whereas this incoherent, nonviolent individual merely required vigilant supervision to prevent him from jumping from the train or inadvertently harming fellow passengers. Once the mentally disturbed passenger had eaten his fill, he attempted to exit, after Su Mingyang firmly warned him by gripping his shoulder. The passenger seemed to understand that leaving was impossible and ceased his attempts. He sat there, occasionally mumbling incoherently and humming a tune. Initially, Su Mingyang paid little attention to his words or song. As long as he remained seated and refrained from causing trouble, it sufficed. He merely needed to hand him over at Liaoqing Station to fulfill his task. However, as the passenger continued to hum, Su Mingyang's curiosity piqued, prompting him to listen closely to the song. Upon closer examination, Su Mingyang perceived that the melody bore resemblance to a prison song, albeit with a distinct dissonance, likely due to the passenger's off-key singing. He could discern a fragment of the lyrics. "The old cow laments, the old cow laments, the old cow laments the execution. Oh, the execution brings such sorrow, and still must endure confinement." Hearing this, Su Mingyang couldn't help but smile wryly. What on earth was he singing? Such nonsense. Nevertheless, from the lyrics, Su Mingyang surmised that the passenger likely bore the surname Niu. During her inspection of the carriages, Train Chief Li Yin informed the attendants of carriages 3 and 5 that Su Mingyang was overseeing the mentally disturbed passenger in the dining car and requested their assistance in monitoring the tea kettle, ensuring it did not boil dry. After inspecting the train and finding everything to be in order within each carriage, Li Yin advised Su Mingyang to closely monitor the passengers exhibiting unusual behavior before returning to her private compartment, number 9, in the soft sleeper carriage. This particular compartment is not available for sale at the station. It is reserved for emergencies, such as visits from high-ranking officials who require a place to rest. In the absence of such dignitaries, it serves as a temporary resting area for the train conductor and guards. Upon entering compartment 9, Li Yin was soon followed by Sun Hongmei, the soft sleeper attendant. This role is particularly esteemed, as passengers in soft sleepers typically consist of leaders from various sectors. The selection criteria for soft sleeper attendants are stringent, requiring not only youth and an appealing demeanor, but also a high level of personal integrity and service quality. Generally, conductors are promoted from among the attendants, although direct promotions from attendant to conductor are rare and usually reserved for those with exceptional contributions or notable achievements in railway competitions. Sun Hongmei, at the age of 22, is tall and slender, possessing striking beauty and a cheerful disposition. She was personally chosen and meticulously trained by Li Yin, becoming her devoted aide. As Li Yin entered the compartment, Sun Hongmei promptly prepared tea using Li Yin's thermos and greeted her with a bright smile, saying, "Conductor, would you like some tea?" Li Yin nodded, accepted the thermos, and placed it on the tea table, inquiring, "Hongmei, are all the compartments full?" Sun Hongmei replied, "Aside from compartments 5 and 6, which are reserved for Liao City Station, All other compartments are occupied. Li Yin further asked, are there any significant leaders aboard? Generally, when high-ranking officials travel, the railway department is notified to ensure proper services, and sometimes special meals are prepared for them. Although such instances are infrequent, Li Yin insists that soft sleeper attendants familiarize themselves with the identities of their passengers to avoid inadvertently offending anyone influential. Sun Hongmei responded, Conductor, the number of leaders traveling in soft sleepers is dwindling. Most passengers now are affluent business people. Today is no exception. While registering the passengers, I discreetly inquired and learned that only 2 individuals in compartment 3 are officials from Longjiang City. One is a township head, and the other is his subordinate. Li Yin nodded. I understand. Please ensure you provide excellent service. Sun Hongmei replied, Of course, Conductor, I will. Li Yin then said, By the way, Hongmei, could you fetch the 2 magazines from my backpack? I would like to take a look. Certainly, Conductor, Sun Hongmei responded. Sun Hongmei responded with an acknowledgement and exited the private room, returning to the soft sleeper carriage's service area. Li Yin's backpack was placed within the seat compartment of the service area. She retrieved the 2 magazines from the backpack and returned to the private room, inquiring, Conductor, are these the 2 magazines? Indeed, Li Yin replied, accepting the magazines. She placed the magazine featuring quinoa on the tea table and began to peruse the pages of the Chunfeng magazine, specifically the story penned by Su Mingyang. Observing Li Yan's intense concentration, Sun Hongmei casually picked up the quinoa magazine from the tea table and aimlessly leafed through it. However, lacking interest in such purely literary publications, she found herself unable to continue after only a few glimpses at the preceding stories. She closed the magazine and set it back on the tea table. Noticing Li Yan's unwavering focus, she could not help but ask, Conductor, what are you reading so earnestly? Li Yin responded, I am reading the novel written by Su Mingyang from our team. He writes exceptionally well. Upon hearing this, Sun Hongmei scoffed dismissively with his character. He could possibly write a novel? Do not be swayed by his empty boasts. Li Yin lifted her gaze to Sun Hongmei and asserted, he is indeed talented. This is genuinely his work. Sun Hongmei retorted, Conductor, I have heard that he was quite detestable in his previous team, always neglectful in his duties. And no one paid him any mind. Stop spreading baseless rumors. Li Yin chided Sun Hongmei, adding, just because you haven't witnessed it yourself. The truth of hearsay is often unclear. I see potential in Su Mingyang. He is a capable individual who maintains a broader perspective. People like him are indeed rare. Feeling slightly aggrieved, Sun Hongmei replied, Conductor, this is not merely my opinion. Everyone seems to share this sentiment. There's no smoke without fire, wouldn't you agree? Li Yin countered, regardless of his past and other teams, what matters is his performance in mine. Please be mindful in the future and refrain from gossiping behind others' backs. Such behavior is detrimental to our unity. Reluctantly, Sun Hongmei accepted the conductor's admonition, nodding in agreement. Understood, Conductor. Noticing Sun Hongmei still harbored some lingering discontent, Li Yin patiently advised, Hongmei, Su Mingyang may have had his flaws and shortcomings during his time in Team 7, but he is still young, several years younger than you. It is understandable for someone of his age to err. As long as he can improve, he is a good comrade. He is the youngest in our group, and we should treat him as family, nurturing and assisting him to unleash his potential. This way, our team will thrive. With that, Sun Hongmei felt her grievances dissipate entirely. Nodding, all right, Conductor, I comprehend. Before the train arrived at Liaoqing Station, Li Yin emerged from the soft sleeper room and requested the attendant to bring the passenger transport records. She prepared the handover documentation for Liaoqing Station. Upon arrival, Su Mingyang and Chief Conductor Hu Shibua accompanied Li Yin to escort a passenger exhibiting erratic behavior off the train, handing him over to the station's duty officer and ensuring the officer signed the transport record. She then tore off the duplicate copy of the transport record and handed it to the duty officer. Li Yin instructed Su Mingyang, hurry back to rest, as we must rise early tomorrow. Understood, Conductor. I will return to the dormitory now, Su Mingyang replied. As the train departed from Liaoqing Station, its next stop was Hutai Station, with a journey time of 1 hour and 30 minutes. Upon arrival at Hutai Station, the handover between the A and B shifts took place, allowing the A shift personnel to return to their accommodations for a well-deserved rest. After the train set off, there was little to occupy the passengers, so Li Yin returned to room 9 to continue reading a novel by Su Mingyang. Before long, Chief Conductor Hu Shibua and Chief Inspector Shi Guoqiang entered the room. Noticing Li Yin engrossed in a magazine, Hu Shibua cheerfully inquired, "Li, what are you so focused on?" Li Yin replied, "I'm reading a novel written by our colleague, Su Mingyang." "Su Mingyang? You mean the new water supplier from our team?" Hu Shibua asked, incredulous. "Yes, that's him. His writing skills are exceptional. He can not only craft reports but also write novels," Li Yin affirmed. "Really? Su is that talented?" Hu Shibua exclaimed in surprise. "Indeed. His reports have even been published in the People's Railway newspaper. Before our shift began, I heard Secretary Qi mention that for this quarter, Su's reports will earn him over 2,000 yuan in rewards. Wow, that is quite an amount. That is equivalent to my salary for 3 or 4 months. This Su is truly remarkable. Quick, let me see which novel he has written," Hu Shibua urged. Li Yin pointed to the magazine on the tea table, saying, "His story is in that magazine. You can find it in the table of contents." Hu Shibua hastily grabbed the magazine and began to search. In a short while, he located Su Mingyang's novel, with Shi Guoqiang joining him in reading it. They examined it meticulously. The story spanned 4,000 to 5,000 words, and they finished it in less than 20 minutes. How old is Su this year? Why does this novel feel so mature? Hu Shibua pondered aloud. I felt the same way, Shi Guoqiang agreed. I have read that story too. Perhaps it feels that way because it depicts tales from the old society, Li Yin suggested. Hu Shibua nodded thoughtfully. That could be it. Li, is the piece you read also about the old society? No. This one tells the story of a train conductor and is written very authentically, Li Yin replied. Have you finished it? I'd like to read it, Hu Shibua said. Li Yin handed the magazine to Hu Shibua, saying, Here, take a look. After perusing it, Hu Shibua remarked, Li, I truly did not expect Su to be this talented. He is undoubtedly a prodigy. Once we reach Landau, I must invite him for a drink and have a good chat. Sounds great. Don't forget to take me along. Li Yin responded. Of course, Li, I wouldn't leave you behind, Hu Shibua chuckled. Shi Guoqiang interjected playfully. What about me, old Hu? Hu Shibua laughed. Guoqiang, naturally. You're invited too. So, it will be the 3 of us, along with Su Mingyang and Wang Ting, 5 in total. Wang Ting was a gentle and refined woman in her 30s, working as a soft sleeper attendant in the B shift. Hu Shibua shared a close relationship with her, often dining together alone when they reached Landau, and even when in a group, he would include her, leading others to speculate about their relationship. Shi Guoqiang quickly added, Old Hu, if you're bringing Wang Ting, I'll have to bring Gao Hua along as well. Gao Hua serves as the train attendant for the camper van and is currently 35 years old. The relationship between Shi Guoqiang and Gao Hua is akin to that of Hu Shibua and Wang Ting, as he brings her along every time they venture out for drinks and meals on Blue Island. Upon hearing this, Hu Shibua exclaimed dramatically, Guoqiang, how much could a seafood feast for so many people cost? Are you trying to bankrupt me? Shi Guoqiang paid no heed to Hu Shibua's theatrics, retorting loudly, Old Hu, spare me the nonsense. Whenever I treat you to a meal, you always bring Wang Ting along. Have I ever complained? Hearing Shi Guoqiang's rebuttal, Hu Shibua quickly raised his hands in surrender. Guoqiang, I was just joking. When have I not let you bring Gao Hua along? Shi Guoqiang, feeling triumphant, replied. Now that is more like it. I'll take it as a jest. Li Yin chimed in with a smile. Hu Gu, I must bring Sun Hongmei along too. I can't just leave her alone in the apartment. All right, everyone can come. Hu Shibua was well aware of the close bond between Li Yin and Sun Hongmei. They were inseparable. If anyone in the team harbored any intentions towards Sun Hongmei, Li Yin would be the first to stand in their way, leaving them no chance whatsoever. And Hu Shibua certainly wouldn't refuse. Li Yin then inquired, Hu Gu, which seafood restaurant are we going to tomorrow in Blue Island? Hu Shibua replied, Naturally. We are heading to Li Sanzie's restaurant. I informed him during my last shift to prepare some fresh seafood for me to enjoy tonight. Chapter 055. The invitation sounds good, Hu Gu. I'll notify Su Mingyang tomorrow, Li Yin said. At that moment, Sun Hongmei entered, and upon noticing the train conductor, the chief of security, and the chief inspector all gathered together, she asked, What are you all discussing here, looking so pleased? Li Yin responded with a smile. Hu Gu is treating everyone to seafood tomorrow on Blue Island. Hongmei, you should thank Hu Gu. Upon hearing this, Sun Hongmei smiled and expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Hu Gu. Li Yin glanced at her watch and remarked, We're about to reach Hutai Station. I need to check the carriage and prepare for the shift change. Hu Shibua said, Li Chaichong, let me take a look at these 2 magazines. I must thoroughly read Su Mingyang's masterpiece. Li Yin replied, You can take them, But please don't lose them. Su Mingyang only has one copy, and he intends to keep it. If it goes missing, there will be no way to purchase another. Hu Shibwa chuckled. Rest assured, if it's in my hands, it will not be lost. As the train approached Hutai Station, the crew of Team B had already risen to enjoy a midnight snack in the dining car. This late-night meal was quite simple, consisting of a pot of rice porridge accompanied by 2 types of pickled vegetables, intended to satisfy their hunger during the night, and it was complimentary. Once the train departed from Hutai Station, Team B commenced their service operations while Team A members headed to the dining car for a late-night meal before returning to the camper van to sleep, as they needed to rise at 7 a.m. for the next shift. After Li Yin briefed the deputy team leader, Xiao Shuyan, on key points to pay attention to, she returned to the camper van to get some sleep. On the following morning at 8 o'clock, Class A awoke and handed over duties to Class B. Li Yin made her way from the camper van and inspected the tea stoves in cars 3 and 5. The water was filled to the brim. The stove room was impeccably clean, and the coal in the furnace was neatly packed. Everything was in perfect order. She was aware that Su Mingyang had completed his morning tasks. Upon arriving at the dining car, Li Yin glanced around but did not see Su Mingyang. So she inquired of Xiao Shuyan, Shuyan, have you seen Su Mingyang? Xiao Shuyan replied, yes, he finished his work around 7 and went back to sleep. I was supposed to let you know, didn't you notice him? Li Yin responded. I didn't pay attention to whether he was in the upper bunk after I woke up. Xiao Shuyan remarked, he has gone back. You must not have been fully awake. Li Yin nodded and then asked, is there anything noteworthy for this shift? Xiao Shuyan explained, nothing major. Just a reporter from the Jincheng Daily came up, saying there was an impromptu interview task. She asked me to arrange a sleeping berth for her. I saw she was heading to Xiongguan Station, which isn't far, so I arranged an upper berth for her in Soft Sleeper 9. She has already disembarked and even left me a business card for contact if needed. Li Yin nodded and said, we must tread carefully with reporters. While positive coverage may not benefit us greatly, negative news could be detrimental. We must strive to meet their requests as best as we can. Xiao Shuyan chuckled, indeed. I arranged her in Soft Sleeper without charging her an extra fare, considering the distance. Li Yin nodded in agreement, just manage this matter well. Xiao Shuyan then led Li Yin to a small corridor in the dining car, ensuring no one else was around before saying, during my inspection last night, I discovered Song Yinjie from car 3 and Wang Yujie from car 5 sleeping in the crew room. I made it clear to them that they will not receive their bonuses this month. Li Yin nodded, asking, did they say anything? Xiao Shuyan replied, they said nothing at all. Li Yin noted, it seems they possess some awareness of their situation. Well, they've already covered half the shift. You should hurry and have a meal before resting. Su Mingyang rose from bed around 10 o'clock, and after freshening up, he proceeded to check the tea stoves in cars 3 and 5. During lunchtime, he needed to ensure the water in the stoves was boiling. Both stoves had only half a pot of hot water left. He filled both stoves to capacity, stoked the fire, and closed the furnace lid to ignite the flames. As he approached the Soft Sleeper car, Sun Hongmei noticed him and said, Su Mingyang, you're up. The train chief is looking for you. Previously, during his last shift, Sun Hongmei had been quite unfriendly towards him, ignoring him completely. Therefore, her initiative to speak to him left Su Mingyang feeling somewhat taken aback. He steadied himself and replied, yes, I just got up to check the tea stoves. Where's the train chief? Sun Hongmei responded, I saw her in the dining car a moment ago. You should go check. Su Mingyang nodded. All right, thank you. Upon entering the dining car, he found train chief Li Yin seated with Hu Shibwa and Shi Guoqiang at the front table, engaged in conversation. Seeing Su Mingyang approach, Li Yin remarked, Su Mingyang, you're awake. Su Mingyang remarked, indeed, Captain, I just attended to the tea stove, and Sun Hongmei mentioned you were looking for me. Li Yin added, that's right. When we arrive at Blue Island tonight, brother who wishes to treat you to seafood, and he suggested you accompany me. Su Mingyang found himself puzzled. Why would Captain Hu extend an invitation for seafood? He cast a quizzical glance at Hu Shibwa. With a smile, Hu Shibwa replied, Brother Su, I have read your novels. Your talent is remarkable. Therefore, I would like to invite you to dinner tonight, so we can have a good chat. Upon realizing the situation, Su Mingyang felt a twinge of embarrassment and said, writing novels is nothing extraordinary. You are overly flattering me. Brother Hu. Hu Shibwa continued, young Su. Writing novels may not seem significant, but being published in a magazine is a considerable achievement. I know well that such magazines are not for just anyone. I have a penchant for talented individuals, and while the meal is a minor detail, the main purpose is to engage in a meaningful conversation with you. Su Mingyang chuckled. Then I must express my gratitude in advance, Brother Hu. The train arrived punctually at Blue Island at 6:15 p.m. After the passengers disembarked, the train attendants returned to the carriages to commence cleaning, organizing supplies and bedding, and disposing of the trash. One attendant remained in each sleeper carriage while the others retired to the crew quarters for rest, having washed his hands and face on the train. Su Mingyang placed his backpack in his room upon reaching the quarters and then descended to wait outside the main entrance for Li Yin. Before long, Li Yin and Sun Hongmei emerged from the building, and upon seeing Su Mingyang, called out, "Su Mingyang, let us go." Noticing the absence of Captain Hu and Chief Inspector Shi Guoqiang, Su Mingyang inquired, "Where are Brother Hu and Brother Shi?" Li Yin responded, "They need not return. They have already gone back. He instructed us to head directly to the restaurant." The Li Sanzi restaurant was a mere 10-minute walk from the quarters. Su Mingyang and the two women entered the establishment, where the owner, Li Sanzi, greeted them with a smile, saying, "Captain Li, welcome. Old Hu and the others are in room 2. Chapter 056. The host becomes the guest. Li Sanzi's restaurant was essentially a modest eatery, with the so-called private rooms consisting of 2 partitioned areas with poor sound insulation. The entire establishment featured just 2 private rooms and 6 dining tables in the main area, which constituted its entirety. Given the modest earnings of the Blue Island train crew, they could hardly afford a large restaurant. This small eatery was a more feasible option. Li Sanzi, originally from Longjiang, had been in Blue Island for over a decade and had operated this eatery for 6 or 7 years. Frequent trips back home on the Blue Island train allowed him to become familiar with the train attendants, who gradually began dining there. He offered them discounts, and over time, whenever the train reached Blue Island, the first place that came to mind for a meal was Li Sanzi's restaurant, which had become a favored dining spot for the Blue Island train crew. Hearing the commotion, Hu Shibua emerged from the private room and smiled at Li Yin, asking, "Captain Li, why did it take you so long to arrive? The dishes are already on the table." Li Yin replied, "Brother Hu, we can't compare to you. You had no obligations, just packed your bags and left. We had to clean the carriage, organize the environment, change the bedding, and only once everything was in order could we depart. We managed to be quite swift, washing our faces at the quarters before coming here." Hu Shibua chuckled and said, I know, I was merely jesting. Please, come in." As he spoke, he stepped aside to open the door to the private room, gesturing invitingly. Li Yin, Su Mingyang, and the others entered the room, and, upon seeing Wang Ting, Gao Hua, and Shi Guoqiang, inquired, "Wang Ting, Gao Hua, when did you arrive?" Wang Ting replied with a smile, "Che Zhang and I came directly here without returning to the apartment. We've been here for about 20 minutes. Hu Shibua encouraged everyone to take their seats, stating, "We have 4 dishes already served. We can start drinking." As they settled in, Su Mingyang noticed a bowl of scallops in a stainless steel basin, a plate of spicy stir-fried clams, a dish of sea urchins stir-fried with leeks, and a plate of octopus sautéed with chili peppers. Having frequented Li Sanzi's restaurant before, he recognized that while the seafood was not of high-end quality, it was freshly caught that day, prized for its freshness. The private room was modest, with a round table accommodating 8 seats, with 7 of them present. There was ample space. Hu Shibua, the host for the day, occupied the head seat, with Su Mingyang to his left and Wang Ting to his right, followed by Gao Hua and Shi Guoqiang. To Su Mingyang's left sat Li Yin, with Sun Hongmei beside her, separated from Shi Guoqiang by 1 seat. Hu Shibua announced, "All of this seafood was purchased early this morning by Li Sanzi from the fishing boats. It is exceptionally fresh. Besides these 4 seafood dishes, I ordered 4 more, which will be served shortly. Let's start drinking." Since they were at Long Island, it was customary to enjoy Long Island beer. Everyone relished the draft beer, which was conveniently packaged in bags hanging from the backs of their chairs, each containing about 3 to 4 pounds. They eagerly poured the beer into their glasses. Once everyone's glasses were filled, Hu Shibua raised his beer and proclaimed, "Today's meal is primarily to celebrate the emergence of a great writer from our team, namely our dear Su Mingyang. You may not realize it, but having a novel published in prestigious magazines like Spring Breeze and Cypress Flower is a remarkable acknowledgement of Su Mingyang's talent. I heard from Li Che Zhang that his novel is set to be published in Writers Next Month, a magazine of substantial influence nationwide. For a 19-year-old to achieve such a literary feat is commendable, and I firmly believe he will achieve great fame in the future. Therefore, I propose a toast. Cheers." Everyone clinked their glasses together enthusiastically before taking generous gulps. The chilled draft beer was invigorating and refreshing. Wang Ting gazed at Su Mingyang and remarked, "Little Su, had Hu not mentioned it, I would have never known your prowess. I read the magazine he brought. Your writing is exceptional." Before Su Mingyang could respond, Gao Hua interjected, Indeed, little Su, you are remarkable. I heard from Brother Shi that your reporting award was over 2,000 yuan. When the money arrives, you must treat us all." Su Mingyang smiled and replied, No problem. Even if the reward doesn't come through, I will treat everyone. We can eat whenever we wish." Sun Hongmei felt a profound discontent when Gao Hua immediately asked Su Mingyang to treat them to dinner. After all, Su Mingyang's endeavors in writing novels and reporting had no bearing on Gao Hua, yet he had the audacity to demand a meal from him. Despite her inner turmoil, she refrained from voicing her displeasure in such a setting. Li Yin chuckled and cautioned Su Mingyang. "Be careful, Su Mingyang. Don't agree too quickly. These fellows can eat and drink quite a lot, and your funds won't last long." Su Mingyang, smiling, replied, "It's all right, Captain. A meal or two won't be a problem." The spirited young man, eager to indulge, added, "Come on, let us share a drink, just the two of us." Hu Shibua lifted his glass towards Su Mingyang, who promptly raised his glass to clink with his, exclaiming, "Then let us drink." With that, he downed his beer in one go. "All right, I'm in too," Hu Shibua echoed, finishing his drink in a similar fashion. Gradually, the atmosphere at the table grew more vibrant as the other 4 dishes arrived, all traditional northeastern cuisine: stir-fried heart meat with hot peppers, spicy tofu with peppers, northeastern mixed stew, and green beans stewed with ribs. There were few restaurants in Blue Island that could serve authentic northeastern dishes, but Li Sanzi's establishment was renowned for its authenticity. After consuming 3 large glasses of beer, Su Mingyang felt quite full and excused himself to the restroom. Upon returning, he encountered the owner, Li Sanzi, and inquired, "Boss Li, do you have any fresh seafood today?" Li Sanzi replied, "We have some live prawns and fresh mixed seafood." Su Mingyang requested, "Please prepare a plate of baked prawns and another of mixed seafood stew." "Certainly, I'll have the kitchen prepare that right away." Li Sanzi called into the kitchen, "Old Zhang, prepare a plate of baked prawns and a mixed seafood stew." Su Mingyang then pondered briefly and added, "Also, bring us 3 more bags of beer, and please tally up the total for our table." "Sure thing," Li Sanzi responded, taking the menu and calculator to calculate the bill. Moments later, he announced, "The total is 132 yuan. You can settle it for 120. "Thank you, Boss Li," Su Mingyang said, retrieving 120 yuan from his pocket and handing it to Li Sanzi before returning to the private room. Chapter 057. A special guest. Not long after Su Mingyang returned to the room, Boss Li entered with a plate of baked prawns, announcing, "Here comes the dish, baked prawns." Hu Shibua, seeing the unexpected addition to the table, quipped, "What's this, Boss Li? Adding more dishes?" Confused, he thought it must be a mistake since he had not ordered such an expensive dish. He assumed it was a mix-up and decided to tease Li Sanzi. Li Sanzi, pointing to Su Mingyang, replied with a grin, No, this is from that young brother over there. He ordered extra dishes that will come out shortly." Upon hearing this, Hu Shibua's mood soured. "This is my treat. Did you get my permission to order? And such an expensive dish, clearly trying to take advantage. How could you be so inconsiderate?" Su Mingyang chuckled and explained, "When I stepped out earlier, I noticed the prawns were large and still alive. So I decided to treat everyone to a couple of extra dishes. The mixed seafood stew hasn't arrived yet either." Li Sanzi hurriedly exclaimed, Yes. The young brother also ordered 3 bags of beer, and the bill has been settled. Upon hearing that Su Mingyang had already paid, Hu Shibua couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt. Just moments ago, he had harbored unfounded doubts about Su Mingyang. In an instant, the situation took a surprising turn. However, believing that Su Mingyang had only covered the cost of the 2 additional dishes and the 3 bags of beer, he patted Su Mingyang on the shoulder and remarked, "Little Su, why are you being so formal? It was just 2 extra dishes. There's no need to pull out your wallet. Let us settle it all together under my tab." Realizing that Hu Shibua had misunderstood, and uncertain whether it was his own failure to explain clearly or whose lack of comprehension, Li Sanzi quickly clarified, "Old policeman, the young brother has settled the entire bill for this table." "Ah," Hu Shibua exclaimed in astonishment. Initially, he had felt a pang of remorse towards Su Mingyang, but he never anticipated that the young man would be so considerate as to pay the whole tab. Turning to Su Mingyang, he said, "Little Su, you really shouldn't have done that. We agreed that I would treat you. These were merely polite words. He understood that Su Mingyang had already settled the bill and that no amount of protest would retrieve the money. Yet, he felt compelled to voice his sentiments. Otherwise, others might perceive him as lacking integrity. The others present were equally astonished to learn that Su Mingyang had covered the entire expense of the day, especially since he had also treated them to prawns and seafood, two signature dishes at Li Sanzai's restaurant, each costing quite a fortune. It could be said that these two dishes were even pricier than the 4 seafood dishes that had been previously served, and all eyes turned towards Su Mingyang. With a smile, Su Mingyang replied, "Hugo, today you are the host. Regardless of who pays, it's the same as long as everyone enjoys themselves." "Absolutely not." Hu Shibo shook his head vigorously. Feeling invigorated by Su Mingyang's generosity, he declared, "Little Su, I must take care of this bill today. You shall not usurp my role." He then turned to Li Sanzai and inquired, "Boss Li, what is the total for this table?" As Hu Shibo frequented this establishment, Boss Li Sanzai often extended generous discounts to him. Over time, they had developed a rapport. And there were instances when Hu Shibo had requested Li to transport items back to his hometown, even occasionally sending money. Seeing someone else settling the bill for Hu Shibo brought him delight. But when he realized Hu Shibo insisted on paying, he hesitated and said, "Old policeman, this table only costs a little over 100. It's a token of the young brother's goodwill. Please, do not insist." Li Sanzai, being quite astute, refrained from stating the exact amount, merely indicating it was a little over 100, wary that if he revealed the precise figure, Hu Shibo might directly hand the money to Su Mingyang. Thus, Hu Shibo would have no opportunity to pay. Su Mingyang quickly interjected, "Indeed, Hugo, you are the one treating today. As long as everyone is enjoying themselves, it matters not who pays. This time, let's allow the opportunity to go to the younger brother." Today, the train conductor, the chief of police, and the inspector are the pivotal figures at the dining table, wielding significant influence within the team. Their opinions carry considerable weight. And Su Mingyang is not merely a naive individual with ample funds, whimsically settling the bill. He needs to swiftly integrate into this collective, garnering their approval and support, which will facilitate his work. Undoubtedly, today presents an excellent opportunity. Li Sanzai quickly chimed in, "Indeed, old officer, look how sincere the young brother is. Why not grant him this opportunity today? You can always treat him another day." Hu Shibo, upon realizing that this meal would cost over 100 yuan, felt a pang of worry. With over 20 years in the force as the chief of police and a first-class officer, he earned a mere 500 to 600 yuan monthly. Such a feast represented a quarter of his monthly salary, and with dependents relying on him, the thought of it was somewhat painful. Seeing the situation, Hu Shibo resignedly patted Su Mingyang on the shoulder, saying, "All right, since everyone insists, I won't contest it today. Little Su, you mustn't do this again next time." Su Mingyang nodded, replying, "All right, Hugo, I promise I won't compete with you next time." The meal concluded on a joyful note, lasting until well past 10 in the evening. Upon returning to the apartment, Su Mingyang took a shower before heading to bed. The Blue Island train departs at 9:40 a.m., with the train body remaining at the station. There is no need to extinguish the tea stove. A mere pressure on the fire will suffice. Consequently, Su Mingyang need not arrive too early, as 2 hours in advance will be adequate, making it not too late to sleep now. The following morning, Su Mingyang arrived at the train before 8 a.m. Upon inspecting the tea stoves, he discovered both stoves had been lit, and the water was nearing a boil. He clearly understood that the train attendants who had checked the train the previous night had lent him a hand. Although he recognized that it was Song Yinjia and Wang Yujia who had assisted him, he specifically sought them out to express his gratitude. Today, the number of passengers was particularly high, and as soon as the train departed from Gaomi Station, it exceeded capacity. The tea seats in the dining car quickly filled up. After leaving Gaomi Station, Su Mingyang accompanied Li Yin to check tickets in the carriages, which took almost an hour for the 6 hard-seat compartments. Once the hard-seat tickets were verified, Li Yin proceeded to the sleeper car. Noticing that Su Mingyang had followed, she said, "Su Mingyang, you need not come to the sleeper car. Find a place to rest for a while." "Understood, train conductor," Su Mingyang replied, turning towards the dining car. Upon reaching the junction between the soft sleeper car and the dining car, he spotted 3 middle-aged men, elegantly dressed, approaching. Habitually, he extended his hand to stop them, saying, "Which train are you from? May I see your tickets?" A youthful gentleman, adorned with spectacles, remarked, "Young brother, This is General Manager Ding from our Haitong Group Real Estate Company, and that is Director Han from the Blue Island Cultural Bureau. We have urgent matters to attend to in the provincial city of Quanqing. Initially, we intended to drive, but due to the heavy fog, we found ourselves unable to proceed beyond Sichuan and were compelled to switch to the train. However, the carriages are utterly packed with people, and there isn't a single seat available in the dining car. We sought to communicate with the train conductor to see if we might be granted a sleeping berth. Chapter 058. A full measure of human relations. Haitong Group is a renowned enterprise throughout the nation, known for its production of refrigerators and air conditioners, which are widely acclaimed and familiar to all. Even though General Manager Ding oversees a subsidiary of the group, he is certainly not an ordinary individual. Particularly alongside Director Han from the Cultural Bureau, Blue Island is one of the few cities in the country designated as a separately planned city and is indeed a vice-provincial level city. Even if Director Han is merely an associate director, he holds a position equivalent to that of the mayor of Longjiang City and the director of the Longjiang Railway Branch. The presence of such distinguished individuals necessitates careful arrangements, especially since their journey to Quanqing is brief, lasting only 4 to 5 hours. Unlike longer trips that require more intricate planning. With this in mind, Su Ming smiled and said, "Greetings, esteemed leaders. Our train conductor has gone to inspect the tickets in the sleeping car and will return shortly. Please, accompany me." He then led the way towards the soft sleeper car. Upon reaching the soft sleeper car service area, Sun Hongmei noticed that the leaders, accompanied by Su Mingyang, did not require ticket verification. The soft sleeper serves as a checkpoint to the sleeper car, where the attendants must check tickets for those traveling to hard sleeper compartments to prevent passengers without sleeper tickets from entering. Su Mingyang nodded to Sun Hongmei and proceeded to room 9. Using the key, he unlocked the door and gestured invitingly, saying with a smile, "Please, esteemed leaders, have a seat in this room while I fetch our train conductor." General Manager Ding replied with a smile, "Thank you, young brother." Su Mingyang responded cheerfully, "Not at all. Please make yourselves comfortable." He then closed the room door and headed towards the hard sleeper compartment. Sun Hongmei, standing in the service area, felt a pang of irritation as she observed Su Mingyang ushering the leaders into room 9 without so much as a word to her. She hastened after him, catching up to him in the middle of car 7, and, with a forceful tone, inquired, "Su Mingyang, who are those individuals? You didn't even inform me before arranging a private room for them." Though Su Mingyang had contemplated informing Sun Hongmei, he anticipated that she would insist on consulting the train conductor first, and only with her approval could they be allowed into the room. With such high-ranking officials, it would be quite embarrassing to leave them standing in the passageway of the soft sleeper. Even if Li Yin were to eventually accommodate them, it would inadvertently offend them. Thus, he opted for a decisive action, inviting them into the room first. Su Mingyang explained, "Those individuals are high-ranking officials from Blue Island City. The train conductor instructed me to escort them to room 9. I am on my way to inform her that the esteemed leaders have arrived." Upon hearing that it was the conductor's directive, Sun Hongmei refrained from further comment. Su Mingyang said, "Sun Hongmei, please take care of them for a moment. I will find the train conductor right away." With that, he hurriedly made his way to the rear of the train. After a while, he located the conductor, Li Yin, in carriage 3 and thoroughly briefed her on the situation. He then inquired, "Conductor, I have temporarily arranged for them to stay in soft sleeper room 9. What do you suggest we do?" Train conductors on major routes are typically adept at managing various situations and ensuring that every detail is meticulously attended to. Whether they are dealing with railway leaders or local officials, everyone aboard is treated with utmost respect, particularly those in positions of authority from the Blue Island region. Establishing rapport with such dignitaries is essential. Should any difficulties arise during the journey, a simple call could resolve matters seamlessly. Upon learning that an executive from Haitong Group and a director from the city were involved, Li Yin recognized their significance in Blue Island. She mentally commended Su Mingyang for his adept handling of the situation, as evidenced by his proactive decision to place them in a comfortable setting. "Very well. I will check on them," she replied. As Li Yin proceeded towards the soft sleeper compartment, Sun Hongmei greeted them. Li Yin instructed, "Hongmei, please prepare 3 cups of tea and bring them over." Sun Hongmei acknowledged and headed towards the service room. Standing before room 9, Li Yin gently knocked on the door before opening it with a smile. "Good day, esteemed leaders. I am Li Yin, the conductor for this journey. How may I assist you today?" Upon seeing the attractive conductor extend such courtesy, Director Ding quickly rose, and replied with a smile, "Conductor Li, you are too kind. We are the ones causing inconvenience." He continued, "We are en route to meet an important leader in the provincial capital. Due to dense fog near Sichuan, we were unable to proceed and had to switch to this train. Unfortunately, it is overcrowded, and we have no place to stand, so we kindly ask for your assistance." Li Yin smiled. "Our train is generally overbooked, and with the summer season upon us, it has become even more crowded. As you may have noticed, even the dining car is full. This room was reserved for the leaders from our Liaoqing Railway Bureau's transportation department, who boarded in Quanqing. Please take a moment to rest here." In an effort to offer a favor, Li Yin readily fabricated a story, omitting that the room was meant for emergencies, instead presenting it as a gesture for railway officials, thus allowing them to feel fortunate in their circumstances. Director Ding quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you. Without your help, we would have had to stand all the way to Quanqing." At that moment, Sun Hongmei entered with a tea tray, presenting 3 cups of freshly brewed tea. Li Yin cheerfully announced, "Leaders, please enjoy your tea." Sun Hongmei placed the cups on the table, gestured invitingly, and then quietly exited. Li Yin said, "Please take your time to relax. I have a few matters to attend to in the carriage. Feel free to call for me if needed." Director Ding replied, "Conductor Li, please attend to your duties. This is already more than sufficient for us." Until the private room door was closed, Li Yin had not mentioned the matter of supplementing soft sleeper tickets to General Ding and the others. Upon reaching the crew room, Li Yin addressed Sun Hongmei, who was inside. "Hongmei, please keep an eye on compartment 9. If anything arises, do not hesitate to call me." Sun Hongmei replied, "Understood, train director." Upon arriving at the dining car, Li Yin sought out the dining car manager, Yang Dali, and said, "Brother Yang, there are 3 leaders from Blue Island traveling in soft sleeper. Could you please prepare a few signature dishes for them when they dine in the car?" It was nearly noon, and they would still be traveling for over 4 hours, undoubtedly feeling hungry. By offering them a private room and inviting them to the dining car for a meal, their dignity and face would be preserved. Something Li Yin understood these individuals valued highly. Yang Dali glanced at the clock and replied, "Certainly. I will have the kitchen prepare it right away. Which compartment are the 3 leaders in? Once it's ready, I will go over to invite them." Li Yin responded, "They are in compartment 9. How about this? Once the meal is ready, please let me know, and we can go together. That would be better." Yang Dali agreed. "All right, train director." After more than half an hour, 6 dishes and a soup were prepared. The dining car had only a limited selection: braised pork ribs, braised hairtail fish, braised mackerel, and braised chicken legs, complemented by 2 stir-fried dishes and cucumber strips with a light soup. After arranging the dining table, Yang Dali and Li Yin proceeded to compartment 9. Upon knocking on the door, Li Yin greeted, "Good day, esteemed leaders. This is Director Yang from our dining car. I heard that you would be traveling, so we specially prepared lunch for you. Please join us in the dining car." Upon hearing this, General Ding hurriedly approached Yang Dali to shake his hand, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Director Yang. We brought our own food, so we wouldn't want to trouble you." Li Yin recognized this as a polite refusal and smiled, saying, "General Ding, Director Yang has already prepared the meal. Although our onboard conditions are limited and we cannot offer gourmet dishes, a warm meal is certainly better than convenience foods. This is merely a gesture of goodwill from Director Yang, so please do not decline." "Very well. We shall first express our gratitude to Train Director Li and Director Yang for their hospitality." General Ding was a straightforward person. He turned to Director Han and said, "Old Han, since our friends from the railway are so warm-hearted, we mustn't appear too petty. Let us go to the dining car for a meal." The dining car was filled with travelers enjoying tea, and General Ding and his companions were seated at the first dining table reserved on the train. There was an unwritten rule that the first table closest to the kitchen was the most esteemed. When important leaders dined in the car, they were always seated at this table. The other passengers, seeing the table adorned with sumptuous dishes exuding delightful aromas, could not help but drool with envy as they watched General Ding and his companions approach. Seated at the table, General Ding and his 2 companions felt a sense of superiority and satisfaction. Although the dishes were simple and modest, he understood that the dining car had made every effort to host them with the utmost respect. When Yang Dali brought out white wine and beer, General Ding quickly waved his hand, saying, "Director Yang, we have important matters to attend to in Spring City this afternoon, so we shall refrain from drinking." "Thank you." Although the chef of the dining car may not be capable of preparing gourmet dishes, the home-style meals were quite delightful, especially when paired with the fragrant rice from Longjiang. Mr. Ding and his companions were thoroughly satisfied with their meal. As the trio returned to their soft sleeper carriage, Mr. Ding handed 2 boxes of soft Zhonghua cigarettes to Yang Dali, saying, "Director Yang, the hard-working chefs deserve a little something to ease their fatigue." Yang Dali hesitated, replying, "Mr. Ding, this is too much." Mr. Ding insisted, "Director Yang, there is no need for formality. We will certainly meet again, and you can count on me." Li Yin escorted Mr. Ding and his companions back to room 9, cheerfully saying, "Gentlemen, please take a moment to rest. I will come to call you before we arrive in Quanqing." Mr. Ding quickly added, "Li, if there is nothing pressing, why not sit and chat for a while?" Glancing at her watch, Li Yin noted they had half an hour until the next stop and settled down, smiling, "There is still some time." "Mr. Ding, were you satisfied with the meal?" Mr. Ding responded eagerly, "Absolutely. It's been ages since I had such delicious Northeast rice, and the chef's dishes were truly flavorful." Li Yin replied, "I'm glad to hear that. Our facilities are limited, but we do our best." Mr. Ding said, "Li, you are far too gracious. We are immensely grateful for this. By the way, are you from Longjiang?" Li Yin affirmed, "Yes, this train is operated by our Longjiang train segment, and all the staff on board are from Longjiang." Mr. Ding inquired, "How often do you run this route?" Li Yin explained, "We operate on an 8-day cycle, 3 days on, followed by 5 days off." Mr. Ding asked, "When does your next shift reach Blue Island?" After a moment's calculation, Li Yin replied, "We depart Longjiang on the 22nd and arrive in Blue Island on the evening of the 23rd. Mr. Ding expressed his appreciation, saying, "It's been several years since I last traveled by train. I am deeply moved by your warm hospitality today. Since you can't return this evening, I will come to meet you when you arrive in Blue Island on the 23rd and treat you to some local seafood." Li Yin quickly waved her hands, insisting, No, this is our duty. You needn't be so formal." Mr. Ding replied earnestly, "Li, I am not being formal. I am sincere. Your warmth towards us on this journey compels me to reciprocate when you arrive in Blue Island. It would be quite inappropriate otherwise." Li Yin continued to decline, "Really, there is no need, and I appreciate your kindness." Mr. Ding waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Director Li, please do not be so obstinate. It's settled then. I will meet you on the platform on the evening of the 23rd. If you refuse, I might just have to carry you away." At that moment, Director Han chuckled. "Li, you should stop resisting. You must give us a chance to express our gratitude. Mr. Ding is renowned for his hospitality. If you don't go, he might actually take you away, haha." Seeing the moment was right, Li Yin smiled and said, "With such generosity from Mr. Ding, if I were to insist on declining, it would be rather ungracious. Let us agree then. I will see you on the evening of the 23rd. Hearing her agreement, Mr. Ding cheerfully exclaimed, "That is the spirit. Director Li, consider it a new friendship. Every friend is a new avenue." Li Yin smiled and said, "Mr. Ding, with your insistence on both binding and seizing, I find it difficult to refuse. Just a jest, merely expressing my eagerness." Mr. Ding offered an explanation before stating, "Li, you may decide on the number of people from your side. However, it is imperative that Director Yang from the dining car accompanies us. Additionally, the young man who arranged our private room should also join. Certainly, I will ensure both of them are included." While Mr. Ding's words suggested flexibility regarding the number of attendees, Li Yin understood the underlying meaning. Such occasions should not be overcrowded. Bringing along the entire team of over 40 was impractical. A small group of 5 or 6, at most 8, was more appropriate, a nuance she grasped well. Mr. Ding presented her with a business card, saying, "Li, here is my card. It contains my mobile number, pager number, and office phone. Should you have any matters to discuss upon your arrival at Land Island, do not hesitate to call me." "Thank you, Mr. Ding." Li Yin glanced at the card, noting his name, Ding Dapeng, which harmonized with his tall and robust physique. With a smile, she replied, "I apologize, Mr. Ding, but I do not possess a business card, nor do I have a home phone, let alone a mobile device. If one wishes to reach me, it must be through our office's number, and I may not be present when I am off duty." Chapter 060, Family Matters. Mr. Ding promptly reassured her, "No worries, I can find you at the station." After a brief conversation with Mr. Ding and his companions, Li Yin noted the approaching station and said, "Mr. Ding, Director Han, our stop is near. I must organize the disembarkation. Please take a moment to rest." With that, she exited the private room. Upon their arrival at Spring City, Li Yin and Yang Dali warmly escorted Mr. Ding and his group off the train. They expressed their gratitude profusely and reiterated their intention to come to Land Island Station to pick them up next time before bidding farewell. The following midday, the train arrived punctually at Longjiang, and after disembarking, Su Mingyang hastily rode his motorcycle home, knowing his mother awaited him with a delicious meal. He felt the pangs of hunger grow more pronounced after only having consumed a bowl of porridge and a few steamed buns that morning. As he pushed open the door to his home, a wave of savory aromas enveloped him. In the living room, a dining table had been set, showcasing a medium-sized aluminum basin filled with fragrant stewed pork ribs and green beans, indicating it had just been prepared. "Son, you're back. Wash your hands and come eat," Li Shuang exclaimed, her face lighting up at the sight of Su Mingyang. His father, Su Zhigua, who had been seated on the sofa, also wore a rare smile upon his return. "All right," Su Mingyang responded cheerfully as he entered his room to set down his backpack and change out of his uniform, heading to the bathroom bare-chested. After washing his hair and face and wiping off the sweat with a damp towel, he returned to the living room feeling refreshed. Li Shuang had already served him a bowl of rice, and upon seeing him, she inquired, "Son, there's beer in the fridge. If you wish to drink on this hot day, feel free to help yourself." Su Mingyang took a seat at the dining table, smiling as he replied, "Mom, I'll pass on the beer. I need to shower after our meal and have many tasks to attend to. Drinking would only hinder my progress." Li Shuang could not help but inquire, "What business do you have upon returning from work?" Su Mingyang replied, "I have several drafts of novels on my computer that I must revise today." The mention of novels suddenly reminded Li Shuang of the magazines her eldest daughter had sent over, and with joy, she retrieved them from the bookshelf, handing them to Su Mingyang, saying, "Here, these are the magazines your sister bought for you." Upon receiving them, Su Mingyang glanced at the covers, discovering 2 copies each of Spring Breeze and Cranes and Flowers. He could not help but smile and asked, "When did my sister send these?" Li Shuang cheerfully responded, "She brought them over the night you started work." "Son, I never imagined your novels would be featured in magazines. I know these 2 are not easily accessible to just anyone." Su Mingyang chuckled, "Mom, please don't flatter me too much. I might become conceited." Although Li Shuang was a mathematics teacher by profession, she understood well the arduous journey of literary creation. The fact that her son's work was published in esteemed literary magazines like Spring Breeze and Cranes and Flowers indicated that he had reached a certain level of literary prowess with significant potential for growth, filling her heart with immense joy and pride. Encouraging him with a smile, she said, "Son, keep pushing forward. You could very well become a great author." Su Mingyang smiled back, replying, "Thank you for your encouragement, Mom. I will strive to do my best." Even Su Zhiqing, who typically wore a serious demeanor, nodded with a pleased smile and said, "Mingyang, you are still young. As long as you remain persistent and dedicated, success will surely follow." Su Mingyang responded with a grin, "Thank you for the support, Dad. I will definitely persevere." The family shared a delightful lunch together. Afterward, Su Mingyang took his toiletries and a change of clothes, riding his motorcycle to the Taipei public bath for a shower. In his previous life, he had developed a habit of bathing and scrubbing, and Taipei public bath had specialized scrubbers, making it his designated bathing spot. Once he finished his bath, Su Mingyang returned home with his toiletries and changed clothes, wearing a white cotton short-sleeve shirt, yellow capri pants, and white sneakers. He first stopped at the post office to collect his manuscript payment and then purchased a bag of bright red hawthorn fruits at the market, swiftly making his way to Zhang Jiechi's hair salon. Inside the salon, Zhang Jiechi was styling a female customer's hair when Su Xinxin, seated in the styling chair, noticed Su Mingyang entering with fruits in hand and cheerfully exclaimed, "Mingyang, what delicious treat have you brought for Jiechi?" Having such a supportive teammate felt refreshing. It was as if Zhang Jiechi had become part of Su Mingyang's family, which was quite uplifting. With a smile, Su Mingyang responded, "I just passed through the market and saw these enticingly red hawthorn fruits, so I bought some to share with you." As he spoke, he opened the bag for Su Xinxin to see. Su Xinxin, captivated by the vibrant red fruit, eagerly reached out, wiped one on her sleeve, and took a bite, exclaiming, "So sweet." Su Mingyang chuckled, "Su Xinxin, wash them before you eat." "All right," Su Xinxin replied, taking the bag and heading to the wash area to rinse the fruits. After washing, she handed one to Zhang Jiechi, saying, "Jiechi, try one. It's really sweet." Zhang Jiechi shook her head, saying, "Sister Xinxin, I can't spare a hand right now. Once I finish my work, you can go ahead and eat." Su Xinxin placed the convenience bag on the table and sat in the barber's chair. indulging in 3 or 4 hawthorn fruits. Glancing at Su Mingyang's hairstyle, she remarked, "Mingyang, your hair has grown a bit longer. Come, allow me to trim it for you. By the time you return from your next shift, it should be styled perfectly." "All right, thank you," Su Mingyang replied with a smile. Su Xinshin proceeded to wash his hair and then began the trimming process. As she was nearing completion, Zhang Jiaqing finished styling a female client, collected payment, and sent her on her way. She immediately grabbed a hawthorn fruit and began munching on it, laughing as she said, "Sister Xinshin, this hawthorn fruit is indeed as sweet as you mentioned." Su Xinshin chuckled. "Did you not notice who purchased them? How could they not be sweet?" Seeing Su Xinshin constantly defending him and trying to create opportunities for him and Zhang Jiaqing to converse, Su Mingyang felt a surge of happiness and said with a smile, "Jiaqing, it's wonderful that you enjoy it." After finishing the haircut, Su Mingyang engaged in conversation with the two. Noticing Zhang Ming was absent, he inquired, "Xinshin, where has Zhang Ming gone? I can never seem to see him." Su Xinshin replied, "He went with his mother to restock supplies. He mentioned he would be back tomorrow afternoon." "Ah." Su Mingyang nodded in acknowledgement and turned to Zhang Jiaqing, asking, "Jiaqing, do you have time this evening? Shall we go watch a movie?" Zhang Jiaqing quickly responded, "Not tonight. My grandmother is celebrating her 70th birthday, and the family is gathering for dinner." "I can vouch for that. Jiaqing's mother has reminded me several times to ensure she returns home early tonight," Su Xinshin interjected, her expression suggesting she could not assist this time. Chapter 061. Love Rival. Noting Su Xinshin's insistence, Su Mingyang understood that Zhang Jiaqing was not merely making excuses. So he smiled and said, "Family matters take precedence. We can go tomorrow or the day after." Zhang Jiaqing replied, "Su go, unless something unexpected occurs. Let us plan for the day after tomorrow." "All right, then it's settled for the day after tomorrow," Su Mingyang confirmed. After chatting a little longer with Zhang Jiaqing and Su Xinshin, two girls entered seeking hairstyling. Observing their busyness, he rose to take his leave. Upon returning to his residential complex, he parked his motorcycle in the storage shed and headed home, where he opened his computer to continue revising 3 short stories. By dinner time, he had nearly finished the first piece. After dining, he returned to the computer to continue his revisions, determined to complete all 3 short stories that night. Tomorrow, he would resume work on his novel Underworld Overlord, aiming to finish it within a month. As night fell, Su Mingyang's pace of revision noticeably quickened. Before 11 p.m., he had completed all 3 short stories. Satisfied with his work, he intended to print them out immediately to send them to the post office in the morning. However, considering it was late and fearing that the sound of the typewriter might awaken his parents, he decided against it and resolved to print them in the morning instead. With time still on his side, Su Mingyang pulled up the manuscript for Underworld Overlord. After a moment of contemplation, he began typing again. Once his thoughts were organized, he could not stop writing, continuing until the early hours of the morning, finally pausing at 4 a.m. when the sky outside had fully brightened. After reviewing his achievements, he felt quite satisfied with having penned over 12,000 characters in just 5 hours. Su Mingyang quietly freshened up in the bathroom and immediately retired to bed upon returning to his room. When Li Shuang awoke in the morning and prepared breakfast, she glanced into Su Mingyang's room and noticed he was sleeping soundly. Gently closing the door, she refrained from waking him, knowing he had been up late writing. Su Mingyang did not stir until 10 a.m., and upon realizing his parents were not at home, he washed up and found that his mother had kept his breakfast warm. He managed to eat a few bites before printing out 3 short stories. He then mounted his motorcycle and went to the post office to send them via registered mail. After a stroll through the Taipei market, he purchased 2 pounds of good quality plums and returned home to find his parents still absent. He washed the plums, placing a small bowl on the tea table in the living room while taking the rest to his room. He then opened his computer and resumed writing his novel. At noon, when Li Shuang called him for lunch, Su Mingyang hurriedly consumed a few bites before retreating back to his room to continue typing. This went on until evening, when Li Shuang could no longer contain her concern and said, "Son, you can't just sit in front of the computer all day during your time off. Writing all day and into the early hours of the night is simply unsustainable. You need to take some time to step outside. If you keep this up, you'll wear yourself out." Previously, during his time off, Su Mingyang would spend his days outside with friends, which had worried Li Shuang. However, now that her son had improved and was dedicating his time to writing at home, she began to worry about his well-being again, urging him to take breaks. With a smile, Su Mingyang replied, Mom, I understand. I'll make sure to take care of myself. After finishing his meal, he returned to his room to type, continuing for over 2 hours more. By now, he had written for a total of more than 7 hours that day. He paused to light a cigarette and checked his word count, discovering he had only written over 11,000 characters. He couldn't help but lament that his daytime writing was less efficient than at night. If it were evening, he would have easily penned around 15,000 characters in that time. Before he could finish his cigarette, a knock on the door interrupted him. Li Shuang opened the door to find Zhang Ming standing there with a smile, inquiring, "Aunt Su, is Mingyang home?" Seeing Zhang Ming, Li Shuang joyfully replied, "Yes. He is home. Come on in." After Zhang Ming entered and changed his shoes, he greeted Su Zhigua, who was watching TV in the living room, before heading into the small room. Noticing Su Mingyang at the computer with a cigarette in hand and a box of soft Zhonghua cigarettes on the desk, he approached with a grin, saying, "Mingyang, look at you, smoking Zhonghua all day." As he spoke, he took a cigarette from the box, placed it in his mouth, and lit it. Not wishing Zhang Ming to see his writing endeavors, Su Mingyang quickly hid the document and pulled up a card game to play a few rounds. He looked at Zhang Ming and asked, "Zhang Ming, what brings you here today?" Zhang Ming remarked, "It has been quite some time since I've last seen you. Since Xian's place will close shortly, I thought we could go to the station for some beer and grilled fish." Su Mingyang, reluctant to join, replied, "I just finished dinner. Why didn't you mention this sooner?" Zhang Ming responded, "I told you earlier that Xian's place would be closing. You know their closing hours. After eating, what's the harm? Just drink a little less beer." As the door was ajar, Li Shuang entered and said, "Son, why don't you go out with Zhang Ming for a stroll? Don't just sit at home all day, with no choice." Su Mingyang changed his clothes and accompanied Zhang Ming outside. Upon arriving at the hair salon, Su Xinxin was busy fixing the window grills. Su Mingyang and Zhang Ming hurried to assist her. After completing the task, Su Mingyang noticed Zhang Jiaqing was absent and inquired, Xian, where's Zhang Jiaqing?" With a hint of disappointment, Su Xinxin replied, "Mingyang, what is going on with you? I've been helping you, yet you seem so unmotivated. You've only come in once or twice during your 5 days off, and each time you stay for just a little while. Is this how you pursue a girl? At this rate, I fear Jiaqing will be taken away by someone else." Su Mingyang felt a heavy weight in his heart upon hearing this. It seemed Zhang Jiaqing might be in a relationship. He quickly asked, Xian, tell me what happened." Su Xinxin reluctantly explained, "Once, a soldier came to get a haircut and took a liking to Jiaqing. He started pursuing her, but he can only come out on Sundays. So every Sunday, he spends the entire day here. Today, he came again and gave Jiaqing a ticket for a movie at the army base this evening. And she left with him before 7. Her words reminded Su Mingyang of his past. In his previous life, he and Zhang Jiaqing had smoothly begun dating precisely because she had just broken up with that soldier, leaving her in a state of emotional turmoil. When Su Xinxin introduced him, she found him somewhat pleasing to the eye and with a stable job, thus agreeing to the relationship. Chapter 62. The video haul. This was information that Zhang Ming had only disclosed to him after Su Mingyang's divorce in his previous life. The soldier, surnamed Ruan, was from Guangdong and came from a wealthy family, embodying the archetype of a rich second generation. Zhang Jiaqing had been with him for 2 years, and when he was discharged, he intended to take her back to Guangdong. However, her parents vehemently opposed her moving so far away, effectively ending their relationship. After which Su Mingyang entered the picture. In this life, Su Mingyang had met Zhang Jiaqing 2 years earlier. He surmised that she had only recently met the soldier surnamed Ruan, putting her in a situation similar to his own. Su Xinxin's warning instilled a sense of urgency in him. After all, many young girls in this era harbored dreams of military life, and with Ruan's affluent background, if he did not intensify his pursuit, he might lose her to him. Fortunately, the military maintained strict discipline, and Ruan could only come out on Sundays, granting Su Mingyang a temporal advantage. Speaking of Sundays, Su Mingyang suddenly realized that today was indeed Sunday. The rotational work schedule had made him oblivious to the days of the week, treating rest days as they came. If fortune does not favor, one might find themselves departing on New Year's Eve, only to return on the 2nd day of the Lunar New Year. Conversely, with good luck, one could remain at home from New Year's Eve until the 4th day, all while receiving holiday overtime compensation. The military garrison in Longjiang is situated a mere 300 meters from Zhangjia's salon. Su Mingyang is familiar with the army's cinema, having attended a few films himself. This cinema is essentially a large auditorium with over 800 seats, utilized for military meetings, presentations, and cultural performances. Occasionally, it screens internal films, distributing tickets to certain affiliated organizations, predominantly featuring military-themed productions, primarily combat films. Upon contemplating this, Su Mingyang said, "All right, Xin, I understand what to do." After securing the salon's door, the trio proceeded to a nearby grilled fish stall to enjoy beer and grilled fish. Following their meal, Su Mingyang intended to settle the bill. But Zhang Ming insisted otherwise, leading to a brief dispute, during which Su Xin paid the bill. Returning home before 10 o'clock, Su Mingyang felt just right after consuming 2 bottles of beer. He opened his computer and began to type, continuing until the early hours of the morning, ultimately producing over 8,000 words by 2 a.m. He then shut down his computer, refreshed himself, and retired for the night. Rising at 9 in the morning, Su Mingyang had a brief meal before resuming his writing. After lunch, he returned to his room to continue his work until dinner. Finally, Li Shuang could no longer contain her concern, saying, "Son, you cannot remain seated before the computer all day, even if you are writing. This is not the way to do it. If you continue like this, your health will deteriorate. After dinner, you must take a walk." "All right, Mom. I will heed your advice." Su Mingyang quickly acquiesced, having made plans with Zhang Jiechi to watch a movie that evening, his face beaming with a smile. "That is more like it," Li Shuang exclaimed, as she placed a piece of rib in Su Mingyang's bowl, smiling as she said, "Eat more meat to strengthen your nutrition." Certainly," Su Mingyang responded, savoring the rib with evident delight, which brought great satisfaction to Li Shuang. After dinner, Su Mingyang tidied up briefly, took his car keys, and headed out, informing Li Shuang, "Mom, I'm going out to have some fun. I may return late." "Go on. Be careful riding at night," Li Shuang cautioned. "Of course, I will be cautious," he assured her. Upon arriving at the salon, he found Zhang Jiechi and Su Xin had just finished their dinner, which they had packed from a nearby eatery. At this hour, the salon was devoid of customers, and the two were engaged in conversation. Noticing Su Mingyang's arrival, Su Xin greeted him with a smile, saying, "Brother Mingyang, you're here. Jiechi was just mentioning you, thinking you might not come today." With a smile, Su Mingyang replied, "Xin, Jiechi and I had already made plans to watch a movie today. How could I not come?" Indeed, Su Xin and Zhang Jiechi had been discussing Su Mingyang earlier, but it was Su Xin who initiated the conversation, with Zhang Jiechi merely echoing her sentiments, though Su Xin attributed the remark to Zhang Jiechi. This matter is beyond Zhang Jiak's ability to explain. Tonight's movie outing was a plan she had made with Su Mingyang 2 days prior, and it would be inconsiderate to back out. However, she felt a reluctance to go, so she said, "Brother Su, I've been leaving early lately, leaving Xin alone to manage the shop. I feel quite guilty about it, so let's skip the movie tonight." Upon hearing this, Su Xin immediately expressed her support, saying, "Jiak, as long as it concerns you and Mingyang, I wholeheartedly support it. You can leave now, I have no objections." "Sister Xin, I know you have no objections, but I still feel uneasy about it," Zhang Jiak replied, turning to Su Mingyang and saying, "Brother Su, let's not go to the movies tonight. Can we postpone it to another day?" Seeing Zhang Jiak's reluctance, Su Mingyang smiled slightly and said, "Jiak, it's perfectly fine not to go to the movies. There aren't many good films out recently. How about this? I'll wait here until you finish work, and then we can watch a video together. The video loops continuously, so we can go at any time." Zhang Jiak found herself cornered. After all, it was she who had invited Su Mingyang to the movies today. With her excuse of leaving early effectively countered, she struggled to find a valid reason to decline and finally said, "All right, Brother Su, but I can't return home too late." Su Mingyang chuckled, "You can stay as long as you wish. I promise not to let you return home too late." During the daytime, many busy individuals come to style their hair after dinner, and before long, both Zhang Jiak and Su Xin were engrossed in their tasks. Su Mingyang assisted them until they finally finished around 7 p.m. As he offered to help them close up the shop, Su Xin said, "Brother Mingyang, you two go ahead. I'll wait a bit for Zhang Ming. He assured me he would arrive before 7:30. Su Mingyang nodded and said to Zhang Jiak, "Jiak, it's getting late. Let us head out." "All right," Zhang Jiak replied, gathering her belongings. Together, she and Su Mingyang exited the salon, with Su Mingyang riding his motorcycle to take her into the city. The video hall is a unique product of this era, immensely popular and beloved by the masses. Many films from Hong Kong and Taiwan have made their way into the mainland through videotapes. In Longjiang, there are over 20 video halls, and Su Mingyang knew that a particularly good one was located near the Longjiang City Hospital. This hall was tastefully decorated, featuring couple booths. Although slightly pricier, it was undoubtedly the most suitable option for their situation. Upon arriving at the entrance of the video hall, Su Mingyang secured his motorcycle and approached the door, asking, "Boss, do you have any booths available?" The owner, upon seeing Su Mingyang and Zhang Jiayak, replied, "Yes, the booth is 5 yuan." At this time, video tickets cost just 1 yuan, allowing patrons to sit inside and watch all day without restriction. Although 5 yuan for a booth was somewhat steep, many couples enjoyed purchasing one for the privacy it afforded, enabling them to express their affection freely. Su Mingyang handed the owner 10 yuan and said, "Please also give me a pack of sunflower seeds and 2 bottles of soda." The owner provided him with the snacks and change, then added, "Once inside, just find an empty booth to sit in." Su Mingyang and Zhang Jiayak entered the video hall, where an action film was playing, filled with thrilling martial arts sequences. They stood at the side for a moment, allowing their eyes to adjust to the dim light within. The private booths were located at the back, on the highest row, which contained about 7 or 8 compartments. Observing that several of the middle booths were occupied, Su Mingyang guided Zhang Jiayak to the vacant booth furthest to the side. This booth was designed for intimacy, flanked by partitions, with a cozy 2-person sofa inside. The layout ensured that patrons on either side could not see one another, while a small door at the front was level with the partitions. Seated on the sofa, they had a clear view of the projection screen, while anyone in front could only catch a glimpse of their heads. If they nestled deeper into the sofa, the view from the front was entirely obstructed. In front of them was a narrow table, perfect for snacks such as sunflower seeds. As they settled in to watch the recording, it took Su Mingyang a moment to realize that the film was the Hong Kong production The Smiling, Proud Wanderer, adapted from Gulong's novel The Legend of Chu Liuxiang. Zhang Jiayak, not particularly fond of action films, casually snacked on seeds while watching with mild interest. Fortunately, the movie was nearing its conclusion, and Su Mingyang hoped the next feature would be a romance or narrative film. In less than 20 minutes, The Smiling, Proud Wanderer concluded, and the next film began immediately. Upon seeing the title Summer Lovers, Su Mingyang surmised it was a romantic film. However, as the opening credits rolled, revealing sultry scenes featuring Li Lizhen and Yi Yuqing, he recalled that he had seen this film in his past life. It was a classic Hong Kong Category 3 film. At that time, the management of cultural markets was relatively lenient, often turning a blind eye to the screening of such films in video halls. To attract customers, these establishments frequently showcased more risque Category 3 films in the evenings, which was precisely what drew people in. Su Mingyang was accustomed to such movies, having encountered a variety of films in the digital age, but for Zhang Jiayak, who was watching such content for the first time, it was a mix of curiosity and nervousness. Particularly when explicit scenes involving men and women appeared on the screen, she was torn between wanting to watch and feeling embarrassed. Gradually, she leaned against Su Mingyang's shoulder, overwhelmed with tension. The visual impact of these scenes was undoubtedly significant for a young girl like Zhang Jiayak, who was just beginning to understand matters of the heart. As the plot reached its climax, Su Mingyang could feel her body trembling. In the intimate booth, with just the two of them and the stimulating scenes playing, it presented an opportunity for Su Mingyang. Yet he resisted temptation and maintained self-control. He did not wish to take advantage of the situation. Instead, he gently held Zhang Jiakik's delicate hand, offering her comfort and soothing her anxious emotions. The heat of the day lingered, and despite the presence of a ceiling fan, the video hall felt stifling. After the film ended, Zhang Jiayak, drenched in perspiration, nudged Su Mingyang with her shoulder and said, "Su Gu, it's too hot here. Let's not watch anymore." Su Mingyang nodded in agreement, replying, "Indeed, it is quite warm here. Let us leave." As Su Mingyang and Zhang Jiaxian emerged from the video hall, they were instantly greeted by the refreshing coolness of the evening breeze. He mounted his motorcycle, with Zhang Jiaxian clinging to him, and they sped towards Taipei. The brisk night wind that met them felt exhilarating, yet Zhang Jiaxian found it slightly chilly. She wrapped her arms around Su Mingyang's waist, resting her face against his back to absorb his warmth. This gesture filled Su Mingyang with delight, as it indicated her fondness for being close to him. After safely delivering Zhang Jiaxian home, Su Mingyang returned to his abode, where the clock read just past 10. Following a rejuvenating hot shower, he settled in front of his computer, diligently working on his manuscript for Underworld Tyrant. He toiled until the early hours of the following morning, producing an impressive 10,000 words before reluctantly shutting down his computer and retiring to bed. The day Su Mingyang ventured out again coincided with the release of the college entrance examination scores. Early that morning, Zhou Jing, accompanied by her husband Zhang Tianxiang and their son Zhang Xiaotian, arrived at Railway No. 1 High School. They stood by the bulletin boards at the school entrance, anxiously awaiting the fateful announcement alongside other students and parents, their hearts heavy with apprehension. Despite Zhou Jing and her family having repeatedly estimated their son's score to be around 420, considerably above last year's second-tier admission line of 401, they understood that such predictions were merely speculative, reliant on the actual score and the concurrent publication of the first and second-tier admission thresholds. As the anxious crowd awaited in suspense, the doors to the senior year research office finally swung open. Principal Liu emerged, flanked by 5 or 6 teachers, all clutching large rolls of red paper. Upon noticing the throng of parents and students gathered around the bulletin boards, Principal Liu called out with authority, urging everyone to step back, for the scores would soon be revealed. The crowd complied, creating space in front of the bulletin board. A teacher positioned a chair at the forefront and climbed upon it, while another handed over a roll of crimson paper. As it was unfurled and pinned to the board, the eager spectators surged forward to catch a glimpse. A supervising teacher promptly admonished, reminding everyone to maintain order and to wait patiently until all scores were displayed. The jubilant announcement was made on 2 large sheets of red paper, the left side of the board showcasing the admission line for key universities at 476 points. The rankings followed, listing students from highest to lowest scores. Zhou Jing's heart sank as she noted that the top scorer had achieved 512 points, with 12 students surpassing the critical threshold. Without a doubt, she thought, her son's name would not appear here, and her urgency shifted to locating the second-tier admission line and her son's score. At last, Zhou Jing discovered that the admission line for the second tier had been set at 408 points, an increase of merely 7 points from the previous year. Joy surged within her as she scoured the list for her son's name. Soon, she found Zhang Xiaotian's name, positioned at 39th overall with a total score of 430 points. Upon realizing her son's remarkable achievement, an overwhelming wave of elation washed over Zhou Jing, causing her heart to race and leaving her momentarily breathless. Once he regained his composure, she hastily pulled her husband, Zhang Tianxiang, exclaiming, "Look, dear, our son has scored 430 points. I see it. That's wonderful, absolutely wonderful." Zhang Tianxiang, having simultaneously glimpsed their son's score, was overwhelmed with joy. As his wife tugged him to look, he eagerly echoed her excitement. However, their son, the cheerful little chubby Zhang Xiaotian, found himself surprisingly silent upon seeing his score. Naturally, he yearned to attend a prestigious university, basking in the glory of higher education. Yet, upon realizing that his score not only met but exceeded the undergraduate admission threshold by 22 points, he felt an unexpected calmness wash over him, as if this outcome was destined. Observing his parents' elation, he, who had never truly known the taste of tears, found his eyes welling up. Zhou Jing embraced Zhang Xiaotian, exclaiming with delight, Son, did you see? You scored 430 points. Yes, Mom, I saw it. Zhang Xiaotian replied, wiping his eyes. You are the best. Zhang Tianxiang joyously patted his son's shoulder in commendation. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed parents, this year, the Gaokao results from Railway No. 1 High School are the best in our history, with over 100 students surpassing the undergraduate admission line for the first time, reaching a total of 101. Principal Liu proclaimed excitedly, holding a megaphone. In Longjiang City, aside from the renowned 5th Middle School, other schools maintained a mediocre standard, including Railway No. 1 High School, which ranked slightly above average. Each year, approximately 60 to 70 students advanced to undergraduate studies. Following the admission of a student to Tsinghua University 2 years prior, the school's reputation began to rise, and it set a goal of becoming a provincial key high school. This year's remarkable Gaokao results, with a record-breaking 101 students exceeding the admission threshold, brought Principal Liu immense joy, drawing the school closer to achieving its aspirations. Principal Liu continued, Dear students and parents, due to space limitations, the Gaokao list only includes students' names and total scores. For detailed subject scores, please consult your respective homeroom teachers, who possess the complete records. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jing said to Zhang Xiaotian, "Son, let us go to see your subject scores with Teacher Wang." The family of three made their way to Zhang Xiaotian's classroom, where many students and parents, inspired by Principal Lu's announcement, also headed to their respective classes. Upon arriving at their son's class, they found several students and parents gathered around Teacher Wang at the podium, checking scores. Zhang Xiaotian stepped up to the podium and called out, "Teacher Wang, may I see my subject scores?" Seeing Zhang Xiaotian approach, Teacher Wang beamed with delight, exclaiming, "Zhang Xiaotian, you have performed exceptionally well in this Gaokao, ranking among the top 50 in the school." Zhang Xiaotian smiled and replied, "It's all thanks to your excellent teaching, teacher." His sweet words brought immense joy to Teacher Wang, who replied with a smile, "The scores are all listed on this large chart. You can find them yourself." Zhang Xiaotian eagerly stepped forward and located his subject scores, diligently transcribing them onto paper. Pulling Zhou Jing and Zhang Tianxiang to the desk at the front of the stage, they began to deliberate together. The scores for mathematics, physics, chemistry, English, and politics showed little discrepancy from their estimates. However, the only significant divergence was in Chinese. At the time of estimation, all other subjects had definitive answers, making their scores easier to predict. The only challenging aspect was the composition score. Zhang Xiaotian believed he could secure at least 35 points for his essay, but Zhou Jing and Zhang Tianxiang opined that he was overly optimistic. Given his previous performance in essays, although he had encountered a topic similar to that of the college entrance examination, they deemed a score of 30 points to be more appropriate. Thus, they estimated his total score at 422 points. Now, with his total score reaching 430 points, it was evident that he had underestimated his composition score. It should be 38 points, just 2 points shy of full marks. Teacher Wang approached and inquired, "Which university is your son applying to?" Zhou Jing replied, "He is applying to Spring City University of Technology." Teacher Wang nodded and stated, "With this score, he should have no trouble entering the Department of Electronic Information Engineering. This department is the finest at Spring City University of Technology." Initially, Zhou Jing's expectations were modest. She simply wished for him to gain admission to the university, regardless of the department. Now, with her son's score exceeding the cutoff for undergraduate programs by 22 points, she naturally hoped he could enroll in the best department. Zhou Jing eagerly asked, "Teacher Wang, can Xiaotian really get into this department?" Teacher Wang replied, "Although I cannot guarantee it, there is an over 80 chance he will be accepted." "Thank you, Teacher Wang. Thank you." Zhou Jing felt immense joy upon hearing this, expressing her gratitude repeatedly. With an 80 likelihood of acceptance, it seemed almost certain. Zhou Jing wished to converse with Teacher Wang a bit longer, but by then, more students and parents had arrived to check their scores, and Teacher Wang was busy attending to them. Noticing the increasing number of students and parents, Zhou Jing stepped forward to bid farewell to Teacher Wang and prepared to head home. Teacher Wang warmly escorted them to the classroom door, smiling. "You can rest assured and wait for the admission notice at home." Zhou Jing said, "Teacher Wang, when Xiaotian's admission notice arrives, I will host a thank you banquet. You must come." Teacher Wang smiled and replied, "I am always delighted when my students are accepted into university, so I will certainly join the celebration." Thank you. Teacher Wang, I will personally extend the invitation." Zhou Jing responded with a smile. Teacher Wang said, "No need to be so formal. Just have Zhang Xiaotian notify me when the time comes." Zhou Jing insisted, "That won't do. I must deliver the invitation myself." Teacher Wang, "It's settled then. You carry on with your work. Goodbye." As the family of three exited the school gate, Zhou Jing said, "Tianxiang, let us go to the market to buy some vegetables. I want to prepare something delicious for Xiaotian this afternoon." Zhang Tianxiang quickly agreed. "Of course, we'll buy whatever Xiaotian desires." At this moment, Zhang Xiaotian interjected, "Mom, Dad, if it weren't for Brother Su helping me with my composition, I truly doubt I would have managed to pass this university entrance examination." Indeed. Zhou Jing promptly affirmed. Zhou Jing was well aware that Zhang Xiaotian's usual essay scores hovered around 14 or 15 points. Without Su Mingyang's guidance, he would scarcely achieve such high marks. The disparity of 23 points, derived from 38 minus 15, was striking. Without those 23 points, her son's score would fall just below the threshold for undergraduate admission. After enjoying a midday meal, Su Mingyang tidied his backpack and returned to his computer. With an hour left before the roll call for his shift, he meticulously reviewed the articles he had composed over the past few days. Aside from a brief interlude watching a video with Zhang Jiaqing, he had devoted his time to writing. amassing over 65,000 words. Coupled with the 40,000 words he had written during his previous shift, he was nearing a total of 110,000 words, and with 2 more shifts, he would complete the manuscript for Underworld Tyrant. As the time for his shift approached, Su Mingyang shut down his computer, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and descended the stairs toward the station. His home was conveniently located within a 10-minute walking distance from the station. He refrained from riding his motorcycle during shifts, opting instead to leave it in the unit's courtyard, where it could face the elements without concern, rather than in a storage shed where it would be safer. For each shift, the train leaders, Li Yin and Xiao Xuyan, were the first to arrive. As train leaders, they consistently arrived an hour early to prepare, given the extensive preparations required of them. Today was no exception. They had both arrived early at the team, diligently attending to their respective tasks. At that moment, Xiao Xuyan was at the safety department transcribing fire prevention telegrams and organizing the team's fire safety records, while Li Yin was over at the train team sorting through important documents, telegrams, orders, and notices for the shift. Team leader Zhou Jing, having finished her lunch, delegated the task of tidying the table to her husband and made her way to the unit. With the Blue Island train scheduled to depart at 1:10 p.m., she needed to discuss key tasks and important considerations with the train leaders before each shift. It had become a habit for her to arrive around 12:30. Regardless of the day of the week or whether it was a holiday, a routine she had cultivated over many years in her position. This morning, she had taken a half-day leave to check on her son's academic results, but she arrived at the unit punctually at noon. Upon entering the building, Zhou Jing noticed Li Yin transcribing something in the secretary's office. She casually remarked, "Li Yin, is your team on duty today?" Li Yin looked up upon hearing her voice, recognized Zhou Jing, and promptly rose to greet her with a smile. "Yes, team leader. Today is the day the college entrance examination results are announced. How did your son, Xiaodian, fare?" Zhou Jing, brimming with excitement, replied as she walked into her office. Xiaodian exceeded expectations this time, scoring a total of 430 points. Li Yin, having closely followed Zhang Xiaoyan's examination journey, felt elated to hear this news. That's truly impressive. With such a score, he is sure to secure a place in a good university. As they spoke, she followed Zhou Jing into the team leader's office. With a gentle sigh, Zhou Jing confessed, "I never anticipated that Xiaodian would perform so well. I didn't dare to apply to a prestigious university, only to Chunqing Industrial University. However, with this score, he should have no trouble getting into a reputable program." At this time, universities had yet to begin expanding their enrollment, and each annual college entrance examination resembled a fierce competition where thousands strove to cross a singular bridge. In Railway No. 1 High School, there were over 700 students in 12 classes, and historically, only around 10% managed to secure a place in university. For families of modest means, gaining admission to a university was akin to achieving a momentous triumph. Li Yin remarked, "Captain, Spring City Industrial University is quite respectable in itself. You need not worry. Xiaodian will surely be able to enroll in a commendable department." Zhou Jing shook her head and smiled, saying, "Indeed, some people are never satisfied. Initially, I was merely grateful that Xiaodian could pass the entrance examination, but now that his grades have improved, I find myself regretting having suggested a lower-tier program. Now that he can attend university and enter a distinguished department, what more could I possibly desire?" Li Yin chuckled in response, "Captain, you are absolutely right. Contentment leads to happiness. By the way, when do you plan to host the graduation banquet? You must inform me in advance so I can gather a few people to assist you." Zhou Jing replied with a smile, "I haven't thought about it yet. We should wait for Xiaoyan's admission notice before planning. I will notify you in advance." Subsequently, Zhou Jing and Li Yin discussed the key tasks at hand and the matters requiring attention. Zhou Jing then inquired, "Li Yin, how have Su Mingyang's 2 classes been performing?" Li Yin responded, "Su Mingyang's classes have been performing exceptionally well. He is proactive in anticipating and addressing tasks, which alleviates my concerns. During peak passenger times, he willingly assists in organizing the boarding and alighting of travelers in the hard seat carriages, and occasionally helps with ticketing issues. His personal qualities are commendable. During the first class, some members were not fond of him and extinguished the tea stove while he was resting at night, twice in succession. He merely reported this to me without displaying any extreme emotions, demonstrating his ability to prioritize the greater good." "Oh, I can't believe such an incident occurred," Zhou Jing exclaimed in astonishment. Li Yin continued, "Yes, I later discovered who was responsible. For the stability of the class, I chose not to publicly address the matter, but I felt it necessary to provide him with an explanation. When I spoke to him privately, he was very understanding and never brought it up again. Captain, I believe Su Mingyang is not at all as others have portrayed him. He is genuinely a good person. Zhou Jing sighed. Where there are many women, there are often many disputes. Our team comprises over 90% women, and the daily fabrications and rumors abound, causing quite a stir. If one seeks to tarnish another's reputation, mere words can drown them. If you heed everything you hear, nothing will be accomplished. Trust not your ears, but your own observations. Li Yan nodded. Yes, Captain, I understand. Initially, when you assigned Su Mingyang to our class, I was reluctant. However, after observing him over these 2 classes, I realize you have given us a treasure, and I am sincerely grateful. Zhou Jing smiled. I am glad you recognize this. Moving forward, you should encourage him further in his technical studies. Nurture such promising talent. Li Yan replied, Understood, Captain. Zhou Jing concluded, When Su Mingyang arrives, have him come see me. Li Yan responded, Certainly, Captain. Su Mingyang's primary objective upon arriving at the train fleet was to visit the secretary's office to peruse the newspapers. As he approached the door, he spotted Zhou Jing seated within the office. Zhou Jing, upon noticing Su Mingyang's arrival, greeted him, saying, Su Mingyang, I was just about to seek you out. Su Mingyang turned and entered the captain's room, smiling as he inquired, Captain Zhou, what do you need from me? Zhou Jing, brimming with joy, responded, Today, the results of Xiaoyan's college entrance examination were released. He scored an impressive 430 points, and this is largely thanks to your guidance. I must express my gratitude to you. Has the exam score been released? Su Mingyang, having been preoccupied with writing at home for days on end, was unaware of when the scores were announced. Upon hearing Zhou Jing's news, he instinctively asked about it. Zhou Jing confirmed. Indeed, the scores were disclosed this morning. Our family analyzed each subject together. Xiaoyan performed consistently across most subjects, with the exception of a remarkable improvement in his Chinese score, particularly in the essay component, which should be around 38 points, an increase of over 20 points. Had it not been for such a substantial improvement in his writing, he would likely have barely met the admission score or even fallen short of it. Xiaoyan's excellent performance is entirely attributable to your mentorship. Su Mingyang humbly replied, No, I have only coached Xiaoyan for a short while. His rapid improvement in writing is truly due to his own hard work. Zhou Jing chuckled. Su Mingyang, there's no need for such modesty. I am well aware of Xiaoyan's writing skills. When you return from your duties, our family must pay you a special visit to express our gratitude properly. Su Mingyang hastily responded, There's no need for that, Captain. Why such formality? Besides, you have already thanked me. I've accepted your gift of cigarettes, so there's really no need for further thanks. Zhou Jing insisted. Getting into college is a matter of great significance for my son's future. It is the most important event for our family. We must visit you to convey our thanks, and that is final. Su Mingyang replied, Captain, I haven't contributed much. It's truly unnecessary. Zhou Jing countered. Su Mingyang, it's time for you to take attendance. You must heed my wishes regarding this matter. Seeing Zhou Jing's unwavering stance, Su Mingyang knew he could not refuse and reluctantly stood up, saying, Very well, Captain, I shall go take attendance. The train departed on time from Longjiang Station, and once it commenced its journey, aside from the reserved 16 cars, the other hard-seat compartments were nearly filled to capacity. Given the current situation, it was evident that the train would exceed its passenger limit before even reaching Liaoqing. Su Mingyang sat by the window in the soft sleeper corridor, enjoying the cool breeze. When the soft sleeper attendant, Sun Hongmei, approached him and urgently said, Su Mingyang, the train conductor just relayed a message that 2 fire safety inspectors are coming aboard. Please ensure the tea room is tidied up to avoid any issues. Understood, Su Mingyang replied, standing up to head towards car 5. The railway police fire safety personnel frequently boarded trains to inspect fire safety measures. Unlike other inspection teams, the railway police were particularly diligent and not easily approachable. Should any issues be discovered and reported, the crew would face serious repercussions. The primary focus of the railway police's inspections was to evaluate the fire safety equipment on board as well as the management of fire safety, with boilers and tea rooms being key areas of scrutiny. As it is currently summer, the boilers are not in operation, with only the tea kettles in use. Thus, the train conductor reminded him to tidy up the tea kettles. Although Su Mingyang had already organized both tea kettles before the journey commenced, he still needed to conduct a final inspection to ensure no details were overlooked. Su Mingyang was acutely aware that the fire safety inspection of the tea kettles primarily involved three aspects: whether the tea kettle room was securely locked, whether any combustible materials were stored within, and whether there were any coal ash or cinders on the floor. He meticulously re-examined both tea kettle rooms, rinsed the floors with water, and felt reassured that there were no significant issues, subsequently locking the doors. Before long, the train conductor, Li Yan, approached with two police officers in uniform. They proceeded to inspect the tea kettle rooms in both the fifth and third carriages. Li Yan was pleased to see that Su Mingyang had kept the tea kettles neat and orderly, and indeed, the fire safety personnel found no faults. Noticing Su Mingyang standing at the junction of the carriages, one of the inspectors inquired, "Which carriage are you from?" Li Yan quickly introduced him, saying, "This is our team's water supply operator, Su Mingyang." The inspector then said, "Very well, Su. I shall pose two fire safety questions for you." The knowledge of fire safety among trained staff is an essential aspect of the fire safety inspection. The Railway Police Authority mandates that trained personnel must master 20 fire safety questions closely related to their work. This is a significant component of the fire safety check. Typically, if the inspectors uncover other issues during their examination, they do not quiz the crew on fire safety knowledge. They only conduct such quizzes when no other issues have been identified, as it's expected that an inspection should reveal at least some problems. The fire safety personnel from the Longjiang Railway Police frequently conduct inspections, and the train conductor is well acquainted with them. Today, the inspectors were Zhang Tingyin and Huang Dexin, both dedicated fire safety officials, who had official business in the Huaihe region and took the opportunity to check on fire safety as they boarded the train. When they saw that it was Li Yan's shift, they internally lamented their misfortune. They understood that Li Yan's team consistently performed excellently in fire safety, having found no issues in previous inspections, which meant that the fire safety personnel generally avoided checking her team, deeming it a waste of time and effort, often targeting those teams with weaker fire safety practices, where numerous issues could be uncovered. True to form, Zhang Tingyin and Huang Dexin inspected from the front to the rear of the train without identifying any problems. They then began to randomly quiz the team members on their fire safety knowledge, typically selecting 3 individuals. If all 3 passed, the team was deemed satisfactory. Today, they had already quizzed the soft sleeper attendant, Sun Hongmei, and the attendant from carriage 7, Li Haiyan. Although both had made minor errors in their responses, they nevertheless passed. Upon learning that Su Mingyang was the water supply operator, they recognized that individuals in such specialized roles often had less knowledge of fire safety, prompting them to spontaneously decide to test him as well. Upon hearing this, Li Yan hurriedly said, "Director Zhang, Director Huang, Su Mingyang has just been assigned to our team and is only completing his first shift today. Please select someone else for the surprise examination. Anyone will suffice." Huang Dexin responded, "The first shift is still a part of your team, and knowledge of fire safety is essential." Before Li Yan could utter another word, Zhang Tingyin turned to Su Mingyang and asked, "Can you describe the 3 understandings and 4 competencies?" Upon realizing that Zhang Tingyi's question was rather elementary, Su Mingyang confidently replied, "Understanding the dangers of fire and knowing the preventative measures against it," delivering his answer smoothly without a hint of hesitation. Hearing Su Mingyang's adept grasp of fire safety knowledge, Li Yan felt a wave of relief wash over her. She had been genuinely concerned that he might falter and cause the team to lose points. Seeing Su Mingyang respond so fluently, Zhang Tingyin decided to raise the stakes with a more challenging question. "Now, please explain how to evacuate passengers in the event of a fire in a train carriage." Although this question encompassed 7 distinct points, Su Mingyang articulated his response with remarkable clarity and precision, missing not a single detail. Chapter 067. A colorful response observing Su Mingyang's impressive fluency. Zhang Tingyin acknowledged that further questioning would yield no additional insights and remarked, "Young man, your understanding of fire safety is solid. I shall award you an excellent score." Su Mingyang smiled and said, "Thank you, Director Zhang." Li Yan accompanied Zhang Tingyin and Huang Dexin as they continued their rounds. Upon reaching the third carriage, Hu Lijun caught Zhang Tingyin's attention, prompting him to say, "Come, I will pose 2 fire safety questions to you." Alarmed, Li Yan quickly interjected, "Director Zhang, our team has already examined 3 individuals. Must we continue?" Typically, fire safety checks only involve 3 individuals per carriage, and sensing Zhang Tingyan's insistence to continue, she felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Was he intentionally seeking to provoke trouble? However, she refrained from expressing this sentiment overtly and merely cautioned him against further questioning. Zhang Tingyan, seemingly oblivious to this unspoken rule, cheerfully insisted, "Let us continue with the examination." He then asked Hu Lijun, "How do you operate a fire extinguisher?" Although Hu Lijun's response was somewhat hesitant in parts, she managed to complete her answer. Zhang Tingyan proceeded to quiz her with 2 more questions, which she answered with some difficulty. Ultimately, he conceded, "While your responses were not entirely fluid, you have managed to answer adequately. You pass." Upon reaching the second carriage, Zhang Tingyan summoned the attendant for examination once more. Li Yin felt a surge of anger. She had grown weary of voicing her concerns. If he wished to proceed with the examination, so be it. She was confident that the train attendants were well-versed in fire safety protocols and had no fear of their performance. It was their lack of decorum that vexed her. The attendants in the second carriage answered the questions with relative ease, managing to respond correctly to all 3 queries. Zhang Tingyan and Huang Dexin, finding no faults, turned back and proceeded to the dining car, where they examined the 2 chefs in the kitchen. Unfortunately, one chef answered one question correctly, while the other managed 2, resulting in both failing to meet the passing criteria. The dining car is managed by the travel service company, and while they do not consider issues related to train schedules, Li Yin felt quite displeased. "You 2 are merely ordinary staff from the fire department. Is it truly necessary for you to inspect my train with such lack of decorum? I must show them my true colors. Otherwise, they may think I am easy to bully." The 2 fire inspectors sought a place to document their inspection. Li Yin gestured toward the soft sleeper section, saying, "Gentlemen, shall we proceed to the sleeper cars?" Zhang Tingyan and Huang Dexin naturally paused in front of soft sleeper room 9, as it was customary for train conductors to invite them there during inspections. Upon realizing their intentions, Li Yin thought to herself, "You wish to inspect me, yet I still desire access to the soft sleeper? How audacious!" She stepped forward, gesturing towards the hard sleeper car. "Gentlemen, let us go to car 5. There is ample space there." Car 5, the hard sleeper compartment, had 30 berths reserved for Liaoqing Station, which had previously been vacant. Zhang Tingyan and Huang Dexin felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, yet with Li Yin's clear directive, they had no choice but to comply. Upon reaching car 5, Li Yin found an empty berth and invited them to sit. Zhang Tingyan retrieved a sheet of inspection paper and placed a carbon copy beneath it, preparing to document their findings. He casually remarked, "Li, you may busy yourself elsewhere while we write our inspection report. I will call for you if needed." Although this was merely a polite remark, Li Yin understood the underlying message. Normally, she would remain to accompany the inspection team, but seizing the opportunity, she stood up with a smile, saying, "Very well, gentlemen. You may proceed with your work. I must attend to the team and check the tickets." With that, she departed, neglecting to offer the customary refreshments. Typically at this hour, she would ensure the inspectors were well attended with both cigarettes and tea, but this time she seemed to have forgotten entirely. Upon entering the kitchen of the dining car, Chef Lu Xueqiang immediately voiced his complaints to Li Yin. "Li, these 2 are exceedingly demanding. Whenever they visit, we treat them lavishly, but now they are targeting our kitchen. They are ungrateful wretches. Next time they come, they can go to hell. I would rather feed the dogs than them." Li Yin chuckled. "All right, Lu. Save your breath for now. They will be coming for a meal soon. If we don't treat them well, they will be back to find fault with you." The kitchen of the dining car is a focal point for fire inspections. Lu Xueqiang, visibly agitated, retorted, "Let them inspect as they please. It's merely a matter of losing a few points and paying a fine. I'm not afraid." Yang Dali, the dining car manager, entered and chimed in, "Old Lu, you may not fear, but I certainly do. Don't be reckless. Your actions could jeopardize the entire team." With a dismissive snort, Lu Xueqiang declared, "Today, I refuse to serve those 2. Yang Dali replied, "Regardless of your intentions, if they do come for a meal, ensure that you serve them the meals prepared for passengers. Let them eat if they wish, but that is all they will receive." Occasionally, inspection teams board the train, and the dining car typically serves a meal comprising at least 4 dishes and a soup. Today, Yang Dali was particularly incensed by the actions of the 2 individuals. Otherwise, he would not have behaved in such a manner. Upon hearing this, Lu Sueki could not help but chuckle, giving Yang a thumbs up and exclaiming, "Old Yang, you truly excel. Simply outstanding." Li Yin also concurred with Yang Dali's approach, believing it imperative to show them a firm stance, if they wish to earn respect. They too must prove themselves worthy of it. Li Yin felt confident in her actions for two reasons. Firstly, her team had indeed excelled in fire safety work, leaving them unafraid of inspections. Secondly, Zhang Tingyin and Huang Dexin were merely ordinary clerks, and she was well acquainted with Director Li of the Fire Safety Department. Whenever she required sleeper tickets, she ensured he received the best accommodations. Even during the peak of the Spring Festival, she would forego her own rest to fulfill his requests. However, she refrained from leveraging this connection unless absolutely necessary, as she could also communicate effectively with the public security director, instilling no fear of their petty antics. The train attendants handling the long-distance trains of the Longjiang Railway Division were indeed influential figures, capable of accomplishing tasks even the section chief could not. One could never truly ascertain who stood behind them. After the attendants finished their meal, Li Yin invited Zhang Tingyin and Huang Dexin to the fifth car. Despite her inner frustrations, she maintained a composed demeanor, ensuring all formalities were observed. Yang Dali was equally cordial, ushering them to the first dining table where a meal of 4 dishes and a soup awaited. However, this was merely the large pot meal served in the dining car, a stark contrast to the individually cooked dishes. As Zhang and Huang sampled the food, they quickly discerned it was merely tepid and evidently leftover, prompting a wave of dissatisfaction within them. Chapter 068. Retribution. Zhang Tingyin and Huang Dexin were acutely aware of the underlying circumstances. Yet the dining car and team presented no overt breaches of etiquette. There was nothing to pinpoint, and returning to discuss the matter with others would be futile. To claim that the team had assigned them hard sleepers instead of soft ones would not only be indefensible, but would also invite ridicule. They were left in a predicament, akin to mute individuals swallowing bitter herbs, unable to voice their grievances. The pair hastily consumed a few bites before returning to the fifth car. Upon arrival at Huehe Station, train manager Li Yin and dining car manager Yang Dali made a point to escort them to the exit, displaying commendable courtesy. After the train departed Huehe Station, Li Yin spotted Su Mingyang and beckoned him aside. Do you recall the 3 individuals we arranged soft sleepers for during the last shift, Director Ding and Director Han? She inquired. Su Mingyang responded, I remember. What is the matter? Li Yin continued. When we disembarked at Quanqing Station, Director Ding mentioned that upon reaching Landau, he would treat us to seafood and offered to pick us up at the station. I'm uncertain if he was sincere or merely making conversation. Please prepare accordingly. Ensure all tasks are completed efficiently before we arrive at Landau, so if they do come, we can depart immediately. Prior to this, Li Yin had already notified the dining car manager, Yang Dali, the head chef, Lu Xueqiang, the deputy car manager, Xiao Xuan, and the soft sleeper attendant, Sun Hongmei. Su Mingyang was the last to be informed to prepare. She believed that these 6 individuals would suffice, as it would be unwise to involve too many, lest they be looked down upon. Su Mingyang replied, Understood, manager. Li Yin remarked, It's getting late. You should return and rest. You will need to rise early tomorrow. Once the train departed from Liaoqing Railway Bureau, everything went smoothly. By evening, it arrived at Qingyang Station. Qingyang is only 1 stop away from Blue Island, with this segment requiring approximately 25 minutes to traverse, indicating that the train would reach Blue Island in less than half an hour. Su Mingyang had already extinguished the tea stove, tidied up the tea room, and after freshening up, changed into clean casual attire. As the train departed from Qingyang Station, Yang Bin, the director of General Manager Ding's office and the youngest member among the 3 passengers from their last trip, hurried into the dining car seeking the train manager. Li Yin, the dining car manager, Yang Dali, recognized him and approached with a smile, saying, Director Yang, our manager Li is up front. Please wait here a moment while I fetch her. Before long, Li Yin walked over from the hard seat carriage. Yang Bin promptly stood and stepped forward, saying, Manager Li. Hello, it's Yang Bin. Do you remember me? Li Yin smiled and replied, Hello, Director Yang. How could I forget you? Yang Bin continued, Tonight, General Manager Ding is hosting you at the Blue Island Premium Seafood City. He sent me ahead from Chungyang to get in touch with you. General Manager Ding and Director Han are waiting for you at the Blue Island Station. Upon hearing that General Manager Ding not only honored his promise, but also sent someone to contact her in advance, Li Yin felt a surge of joy. Though she modestly remarked, General Manager Ding is far too gracious. He is overly concerned about such trivial matters. Yang Bin said, Our General Manager Ding is a remarkably generous and trustworthy individual. When he speaks, he certainly follows through. By the way, How many people from your side will be able to attend tonight? I need to arrange seating. Li Yin responded, Director Yang, we have a total of 6 people going. I have already prepared them, and they can disembark as soon as the train arrives. All right, Manager Li. I will contact General Manager Ding, Yang Bin said. Retrieving a mobile phone from his bag, he dialed Ding Dapeng's number and, once connected, reported the situation from their end. In this era, a mobile phone symbolizes status and privilege. One costs over 20,000 yuan, and calls can exceed 6 times per minute. Not to mention the exorbitant cost of the phone bill, which ordinary individuals might struggle to afford. Amidst the envious gazes of others, Yang Bin completed his call and informed Li Yin, Manager Li, General Manager Ding, and the others are already waiting for you at the station. Once the train arrives, you should leave immediately, as the dishes are being served at the premium seafood city. Li Yin replied, Thank you, Director Yang. Please sit for a moment while I finalize some work-related matters. Li Yin swiftly delegated the post-arrival tasks to the 2 attendants. Typically, when the train conductor is temporarily unavailable, it is the attendants who assume the conductor's responsibilities. They were well versed in the various duties that followed the train's arrival, and Li Yin felt assured in assigning the tasks to them. Simultaneously, she informed Xiao Shuyan, Sun Hongmei, and Su Mingyang to gather at the dining car upon arrival, so they could disembark together. Upon the train's arrival at Blue Island Station, Li Yin and Xiao Shuyan organized the passengers to disembark. After changing into casual attire in the soft sleeper car, the 6 of them, along with Yang Bin, exited the station. As they emerged, they were greeted by Ding Dapeng and others who had been waiting outside. Noticing the presence of 6 or 7 individuals, Li Yin smiled and approached Ding Dapeng for a handshake, exclaiming, Mr. Ding, you've gone above and beyond. I scarcely know what to say. Ding Dapeng replied, Conductor Li, I am one who enjoys making friends and believes in following through on my commitments. You have all shown me such warmth. I cannot be lacking in my hospitality. Let us head to the car first, and I will introduce everyone at the hotel. Ding Dapeng had brought 4 vehicles, a Mercedes-Benz, a Bluebird, a Santana, and a Toyota Bullethead van. The Mercedes belonged to Ding Dapeng, while the Santana was the official vehicle of Director Han. The Bluebird had been driven by several of Ding Dapeng's friends. He invited Li Yin and Su Mingyang, along with the other 4, into the Toyota Bullethead van, and the entire convoy made its way to the Blue Island Premium Seafood City. Upon arriving at the Blue Island Premium Seafood City, they entered an opulent private dining room, featuring a large round table that could accommodate 17 or 18 people. To exhibit his sincerity, Ding Dapeng had arranged an extravagant gathering, bringing along 5 friends, 3 women and 2 men, who were prominent figures in various fields within Blue Island. Director Han had also brought a friend, bringing their total to 8. After everyone introduced themselves, Ding Dapeng arranged for seating, ensuring a mix of guests. He sat with Director Han, while Li Yin sat alongside her deputy, Xiao Shuyan. Su Mingyang found herself seated next to Director Han's friend, who was introduced as the chief editor of the Blue Island Publishing House, with the surname L, though Su Mingyang did not recall his full name. To her right sat a striking woman in her 30s, a business owner in the cosmetics industry. However, with so many introductions, Su Mingyang failed to remember her name as well. Chapter 069. Unexpected gains. Whether or not she remembered their names mattered little. They were all there to support Ding Dapeng. None were officials, but rather distinguished figures in the business realm, existing in a world far removed from the lives of the train attendants. Su Mingyang maintained a tranquil mindset regarding the potential for future interactions. Once all the guests had arrived, the hotel began serving the dishes. After a series of 5 or 6 courses, Ding Dapeng gestured for the servers to pour drinks. Being quite particular, he insisted on serving Wulianya. When Sun Hongmei expressed her inability to drink baijiu, he waved his hand with a smile, saying, Little sister, just pour a glass. If you cannot drink it, you can find someone to drink on your behalf. Consequently, Sun Hongmei reluctantly withdrew her hand, allowing the server to pour the drink. In truth, she is not entirely averse to drinking white liquor. Rather, she typically abstains, only indulging in beer on special occasions. When in the company of Li Yin, she is always shielded by her. In today's setting, with Li Yin remaining silent, Sun Hongmei instinctively understands that it is a cue for her to limit her consumption. Once the drinks are poured, Ding Dapeng refrains from mentioning alcohol. Instead, he gestures to Yang Bin. Understanding the signal, Yang Bin rises to retrieve 6 exquisitely packaged boxes from a bag set aside, placing them on the table before Ding Dapeng. Ding Dapeng declares, Before we partake in drinking, Allow me to present each of you, including Captain Li, with a small gift. I sincerely hope you will find joy in it. He then hands one of the boxes to Li Yan, while Yang Bin distributes the remaining ones to Su Mingyang and the others. As Li Yan opens her box, she discovers it contains a mobile phone, which at that time, even a digital one, costs over 1,000 yuan, equivalent to her 2-month salary. She hurriedly returns the phone to Ding Daping, exclaiming, "Mr. Ding, this gift is far too generous. We cannot accept it." The others, upon witnessing the mobile phone Ding Daping has gifted, are taken aback. At that juncture, the mobile phone symbolizes a new and luxurious trend. In Longjiang, only individuals of high status or considerable wealth could afford such devices. For people like them, who earn a salary, even the thought of possessing one seemed unattainable. Ding Daping's extravagant gesture of presenting 6 phones leaves them both exhilarated and bewildered, prompting them to look towards Li Yan for guidance. Observing her reaction, they all echo in agreement. "Indeed, this is far too extravagant. We cannot accept such a gift." Ding Daping gestures for silence and, with a smile, says, "Please, do not be hasty in your refusals. Allow me to finish my explanation." Once silence prevails, he continues, "First and foremost, these phones are produced by our company, Haitong Group, under the Haitong brand. Secondly, these phones are not genuine products. They were deemed substandard during factory inspections and, as such, hold little monetary value. Most importantly, while these phones do possess minor defects, they are fully functional. Therefore, I implore you not to decline. Consider it a token of my goodwill, and you may take them home as mere toys." Ding Daping, a man of propriety, understands that such generous treatment on the train necessitates reciprocation. His prior arrangement with Yang Bin to board the train one station early was deliberate. During their conversation, he learned that the entire team comprises around 40 to 50 individuals. Thus, when inviting Li Yan, he hoped she would not bring along too many companions. Had she arrived with a dozen or more people, it would have seemed rather inconsiderate. Ding Daping had initially prepared only 8 phones. If Li Yan brought no more than 8 guests, he would bestow one upon each. However, should the number exceed 8, the phones would naturally not be distributed. Of course, the phones were not the substandard products he suggested. He framed his description merely to facilitate acceptance by Li Yan and the others. As the general manager of a subsidiary under the group, acquiring a few phones posed no challenge. When Ding Daping learns from Yang Bin that Li Yan has brought only 6 individuals this evening, he cannot help but regard her with newfound respect. Her ability to navigate social situations with grace and discernment is truly commendable. Upon his arrival, he noticed that 5 out of the 6 individuals present were acquaintances he had encountered on the train, the only exception being the assistant train manager, Xiao Xuan, whom he had not previously met. However, as the train conductor, Li Yan's decision to bring her was entirely justified. When Li Yan attempted to decline the gesture once more, he endeavored to find every conceivable reason to persuade her and the others to accept. Li Yan remarked, "Director Ding, we truly cannot accept this. Initially, I had no intention of attending this meal, but considering your generous nature, it would seem discourteous not to join. Therefore, we shall partake in this meal, but the gifts must not be accepted." Ding Daping responded, "Conductor Li, you misunderstand. I have already stated that these items are substandard products, merely intended as keepsakes for everyone. If you refuse, it would imply a lack of respect towards me, Ding Daping. I might as well destroy them right here." Director Han quickly interjected, "Conductor Li, when we traveled together, you treated us with such warmth without expecting anything in return. As Director Ding has mentioned, these gifts are not purchased, but rather a token of his goodwill. You should accept them, otherwise, Ding's temper might lead to unfortunate consequences." Seeing the sincere intent in Ding Daping's offer and the eager gazes of her companions, Li Yan finally acquiesced, saying, "Very well. Since both Director Ding and Director Han have expressed it so, to persist in refusal would be inconsiderate. Thank you, Director Ding." Upon hearing Li Yan's acceptance, Ding Daping joyfully raised his glass, declaring, "Now that is the spirit. Over time, you will come to understand my character. Come, let us drink." The wine was exquisite, and the seafood was of the highest quality. As the wine flowed, the atmosphere grew lively, and soon everyone began to engage in their own conversations, toasting with those nearby. Lu Mingxin, who accompanied Director Han to support Ding Daping, naturally urged his companion Su Mingyang to drink. The two conversed warmly as they drank. Su Mingyang, upon learning that Lu Mingxin was the editor-in-chief of Blue Island Publishing, felt a surge of excitement. He had been troubled about finding a publishing avenue for his novel. underworld tyrant. Director Han had placed Lu Mingxin at his side, fully aware that Blue Island Publishing would not print such popular novels. Nevertheless, as the chief editor, Lu must be acquainted with various publishers. If he could introduce Su to a couple of them, his novel would stand a chance of being published. With this thought in mind, Su Mingyang initiated a conversation with Lu Mingxin, asking, "Editor Lu, what genres does your publishing house cover?" Lu Mingxin replied, "We publish a variety of genres. Are you looking to publish a book, young man?" Su Mingyang hastily clarified, No. A friend of mine has written 2 popular novels, akin to Hong Kong's underworld stories like Shuem Meili, and he seeks publishers to explore opportunities. If you have contacts with any publishers, could you kindly share their information with me?" Lu Mingxin smiled. "That's quite simple. I will provide you with a few publisher contacts right away." As he spoke, Lu Mingxin reached for his bag, retrieved a small notebook, and began to search through it, soon saying, "Young man, please take note of these." Su Mingyang, feeling somewhat embarrassed, admitted, "Editor LV, I haven't brought a pen or paper. I'll borrow some from the waiter shortly." LV Mingxin replied, "No need for that. I have some here." With that, he produced a fountain pen from his suit pocket and tore a blank page from his address book, handing it to Su Mingyang. "Thank you," Su Mingyang said as he took the pen and twisted it open, while LV Mingxin dictated. The individual in question was named Zhang Xiaoqiang, possessing both a landline and a pager number, as well as a mobile phone, indicating he was quite a formidable figure. Glancing at the area code, Su Mingyang realized he did not recognize it, but it was certainly not from Blue Island. LV Mingxin continued, "Zhang Xiaoqiang was my classmate in university, also studying Chinese. After graduation, he worked at the East China People's Publishing House, eventually rising to the position of department head. However, 2 years ago, he took a leave of absence to venture out on his own, focusing on publishing popular novels, and he even released a book by the name of Shuem Meili, which has done quite well. When you contact him, just mention my name. At the very least, he'll take a look at your friend's manuscript. Whether he decides to publish it will depend on its potential for profit." Su Mingyang quickly replied, I understand. LV Mingxin then provided Su Mingyang with contact information for 2 publishers, one in the capital and the other in Jianghan. Although he only had a casual acquaintance with these publishers, familiarity was of little consequence when profit was at stake. After all, merchants are driven by gain, and many have no qualms about severing ties with kin if there is a financial incentive. In his previous life, Su Mingyang had known a few publishers, but in this life, he was completely in the dark, knowing none. Encountering editor LV and obtaining the contact details of several publishers was an unexpected boon, filling him with excitement. He then raised 3 glasses of liquor to toast in gratitude to editor LV, who, in turn, sipped from his glass 3 times. Having already consumed a fair amount of alcohol, including the potent 53-proof Wuliangya, which amounted to over 2 liang after 3 additional glasses, Su Mingyang began to feel lightheaded, perceiving double images of those around him. Realizing he had indulged too much, he knew that if he continued drinking, he would inevitably collapse under the table. When Mr. Ding and the others pressed him to drink more, he resorted to feigning intoxication, slumping over the table, unresponsive to any calls. Seeing Su Mingyang inebriated, Li Yin came to his defense, explaining that he was only 19 years old, still a child. Coupled with LV Mingxin's remark about his earlier 3 glasses, the group decided to let him be. The atmosphere at the dining table was vibrant, with both parties thoroughly enjoying themselves, continuing to drink until 11 p.m. The dining car manager, Yang Dali, and head chef, Lu Shueqiang, assisted Su Mingyang into the business vehicle, and it was not until they arrived at the apartment that he pretended to regain some clarity, struggling to ascend the stairs alone. However, Li Yin, feeling concerned, insisted that Yang Dali and Lu Shueqiang escort him back to his room. His roommates, Gao Lijun and Lin Dai, were already asleep. Although Su Mingyang was not excessively intoxicated, he felt dazed and, after undressing, collapsed onto the bed, sleeping soundly until 6:30 the next morning. A fine wine is indeed a fine wine. After indulging the previous evening, upon awakening the next morning, one finds their mind untroubled and refreshingly clear, devoid of any lingering haze. Su Mingyang rose from his slumber, performed several chest expansion exercises, donned a tank top and shorts, and descended to the bathing area to enjoy a refreshing shower. Following this, he made his way to the dining area for breakfast before returning to his room to tidy up. With his backpack slung over his shoulders, he proceeded to Han Yuhua's room to find her, preparing to head to the storage area together. The apartment consisted of quad-share rooms, and Han Yuhua's room was fully occupied by 4 individuals. Su Mingyang's room, on the other hand, housed only 3 due to the scarcity of male members in their team. The train conductors and inspectors had their own accommodations and did not share quarters with the passenger crew. Han Yuhua had already organized her belongings and awaited Su Mingyang's arrival for their joint venture to the storage area. Meanwhile, the other 3 occupants of the room remained lazily ensconced in their beds, the sweltering weather prompting them to dress lightly and forego blankets. Although a mosquito net provided a semblance of privacy, it could not fully obscure the vibrant springtime allure. As train attendants often traveled extensively, they were accustomed to sharing sleeping quarters, where both genders dressed in a manner that prioritized comfort over modesty. Upon arriving at the apartment, the atmosphere became even more relaxed among the women. Having been on the move for several years, Su Mingyang was hardly fazed by such casualness. Once aboard the train, Su Mingyang tended to the 2 tea kettles, stoking the flames that had simmered overnight. The water within was already warm, and after a vigorous fire was ignited, both kettles reached a boil within half an hour. Train attendants from the sleeper compartments arrived to fill their thermoses with hot water, after which Su Mingyang replenished the kettles and set them to boil once more. There was no rush for these 2 kettles, as long as they boiled before noon. It sufficed. Su Mingyang then ventured into the hard seat compartment to assist Han Yuhua in distributing hot water throughout the carriage. The train comprised 6 hard seat compartments, 2 of which contained tea kettles. Each kettle could only fill 2 thermoses completely, meaning that Han Yuhua's 2 kettles would only suffice for 4 compartments. If the kettles were to boil again for the remaining 2 thermoses, time would be of the essence. However, this posed no challenge for an experienced water supplier. The regulations merely stipulated that hot water must be available during the journey, not that the thermoses must be filled to capacity. Thus, after boiling, she would fill each thermos to about half, ensuring that all 6 contained hot water. Given the limited number of passengers at the time, especially post-breakfast, the demand for water was modest, allowing it to last until the kettles boiled again, at which point she would top off each thermos, ensuring there would be ample hot water for lunchtime. Having assisted Han Yuhua in completing the distribution of hot water in the hard seat compartments, there remained nearly half an hour before departure. Han Yuhua had filled both kettles with water and was boiling them anew. Su Mingyang washed the sweat from his face in the washroom before stepping onto the platform to enjoy the cool breeze. At this juncture, ticket inspections were underway, and passengers began boarding the train in succession. Li Yin, responsible for organizing passenger boarding at the platform, approached Su Mingyang and inquired, "Su Mingyang, are you feeling unwell?" With a smile, Su Mingyang replied, "Carriage chief, I am perfectly fine now. A good sleep has restored me." Li Yin nodded and inquired, "Has the water in the tea kettle on the sleeper train boiled yet?" Su Mingyang replied, "It has long been boiling. The second pot is nearly ready." Chapter 071, Showcasing Talent. Noticing Su Mingyang in the hard seat carriage, Li Yin could not help but ask, "What brings you over here?" Su Mingyang chuckled, "As the train attendant, there's no need to deliver water to the sleeper compartment, so I came over to assist Sister Han with the water delivery. It's rather warm, and I thought I might cool off for a moment." Li Yin nodded approvingly, saying, "Su Mingyang, you are doing wonderfully. Helping others is akin to helping oneself. Sister Han is older. It's good to lend her a hand when you can." Su Mingyang smiled. "Of course, train attendant." The following day, upon the train's arrival at Longjiang, Su Mingyang returned home, took a refreshing bath, and then headed to Xinxi Hair Salon. Upon entering, he discovered only Su Xinxin present and asked, "Xinxin, where is Jechi?" Su Xinxin replied, "Brother Mingyang, your timing isn't ideal. Jechi has gone to Songjiang with her mother and won't be back for 3 to 4 days." Su Mingyang inquired, "What brings her to Songjiang?" Su Xinxin explained, "Her cousin's eldest son is getting married, and her father is unable to leave work, so she accompanied her mother." Su Mingyang questioned, "Why does a wedding require 3 to 4 days? Songjiang isn't far, is it?" Su Xinxin laughed, "Brother Mingyang, weddings in the countryside are quite the affair. Guests typically arrive 2 or 3 days in advance and stay through the festivities, returning only after the celebrations conclude. Some even remain for an additional 3 days post-wedding." Though Su Mingyang was aware of this rural custom, he had never encountered it since his rebirth and had no recollection of such traditions. It was only upon Su Xinxin's explanation that he came to understand. In rural weddings, invitations are usually sent out over a month in advance, and close relatives often arrive days beforehand, staying for meals and accommodations until the wedding festivities are over. The host family welcomes this, as a larger gathering of guests signifies prosperity and happiness. Oh, I see, Su Mingyang replied. Su Xinxin continued. Jechi mentioned that her mother hasn't visited her aunt's home in Songjiang for 4 years. This time, her aunt will surely want her to stay longer. 3 or 4 days to return would be quick. It might even take a week. With a resigned smile, Su Mingyang remarked. It seems I want to see her during this shift. Su Xinxin suggested, if she returns in 3 or 4 days, I'll send Zhang Ming to inform you. If he doesn't come, it means she hasn't returned. Su Mingyang agreed. Well, it seems that's the only option. Brother Mingyang, what delicious treat did you buy for Jechi? Su Xinxin pointed to the bag in Su Mingyang's hand. He gestured towards the bag and said, These are amber peanuts I purchased at Landau. Since Jechi isn't here, I'll share them with you. With that, he handed the bag to Su Xinxin. She eagerly snatched the bag and smiled. Thank you, Brother Mingyang. Without hesitation, she opened it and popped an amber peanut into her mouth, beaming as she exclaimed, Brother Mingyang. These amber peanuts are delightful, sweet, and fragrant. Upon observing Su Xinxin in a state of blissful indulgence, Su Mingyang chuckled and said, Xinxin, enjoy your meal. I must take my leave. With Zhang Jechi absent, Su Mingyang devoted his time during these days off to diligently crafting his narrative of a criminal underworld leader. It was not until the morning of his return to duty that Zhang Ming failed to inform him of Zhang Jechi's return, suggesting she had not yet arrived. When it was time for lunch, he paused his writing, knowing he would soon be departing for his next assignment. Reflecting on his writing accomplishments over the past 5 days, he had penned nearly 70,000 words. Adding this to the 110,000 words he had previously written, he had amassed a total of 180,000 words. His manuscript was approaching its conclusion. Upon returning from this assignment, he intended to write an additional 20,000 words to finalize the work, leaving the remaining time for editing, thus completing the book. 3 days later, upon his return from duty, Su Mingyang visited Qi Lirong's office to peruse the newspapers and check for any correspondence. Aware of his return, Qi Lirong had prepared everything in advance. Upon his arrival, she greeted him with a smile, saying, Xiao Su, I have set aside the newspapers and your letters for you. Please take them home to read. She handed him a stack of newspapers along with the letters enclosed within. Gratefully, Su Mingyang accepted them, exclaiming, Thank you, Secretary Qi. She responded playfully, No need for thanks, Xiao Su. We are beyond formality. She continued, By the way, our team exceeded the communication reporting tasks in the first half of the year, all thanks to your efforts. With the third quarter approaching, I expect you to submit more articles. I am counting on you to fulfill the tasks for the latter half of the year. With a smile, Su Mingyang assured her, Rest assured, Secretary Qi, I will take on the submission tasks for the second half of the year. Your words bring me comfort, Xiao Su. In addition to the rewards from your department, the team will also grant you a bonus. I have already discussed this with Captain Zhou, and she is in agreement. Qi Lirong replied. Thank you, Secretary Qi, Su Mingyang said. And it was only after descending the stairs and arriving in the courtyard that he opened the newspapers to examine the letters. The first thing he noticed was a large envelope from the magazine writer, which appeared to contain a copy of the magazine itself, likely the sample issue meant for him. He hurriedly opened the envelope and found 2 copies of the July edition. Flipping to the table of contents, he spotted his novel, Legacy, alongside his name. Though he had already received notification of his work's acceptance, holding the published magazine brought immense joy to Su Mingyang. Noticing that only 2 copies were sent, he did not return home immediately, but instead headed to the newsstand at the post office, only to discover that the Writer magazine was unavailable. The vendor explained that the magazine had not sold well, with only 5 copies ordered each month last year, and none ordered this year. Disheartened, Su Mingyang left the stand. After returning home and enjoying a meal, he took a shower at the bathhouse. Assuming Zhang Jechi had returned, he changed his clothes and prepared to visit the Xinxi salon. Just as he was about to step out, a sudden inspiration struck him. He rushed back to his room to retrieve the 3 magazines featuring his published novel. He had never mentioned his writing endeavors to Zhang Ming, Su Xinxin, or Zhang Jechi before. In the eyes of ordinary people, a writer still held a sacred status, and he was eager to showcase his talent to Zhang Jechi. Su Mingyang arrived at the Xinxi hair salon, where Su Xinxin greeted him with a smile, saying, Brother Mingyang, are you back from the car ride? Su Mingyang replied with a smile, Yes, my hair has grown long, so I hurried over to style it. He then turned to Zhang Jiaqing and inquired, "Jiaqing, have you returned?" Zhang Jiaqing responded, "Yes, Brother Su, I've been back for several days now." Chapter 072. Moving Hearts. Su Mingyang suggested, "Jiaqing, please wash Brother Mingyang's hair, and I will style it afterward." Zhang Jiaqing pointed to the barber chair in front of her and said, "Brother Su, please take a seat here while I wash your hair." "All right," Su Mingyang agreed. Walking over to the chair and placing the 3 magazines he was holding on the counter, Zhang Jiaqing draped a cape around Su Mingyang and squeezed some shampoo onto his head, beginning the wash. At that moment, Su Mingyang, having no tasks at hand, noticed the magazines on the counter, approached, and picked one up, flipping through it while asking, "Brother Mingyang, did you buy this magazine?" Su Mingyang replied, "No, I brought it from home." Su Mingyang further inquired, "Brother Mingyang, what do you need the magazine for? Do you read it during your free time?" Su Mingyang chuckled and explained, "Not quite. I need to visit the city's Writers Association shortly. Teacher Zhao is introducing me to join the association, and I must show Chairman Zhang my published novels. Only those who have published works in provincial or higher-level magazines can qualify for membership." These words had been carefully crafted by Su Mingyang before arriving at the salon. The teacher Zhao he mentioned was Zhao Chunlei, whom he met during a correspondent training class. Zhao Chunlei had offered to introduce him to the Secretary-General of the Sub-Bureau's Literary Federation, Teacher Gu, who is also the vice-chairman of the Longjiang City Writers Association. Given Su Mingyang's current creative achievements, joining the city's Writers Association was a mere formality. The condition he mentioned about needing to have published works in provincial or higher-level magazines was a clear elevation of the membership criteria. In reality, the threshold for joining the Writers Association is quite low. Merely publishing literary works in provincial or city newspapers or magazines suffices. For instance, if one has published an essay or a few poems in the Longjiang Daily Supplement, they are eligible to join. Although he had not yet become a member, his statement was not a lie. It was merely a matter of time before he would join, and even becoming part of the Provincial Writers Association was within reach. "Really?" Su Mingyang exclaimed in astonishment, asking, "Brother Mingyang, you can write novels?" Su Mingyang nodded with a smile, saying, "Of course, all 3 magazines contain my stories." "Is that true? Let me see," Su Mingyang exclaimed as she began to flip through the pages. However, after a haphazard search, she could not locate Su Mingyang's stories and asked, "Brother Mingyang, where are they?" Su Mingyang chuckled and said, "Mingyang, look at the table of contents. Search for my name there." Su Mingyang flipped to the front of the magazine and scrutinized the table of contents, finally discovering Su Mingyang's name. Excitedly, she exclaimed, "Brother Mingyang, there really is a novel written by you here." Su Mingyang smiled and teased, "Mingyang, did you think I was deceiving you?" Su Mingyang hurriedly replied, No, I have never heard of your talent for writing novels, and Zhang Ming has never mentioned that you could write either." Su Mingyang chuckled and replied, "Writing novels is merely a hobby, a rather commonplace pursuit. Would I go around proclaiming that I am a novelist?" Su Mingyang interjected, "Not at all. I believe that those whose works are published in magazines are truly remarkable individuals, far beyond the reach of ordinary folks like us. I never imagined you could write novels and become an author. I truly admire you." Su Mingyang smiled, saying, "There are countless individuals who can write novels. There is nothing to be in awe of." Su Mingyang continued, "I envy those who are cultured. If I could tell others that my friend is a writer whose stories have graced newspapers and magazines, I would feel quite proud." Su Mingyang laughed. "Oh, you. What can I say about you?" Su Mingyang asked. "Mingyang, aside from these 3 stories, what else have you written?" Su Mingyang replied, "I have penned numerous articles, novels, essays, and reports, having published dozens in the Liaoqing Railway News and the People's Railway News." "Really? So many?" Su Mingyang exclaimed. "I've heard that writing articles comes with remuneration. You must have earned quite a bit." She asked curiously. Su Mingyang responded, "The earnings from my articles are modest. Altogether, they amount to about 500 to 600. However, my organization rewards me handsomely for reports. In the first half of the year, I could receive over 2,000. Wow, that's impressive." Su Mingyang gazed at Su Mingyang with starry eyes. Zhang Jiaqing, overhearing the conversation between Su Mingyang and Su Mingyang, slowed her movements as she washed hair. She was astonished to learn that Su Mingyang's novels had been published in magazines, a truth she found hard to believe. The idea that he could write novels and was about to join the Writers Association was something she had never anticipated. The notion of being an author felt so distant from her reality. Zhang Jiaqing finally paused. shaking off the foam from her hands, and said, "Sister Xinshin, let me see the novels written by Brother Su." Su Xinshin replied, "Hurry up and finish washing Mingyang's hair. Afterward, when I style his hair, you can take a look." "No, I want to see them now," she insisted, reaching for the magazine in Su Xinshin's hands. Su Xinshin quickly said, "Jechi, it's not that I'm unwilling to let you see them. Didn't T. Mingyang just mention that he is going to the City Writers Association? We must finish our work promptly so he can go. We can't delay his joining the association." "All right." Zhang Jiechi finally resumed her task, her movements noticeably quicker. After thoroughly washing Su Mingyang's hair, she waited for him to sit in Su Xinshin's styling chair before eagerly grabbing the magazine to peruse its pages. As she gazed upon the fragrant, ink-laden words, the scales of her judgment began to tip in favor of Su Mingyang, though she typically shied away from pure literary works, finding them challenging to comprehend. Today she found herself immersed in the world he had crafted, deeply moved by his narrative. However, having read only 2 out of the 3 stories, Su Xinshin had already completed styling Su Mingyang's hair and urged him to leave. "Brother Mingyang, your hairstyle is done. Hurry to the City Writers Association. We mustn't delay this important matter." Observing Su Xinshin's anxious demeanor, Su Mingyang had no choice but to respond, "All right, I shall go at once." Zhang Jiaqing reluctantly handed over the magazine she held to Su Mingyang, saying, "Brother Su, please hurry, and when you have time, bring it back for me to read." Su Mingyang accepted the magazine with a smile, assuring her, "Certainly, Jiaqing. I will retrieve it for you after I finish my business at the Writers Association." He waved goodbye to the 2 of them and departed on his motorcycle. However, Su Mingyang did not head to the Writers Association. Instead, he returned home, entered his modest room, and opened his computer to commence writing the concluding segment of Underworld Overlord. He had long since contemplated the ending, and writing it flowed seamlessly. Beginning at 3:30 in the afternoon, he paused only for dinner, continuing until 1:30 in the early hours, at which point he completed the entire manuscript. Exhausted, he had no inclination to glance at it again. After a brief wash-up, he retired to bed, intending to make final revisions and polish it upon awakening. For Su Mingyang, sleeping at 1:30 was not considered late, as he arose before 9 the next morning. After breakfast, he sat before his computer to amend the manuscript, working diligently until 5 in the afternoon. He then freshened up, took 3 magazines, and set out for Xinchi Hair Salon. Upon seeing Su Mingyang arrive, Su Xinshin could not contain herself, exclaiming, "Brother Mingyang, why did you vanish after leaving yesterday? You only just reappeared. How did your matter turn out?" Su Mingyang, fully aware that Su Xinshin was referring to his application to join the Writers Association, smiled and replied, "I was attending to that today. I even treated them to a meal at noon. I just woke up, you see." Su Xinshin inquired eagerly, "Brother Mingyang, did it go through?" Su Mingyang grinned and affirmed, "Indeed, it has been approved. Generally, joining the Writers Association entails receiving a membership card, and while Su Mingyang was confident he would obtain it, he could not present it at that moment. Thus, he merely stated that it had passed review, deliberately omitting the mention of the card itself. Should they inquire about it, he could easily attribute the delay to the processing time. Upon hearing this, Su Xinshin joyfully exclaimed, "That's wonderful. Brother Mingyang will truly be a writer from now on." Zhang Jiaqing, who had been listening to their conversation, felt a surge of happiness upon learning that Su Mingyang had been approved. With a smile, she said, "Brother Su, let me see the magazine. I happen to have no work at the moment. Here, which one would you like to see?" Su Mingyang offered, extending the magazines towards Zhang Jiaqing. Noticing that neither of them mentioned the membership card, he realized they were unaware of the procedure, and he silently sighed in relief. Zhang Jiaqing replied, "I wish to see any of them. I want to read all of your novels." Hearing this, Su Mingyang felt a rush of excitement. The effectiveness of his strategy was unmistakable. Zhang Jiaqing's attitude was a form of acknowledgement, a subtle expression of her support for him. He hastily responded, "Look as much as you like. Whenever I publish a new novel, I will be sure to bring it to you first." Su Xinshin chimed in, "Brother Mingyang, now that you are a writer, shouldn't you treat us?" Su Mingyang hurriedly exclaimed, "Indeed, indeed. There's no time like the present. Let us dine tonight. I shall treat you all to a meal. Choose any restaurant you desire, and whatever dishes you wish to indulge in." Su Xinshin, brimming with excitement, replied, "That sounds wonderful. I want to have guobao roe, crispy chicken, and candied sweet potatoes." Su Mingyang chuckled, "Very well, the hair salon is currently free of clients, so we shall set off now." Zhang Jiaqing interjected, No, no. I have a regular customer scheduled to arrive at 6 for a hairstyle, so I can't go. Upon hearing this, Su Mingyang remembered she also had a client booked for 6:30, and she said, I'm sorry, Mingyang, but I too have a customer arriving at 6:30. Su Mingyang inquired, What time will you be finished? Su Mingyang replied, The earliest would be 7:30, but it could stretch to 8. Su Mingyang remarked, That is rather late. Most restaurants will be closing by then. Zhang Jiaqing suggested, How about this? Let us meet at 8 in front of the station to enjoy grilled fish and beer. By that time, Zhang Ming should be back as well. This evening, it will be my treat. Su Mingyang quickly responded, No, we can go for grilled fish. But you need not treat us. Su Mingyang chimed in happily, Great, I love grilled fish too. While Su Mingyang engaged in light conversation with the two at the salon, a customer arrived, prompting Zhang Jiaqing and Su Mingyang to begin their work. Su Mingyang stood up, saying, You both carry on. I shall return home for a bit and come back before 8. Oh, Jiaqing, please make sure to keep my 3 magazines safe. I intend to keep them. So do not misplace them. Zhang Jiaqing assured, Of course, Su Gu, I will ensure they are kept safe. She then placed the 3 magazines into the drawer beneath the counter. Upon returning home, Su Mingyang resumed revising his novel. His pace of editing was swift. Over the past 100 days, he had refined roughly a quarter of the manuscript. After more than 2 hours, he had produced over 30,000 words. Noticing it was already 7:40, he shut his computer and headed back to the salon. Upon arrival, Zhang Ming had already returned. Upon learning about Su Mingyang's ability to write novels, he expressed his astonishment. Zhang Jiaqing had finished her work and was tidying up. After a short wait, Su Mingyang also completed her tasks, closed the window shutters, locked the door, and the 3 of them made their way to the station. After enjoying grilled fish and beer at the station, they escorted Zhang Jiaqing home, and Su Mingyang returned home at 11:30. Exhausted from the day and having consumed quite a bit of beer, he decided against continuing his novel revisions, freshened up, and retired to bed for a restful night. The following day, Su Mingyang resumed his editing at home. Around 9 in the morning, he heard a knock at the door. Rising to answer, he found that his father, Su Zhigua, had already opened the door. Zhang Xiaotian stood at the entrance and inquired, Is this the residence of Su Mingyang? Su Zhigua, noticing Zhang Xiaotian's plump and amiable appearance, replied, Yes, that is correct. And you are? Zhang Xiaotian promptly introduced himself. I am Zhang Xiaotian, here to speak with Mingyang about a matter. Upon hearing Zhang Xiaotian's arrival, Su Mingyang quickly emerged from his room, looking at Zhang Xiaotian and saying, Xiaotian, what brings you here? Come in. He then offered Zhang Xiaotian a pair of slippers. Zhang Xiaotian slipped on his slippers and followed Su Mingyang into the small room, handing over his university acceptance letter with excitement, saying, Brother Mingyang, look, my acceptance letter has arrived. That's wonderful. Let me see. Su Mingyang replied enthusiastically as he took the acceptance letter and began to peruse it. It was from Spring City University of Technology, with a major in the Department of Electronic Information Engineering. With a smile, Su Mingyang remarked, Xiaotian, that's an excellent major. Electronic information is indeed the direction of future development. Zhang Xiaotian replied with exuberance, Brother Mingyang, this is the best department at Spring City University. If it weren't for you, I might not have even gotten into university, let alone into the best department. Su Mingyang chuckled, Xiaotian, you shouldn't say that. It's still your solid academic foundation. Otherwise, even the best essay wouldn't score more than 40 points. By the way, you didn't come just to express your gratitude, did you? Zhang Xiaotian explained, Of course. Gratitude is part of it. Tomorrow evening, my mother is hosting a teacher appreciation banquet. Besides inviting my teachers, she insists that you must be there. All right, Xiaotian. What time and where will it be held? Su Mingyang agreed readily, knowing he could not refuse an invitation from Zhou Jing. Zhang Xiaotian replied, The restaurant hasn't been decided yet, but I'll let you know once it's confirmed. My mother said she wants to express her gratitude to you properly. Upon hearing this, Su Mingyang quickly interjected, Xiaotian, please tell your mother that she has already expressed her gratitude, and I would prefer to forego any additional thanks. If she insists, I might find it difficult to continue. Zhang Xiaotian shrugged, I can't control that. Just follow my mother's wishes. Seeing Zhang Xiaotian's attitude, Su Mingyang realized it was futile to argue and conceded. All right then, I'll speak with your mother when we meet tomorrow. Brother Mingyang, look at you. You've got your own personal computer. Zhang Xiaotian exclaimed enviously as he noticed Su Mingyang's computer. Su Mingyang chuckled. It's merely a second-hand 386 computer, a bit of a clunker. But it serves its purpose. Zhang Xiaotian grinned. Having a computer at all is impressive. Many can't even afford a second-hand one. Su Mingyang explained. I primarily use it for writing, as I tend to produce a lot of content. Writing by hand can be quite exhausting. Feeling a bit shy, Zhang Xiaotian admitted. Brother Mingyang, I've never even touched a computer before. Su Mingyang encouraged him. Xiaotian, you're studying electronic information engineering. Once you're in university, you'll be surrounded by computers all day. Soon, you'll become an expert. Zhang Xiaotian responded. Once I learn, I hope my mother will buy me one too. After chatting a while longer, Zhang Xiaotian took his leave. Su Mingyang returned to revising his novel, intending to finish it today, utilizing both daytime and evening hours. Before contacting editor Liu regarding the recommended Zhang Xiaotian to see if the novel could be sold. Later that evening, after dinner, Su Mingyang continued working on his novel, having revised more than half of it already, estimating that he would complete the revisions by midnight. He had even decided on the title for his next work, The Eagle of the Underworld, as he planned a trilogy about the underworld, followed by the Dragon of the Underworld. Although he had yet to draft an outline, the story was already vivid in his mind. Writing such novels was second nature to him, a skill he possessed effortlessly. At 7:30 in the evening, just as dusk began to settle, a series of knocks echoed through the air. Li Shuang, who was watching television in the living room, rose and approached the door, inquiring. Who is it? She peered through the peephole. Outside stood Zhou Jing, along with her husband Zhang Tianxiang and their son Zhang Xiaotian. She called out cheerfully, Sister-in-law, it's me. Open the door. Due to the dim light in the corridor, Li Shuang could not clearly discern who was outside. However, upon hearing the term of endearment, she felt a sense of familiarity and thus opened the door. She was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the trio carrying an assortment of gifts. Although she recognized Zhou Jing, with whom she had previously worked in the same team. Zhou's husband was a conductor and she was a salesperson. It had been over a decade since they last met, so she was uncertain about the identities of Zhou's husband and son. Xiao Zhou, is that you? Li Shuang exclaimed, quickly recalling that Zhou Jing was the team leader of her son, Su Mingyang. Sister-in-law, you still remember me? That's wonderful. Is Director Su at home? Zhou Jing replied with a smile, peering into the room. Su Zhigua, who was also watching television in the living room, turned at the sound and, upon recognizing Zhou Jing, stood up to greet her with a smile, saying, Zhou Jing, it's you. What brings you here? Zhou Jing beamed. Director Su, your son Su Mingyang has been tutoring my son in composition. This time, his scores have significantly improved. Not only did he gain admission to university, but he also secured a place in the best department. Our family has come specifically to express our gratitude. Su Zhigua and Li Shuang were aware that Su Mingyang had been assisting Zhou Jing's son Zhang Xiaotian with his writing, but they were unaware of the outcome. Seeing the elaborate gesture of thanks from Zhou Jing's family, they understood that Zhang Xiaotian's composition must have performed admirably. Su Zhigua hastily replied, it was merely a matter of helping with some composition guidance. There's no need for such formality. Upon hearing that Captain Zhou had arrived, Su Mingyang quickly emerged from his room, smiling as he said, Captain, you're here. Please come in. Realizing that there was no way to prevent them from entering now that they had come, he ushered the family into the house. Noticing Zhang Xiaotian's beaming expression, Su Mingyang understood that the visit was a follow-up after his earlier reconnaissance in the morning. Once Zhou Jing's family was seated on the sofa in the living room, Li Shuang busily prepared tea for them. Zhou Jing and her family placed their gifts one by one onto the tea table. 2 packs of Lianyu cigarettes, 2 packs of soft Zhonghua cigarettes, 2 bottles of Maotai liquor, and a suit from the Dafahao brand. The soft Zhonghua cigarettes and Maotai liquor were sourced from Zhou Jing's own stock, while the Lianyu cigarettes were purchased specifically for Su Mingyang. The Dafahao suit, priced at over 500 yuan, was nearly equivalent to her monthly salary. She had made a special inquiry about Su Mingyang's uniform size in the materials department to ensure it would fit him perfectly, as she sincerely wished to express her gratitude for the pivotal role Su Mingyang played in her son's academic success, which had resolved a significant concern in her life. Upon seeing the valuable gifts Zhou Jing had brought, Su Zhigua quickly said, Zhou Jing, Mingyang didn't exert much effort in tutoring your child. There is truly no need for such lavish gifts. We appreciate your kindness, but we cannot accept all these items. Su Zhigua, having spent his career in the railway industry and retiring as the head of safety, though he adhered to traditional values, was not oblivious to the nuances of human interaction. Zhou Jing is the direct superior of her son, and, to some extent, holds the reins of his destiny. It is only natural for subordinates to serve their leaders. Yet there are instances where some wish to assist their superiors without reciprocation. If a leader remembers such gestures and offers support in times of need, that is already commendable. It is not customary for leaders to accept gifts from their subordinates, hence Zhou Jing's stance is resolute. Director Su, she implored, allow me to explain. My son, Xiaodian, has struggled with essay writing since childhood. In his senior year, his writing scores have been abysmal. Out of a possible 40 points, he barely scrapes together 14 or 15. I have hired several renowned language teachers for him, yet he remains unresponsive. His highest score thus far has been a mere 17. After your son Mingyang tutored him, Xiaodian claimed he finally understood, and his essay scores soared. If it weren't for this year's college entrance examination, where he achieved 38 points in writing, he might not even have qualified for university, a matter of utmost significance for his future. Surely, it is not unreasonable for me to express my gratitude with a token of appreciation? Su Zhiguo replied, as your former trained conductor and now director. Heed my words. We appreciate your intentions, but you must take the gifts back. Your child will need ample funds for university. Zhou Jing, with utmost sincerity, countered Director Su. Our family has come with genuine intentions to thank Su Mingyang. This is merely a token of our appreciation, and you must accept it. Chapter 075. Teacher Appreciation Dinner. The Zhou family arrived at Su Zhiguo's door with gifts in hand, and he immediately sensed their heartfelt sincerity, putting him in a difficult position as he truly could not accept them. After some contemplation, he said, Zhou Jing, I understand your family's genuine intentions, but Mingyang has only provided a small favor. How can we accept such an extravagant gift? Moreover, Mingyang will continue to work under your leadership, and it would not reflect well if others were to learn of this. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jing grasped the underlying concerns of Su Zhiguo. Having worked alongside him for several years, she knew his principles well. Once he set his mind on something, it was nearly impossible to sway him. Thus, she decided to apply a bit of pressure. Director Su, she asserted, your words place me in a difficult position. For our family, my son's admission to university is monumental. You must allow me to express my gratitude, otherwise, it will weigh on my conscience for a lifetime. Su Mingyang is exceptionally talented, and during his time serving as a water supply worker, he has received excellent feedback. If you wish to assist him, you must accept this gift. I will do my utmost to look after him. Otherwise, I shall no longer concern myself with his affairs. Zhou Jing's message was clear and direct. Should you accept the gift, I will support Su Mingyang within my capabilities. If you refuse, I will no longer be involved. Though her words were firm, they conveyed her family's sincere intentions. Your son has rendered us significant assistance, and if you do not permit me to express my gratitude, I will feel a profound discomfort. You must allow me to release this joyous sentiment. Upon hearing this, Su Zhiguo hesitated, acutely aware that refusing the gift today would be unwise. He glanced at the remarkably quiet Su Mingyang, realizing that his son was becoming increasingly exceptional. With proper guidance, Su Mingyang's future accomplishments would undoubtedly surpass his own. Su Zhiguo understood the critical nature of the initial stages in a person's journey. A single misstep could lead to a series of errors, and this pivotal moment rested in the hands of Zhou Jing. The current water supplier was assigned by her, and should she decide to withdraw her support in a fit of anger, it would jeopardize his son's prospects. With this thought, Su Zhiguo finally reached a resolution. He smiled and said, Zhou Jing, your family's sincerity has truly touched me. It would be inappropriate for me to persist in refusing. Therefore, I shall accept this on behalf of Mingyang. Upon hearing Su Zhiguo's agreement, Zhou Jing felt an overwhelming sense of relief. As if a dam holding back her joy had suddenly burst, releasing a torrent of happiness. Ecstatically, she remarked, Director Su, the gift is but a trifle. What truly matters is the sentiment behind it. No matter how extravagant my offering, it pales in comparison to the immense hope and joy that Su Mingyang has brought to our family. Su Zhiguo chuckled, you flatter me, you flatter me. At that moment, Li Shuang hurriedly interjected, Captain Zhou, please, have some tea. Everyone tea. Zhou Jing enthusiastically replied, yes, yes, let us enjoy some tea. Tianxiang, come and drink some tea. As she spoke, she lifted her teacup and began to sip slowly, with her husband Zhang Tianxiang quickly following suit. Noticing that the chubby Zhang Xiaodian had not touched his tea, Su Mingyang understood that he was unaccustomed to it. He retrieved a chilled can of Coca-Cola from the refrigerator and offered it to him, saying, Xiaodian, here, have this. Upon seeing the ice-cold cola, Zhang Xiaotian beamed and eagerly accepted it. With a satisfying pop, he opened the can and guzzled several large mouthfuls, exclaiming with delight, "This is refreshing. Mingyang, you truly know me best." His remark elicited laughter from everyone, instantly lightening the atmosphere. The two families engaged in conversations centered around the children, and it was not until nearly 9 p.m. that Zhou Jing's family rose to take their leave. Before departing, Zhou Jing informed Su Mingyang that the teacher's appreciation banquet would be held the following evening at 5:30 p.m. at Silong Restaurant, urging him to be punctual. Su Mingyang readily agreed, accompanying Zhou Jing's family to the downstairs. She took the opportunity to remind him of some work-related matters before they finally bid farewell. Upon returning home, Su Zhiguo was deep in thought, gazing at the pile of gifts with concern. Seeing Su Mingyang return, he remarked, "Mingyang, what do you think about Zhou Jing insisting on giving so many things? Refusing is one thing, but it may complicate matters in the future." Su Mingyang replied with a smile, "Dad, it's not as complicated as you think. When Captain Zhou hosts the graduation banquet, I can simply reciprocate with a more generous gift." Su Zhiguo pondered for a moment and conceded, "For now, that seems to be the only solution." Su Mingyang added, "Previously, Captain Zhou gifted me 2 packs of soft Zhonghua cigarettes. I couldn't refuse, so I accepted them, thinking that whenever she has a significant occasion in the future, I can return the favor. What other choice do we have?" Su Zhiguo acknowledged, "Very well. These gifts are from Zhou Jing to you. You should keep them." Su Mingyang concluded, "All right, I will put away the cigarettes and the suit, but you can keep the 2 bottles of matai for yourself." Su Zhiguo does not smoke and has no particular hobbies. He simply enjoys a drink now and then. The 2 bottles of matai that Su Mingyang intends to gift to his father are undoubtedly meant for him. Su Zhiguo remarked, "Such fine liquor would be wasted on me. It is better that you keep it. When you need to give gifts in the future, it will save you from spending money." Su Mingyang chuckled, "Dad, what do you mean it would be wasted on you? Isn't liquor meant to be consumed? It is precisely because it is matai that I want you to enjoy it. Giving it to someone else would indeed be a waste." Su Zhiguo felt immense joy at his son's filial piety, but still insisted, such exquisite liquor should not be consumed so casually. Su Mingyang replied, "Then save it for the new year." Li Shuang added, Exactly. Since your son has given it to you, you should keep it." The arrival of Zhou Jing's family delayed Su Mingyang for over an hour, and by the time he finished revising his novel manuscript, it was already past 3 in the morning. After rising around 9 the next morning, he began printing, taking over 2 hours to complete the task. The novel, comprising 200,000 words, was formatted in 5-point song typeface, resulting in more than 160 pages, a substantial stack. He locked the manuscript in a drawer, freshened up, dressed, and headed out. Su Mingyang visited Zhang Jiaqing's hair salon and chatted until after 5 before finally making his way to Silong Restaurant. Silong is a prominent establishment in Taipei, renowned throughout Longjiang City. Its popularity surged after inviting several stunning Russian ladies with golden hair and blue eyes to dance with patrons, leading to a constant full house. Reservations were essential to secure a table. Upon arriving at the private room in Qinghua Garden reserved by Zhou Jing, Su Mingyang found her family already waiting. Inside were 2 guests, a man and a woman, both around 40 years of age. Zhou Jing enthusiastically introduced them. "This is Mr. Wang, Xiaotian's homeroom teacher. And this is Ms. He, who teaches him Chinese." Chapter 076. Seeking guidance, Su Mingyang nodded in acknowledgement to the 2 teachers and smiled. "Hello, Mr. Wang and Ms. He." Zhou Jing continued, introducing Su Mingyang to the teachers. "This is our colleague, Xiao Su, whose full name is Su Mingyang. Ms. He, you asked who has been assisting Xiaotian with his essay writing. It is he who has been guiding him, so I invited him today." He Shorin, Zhang Xiaotian's Chinese teacher, was well aware of the quality of Xiaotian's essays. He had previously tutored him for a period, yet despite his best efforts, there had been no improvement in his writing scores. He had recommended 2 other teachers, who also tutored him for an extended duration, but the results remained unchanged, leading them to concede that the child might simply be lacking in this area. Shorin did not know how many points Zhang Xiaotian scored on his college entrance examination essay. He taught several classes with too many students to monitor individually. It was only upon attending the thank you banquet hosted by Zhang Xiaotian's family that he inquired about his essay score. Hearing from Zhou Jing that Xiaotian had achieved an astonishing 38 points left him utterly astounded, as this was nearly a perfect score. What could possibly account for such a rapid improvement in his writing? Zhou Jing informed him that a colleague from her unit was tutoring him in writing. A colleague renowned for their impressive writing skills and numerous published novels. Under this guidance, Xiaotian experienced a remarkable breakthrough, with his essay scores soaring. Today, this colleague would also attend the teacher appreciation banquet, where they would be introduced. Shorin was eagerly anticipating his encounter with Su Mingyang. Marveling at the ability to enlighten such a stubborn student, it was truly impressive. He had presumed that individuals adept at writing novels would typically be in their 30s or 40s, yet upon meeting Su Mingyang, who appeared to be merely in his 20s, he was taken aback. He promptly extended his hand to shake Su Mingyang's, smiling as he said, "Teacher Su, it is a pleasure to meet you." Su Mingyang quickly replied, "I am honored, truly. Teacher He, you may simply call me Xiao Su." Shorin waved his hand dismissively, stating, "In learning, there is no hierarchy. The accomplished are the true teachers. Please, do not stand on ceremony, Xiao Su." Faced with such a serious teacher, Su Mingyang could only smile and suggest, "Teacher He. Teacher Wang, let us sit down and converse." "Yes, indeed. Let us take a seat and talk." Wang Yafeng, Zhang Xiaotian's homeroom teacher, was intimately familiar with his academic situation. Zhang Xiaotian had exceeded the admission score by over 20 points to gain entry into the Electronic Information Engineering Department at Chongqing Industrial University, much to her surprise. Upon further investigation, she discovered that it was his previously weakest essay that had improved by over 20 points. Since the student had already left school, she could not inquire further until today at the hotel when teacher He asked, revealing that Zhou Jing had arranged a tutor for Zhang Xiaotian. Wang Yafeng was quite intrigued by the remarkably young tutor, eager to learn the methods that had led to such a swift enhancement in Zhang Xiaotian's writing scores. Despite being a mathematics teacher, she was keen to understand techniques that could elevate student performance across all subjects. "Xiao Su, what methods did you employ to achieve such a significant improvement in Zhang Xiaotian's essay scores?" Wang Yafeng inquired, her gaze fixed on Su Mingyang in anticipation of his response. Seeing the earnestness in both teachers, Su Mingyang felt compelled to respond, "I do not possess any extraordinary methods. Perhaps it is simply that I am of a similar age to Xiaotian, which facilitates communication." "Oh, you are only 19 years old this year?" Wang Yafeng exclaimed, astonished, as she was aware of Zhang Xiaotian's age. Shorin interjected, "Xiao Su, you began working at 19? Which school did you graduate from?" Su Mingyang replied with a smile, "Teacher He, I actually started working at 16, taking over my mother's responsibilities. My diploma is from high school, but I effectively only graduated from middle school." Shorin could not help but ask, "You can write novels having only completed middle school? Did you teach yourself?" Su Mingyang affirmed, "Yes. I developed a passion for literary creation, which guided my learning in this field." Shorin then inquired, "What novels have you written, and where have they been published?" Su Mingyang responded, "I have published works in magazines such as Writer, Spring Breeze, and Canhua, as well as in the Liaoqing Railway Journal and the People's Railway Journal." Upon hearing that Su Mingyang's cultural foundation was rather lacking, having only graduated from junior high, Shorin found it hard to believe that he could produce any commendable novels. Perhaps merely some rudimentary pieces. However, when he learned that Su had published stories in well-known provincial magazines such as Writer, Spring Breeze, and Sankaiwa, he was taken aback. As a Chinese language teacher, he was aware that Writer magazine held a prestigious reputation in the national literary community, and being able to publish there indicated that Su's literary skills had reached a commendable level. Consequently, Shorin set aside his initial skepticism and inquired with a smile, "Mr. Su, you mentioned communication and interaction are important, but surely there must be certain methods for guiding composition? I genuinely seek your insights and hope you will share openly." Upon noticing He's probing nature, Su Mingyang had no choice but to respond, "Actually, Mr. He, given Xiaotian's circumstances, I do not possess any remarkable strategies to improve his writing scores in a short period. I can only resort to rudimentary methods. I have devised a technique known as the formulaic method or diagrammatic method. After researching recent college entrance examination essay topics, which predominantly consist of argumentative essays, I have systematized these essays into a formula and represented them visually. This outlines what to write at the beginning, how to develop the body, and how to conclude, allowing one to grasp it at a glance. One merely needs to fill in the content according to the structured segments displayed in the diagram." Shorin nodded, saying, "So, essays can be taught in such a manner? Do you have any other effective methods?" Su Mingyang chuckled, "I am merely a railway worker, not a professional educator. I lack a plethora of effective techniques. This approach is specifically tailored for Xiaoyan's situation. At that moment, the director of the first high school, Li Laixiang, accompanied by two guest teachers, entered the room. Although Li had never taught Zhang Xiaotian, he had a good rapport with Zhou Jing, who had often looked out for Xiaotian during his time at the school, so he was invited today. Upon seeing Director Li, both Teacher Wang and Teacher He rose to greet him. Zhou Jing proceeded to introduce Director Li and the other two teachers to Su Mingyang. Once everyone was acquainted, she busied herself with serving dishes and pouring wine. Zhang Xiaotian took the initiative to pour wine for everyone, thereby interrupting the conversation between he and Su, which had to be paused. The dishes arrived swiftly, and soon 6 plates were presented. Zhou Jing raised her glass, expressing, "I thank all the teachers for attending my son's teacher appreciation banquet today, allowing our family to convey our gratitude to you all." The appreciation banquet was held with much enthusiasm, as Zhou Jing's family continuously expressed their thanks while the teachers praised Zhang Xiaotian, encouraging him to study diligently in college, assuring him he would surely become a valuable individual in the future. When the guests began to engage in private conversations amongst themselves, Shoren finally seized the opportunity to approach Su Mingyang, saying, "Mr. Su, would you consider mentoring a few students and assisting them with their compositions?" Su Mingyang chuckled lightly. "Mr. He, my abilities hardly qualify as even amateur. Assisting Zhang Xiaotian with his writing was akin to forcing a duck onto a perch. It was merely a stroke of luck that allowed his writing scores to improve. I would not be able to effectively mentor students." In his previous life, he had conducted a writing tutorial class, amassing considerable experience. Furthermore, with his innate foresight, he could assure that his students would achieve high scores in their college entrance examination essays. However, he did not regard this as a side endeavor, as he had more pressing matters to attend to, and could only decline politely. Upon hearing Su Mingyang's words, Shoren assumed that Su Mingyang was unaware of the benefits of tutoring students. He hastily exclaimed, "Teacher Su, I can offer the highest tutoring fee, 50 yuan per student each month. Moreover, you would only need to teach on Sundays, for 2 hours per session, totaling 4 to 5 classes a month. It would be a wonderfully easy way to earn a few hundred yuan." Su Mingyang chuckled in response, "Teacher He, I am currently employed as a train attendant on the Blue Island line. The work is quite exhausting, and I must devote my rest time to creative pursuits, leaving me no energy to tutor students. Additionally, we operate on a shift basis, and my rest periods are irregular. Even on holidays, I am required to be on duty. Regrettably, I cannot take this on." Seeing that the prospect of a few hundred yuan per month did not sway Su Mingyang, Shoren recognized that his ambitions lay elsewhere and conceded defeat. He himself managed a writing tutorial class with around 15 to 16 students, among whom 5 or 6, much like Zhang Xiaotian, seemed impervious to any form of tutoring. Thus, he contemplated transferring these students to Su Mingyang, lest they tarnish his reputation. Returning home before 10 o'clock, having indulged in a fair amount of alcohol and completed his manuscript for Underworld Tyrant, Su Mingyang retired early to bed, relishing the rare opportunity for a good night's rest. Rising early the next day, he engaged in some exercise and began drafting the outline for Underworld Eagle, as the story already unfolded vividly in his mind. The outline was straightforward, and he completed it by midday. The previous day, Su Mingyang had considered reaching out to the book merchant Zhang Xiaoqiang, introduced to him by L.V. Mingxin, to promote his work Underworld Tyrant. Aware of the merchant's vibrant nightlife, he knew not to disturb them in the evening. Mornings were typically reserved for slumber, extending past 10 o'clock, and lunchtime often involved further indulgence. Hence, he decided upon a meeting around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, when dinner had not yet commenced and minds were most alert, facilitating smoother discussions. Moreover, promoting his book to Zhang Xiaoqiang required a deft approach. One must not approach them with humility, but rather embody a spirit of persuasion, conveying that his book could yield substantial profits. Only then would they show interest, for otherwise, they would be disinclined to engage. In the afternoon, Su Mingyang took the pager gifted by manager Ding to the Tianhua paging station to complete the network registration. At that time, paging fees were exorbitant. Purchasing a device from the station exempted one from 6 months of fees, while bringing one's own device incurred a fee of 160 yuan for 6 months or 300 yuan for a year. Su Mingyang decisively opted for the annual payment. As the clock approached 4 in the afternoon, Su Mingyang ventured to a small convenience store located far from his home. He dialed Zhang Xiaoqiang's number, careful to keep his writing endeavors concealed from acquaintances. The call connected after 3 or 4 rings, and a voice answered, Hello, who is this? Upon hearing Zhang Xiaoqiang's voice, Su Mingyang sensed a certain buoyancy in his demeanor and replied, Hello, Mr. Zhang. I possess a manuscript that is sure to become a bestseller. I wonder if you might be interested? Zhang Xiaoqiang, a bookseller, naturally had an eye for popular literature, yet Su Mingyang's abrupt introduction left him momentarily perplexed. He quickly interjected. Hold on, before we discuss the book, tell me who you are and how you found me. With a smile, Su Mingyang introduced himself. I am Su Mingyang, writing under the pen name Su Yang. I am a best-selling author, and it was editor LV from Blue Island Publishing who provided me with your contact information. I currently have a manuscript titled The Underworld Overlord, consisting of 200,000 words, which narrates the ascent of a small-time gangster in Hong Kong to the throne of the underworld. The plot is rife with twists and traps, intricately woven together, and absolutely riveting. Zhang Xiaoqiang finally grasped the context of the call. Editor L.V. Mingxin was a university classmate of his, and he trusted the authors recommended by him to possess commendable quality. Intrigued by the content Su Mingyang described, and noting the youthful tone of his voice, he responded, Brother, let's not jump to conclusions about the book's potential. You must first allow me to review the manuscript. Recently, Zhang Xiaoqiang had faced a series of misfortunes in his career. In the early days of his venture, he was elated to secure a manuscript that sold over 30,000 copies. However, since obtaining a manuscript from Xuan Meili at a steep price, one that went on to sell over 600,000 copies, his expectations had soared. He yearned to replicate that success with another work by Xuan Meili, yet the competition among booksellers for her manuscripts was fierce, leaving him with no opportunity to secure another. Disheartened by his inability to acquire works of the same caliber, he had found no interest in manuscripts that boasted print runs of fewer than 50,000 copies. In the past 2 years, he had only published 4 books, each with print runs of 30,000 to 50,000 copies, the highest selling a mere 60,000 copies, barely sustainable. When Su Mingyang approached him with a manuscript that piqued his interest, he was eager to take a look. Su Mingyang asserted, Mr. Zhang, allow me to assure you, this manuscript is on par with Xuan Meili's, if not superior in its ability to immerse readers, evoking an exhilarating sense of satisfaction. Zhang Xiaoqiang, though taken aback by Su Mingyang's bold claim, found his interest piqued. Anyone who dared to claim superiority over Xuan Meili must possess a manuscript of considerable merit. He was now eager to see Su Mingyang's work. With enthusiasm, Su Mingyang asked, Mr. Zhang, where are you located? We can review the manuscript in person. Zhang Xiaoqiang replied, I am in Donghai, brother. I notice your area code suggests you are quite far away. Su Mingyang said, Indeed, I am in Longjiang of Songjiang province. I wonder if Boss Zhang is familiar with this place. Longjiang. I must confess, I am unaware, Zhang Xiaoqiang replied, genuinely ignorant of Longjiang's whereabouts. He suspected it might be a small city and remarked, Brother, you may send the manuscript to me. I shall provide my thoughts after reviewing it. Send the manuscript to you? Are you jesting? Su Mingyang chuckled inwardly. He was merely a novice, and in this era, handing over a manuscript to a publisher was akin to tossing a meat bun to a dog, an endeavor that would yield no return. If the manuscript failed to generate revenue, it would be discarded without a second thought. Conversely, if the manuscript proved profitable, the publisher would simply release the book and reap the rewards, leaving the author with no recourse, as they would provide no substantial proof of ownership. In this day and age, negotiating manuscript deals with publishers was only worthwhile if one were an exceptionally renowned best-selling author. Otherwise, publishers cared little for integrity or commercial ethics. Such ethics were worth their weight in gold. Manuscript discussions should occur face-to-face, where one could scrutinize the work and negotiate the price directly, cash in hand for the manuscript. Authors must never allow their manuscripts to leave their sight. Otherwise, they risk being exploited, their painstakingly crafted works turned into someone else's fortune. With these thoughts in mind, Su Mingyang chuckled and said, Boss Zhang, it is far better to review the manuscript in person. It facilitates your work and assures my peace of mind. Zhang Xiaoqiang's suggestion was merely a test to gauge Su Mingyang's understanding of the industry. Upon hearing Su Mingyang's refusal, he recognized that Su Mingyang possessed a fair grasp of the business. Furthermore, having been introduced by L.V. Mingxin, he felt a flicker of anticipation for Su Mingyang's manuscript. He laughed heartily and replied, Brother, Northeast China is indeed quite distant. I lack the time and means to travel there. Let us consider collaborating another time. Zhang Xiaoqiang retreated strategically. The journey was arduous, and if the manuscript proved unworthy, it would be a waste of both time and travel expenses. Thus, he decided to test Su Mingyang further to see how he would respond, secretly hoping he could send the manuscript to Donghai. Upon hearing Zhang Xiaoqiang's words, Su Mingyang felt a twinge of anxiety. The trip from Donghai to Longjiang spanned 3,000 to 4,000 kilometers, and Longjiang lacked an airport, making the journey arduous, especially for an uncertain manuscript. After a moment's contemplation, he suggested, "Boss Zhang, I will be visiting Blue Island in the coming days. If feasible, we might meet there." Zhang Xiaoqiang's interest was piqued. Although Blue Island was not particularly close to Donghai, it was conveniently accessible by plane in just over an hour. Moreover, he had some business to attend to in Blue Island. If Su Mingyang traveled there, they could meet, and if the manuscript was indeed as promising as claimed, he could profit handsomely. With this in mind, Zhang Xiaoqiang said, "I actually have some matters to attend to in Blue Island. While it is not urgent, I will need to go sooner or later. Brother, when do you plan to arrive in Blue Island?" Su Mingyang was elated by Zhang Xiaoqiang's agreement. If he could present his novel for review, the chances of a successful negotiation would be significantly heightened. He replied, "I will depart the day after tomorrow afternoon and anticipate arriving in Blue Island around 6 o'clock the following evening." Zhang Xiaoqiang pondered for a moment and responded, "All right. I shall visit Blue Island the day after tomorrow. Once you arrive in the evening, do give me a call. By the way, please share your contact information with me." Upon hearing this, Su Mingyang felt an overwhelming excitement and eagerly replied, Sure. I will contact you as soon as I arrive at Blue Island the day after tomorrow. However, I only possess a local phone from Longjiang, which cannot be used outside the region." It was indeed fortunate for Su Mingyang to own a phone, as not everyone could afford a mobile device at that time. Zhang Xiaoqiang contemplated briefly and said, "Brother, let us agree on this. You must bring all your manuscripts. I shall review them and make a decision on the spot. I typically stay at the Haitian Grand Hotel in Blue Island. If you are unable to reach me by phone, you can go directly to the hotel. The front desk will be able to assist you." Su Mingyang smiled and replied, "All right, Boss Zhang, I look forward to seeing you the day after tomorrow evening." With their plans solidified, Su Mingyang felt a wave of joy. Upon returning home, he sat before his computer and began penning his new book, The Eagle of the Underworld, typing until approximately 3 in the morning, producing over 18,000 words. The following day, aside from spending over an hour at the Xinchi hair salon, he dedicated both day and night to writing at home. By the morning of the day he was set to depart, he had amassed over 42,000 words for his new book. Su Mingyang copied the manuscript of The Underworld Tyrant onto a 3.5-inch floppy disk and printed out the new book The Eagle of the Underworld, along with its outline and the more than 40,000 words he had written. He intended to bring everything along, hoping to present it to Zhang Xiaoqiang, thus creating an opportunity for continued collaboration. Otherwise, a one-time transaction would yield little profit for a well-crafted book, significantly enhancing the likelihood of successful negotiations. Upon arriving at work, Su Mingyang first visited Secretary Chi's office to peruse the recent newspapers, discovering that the Liaoqing Railway Daily had published one of his short essays. After signing in, he joined Han Yuhua in the tea room to boil water. Once the train departed from Longjiang Station, the train conductor, Li Yan, approached Su Mingyang and said, "Su Mingyang, Captain Zhou's family is hosting a graduation banquet on July 5th. Please discreetly inform the passengers in the sleeper section. Those who wish to attend may do so, while those who do not wish to go need not feel compelled." Su Mingyang replied, "Understood, conductor. I will notify them after checking the tickets." Li Yan cautioned, "When you inform them, be sure to clarify that those who wish to go may attend, while those who do not should consider this conversation as never having taken place, as there are those who may not want to spend the money. We must avoid turning a good occasion into a contentious affair." Su Mingyang assured, "All right, conductor. I know how to handle it." On the evening before the train arrived at Blue Island Station, Su Mingyang took a refreshing shower in the campsite's restroom. Though it was referred to as a cold shower, the water was not excessively chilly, as the temperature soared near 40 degrees Celsius within the carriage, causing the water in the tank to warm. After his shower, Su Mingyang donned a white shirt and jeans, retrieving his briefcase. He had prepared all of this prior to his departure, and after lunch, he requested leave from conductor Li Yan, informing her that he would need to attend to some matters upon reaching Blue Island. Li Yan advised him to ensure his safety. Upon arriving at Blue Island, Su Mingyang exited the station alongside the passengers, clutching his briefcase. He located a public telephone booth in front of the station and dialed Zhang Xiaoqiang. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaoqiang's mobile phone connected after a few rings, and he answered. "Hello, who is this?" Su Mingyang replied with a smile, "Boss Zhang, it's me, Su Mingyang. We had agreed to meet today to discuss the manuscript." Chapter 079. Negotiation. Upon hearing that Su Mingyang had arrived at Blue Island, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt a surge of joy. He had flown to Blue Island that afternoon, checked into the Tycoon Grand Hotel, and was awakened by Su Mingyang's call. Noticing Su Mingyang's punctuality, he chuckled. "Brother, you've made it to Blue Island?" Su Mingyang affirmed. "Yes, I called you as soon as I got off the train." Zhang Xiaoqiang instructed. "Just come directly to the Tycoon Grand Hotel. I'm in room 8027 on the 8th floor." "Understood, Boss Zhang. I'll take a taxi there right away." Su Mingyang responded. Despite frequently visiting Blue Island, he was unfamiliar with the location of the Tycoon Grand Hotel. Hailing a taxi, he mentioned his destination, and the driver promptly asked for 20 yuan. In his eagerness to meet Zhang Xiaoqiang, he did not haggle and handed over the fare. The taxi ride took about 10 minutes, during which the driver stopped in front of the hotel and announced, "This is the Tycoon Grand Hotel." Su Mingyang thanked the driver and alighted. He was impressed by the hotel's stature. It towered over 20 stories high, a considerable sight for Blue Island in this era. Ascending to the 8th floor, he located room 8027 and rang the doorbell. Moments later, he heard movement from within, and the door swung open. Zhang Xiaoqiang, having caught a glimpse of Su Mingyang through the peephole, was initially taken aback by the young man's appearance. Although he recognized Su Mingyang's voice as youthful, he had assumed that someone capable of writing popular novels would be at least in their mid-20s. Upon opening the door and seeing Su Mingyang's youthful visage, he exclaimed in surprise, "You are Su Mingyang?" "Indeed, Boss Zhang." Su Mingyang replied with a smile. "Brother, I didn't expect you to be so young. Please come in." Zhang Xiaoqiang, appearing to be around 35 or 36, had a slender frame and wore glasses, exuding the demeanor of a refined intellectual. The room Zhang Xiaoqiang occupied was spacious. To one side of the entrance was a wardrobe, opposite was the bathroom. Inside, a large bed rested, facing a television cabinet that housed a 29-inch color TV, currently broadcasting a drama. Near the window, a sofa and coffee table created a cozy seating area. By modern standards, this was merely a standard room, yet in this era, it was considered quite luxurious. With tea already brewed on the coffee table, Zhang Xiaoqiang gestured for Su Mingyang to sit down and, without further pleasantries, said, "Brother, you brought the manuscript, right? I'll review it first while you enjoy your tea." "Yes, I have," Su Mingyang replied, opening his briefcase to extract a stack of papers, which he handed to Zhang Xiaoqiang. "Boss Zhang, here is the first 50,000 words of the manuscript for your review." Zhang Xiaoqiang took a look at the typed manuscript and smiled. "Brother, this is excellent. You've written it on a computer?" "Indeed," Su Mingyang responded. "Handwriting necessitates endless revisions and copying, which is exhausting. Writing on a computer is much more convenient. I can amend as needed." "Absolutely," Zhang Xiaoqiang concurred. "Having a typed manuscript makes it much easier and smoother for me to read. Please enjoy your tea while I review the manuscript." After finishing, he held the manuscript and began to read. Initially, Zhang Xiaoqiang approached it with a casual demeanor, but soon he became captivated by the compelling content. Su Mingyang's writing was of exceptional quality, flowing seamlessly and creating a strong reading experience. The plot was intricately woven, engaging and exhilarating, prompting involuntary admiration. What astounded Zhang Xiaoqiang further was the sensation of being immersed in the story, often pondering what he would do in similar circumstances. It was a truly remarkable feeling. Moreover, the story was rich with exhilarating moments, each climax evoking an uncontrollable thrill, and the progression system within the narrative kept him eagerly anticipating what was to come. Having read through the first 50,000 words in one breath, Zhang Xiaoqiang found himself deeply engrossed in the storyline. He lifted his gaze to Su Mingyang and exclaimed, "Brother, quickly give me the rest of the manuscript." Upon seeing Zhang Xiaoqiang's expression, Su Mingyang recognized that he had been thoroughly captivated, feeling a quiet joy within. If a book could engage a bookseller, it had already achieved half of its success. Thus, he handed over the remaining 150,000 words. At first, Zhang Xiaoqiang read with great attention, but as time went on, he began to skim rapidly, devouring the pages with a mere glance. Even so, it was already past 10 o'clock at night when he finally set down the manuscript. Leaning back on the sofa, he closed his eyes and reflected deeply on Su Mingyang's assertion that this book was no less impressive than Xue Mili's. Initially, he believed it to be an exaggerated claim aimed at promoting his own work. However, after finishing the manuscript, he found it to be extraordinarily brilliant, truly on par with Xue Mili's writings. The immersive experience he felt, which was absent when reading Xue Mili's books, was unparalleled. Additionally, the well-crafted, exhilarating moments came one after another, providing a satisfaction he had never encountered in his years of reading. The protagonist's journey from the lowest depths to gradual ascendance was immensely promising. His final conclusion was that this was a rare gem of a book, certain to achieve great commercial success if published. Sitting up straight, he asked Su Mingyang, "Brother, your manuscript is impressive. How much are you looking to sell it for?" Noticing that Zhang Xiaoqiang had no qualms, and directly inquiring about the price, Su Mingyang realized that he had successfully moved him. With a chuckle, he replied, "Boss Zhang, if you're asking me, naturally, the more, the better. However, you are the expert in this industry. After reviewing the manuscript, I trust you have a general understanding of its quality and potential for success. Please, tell me what you believe this manuscript is worth." Seeing that Su Mingyang was young yet spoke with great acumen and seemed quite experienced in the field, Zhang Xiaoqiang pondered for a moment and said, "Brother, I'll offer you 20,000 yuan for the outright purchase of this manuscript." Su Mingyang shook his head at this and replied, "Boss Zhang, 20,000 yuan is merely the price for printing 30,000 copies. Having read the manuscript, you should be well aware that this work is indeed comparable to Xue Mili's. Offering only 30,000 copies worth is rather far-fetched, wouldn't you agree?" Zhang Xiaoqiang instinctively remarked, "Brother, even if your book is on par with Xue Mili's, you are still a newcomer, lacking any notoriety. No matter how well it is written, it cannot surpass hers. Selling 30,000 copies would already be quite commendable." Su Mingyang replied, "Boss Zhang, have you noticed the pen name on my book, Su Yang? You could promote it just like Xue Mili, touting it as the latest masterpiece from the emerging Hong Kong female author Su Yang. Alternatively, you could frame it as a heartfelt contribution from Su Yang, a writer of equal renown to Xue Mili. In any case, if the early promotion is executed effectively, I believe the sales of this book won't be dismal." Chapter 080. Reaching an agreement. Upon hearing Su Mingyang's proposal, Zhang Xiaoqiang's heart stirred. Earlier, while reviewing the manuscript, he had noticed the pen name Su Yang and pondered why Su Mingyang had chosen such a feminine pseudonym, but he had been captivated by the content of the book, leaving no room for further contemplation. Now, with Su Mingyang's suggestion of a promotional strategy, he suddenly grasped the young man's intentions. Indeed, his mind was sharp. Having already considered how to maneuver the release of this book, this approach was undoubtedly astute and highly feasible. However, the 20,000 yuan was already Zhang Xiaoqiang's bottom line for this manuscript. He would not waver. Gazing at Su Mingyang, he stated, "Brother, your idea is commendable, but if I were to promote it as you suggest, a substantial amount for publicity would be indispensable, and the effectiveness of such promotion is uncertain. The 20,000 yuan is the highest offer I can extend." Su Mingyang smiled and responded, "Boss Zhang, did you not just mention that the effects of promotion are unpredictable? Yet you only outlined the worst-case scenario. If the results are favorable, and this book sells 80,000 or even 100,000 copies, wouldn't you profit handsomely?" "Even considering my modest fee," Zhang Xiaoqiang chuckled, "even if it were to sell 80,000 copies, my profit would still be minimal. Advertising expenses require funding. Purchasing ISBNs costs money. Printing demands investment, and distribution channels are not free either. Without funds, nothing can be accomplished, and in the end, little would remain in my hands. Brother, be content with 20,000 yuan. For an ordinary manuscript, I would typically offer no more than 10,000 yuan. This is already an exception." Su Mingyang replied, "Boss Zhang, we cannot merely focus on immediate gains. We must consider long-term collaboration. I am not limited to just this one book. I have prepared a trilogy in the Underworld series. You are well aware of the potential of this book, Underworld Overlord. If it becomes a sensation, the profits from my next book could multiply exponentially. Moreover, I would grant you the exclusive publishing rights, ensuring your interests are safeguarded while I also benefit." Zhang Xiaoqiang was moved by Su Mingyang's words. This book, Underworld Overlord, was indeed a rare gem. With his years of experience as a publisher, selling 50,000 to 60,000 copies seemed entirely plausible. If he promoted it as a work by a female author from Hong Kong, the effect would likely be even more pronounced. Calculating based on a typical royalty rate of 7 to 8, the 20,000 yuan equated to the earnings from 30,000 copies. If Su Mingyang could produce a few more works of this caliber and grant him exclusive rights, it would be difficult not to profit. With this in mind, Zhang Xiaoqiang asked, "Brother, do not just paint grand visions for me. When can you deliver the next book?" Su Mingyang smiled and said, "Boss Zhang, I have commenced writing the second book of my Underworld series, titled The Underworld Eagle. I have already penned over 40,000 words and expect to complete it within a month." Zhang Xiaoqiang, sensing that Su Mingyang's confidence might be a mere ruse, inquired, "Brother, could you elaborate on the general content of The Underworld Eagle?" Su Mingyang opened his briefcase and presented the outline along with the initial 40,000 words of the manuscript, handing them to Zhang Xiaoqiang. "Boss Zhang, here is the writing outline and the initial draft of over 40,000 words for The Underworld Eagle. Please take a look." Upon seeing the outline and the draft, Zhang Xiaoqiang felt reassured. He accepted the materials and read through the 40,000 words in one go. Although part of the Underworld series, the content of this book was entirely distinct from the previous one, and its level of excitement rivaled that of the Underworld Hero. If the Underworld Hero were to achieve success, then releasing the Underworld Eagle in its wake could yield substantial profits. After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Xiaoqiang proposed, "Brother, if you truly grant me the exclusive publishing rights for your future works, I can offer you 30,000 yuan for this book. After all, this is your debut publication, and its market performance remains uncertain. Should this book indeed become a hit, I will adjust your remuneration for the next book based on its sales figures." Su Mingyang, delighted by Zhang Xiaoqiang's concession, realized that his aspirations extended beyond a mere increase of 10,000 yuan in royalties. He smiled and suggested, "Boss Zhang, how about we establish a royalty agreement? Since this is my first book, let's set the royalty at 7 based on the standards for newcomers. The 30,000 yuan would serve as a guaranteed advance, and we can reconcile the final payment according to the sales figures. The higher the sales, the more profit you make. And I won't be at a disadvantage either." Zhang Xiaoqiang erupted into laughter. "Brother, are you truly that naive? As publishers, we acquire ISBNs from publishing houses, arrange for printing through our own channels, and control our distribution. How will you ascertain the actual sales figures? Only I will know how many copies are printed and sold." Su Mingyang chuckled in response. "Boss Zhang, I understand this concept. This is a matter of integrity. We are entering a long-term partnership. If this book sells 200,000 copies, you cannot possibly tell me it only sold 50,000. Even if you claim it sold half, at 100,000 copies, I would still benefit, right? You enjoy the feast. But surely I should be allowed a sip of the broth?" Zhang Xiaoqiang laughed heartily. "Brother, you are indeed a straightforward person. Very well, we shall proceed as you've suggested. I will draft the contract now." As an experienced publisher, Zhang Xiaoqiang was adept at drafting contracts, and it did not take long for him to prepare 2 agreements, one for the royalties of the Underworld Hero and another for the exclusive rights to Su Mingyang's works, both copies of which were identical. After Su Mingyang reviewed and found no issues with the agreements, they signed and affixed their fingerprints. Zhang Xiaoqiang then retrieved 3 bundles of 100 yuan notes from his briefcase and placed them before Su Mingyang, stating, "Brother, this 30,000 yuan is now yours, and the manuscript is mine." Su Mingyang nodded, then retrieved a 3.5-inch floppy disk from his briefcase and handed it to Zhang Xiaoqiang, saying, "Boss Zhang, here is the electronic document of the manuscript for the Underworld Hero. It will save considerable time when sending it to the printing factory." Zhang Xiaoqiang accepted the disk with a smile and replied, "Brother, you are truly meticulous." "Thank you." Su Mingyang responded, "No need for thanks, it's my duty." As he gathered the money and the manuscript of the Underworld Eagle into his briefcase, he glanced at the time, realizing it was already past 1 a.m. He stood up and said, "Boss Zhang, it's getting late. I must return. I have to head back to Longjiang in the morning." Zhang Xiaoqiang quickly interjected, "Brother, we ought to celebrate our successful collaboration. Moreover, it's already past 1 a.m., We should have a late-night snack to stave off hunger. A brief delay 1T hurt, and the hotel restaurant operates 24 hours. We can eat, and you can leave afterward without it being too late. Upon hearing Zhang Xiaoqiang's suggestion, Su Mingyang felt that departing without a celebration would be inappropriate. After all, it was already past 1 a.m. And even if he delayed for another hour or two, it would not make much difference. He could easily find a place to catch some sleep after driving. Thus, he replied, "All right, Boss Zhang, I will follow your lead." Zhang Xiaoqiang tidied up his belongings, and together they descended to the restaurant on the second floor. Although it was already past 1 a.m., there were still two groups dining in the hall, and with the servers frequently entering and exiting the private rooms. It was likely that several tables were occupied as well. The two found a table in the hall and sat down, prompting a server to approach them immediately. Zhang Xiaoqiang ordered 4 dishes and a soup, along with 4 bottles of Blue Island beer. While waiting for the food, they began to converse. Zhang Xiaoqiang asked, "Brother, what brings you to Blue Island? You arrived tonight and will leave tomorrow morning. You can't possibly have come solely to deliver the manuscript?" Su Mingyang smiled and replied, "Boss Zhang, delivering the manuscript is one aspect, but primarily I come to Blue Island for work." Zhang Xiaoqiang inquired, "What kind of work do you do?" Su Mingyang chuckled and said, "I work on the railway as a train attendant on the route from Longjiang to Blue Island. We operate on an 8-day schedule, allowing me to visit Blue Island 3 or 4 times a month. Our train arrives around 6 in the evening, rests overnight in Blue Island, and departs the next morning around 9. Zhang Xiaoqiang was astonished to learn that Su Mingyang was a train attendant, smiling as he said, "Brother, your writing is so exceptional. I never would have guessed you were a train attendant." Su Mingyang playfully responded, "Is a train attendant not capable of writing novels?" Zhang Xiaoqiang quickly waved his hands, clarifying, No, that is not what I meant. I was simply surprised to learn you are a train attendant. It truly astonishes me." Su Mingyang laughed and remarked, "There is nothing surprising about it. Our railway has produced many renowned authors, like Teacher Li, who has won the National Excellent Short Story Award and the Mao Dun Literature Prize. He is indeed a prominent figure in Chinese literature." Zhang Xiaoqiang nodded in agreement, saying, "Yes, I am aware of that. Brother, you appear to be around 20 years old. Not only do you write splendid novels, but you also seem quite knowledgeable about Hong Kong. Have you been there?" In his previous life, Su Mingyang had certainly visited Hong Kong, but in this incarnation, he had yet to set foot there. His knowledge of the city stemmed solely from his past experiences and extensive research on the various triads, which he had gleaned from the internet. He had even penned several popular novels based on this information. He thus remarked, "Though I have not yet been to Hong Kong, I have relatives residing there who frequently send me books about the local culture and customs, as well as materials detailing the major gangs. Given Hong Kong's modest size, writing about it is hardly a challenge." Zhang Xiaoqiang nodded in acknowledgement, commenting, "With such a formidable command of language, I presume you also dabble in pure literary works." Su Mingyang affirmed, "Indeed, I primarily craft short stories, some of which have been published in magazines like Writers and Spring Breeze." Zhang Xiaoqiang responded, "That's precisely right. Publications like Writers are not easily accessible to everyone. If your novels have gained their approval, then writing popular fiction should be a walk in the park." At that moment, the server arrived with their dishes. Zhang Xiaoqiang instructed the server to uncork the beer, handing each of them 2 bottles to enjoy independently. As the night wore on, both men found themselves famished, and they began to eat and drink heartily. The beer disappeared swiftly, as did the dishes, and soon they had finished their respective bottles. Zhang Xiaoqiang inquired, "Brother, where will you be heading shortly?" Su Mingyang replied, "I intend to return to the crew dormitory, where I can still manage 4 or 5 hours of sleep. Otherwise, I would be unable to work tomorrow." Zhang Xiaoqiang remarked, "The crew dormitory is quite far from here, isn't it? At this late hour, finding a taxi will be difficult. If you walk back, I suspect it will be dawn by the time you arrive. Why not just stay in my room for the night? It will be easier to find a taxi in the morning." Zhang Xiaoqiang's suggestion made Su Mingyang realize the gravity of the situation. It had taken them over 10 minutes to reach this place by taxi from the station, indicating that the crew dormitory was no small distance away. Without a taxi, he would not even know the way back, as he was unfamiliar with the surroundings. And finding someone to ask for directions at this hour seemed implausible. Thus, he said, "Boss Zhang, if I cannot find a taxi, I have no idea how to get to the crew dormitory. It appears I must spend the night in your room." Zhang Xiaoqiang replied, "Brother, that is precisely the case. My room has air conditioning, and it will certainly be comfortable to sleep there." If you are concerned about oversleeping, you can call the front desk, and they will wake you at your desired time. Upon returning to the 8th floor room, Su Mingyang observed that although the large bed was spacious, it felt inappropriate for two grown men to share it. He suggested, "Boss Zhang, you take the bed while I will sleep on the floor." Zhang Xiaoqiang countered, "Brother, this bed is large enough for both of us. There is no need for you to sleep on the floor." Su Mingyang insisted, "I tend to be restless in my sleep, often kicking about, and it would be unfortunate to accidentally knock you off the bed. The floor is quite comfortable, and there is ample space for me to toss and turn without causing any disturbance." In truth, Zhang Xiaoqiang was not keen on sharing a bed with another man. But as Su Mingyang was the guest, he felt it would be impolite to refuse him. Seeing Su Mingyang's insistence on sleeping on the floor aligned perfectly with his own preference, he conceded, "There are 2 blankets in the linen cabinet. You can lay them out." "All right." Su Mingyang agreed. Su Mingyang responded affirmatively, retrieving 2 blankets from the bedding cabinet and laying them on the floor. He then took a pillow from the bed, called the front desk to request a wake-up call for 7 a.m., and promptly lay down to rest. Zhang Xiaoqiang remarked, "Brother, I want to be able to rise so early tomorrow. There are 2 breakfast vouchers on the table. You can eat at the restaurant after you wake up. The breakfast is complimentary and of excellent quality. Why not indulge?" Su Mingyang replied, "All right, Boss Zhang, I understand." As the clock struck 2 a.m., both were already weary. It wasn't long before Su Mingyang fell into a deep slumber. Were it not for the front desk's wake-up call, he would have remained asleep. The ringing phone also stirred Zhang Xiaoqiang from his sleep. Su Mingyang, with an air of apology, said, "Boss Zhang, please continue to rest. I'm leaving now. If anything arises, just page me." Zhang Xiaoqiang, still bleary-eyed, replied, "Okay, brother. I want to get up to see you off. Just make sure to eat breakfast before you depart." Su Mingyang nodded. "All right, Boss Zhang, I understand." He gathered his belongings, took a breakfast voucher, and exited the room, gently closing the door behind him. He ascended to the 2nd floor restaurant for breakfast, then hailed a taxi outside the hotel, heading straight for the bus station. Chapter 082. Attitude. Upon arriving at Blue Island Station, Su Mingyang boarded the train, directly entering the sleeper car. The train attendant, Gao Hua, was seated in the lounge area, engaging in conversation with the inspector, Shi Guiqiang, and others. Upon noticing Su Mingyang, she greeted him, "Xiao Su, you're here." With a smile, Su Mingyang replied, "Yes." "Sister Gao, have you eaten yet?" Gao Hua responded, "Not yet. Shi Gu brought me food from the apartment. I'll eat shortly." Su Mingyang glanced at Shi Guiqiang and commented, "Shi Gu, you're back quite early." Shi Guiqiang replied, "It's necessary. We still need to inspect the vehicle equipment. Unlike the old guards who can just return once it's south time to drive." Su Mingyang retrieved his backpack from the luggage rack and placed it on the tea table in the lounge, unpacking its contents. He carefully stowed the documents he brought back at the very bottom of the backpack, layering other items on top. Under normal circumstances, belongings in the sleeper car are quite secure, as there are curtains in the middle of the carriage, and passengers generally refrain from entering. The attendants, train police, and inspectors rest here, and there are always on-duty attendants guarding the area. Even thieves looking for work rarely steal from the attendants, unless it's an inside job. Belongings typically remain safe. However, Su Mingyang was cautious, as his bag contained a substantial sum of 30,000 yuan. Initially, he considered placing the money in the company's safe for tickets and cash, but he preferred to keep the amount discreet. After deliberation, he decided to store it in his backpack, placing the document folder at the bottom and covering it with clothes and his toiletry bag to ensure its security. Having set 2 tea stoves ablaze and filled them with water, Su Mingyang proceeded to the hard-seat carriage. Spotting Han Yuhua seated in car 12, he cheerfully inquired, "Sister Han, is the water boiling?" "Yes, it just started boiling," she replied. Han Yuhua then looked at Su Mingyang and asked, "Xiao Su, this morning, I noticed you didn't come to find me. When I checked your room, Gao Lijun mentioned you didn't stay overnight. What were you up to?" Su Mingyang had no choice but to fabricate a story, claiming he had delivered items to a relative who was drinking late into the night, and he had spent the night there, returning home by taxi in the morning. Upon hearing this, Han Yuhua nodded in understanding and remarked, "Oh, so you went to your relative's house. Little Su, being young, you must not emulate those individuals who wander about indiscriminately. It's fine to attend to serious matters, but during your leisure time, remain at the apartment and avoid pointless outings." "All right, I understand, Sister Han," Su Mingyang replied, recognizing that Han Yuhua genuinely cared for his well-being. and he assured her sincerely. After the train departed from Blue Island Station, Su Mingyang, having accompanied the train conductor Li Yin to check the tickets, filled 2 tea kettles with water to boil, and prepared to return to the sleeper car for some rest. Having slept poorly the previous night, he felt his eyelids growing heavy. He planned to sleep for 3 to 4 hours and wake up around 2 or 3 in the afternoon. Seeing Li Yin chatting with Sun Hongmei in the soft sleeper compartment, Su Mingyang stood at the door and inquired, "Conductor, is there anything else you need me to do?" Li Yin replied, "There's nothing at the moment. What do you wish to do? I didn't sleep well last night, and I'm quite tired now. I'd like to return to the sleeper car for a bit," Su Mingyang responded. Li Yin said, "Go ahead and rest. I'll call you if anything comes up." "All right, conductor, I'm heading back," Su Mingyang replied. It was Sunday, and as soon as the Xianqi hair salon opened its doors, Wan Wensheng, clad in a green military uniform, strode in and smiled at Zhang Jiaqin, saying, "Jiaqin, I'm off today. Come on. Accompany me to the post office to collect a remittance. My dad sent me 2,000 yuan again, and I'll treat you to lunch." Wan Wensheng had the typical appearance of a Lingnan person, standing at about 165 meters with a rather slender frame, exuding confidence owing to his family's wealth. Zhang Jiaqin shook her head, responding, No. Today is Sunday, and we have many customers. I simply cannot leave. You go by yourself." Wan Wensheng insisted. "How much can you earn from a haircut? I'll cover any losses for today. Please come with me." Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiaqin frowned. Having known Wan Wensheng for merely a month, she had initially been intrigued by his claims of wealth and his family owning 2 factories that earned hundreds of thousands annually. In the beginning, she felt envious and was not put off by him. However, as he continued to boast about money, her admiration began to wane, especially after witnessing Su Mingyang's displayed talents, causing her to lean increasingly towards Su Mingyang and grow more disdainful of Wan Wensheng's demeanor. Zhang Jiaqin retorted, "This isn't about how much money is involved. It's a matter of integrity. Several customers have scheduled appointments for today. How can I abandon them? Hurry and go collect your remittance." Wan Wensheng, seemingly oblivious to Zhang Jiaqin's frustration, continued, "Jiaqin, just accompany me this once." Xiaxinxin, unable to bear the situation any longer, pushed Wan Wensheng and said, "What is wrong with you? I told you she can't go. So why are you still pestering her? Besides, why should Jiaqin abandon her work just to accompany you for idle chatter?" Wan Wensheng had visited the salon 5 or 6 times, yet Su Xinxin had never bestowed upon him a kind glance. He harbored a certain trepidation towards her. Upon witnessing her display of authority, he hastily clarified, "There is no one at the salon right now. Please accompany me, and I shall return shortly." Su Xinxin retorted, "Are you not aware of your own annoyance? Can you not see that she is unwilling to engage with you? I tell you, if you wish to get a haircut, feel free to come, but do not frequent our salon merely for socializing. If Jiechi's partner spots you incessantly bothering her, it would be a wonder if you leave unscathed." Upon hearing that Zhang Jiechi already had a partner, Wan Wensheng's heart sank. From the moment he first laid eyes on the stunning Zhang Jiechi, he had been captivated, determined to win her affections. Alas, his military commitments only permitted him to venture out on Sundays, and he had to return by 5 o'clock in the evening, leaving him little opportunity to pursue her. The previous occasion he had invited Zhang Jiechi to the barracks to watch a film had kindled a flicker of hope, and he eagerly anticipated each Sunday as a chance to meet her. But wait, Wan Wensheng was not devoid of intellect. He soon realized, "You are deceiving me. I have visited numerous times and have seen Jiechi's so-called partner." Su Xinxin disdainfully scoffed, "Why would I lie to you? What purpose would that serve? Ask Jiechi herself whether she has a partner." "Jiechi, please tell me what she said is not true," Wan Wensheng implored, his voice trembling as he gazed at Zhang Jiechi. "Oh, why must you be so tedious? Stop bothering me and go about your business," Zhang Jiechi said with evident impatience. Although she refrained from directly answering the question of whether she was in a relationship, her demeanor spoke volumes. Seizing the moment, Su Xinxin pushed Wan Wensheng, exclaiming, "She is trying to send you away? Why do you linger? Have you no shame?" Chapter 083. The bonus. Seeing that Zhang Jiechi had not explicitly confirmed her relationship status, Wan Wensheng's hopes rekindled. Despite Su Xinxin's harsh treatment, he remained resolutely planted in place, unwilling to budge. "Xinxin, what is going on here?" At that moment, Zhang Ming entered with 2 of his companions and inquired upon noticing Su Xinxin shoving Wan Wensheng. Upon seeing Zhang Ming, Su Xinxin became animated, pointing at Wan Wensheng. This fellow is relentlessly pestering Jiechi and refuses to leave her alone. Though Zhang Ming frequented the salon, he had never encountered Wan Wenqing. However, upon hearing Su Xinxin's description, he immediately recognized him. Having introduced Zhang Jiechi to his friend Su Mingyang, he could not tolerate this interloper. He approached Wan Wenqing, seized him by the collar, and began dragging him towards the exit while admonishing, "I suggest you reconsider your approach, or you will find yourself in trouble." Zhang Ming's companions joined in, pushing and shoving Wan Wenqing out of the salon. As a fresh recruit who had only been out of training for a little over 3 months, Wan Wenqing had never experienced such a scene and was struck with fear. "Big brother, let us speak civilly. A gentleman uses words, not fists," he pleaded. Zhang Ming, brimming with anger, retorted, "Which of my eyes perceived you as a gentleman? I warn you, if you dare to cause trouble at the salon again, I will ensure that you regret it every time you show your face here." With that, he forcefully pushed Wan Wenqing away and released him. Terrified, Wan Wenqing fled, not daring to look back. In truth, Zhang Ming is far from foolish. After all, Wan Wenqing is an active duty soldier, and he would not dare to resort to violence so readily. Had it been a young ruffian from society, he would have swiftly received his comeuppance. Around 3 in the afternoon, Su Mingyang awoke from his slumber. He first checked the tea urns in cars 3 and 5, discovering that both contained only half a kettle of boiling water. Thus, he filled the urns with water and stoked the fire. As Su Mingyang approached the soft sleeper compartment number 9, he noticed the door was ajar and instinctively peered inside. There sat train manager Li Yin and Sun Hongmei. Upon seeing Su Mingyang, Li Yin inquired, "You're up?" "Yes, manager," Su Mingyang replied. "Is there something you need?" He entered the compartment and settled onto the bunk opposite Li Yin. "Nothing urgent," she responded. "We can boil a couple more urns of water shortly. That should suffice for the evening." "I've already set the water to boil," Su Mingyang informed her. "It will be ready in half an hour." Li Yin nodded and asked, "By the way, have you acquired your pager number, Su Mingyang?" "Yes, I have," he replied. "It's registered at the Tianhua Railway paging station for an annual fee of 300 yuan. "Manager, have you registered yours yet?" Li Yin responded. "Neither mine nor Hongmei's has been registered. We'll take care of that when we return from this trip. The fees at Tianhua are quite reasonable, 300 yuan for a year, averaging less than 30 yuan a month." Su Mingyang added, "If paid biannually, it's 180 yuan, 30 yuan a month, with a discount of 60 yuan for the full payment of 300 yuan. Then I shall pay for the entire year at once," Li Yin decided. She then turned to Sun Hongmei and asked, "Shall we go together after our return?" Sun Hongmei replied, "Paying 300 yuan all at once means losing an entire month's salary. That feels rather burdensome." Li Yin chuckled, "If you save a little regularly, you'll find it manageable." Su Mingyang, smiling, offered, "If you find yourself in need, Hongmei, I can lend you a bit." Sun Hongmei quickly declined. No, I can manage to scrape together the 300 yuan." Li Yin said, "Su Mingyang, please share your pager number with me. It will be more convenient for communication in the future." "Certainly, manager," Su Mingyang replied, providing his pager number, which Li Yin noted in her contact list. She then mentioned, "Once I have mine sorted, I'll share it with you." As the train approached Longjiang, Su Mingyang took his backpack to the restroom, locked the door, and checked the 30,000 yuan in his bag and the same amount in his document case, confirming everything was intact before repacking it. Upon reaching the terminus at Longjiang Station, Team Leader Zhou Jing and Deputy Team Leader Zhang Xingji awaited on the platform. Zhou Jing approached train manager Li Yin to inquire about the trip's operations. Satisfied with the report, he instructed, after the passenger disembarkation, "Please inform Su Mingyang to visit Secretary Qi to collect the second quarter communication report reward. By the way, I believe you have one as well." "Understood, team leader," Li Yin replied with a smile. After the disembarkation meeting, Li Yin discreetly informed Su Mingyang to visit Secretary Qi's office, merely stating that there was a matter to address, omitting the mention of the communication report reward in front of others. Su Mingyang acknowledged her request and proceeded to Qi Lirong's office. Even if Li Yin hadn't mentioned it, he would have visited to check the newspapers and letters, as it had become a habitual practice. As soon as Su Mingyang entered Qi Lirong's office, she smiled and said, "Xiao Su, you're back? The rewards for the second quarter's communications reports have come in, and your total reward amounts to 480 yuan. Here is the reward list. Please take a look and confirm its accuracy." While speaking, she handed him the document. Su Mingyang took it and noticed that the list was meticulously detailed, specifying the dates, the newspapers in which the articles were published, the corresponding page numbers, the titles of the articles, whether they were featured prominently, and the reward amount for each piece, ultimately totaling 480 yuan. He returned the list to Qi Lirong and confirmed, "Secretary Qi, everything is correct." Qi Lirong replied, "That's great. Now, please sign here, and I will get your money." Su Mingyang signed his name on the reward list, and Qi Lirong retrieved a stack of cash from her drawer, counted it, and then handed it to Su Mingyang, saying, "Exactly 480 yuan, please check it." Su Mingyang accepted the money with a smile, saying, "Secretary Qi, since you've counted it, I see no need to double-check." Qi Lirong quickly insisted, "That won't do. It's best to count the money in person to avoid any misunderstandings." All right, I'll count it," Su Mingyang said, proceeding to count the cash before her and announced, "Secretary Qi, it's 480 yuan, not a cent more, not a cent less." Just then, Li Yin entered and overheard their conversation, exclaiming in astonishment, "Su Mingyang, you have received such a generous bonus?" For a train attendant earning only 400 to 500 yuan a month, 480 yuan was indeed a significant sum. Having only worked for 3 years, Su Mingyang's salary, including bonuses, barely exceeded 400 yuan monthly, owing in part to the higher remuneration associated with long-distance service. This reward equated to half a year's salary. Qi Lirong added, "Li Yin, there's yours as well. You published an article in the Liaoqing Railway newspaper in the second quarter, earning a reward of 30 yuan. Please sign here to collect your money." "All right, Secretary Qi," Li Yin replied, signing the reward list, and Qi Lirong handed her the 30 yuan. Qi Lirong then said, "Xiao Su, there's another document for you to sign." Chapter 084, Development. Su Mingyang, smiling, inquired, "Secretary Qi, there's more?" "Indeed," Qi Lirong responded. "This is a special contribution award from the team for your communications reporting efforts. Although it is only 100 yuan, it is a recognition of your achievements in this area." Su Mingyang replied cheerfully, "Thank you, Secretary Qi," as he took the pen and signed the document. Seeing Su Mingyang receive over 500 yuan in bonuses made Li Yin feel quite envious. Having talent was truly advantageous, as not only had he gained recognition in the newspaper, but he also reaped tangible benefits at work. She smiled and said, "Su Mingyang, with such a reward, you must treat us." Su Mingyang laughed, "No problem. Whatever you wish to eat, I shall treat you to it. You will be satisfied." With his enthusiastic agreement, Li Yin chuckled, "I was just joking. Hurry home and give the money to your mother so she can save it for you. It will come in handy when you marry in the future." Su Mingyang smiled and replied, "Marrying? That may still be quite some years away." Li Yin cautioned, "In any case, don't spend the money frivolously. Saving some will be beneficial for emergencies." Su Mingyang remarked, "Understood, Captain." He and Li Yin descended the stairs together. Upon reaching the ground floor, Li Yin said, "Su Mingyang, please arrive early on the 5th to assist with Captain Zhou's graduation banquet. I have gathered a total of 10 people from our team, so it would be great if you could help set up the tables." Su Mingyang replied, "Sure. What time should we arrive in the morning?" Li Yin responded, "Not too early. The banquet at Captain Zhou's home begins at 11 a.m. We should aim to arrive around 8 a.m. Su Mingyang acknowledged, "Got it." After leaving the office, Su Mingyang initially intended to deposit his money at the bank. However, without his passbook, he returned home first. After dining and showering, he took his passbook and cash to the savings office, where he deposited 500 yuan. With over 1,000 yuan remaining in hand, plus the 400 yuan he already had, he now possessed nearly 1,500 yuan. His plan was to allocate 1,000 yuan as a gift for Captain Zhou to repay a favor, keeping the remainder for personal expenses. Upon arriving at the Xinchi hair salon, he noticed Zhang Ming was also present. Su Mingyang smiled and said, "Zhang Ming, is the sun rising from the west today? This is the first time I've seen you here after coming so many times." Zhang Ming chuckled, "Mingyang, don't say that. You haven't seen me here because you visit infrequently. Don't shift the blame onto me." Su Xinqin interjected, "Mingyang, don't listen to his nonsense. He lost all his money last night, so he came here today hoping to pass the time. Do you really think he is here because he has money to spare?" Su Mingyang inquired, "Zhang Ming, what did you do last night to lose all your money?" Zhang Ming explained, "After drinking, Air Pao organized a game, but I was just so unlucky. I lost over 1,000 yuan in the span of half the night." Su Mingyang asked, "Was it a game of Degio or Tian Di Pai?" Zhang Ming replied. It was Tiandi Pai. I was just unlucky. It felt like the dealer was always targeting me, losing one round after another. Su Mingyang cautioned Zhang Ming. Playing a bit of mahjong for fun is fine, but playing Pai Jiu is purely gambling. Haven't you heard? 10 gamblers out of 10 lose. Relying on gambling will not lead to prosperity. Su Xinxin chimed in. Exactly. Mingyang is right. Zhang Ming, I don't mind you playing a little mahjong, but please, never play Pai Jiu again. Zhang Ming nodded. Having lost so much money this time, I'll remember this lesson and will definitely not play Pai Jiu again. Su Mingyang offered. If you can quit, I'll treat you to drinks every day. Zhang Ming responded. Mingyang, you said it. I'll hold you to that, and we'll come to you for drinks then. Su Mingyang smiled. No need to wait for that. I'll treat you all to drinks tonight. Su Xinxin exclaimed with excitement. Great. Let us wrap up early tonight. We should go to Lantern Restaurant for their famous guabao roe. It's absolutely delicious. Su Mingyang laughed. All right. We'll order 2 plates. One for you and one for Jiechi. Noticing that Zhang Jiechi had not had a chance to speak, Su Mingyang intentionally included her in the conversation. Zhang Jiechi said, Brother Su, let Xinxin enjoy the guabao roe. I prefer sweet ginkgo nuts. Just bring me a plate of sweet ginkgo nuts. Su Mingyang responded with a smile. Certainly, no problem. Zhang Ming said, Mingyang, hand me the motorcycle keys. I have some errands to run and will return shortly. Su Mingyang took out the keys and handed them to Zhang Ming, who took them and left the salon, starting the motorcycle and riding away. Around 3 p.m., the heat reached its peak. Despite the fan in the salon being set to maximum, sweat poured down as there were no customers at that hour. Su Mingyang went to a nearby store and bought a few ice creams, returning to enjoy them with Zhang Jiechi and Su Xinxin while engaging in light conversation. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Ming had driven Ruan Wencheng away, yet he could sense a growing closeness with Zhang Jiechi, which brought him immense joy. He believed this was a testament to his burgeoning talents. A little past 4 p.m., 2 girls entered seeking perms. Zhang Jiechi and Su Xinxin each began their work, leaving Su Mingyang with little to do. Noting Zhang Ming's absence, he inquired, Xinxin, what time can we leave tonight? Su Xinxin replied, we can leave as early as around 6. Su Mingyang nodded, saying, you and Jiechi continue your work. I'll head home and return by 6. Su Xinxin agreed. All right. We want to hold you up. You go ahead. That evening, the 4 of them dined at Lantern Restaurant, renowned for its culinary skills. Both the guabao roe and sweet chestnuts were delectable. Due to the sweltering heat, Su Mingyang and Zhang Ming opted against white liquor, choosing instead chilled beer. To comfort Zhang Ming's wounded spirit, Su Mingyang shared 5 or 6 bottles with him, while Zhang Jiechi and Su Xinxin each limited themselves to 1. By the time they finished their jovial drinking, it was past 10 p.m. Su Mingyang had already parked the motorcycle in the storage shed upon arrival. He intended to escort Zhang Jiechi home, while Zhang Ming and Su Xinxin returned to the salon, where they often spent the night together, a fact well known to Zhang Jiechi and acknowledged by Su Mingyang. They parted ways at the intersection, hand in hand with Zhang Jiechi. Su Mingyang engaged in conversation. Zhang Jiechi asked, Brother Su, what drew you to literary creation? Su Mingyang smiled. I've enjoyed reading novels since school, particularly the martial arts tales penned by Jin Yong and Gu Long. Once I began working, my fascination deepened, and I would read whenever I had time. After a while, I felt compelled to write myself and secretly enrolled in a correspondence course to hone my writing skills, gradually evolving to where I am today. Chapter 085. First deep exchange. Zhang Jiechi praised him, saying, Brother Su, you truly have ambition. Su Mingyang reflected, one must have pursuits and passions in life. I graduated only from middle school, lacking formal education. Studying writing enhances my cultural level and refinement, elevating my quality and taste, and ultimately my social standing. Zhang Jiechi remarked, compared to you, I fall woefully short. I didn't even graduate from middle school. I lack both culture and special skills, merely having learned hairstyling to earn a living. Beyond hairdressing, I am at a loss. Su Mingyang remarked, Jiechi, there is no need for you to belittle yourself. The beauty and hairdressing industry is indeed a promising career. You are still young, with ample opportunities for learning and development. As long as you are willing to learn and put in the effort, you too can lead a remarkable life. Zhang Jiechi felt deeply encouraged by Su Mingyang's words. However, when he spoke of the beauty industry, she could only relate it to hairdressing. She had always believed that beauty services were exclusively provided by medical institutions, especially since beauty salons were only found in large cities. And her small town, Longjiang, had none. She couldn't help but ask, Brother Su, isn't beauty work done only in medical facilities? How could I possibly do it? With a smile, Su Mingyang replied, Jiechi, what you refer to as medical institutions pertains to plastic surgery or cosmetic procedures. Beauty services, however, can be performed by anyone. With the right training and education, you can certainly excel in it. Zhang Jiechi, intrigued, then inquired, isn't beauty simply about plastic surgery or cosmetic enhancements? Su Mingyang chuckled. Not at all. The realm of beauty is vast, encompassing facial skincare, skin whitening, acne treatment, freckle removal, eyebrow tattooing, eyeliner tattooing, lip line tattooing, and much more. It is truly comprehensive. Zhang Jiechi was astonished. Beauty includes so many aspects? Su Mingyang affirmed, indeed. A visit to a beauty salon in a big city will reveal all of this to you. This is an emerging industry. With the reform and opening up of our country, as people's living standards rise, every woman aspires to be more beautiful. Consequently, this industry is poised for explosive growth. I suggest you pursue your studies in a larger city. Longjiang is saturated with hair salons, yet not a single beauty salon exists here. The sooner you learn, the sooner you can seize the opportunity. Opening a beauty salon is incomparable to running a modest hairdressing establishment. Su Mingyang's words deeply resonated with Zhang Jiechi. She did not want to spend her life merely co-managing a small hair salon, although she earned more than an average worker. The increasing number of hair salons in Longjiang made the competition fierce, and the outlook was bleak. Inspired by Su Mingyang's encouragement, she felt an urgency to pursue her studies in a larger city. As they arrived at the entrance of Zhang Jiechi's home, she paused and said, Brother Su, your words today have truly enlightened me. I will consider your advice. With a smile, Su Mingyang responded, Jiechi, in this era of reform and openness, new knowledge and technologies are evolving rapidly. You should definitely venture out to broaden your horizons. With skills in hand, you need not worry about earning a living. Indeed. Zhang Jiechi nodded vigorously. Su Mingyang's words had a profound impact on her. Being around educated individuals was a blessing. Their broad knowledge and far-reaching perspectives were incomparable. It was as though hearing a single insightful remark could illuminate her understanding more than a decade of study. Brother Mingyang, thank you for your guidance, Zhang Jiechi said, gazing at him. Upon hearing her address him as Brother Mingyang, a wave of excitement surged within him. He grasped her hand and said, Why the gratitude? There is no need for such formality between us. Zhang Jiechi did not reject Su Mingyang, allowing him to hold her hand as she bashfully said, Mingyang go. These are my heartfelt words. Your words have illuminated my heart and given my life direction. Su Mingyang was taken aback that his casual remarks had such a profound impact on Zhang Jiechi. In an era before the advent of the internet, thoughts and information were particularly insular, especially for those in small towns, who were sheltered from the sweeping tides of reform. What might now be considered commonplace, when voiced by him, seemed to carry a visionary quality. Su Mingyang replied, Jiechi, I am glad my words could inspire you. To progress, one must continually learn. I understand. Mingyang gu. Zhang Jiechi responded, lowering her head before looking up at Su Mingyang and saying, Thank you for walking me home. I will head inside now. With that, she gently released Su Mingyang's hand, retrieved her keys, inserted them into the small opening of the door to unlock it, and pushed the door open. Waving goodbye, she called out, Mingyang gu, farewell. Although Su Mingyang felt a twinge of reluctance, he could only wave back and say, goodbye. Upon returning home, Su Mingyang noticed it was still before 10:30. He turned on his computer to continue typing his story about the underworld eagle. He worked until the early hours, around 2, when fatigue finally compelled him to shut down the computer and retire for the night. The following day, he remained indoors, engrossed in his writing until midnight, forcing himself to power down and sleep, as he had to assist with a graduation banquet at Captain Zhou Jing's house the next morning at 8. The graduation banquet was hosted at Longjiang Grand Hotel, and Su Mingyang arrived at 7:30. Despite his early arrival, several colleagues, including Train Chief Li Yin and Sun Hongmei, were already busy. The hotel lobby was set with over 30 tables, and with the private rooms included, there were more than 40 tables in total. In this era, the regulations were not as stringent as in later times. Celebrations for military enlistments, graduations, and even relocations were customary. In the future, party members would be prohibited from hosting graduation banquets, and even wedding feasts would require prior notification to the disciplinary committee, with a limit of 20 tables. Upon seeing Su Mingyang, Li Yin beckoned him over and pointed to a row of tables in the lobby, saying, Su Mingyang, You are responsible for setting up this row. The sunflower seeds and liquor are over there on that table. Su Mingyang nodded. Understood, Chief. Setting the tables was a task he was well versed in. It merely required placing a plate of sunflower seeds, a dish of sugar cubes, a bottle of liquor, and covering a plate with red paper adorned with 10 cigarettes. Then the table was complete. The 6 tables under his responsibility were quickly arranged. Su Mingyang then approached Li Yan and said, Chief, I have finished setting those tables. What else is there to do? Li Yan pointed to the stacked beer crates at the front desk, instructing, move those beers to the second floor. Place 1 box in each of the private rooms numbered 1 to 10. After that, you're free. Understood, Chief. Su Mingyang replied, promptly moving to carry the beer. In this era, beer is no longer packaged in the conventional 12-bottle cardboard boxes. Instead, it comes in sturdy plastic crates containing 24 bottles of the large green variety. Each crate weighs between 50 to 60 pounds. Initially, Su Mingyang managed to lift a few crates with relative ease, but after the 5th crate, the weight became increasingly burdensome. By the time he finished moving 10 crates, he was drenched in sweat, bent over with his hands resting on his knees, panting heavily, as if his legs were leaden, unable to move an inch. Upon seeing Su Mingyang in such a state, Li Yan hurriedly inquired, Su Mingyang, how did you end up like this? Gasping for breath, Su Mingyang replied, this beer is incredibly heavy. I've moved 10 crates up and down. Li Yan remarked, why are you being so stubborn? If you can't lift it, just take a break. There are plenty of people here to help. You don't have to do it all at once. She continued, look at you, drenched in sweat. Go wash up in the restroom. All right, I'll catch my breath and then head over, Su Mingyang responded. Li Yan advised, once you're done washing up, find a place to rest. You don't need to do the remaining work. Okay, he acknowledged. After resting for a while, Su Mingyang went to the restroom to wash his face and then found an unoccupied room to sit down. Lighting a cigarette, he took a few puffs to relax. He opened his bag and glanced at the sealed red envelope inside, which contained 1,000 yuan. He had pondered how to present a gift thoughtfully. In the lobby on the first floor, there was a list for gifts. The simplest approach would be to write down the gift and hand over the money. However, since both the record-keeping and the collection of money were handled by personnel from the second passenger team, he worried that gifting such a substantial amount, equivalent to over 2 months' wages for everyone, might lead to unfounded speculation and gossip about Captain Zhou's reputation. Directly giving the money to Zhou Jing would also be problematic, as with so many people present at the graduation banquet, both would likely decline the offer, which would not reflect well. Thus, he devised the idea of placing the money in a red envelope, allowing him to discreetly pass it to Zhang Xiaotian at an opportune moment. Feeling sufficiently rested, Su Mingyang returned to the lobby. Although there was still some time before the graduation banquet commenced, many guests had already arrived. Most had completed their tasks and were seated in the lobby, engaged in conversation. Upon noticing Su Mingyang, Li Yan waved him over, saying, Su Mingyang, come over here. He responded affirmatively and approached. The table where Li Yan and her colleagues sat consisted of those from her team who had come early to assist, totaling 10 people, just enough for a table. Li Yan felt a bit guilty for having Su Mingyang move the beer, so she asked, Su Mingyang, have you recovered your strength? He nodded and replied, yes. I felt exhausted for just a moment. A little rest did the trick. Li Yan said, in the future, don't be so foolish. If you can't lift it, just call everyone over to help. If each person carries a crate, no one will be overworked. You shouldn't have to carry 10 crates by yourself, especially if you're not going upstairs. Su Mingyang smiled and replied, understood, Captain. Sun Hongmei then asked, Su Mingyang, have you written your gift? He responded, not yet. Have you all completed yours? Sun Hongmei replied, most of us have finished. You should go write yours first, otherwise it will be too crowded later, and you might not get a chance. Su Mingyang inquired, how much did you all contribute? Sun Hongmei remarked, it varies. Some take 20, others 30, and there are those who take 50. You may choose according to your own circumstances. Su Mingyang turned his gaze towards Li Yan, contemplating inquiring about her contribution. However, upon noticing his glance, Li Yan averted her face. She felt a sense of obligation towards Zhou Jing, who had gifted her 50 yuan at her wedding and had been exceptionally supportive and nurturing. Given the presence of their colleagues at the table, she found it inappropriate to vocalize her intentions. Understanding her unspoken sentiment, Su Mingyang refrained from pressing further. His inquiry about the contributions of other team members was merely a pretext aimed at creating an impression that his own offering was in line with theirs. Rising to his feet, Su Mingyang addressed the team leader. Please, remain seated. I shall step over to write the gift list. With that, he grasped his bag and made his way towards the designated area for recording contributions, where the team's assistant, Lxian, was noting down the gifts while another assistant, Li Yanan, was in charge of collecting the funds. Present were his former team leader, Xiao Li, and deputy team leader, Zhang Jingfang, along with several others who were diligently compiling the gift accounts. As Su Mingyang approached, the members of the team turned their heads away in annoyance, choosing to ignore him. Xiao Li, who had once been Su Mingyang's team leader, could not feign ignorance of his presence. With a neutral expression, she stated, Su Mingyang, you are here too? When Su Mingyang was preparing to return to work after regaining consciousness, Zhou Jing had approached Xiao Li, hoping to reinstate him in her team. Despite her acquaintance with Su Mingyang's elder sister, Su Minghua, Xiao Li had firmly declined. She had grown weary of the troubles Su Mingyang had caused in the team, even causing her to lose face in front of Su Minghua. Later, upon hearing that Su Mingyang had joined another team and was performing well as a water attendant, she found herself puzzled. She eventually learned of his exceptional writing skills. Having penned numerous articles for the team that were published in both the Liaoqing Railway newspaper and the People's Railway newspaper, he had garnered over 2,000 yuan in communication report awards during that quarter alone, prompting her to feel a twinge of regret. Had she known of his literary prowess, she would have retained him in her team, as any writing tasks or reports would have been effortlessly managed. What perplexed her even more was the fact that she had never witnessed him writing before. How had he suddenly acquired such skill and proficiency? Su Mingyang smiled and replied, Indeed, Team Leader Qiao, it is good to see you all. Noticing Zhang Jingfang looking over, he cheerfully nodded in acknowledgement, saying, Team Leader Zhang. Zhang Jingfang was well aware of Su Mingyang's situation and had heard that he was faring well in the new team, under the attentive care of Team Leader Li Yan. He had settled in nicely without causing any disturbances. Zhang Jingfang nodded in response. Are you here to write the gift list as well? Yes, replied Su Mingyang. Please continue with your work. I will step outside for a moment. With that, he walked towards the entrance of the restaurant, where the heat had become quite stifling. Seeking a breath of fresh air, outside, he spotted Zhang Xiaodian conversing with a few classmates. Approaching them, Su Mingyang greeted with a smile, Xiaodian. Why are you not coming inside? Zhang Xiaodian, upon seeing Su Mingyang, responded with delight. It's too stuffy in there. I thought I'd stay outside for a while. Brother Su, what are you up to? Su Mingyang smiled and said, I am not here to do anything but to find you. As you are about to embark on your university journey, I, Su Gu, present you with a red envelope as a token of my congratulations. With that, he opened his bag and handed the envelope to Zhang Xiaodian. Zhang Xiaodian hurriedly waved his hands, saying, Su Gu, I could not have achieved this without your support. I cannot accept your gift. Xiaodian, why be so polite with me? Come, take it. Su Mingyang insisted, pulling Zhang Xiaodian's hand and firmly placing the envelope into his grasp. I don't want it, I don't want it. Zhang Xiaodian protested, attempting to return the envelope to Su Mingyang. However, Su Mingyang held on to Zhang Xiaodian's hand and remarked, Xiaodian, I genuinely wish you success in your studies. If you refuse to accept this, I may not recognize you in the future. In the brief pause that followed, Su Mingyang added, Xiaodian, I shall not intrude on your conversation with your classmates any longer. Do put on a good performance when it's time to speak on stage. With that, he swiftly entered the hotel. Returning to the table where his colleagues were seated, Li Yan invited him to sit next to her, a spot she had been saving for him despite several others coming and going. The 10 individuals at the table were all people she had gathered to assist, and she would need to toast them when the time came. As the time drew near and guests began to arrive, Li Yan stood and said, Su Mingyang, I am going to assist Captain Zhou in welcoming the guests. Please hold this seat for me. I'll return once the banquet begins. Certainly, Captain Li, I won't allow anyone to take it, Su Mingyang replied. Li Yan approached the reception area at the restaurant's entrance, where she engaged in conversation with Zhou Jing and Zhang Tianxiang. Zhou Jing was hosting the graduation banquet, and it was essential for the leaders from their unit and relevant departments to attend. Li Yan's responsibility was to guide these leaders to the private rooms on the second floor, with arrangements in place for which leader would be seated in which room. Salesman Gao Lijun finished writing the gift account and came to the hall to find a seat, noticing that Su Mingyang's table was occupied by his colleagues. With an empty seat beside him, he approached to take a seat. Before Su Mingyang could speak, Sun Hongmei interjected from the other side, saying, Gao Ge, This seat is taken. Please find another table. Though Gao Lijun felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, he masked it with a smile and inquired, Sun Hongmei, who is this seat reserved for? This seat is reserved for Captain Li, Sun Hongmei replied. She is over there assisting with guest reception and instructed me to ensure this seat is kept for her. Upon hearing that the seat was for Captain Li Yan, whom he had come to assist, Gao Lijun had no choice but to concede, saying, all right, I will look for a spot at another table. He then made his way to a table with available seating. The graduation banquet ceremony was succinct. The host and the Zhou family stood on stage as the host briefly introduced Zhang Xiaoyan's university admission. Zhou Jing expressed her gratitude, followed by Zhang Xiaoyan's speech. The banquet then commenced, with the Zhou family making rounds to toast at each table. It was only after the banquet began that Li Yin returned, her drinks already poured, as the warm weather had prompted everyone to opt for beer. As soon as Li Yin took her seat, she raised her glass and proclaimed, thank you all for your efforts today, especially Su Mingyang, who has tirelessly carried up 10 boxes of beer, drenched in sweat. On behalf of Captain Zhou, I toast to everyone. With that, she lifted her drink, prompting others to follow suit. After clinking glasses, Li Yin downed her beer in one go, encouraging everyone to do the same. At that moment, the hair salon was devoid of customers, and Su Xinxin and Zhang Jiaqing sat idly chatting. As their conversation progressed, Su Xinxin steered the topic towards Su Mingyang. Jiaqing, she said, you really should stop associating with that Ruan Wencheng. He hails from Lingnan, which is a good 1,000 kilometers away. You hardly know him. It simply won't do. Mingyang is such a wonderful person. Why are you hesitating? Zhang Jiaqing responded, actually, Ruan Wencheng isn't a bad guy, but you've driven him away. Su Xinxin retorted, I never said he was a bad person. It's just that you two aren't suited for each other. Think about it. He claims his family owns 2 factories, making hundreds of thousands or even millions a year. And you believe him? Even if his family truly has wealth, it's not his. Moreover, if you were to be with him, in 2 or 3 years he might return to Lingnan, and you'd have to follow. That place is unfamiliar to you, and you would merely become a submissive bride. Besides, your mother only has you as her precious daughter. Would she really let you go? If he has no money, you'd be in a dire predicament. Zhang Jiaqing recognized the validity of Su Xinxin's points, acknowledging their soundness. However, she felt frustrated and resentful that Su Xinxin had taken it upon herself to drive Ruan Wencheng away. Although she kept silent, her displeasure was evident as she exclaimed, but you can't just dismiss him without my consent. Realizing Zhang Jiaqing was upset with her, Su Xinxin patiently replied, Jiaqing, we have grown up together. I have always supported you. Your relationship with Ruan Wencheng is simply unfeasible. You have a round face that might not help your chances. If I don't take on the role of the villain, who will? Let's not waste time and emotions on something that is destined to fail. Ultimately, it would be you who suffers. Su Xinxin's words resonated with logic, leaving Zhang Jiaqing momentarily speechless. In a huff, she remarked, you seem so perceptive. Yet why are you still with Zhang Ming? Su Xinxin was taken aback by Zhang Jiaqing's comment, and her mood instantly darkened. Zhang Ming was devoid of a stable job or financial security, constantly mingling in dubious activities, engaging in fights and gambling, embodying a host of undesirable traits. She realized her misjudgment too late, and regret washed over her. With a deep sigh, Su Xinxin confessed, Jiaqing, I truly had no other choice. When I first started dating him, I was oblivious to all this. I was drawn to his sense of loyalty and the kindness he showed me. And in a moment of impulsiveness, I became involved with him. Now that I've shared my life with him, where else can I turn? Upon touching on Su Xinxin's vulnerable feelings, Zhang Jiaqing immediately felt remorse and hastily apologized. Sister Xinxin, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to speak ill of Zhang Ming. Please don't take it to heart. It's all right, it's all right. Su Xinxin replied. Su Xinxin waved her hand and said, therefore, I must oversee your choice of partner. Mingyang is truly remarkable. Not only does he have a formal job, but he also writes novels and aspires to be an author. Moreover, he is a genuinely nice person. Most importantly, I can tell he has a fondness for you. You must not let this opportunity slip away. Zhang Jiaqing nodded and replied, Sister Xinxin, I understand. However, I do not wish to enter a relationship so soon. My mother would certainly disapprove. Su Xinxin countered, there is no such thing as an appropriate time for a relationship. Who has set such rules? When fate calls, one must embrace it. Good men do not wait around. Once missed, there are no remedies for regret. As for your mother, you need not mention it to her just yet. Zhang Jiaqing thoughtfully nodded. Sister Xinxin, I will consider this matter seriously. Chapter 088. Encounter with a rival after finishing the graduation banquet. Su Mingyang rode his motorcycle to the salon where Xinxi worked. Zhang Jiaqing and Su Xinxin were seated inside, enjoying their lunch. Upon seeing Su Mingyang, Su Xinxin smiled and exclaimed, Mingyang, what a surprise. What brings you here at noon today? Have you eaten? Su Mingyang chuckled. I just returned from a graduation banquet and thought I would drop by. Jiaqing, are you two having noodles for lunch? Zhang Jiaqing responded. My mother cooks for us every day, and it can be quite exhausting. After discussing it with Sister Xinxin, we decided not to have her bring us food. There are plenty of snack shops nearby. We can manage with a quick bite. Su Xinxin interjected, Mingyang, what do you mean by managing? This is no ordinary meal. This is egg and minced meat noodle soup, specially prepared for us by Hongliang Snack Shop. It is truly delicious. Su Mingyang laughed. Xinxin, I was merely speaking casually. Why are you so defensive? Su Xinxin replied, this is certainly not a casual meal. Typically, we have at least 2 dishes for lunch. But today we opted for a change and had the snack shop prepare egg and minced meat noodle soup. Su Mingyang quickly raised his hands in surrender. All right. It's not a casual meal. I apologize for my mistake. Su Xinxin shot him a playful glare. Humph, that's more like it. Zhang Jiaqing glanced at Su Mingyang and said, Mingyang, your hair looks a bit unkempt. Come here, let me wash it for you. This was the first time Zhang Jiaqing had taken the initiative to offer to wash Su Mingyang's hair, as previously Su Xinxin had always directed her to do so. Su Mingyang felt a surge of happiness and noticed the half bowl of noodles remaining in Zhang Jiaqing's bowl. He smiled and said, Jiaqing, finish your meal first. I'll wait here for a while. Zhang Jiaqing replied, it's all right. I'll eat after I wash your hair. Su Mingyang chuckled, Jiaqing, you should eat first. If the noodles sit too long, they will become mushy. Su Xinxin chimed in, indeed, Jiaqing, have your meal first. Otherwise, it won't taste good. It won't take long. All right, Mingyang, you can sit for a moment, Zhang Jiaqing said as she picked up her bowl. Before long, she finished the noodles, set down the bowl, wrapped an apron around herself, and began to wash Su Mingyang's hair with shampoo. Zhang Jiaqi's technique in washing hair was remarkably adept, providing a thoroughly satisfying experience for Su Mingyang. She diligently performed the task for over 10 minutes before gently guiding him to recline on the salon chair to rinse his hair. Once cleansed, she seated him in her styling chair, dried his hair, and promptly took up the hairdryer to craft his hairstyle. Typically, it was Zhang Jiaqi who washed Su Mingyang's hair while Su Xinxin styled it. However, today, Zhang Jiaqi took it upon herself to handle both tasks, which filled Su Mingyang with excitement. The ordinarily passive Zhang Jiaqi had suddenly become proactive, indicating a fundamental shift in her attitude toward him. Ruan Wensheng, clutching a large bunch of bananas in his right hand and a bag of oranges in his left, stealthily approached the window of Xinxin's salon. Although Su Xinxin had mentioned that Zhang Jiaqi was involved with someone, Zhang Jiaqi had never confirmed it herself. Thus, Ruan Wensheng held on to hope. He crouched slightly to peek inside and saw Su Xinxin seated nearby while Zhang Jiaqi was attending to a customer. The absence of Zhang Ming today allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. Steadying his nerves, he entered and greeted Zhang Jiaqi with a bright smile, saying, Jiaqi, hard at work, I see. Look what I brought you. He raised the fruits he was carrying. Upon seeing Ruan Wensheng, Zhang Jiaqi felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Although there was nothing between them, she was unsettled by the thought of Su Mingyang witnessing Ruan Wensheng's attentiveness. Thus, she responded somewhat coolly, Yes, Ruan Gu, are you here for a haircut? Su Mingyang, upon hearing a man address Jiaqi so familiarly, turned to glance at Ruan Wensheng, who donned military attire and carried 2 bags of fruit. His stature was modest, distinctly characteristic of someone from Lingnan, and Zhang Jiaqi's use of Ruan Gu clarified his identity. Suddenly, he recalled that it was indeed Sunday. However, the distinction in how Zhang Jiaqi referred to him as Mingyang Gu versus Ruan Gu highlighted her growing inclination towards him, bringing him a surge of joy. Following Su Mingyang's gaze, Zhang Jiaqi quickly noticed Ruan Wensheng's bald head, feeling a flush of embarrassment. After all, what business did he have getting a haircut? Oblivious to the underlying tension, Ruan Wensheng cheerfully exclaimed, Jiaqi, I didn't come for a haircut. I specifically brought you these fruits. Look, your favorite bananas. Once all pretense was stripped away, Zhang Jiaqi regained her composure. Since she had already resolved to explore a relationship with Su Mingyang, she needed to reject Ruan Wensheng's advances. Thus, she coldly stated, "Take them back. I don't want them." Ruan Wencheng, alarmed, responded, "Jiechi, I went all the way to the market to buy these for you. Please don't refuse them." Su Xinxin, sensing the tension, interjected sharply, pointing at Ruan Wencheng. "Jiechi has already said she doesn't want them, so why are you still lingering? Take your fruit and leave. Don't hold up Jiechi's work." Ruan Wencheng, intimidated by Su Xinxin, quickly replied, "Don't be anxious. I just need to speak with Jiechi for a moment before I leave." He gazed at Zhang Jiechi and said, "Jiechi, the military cinema has brought in 2 excellent films today. I have 2 complimentary tickets. Shall we go watch a movie tonight?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiechi, realizing that Ruan Wencheng was completely oblivious to her disinterest, resolutely replied, "I'm sorry, I don't have time. I've already made plans with Mingyang to watch a video tonight." "What? Who did you make plans with? Who is this Mingyang of yours?" Ruan Wencheng, upon hearing this, grew anxious and began to question Zhang Jiechi. At that moment, Su Mingyang understood it was his time to step in. He stood up, pointing a finger at Ruan Wencheng, and said, "Are you looking for trouble? Daring to bother Jiechi in front of me? Do you want a beating?" Su Mingyang stood at a height of 178 meters, towering over Ruan Wencheng by nearly half a head, his robust physique intimidating enough to leave Ruan Wencheng breathless. It dawned on him that this was indeed the Mingyang Jiechi had mentioned, and his spirit sank. Yet, fearing a confrontation with Su Mingyang, he hurriedly explained, No, I just wanted to be friends with her, nothing more." Su Xinxin interjected, "Didn't I tell you that Jiechi has a boyfriend? Why are you still here? You're just asking for a beating." No, really not." Ruan Wencheng stammered, retreating until he reached the entrance of the hair salon, then turned and fled. In his haste, the bag of oranges he was holding slipped from his grasp, scattering the fruit along the way. Chapter 089, Summer Writing Conference. Of course, Su Mingyang had no intention of actually resorting to violence. He merely aimed to intimidate Ruan Wencheng. Watching him flee in disarray, not even exiting the hair salon, he returned to the barber chair, where his hairstyle was still unfinished. Zhang Jiechi, feeling helpless, reflected on how she once thought Ruan Wencheng was a decent person. But now he had transformed into someone so bothersome. His interference had soured her mood, leading her to hastily finish her hair with Su Mingyang before sulking in a corner. Su Mingyang wished to inquire whether Zhang Jiechi truly intended to watch a video that evening, but seeing her sulky demeanor, he tactfully decided to take his leave, gesturing for Su Xinxin to console her. Su Xinxin nodded in understanding. Upon returning home, Su Mingyang opened his computer and resumed writing his book, The Eagle of the Underworld. Initially, he struggled to find his rhythm, barely surpassing 1,000 words in an hour. Gradually, he became immersed in the task, his speed accelerating until his mother called him for dinner, still reveling in the exhilaration of typing. In the morning, publicity assistant Hu Changping began revising a document. Finally completing it just past 10 o'clock, he sent it to the typing room and, upon returning, noticed several documents on his desk bearing Secretary Liang's signed comments, all requiring his attention. There were 3 pieces of correspondence, and he began to review them one by one. The first 2 were from the party committee of the Sub-Bureau, concerning the implementation of ideological and political work, necessitating the organization of 2 activities and timely reporting of the relevant information. This was under his jurisdiction, and he felt a sense of obligation to address it. The third document is a telegram issued by the district's literary federation. It states that, with the consent of the district party committee, the federation will hold a summer literary seminar in Liqing from July 7th to 10th. The receiving units are requested to arrange for the following personnel to attend punctually. Hu Changping carefully examined the list of participants, which comprised 18 individuals from 16 units. Some of these individuals were familiar to him, being notable talents in literary creation from the Longjiang Railway Bureau. Among them were 2 members of the Songjiang Provincial Writers Association. He found the name of Su Mingyang from the Longjiang train section on the list. He was elated that at last, the Longjiang train section had someone capable of attending the district's literary seminar. Hu Chengping picked up the phone and called Qi Lirong, the secretary of the second team in passenger services. Once the call connected, he said, "Secretary Qi, I am informing you that Su Mingyang from your team will attend the summer literary seminar organized by the District Literary Federation in Liqing tomorrow. Please take note of the reporting time, place, and contact person." Qi Lirong replied, "Understood, Secretary Hu. Please go ahead, I'll jot it down." She picked up a pen from her desk and began to note the details on her calendar. After finishing, she inquired, "Secretary Hu, Do we need to issue a ticket for him? Hu Changping responded. Since it's our section's train, there's no need for a ticket. He can just bring his work ID. Suddenly, Qi Lirong recalled. Oh, I just remembered. Su Mingyang is on duty on the 7th. Hu Changping reassured her. What is there to worry about? Just arrange for someone to cover his shift. This is an official telegram from the District Literary Federation for work purposes, and Secretary Liang has already approved it. Your team won't be short-staffed because of him, will you? Qi Lirong hastily clarified. No, Secretary Hu. That is not what I meant. I meant we need to arrange someone to take over Su Mingyang's shift. Hu Qingping replied, Oh. I thought your team was too understaffed to spare anyone. Quickly notify Su Mingyang. He needs to report for the afternoon train tomorrow. Qi Lirong affirmed. All right, Secretary Hu. I will send someone to inform him right away. After hanging up, Qi Lirong went to the adjacent room to discuss with team leader Zhou Jing about arranging someone to cover Su Mingyang's shift for the literary seminar. Since it was an arrangement from the section, Zhou Jing had no objections, especially considering the significant help Su Mingyang had provided her. Even if it were a personal matter for Su Mingyang, she would ensure it was handled properly. Returning to her office, Qi Lirong pondered how to notify Su Mingyang. Typically, individuals did not have telephones at home, and since Su Mingyang would be resting at home, she would need to send someone there to inform him. She inquired with Liu Xian, but Liu Xian was unaware of Su Mingyang's home address, and Qi Lirong herself did not know either. After a moment's thought, she remembered the train conductor, Li Yin. Having recently noted down her pager number at Zhou Jing's graduation banquet, she took out her small contact book, found Li Yin's pager number, and called the paging service to reach her. After a brief interval, Li Yin's phone call came through. Qi Lirong instructed her to notify Su Mingyang regarding the upcoming literary meeting at Liqing organized by the Bureau's Literary Association. Li Yin, who was at the small shop beneath her residence, replied that she could not remember all the details conveyed by Secretary Qi. She suggested, Secretary Qi, I'm afraid I won't be able to communicate this clearly to Su Mingyang. How about I send him to the vehicle team to find you? And you can explain it to him in person? Qi Lirong nodded in agreement. That would be the best course of action. While Su Mingyang was typing at home, he received a pager notification. Upon noticing the Longjiang number, he realized that only a few people knew his pager number, specifically a few from his team. He surmised it was likely Li Yin, the train conductor, reaching out to him. He donned a large vest and stepped out to return the call at the shop. As anticipated, it was indeed Li Yin on the line. He inquired, Conductor, is there something you need? Li Yin informed him, just now. Secretary Qi asked me to notify you to attend the summer literary meeting at Liqing tomorrow, but you'll need to visit the vehicle team for more details. Secretary Qi will provide you with the specifics. Upon hearing he was invited to the Bureau's literary meeting, Su Mingyang immediately recognized that Zhao Chunlei must have recommended him to Teacher Gu of the Literary Association, which filled him with joy. He responded cheerfully, All right, Conductor. I'll head to the vehicle team right away. Back at home, he changed into a white short-sleeve shirt and denim shorts, then rode his motorcycle to the section office. Upon arriving at Qi Lirong's office, he greeted her with a smile. Secretary Qi, you called for me? Qi Lirong smiled back. Yes. The section has informed me to have you attend the summer literary meeting at Liqing. You need to report tomorrow, and I've written down all the details for you, including the time and location. She handed him a piece of paper. Su Mingyang glanced at the note, which indicated a gathering at 2:10 p.m. in front of the soft-seat waiting room at Longjiang Station, with a unified train departure at 2:40 p.m. to Liqing. The contact person was Gu Yu, the secretary of the Bureau's Literary Association. After reviewing the information, he asked, Secretary Qi, do you have any additional requirements? Qi Lirong replied, No further requirements, but do remember to observe discipline during the meeting, remain open to learning, and bring honor to our Longjiang train section. Su Mingyang affirmed, Understood, Secretary Qi. She continued, I've arranged for someone to cover your shift tomorrow. You can leave for your next shift immediately after the meeting. Also, ensure you bring enough money. If you run short, you can reimburse Secretary Hu when you return. He nodded. All right, I understand. Secretary Qi, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Qi Lirong acknowledged. Yes, please prepare your toiletries and a change of clothes. Otherwise, you'll have to spend money buying them outside, which can be quite expensive. Understood, Secretary Qi, Su Mingyang replied, waving goodbye as he turned to leave. At the door, he spotted Zhou Jing from the opposite office and greeted her. Team Leader Zhou? In truth, Zhou Jing had already noticed Su Mingyang's arrival and had been waiting for him to emerge. Upon receiving his greeting, She stood up and walked towards him, saying, "Su Mingyang, I was just looking for you. Come, let us head downstairs." Last night, her son Zhang Xiaotian mentioned to her that Su Mingyang had given him a red envelope containing 1,000 yuan. She reproached her son, who, feeling wronged, replied, "Brother Su insisted that I take it. At that moment, I had no idea there was so much money inside." Zhou Jing reflected on this and grasped Su Mingyang's intentions. The gifts she had bestowed upon him were her way of seeking psychological balance, and Su Mingyang was likely feeling the same. Moreover, he neither recorded this money as a gift in his accounts nor discreetly handed it to her. His actions were handled with remarkable propriety, which elevated her perception of him. Having accepted such a generous gift from Su Mingyang, Zhou Jing understood that attempting to return it would be futile, yet she felt the need to express her gratitude. When Su Mingyang arrived, she wished to discuss this matter with him. However, with the presence of the young gentleman Li Yanan, it was inconvenient to speak freely. Thus, she suggested that Su Mingyang accompany her downstairs to converse privately. Upon reaching the lower floor, with no one around, Zhou Jing inquired, "Xiao Su, why did you give Xiaotian so much?" Su Mingyang smiled and replied, "Captain Zhou, Xiaotian is my first student, and his remarkable improvement in grades brings me great joy. Furthermore, he is soon to enter university, and a young man needs to spend money while making friends. I recently received a substantial reward for my reporting, so I decided to gift him a large red envelope. However, I must clarify that this money is for Xiaotian. It is a matter between the two of us and does not concern you." The news of Su Mingyang receiving over 2,500 yuan in reporting awards had already caused a stir in the Longjiang train section, equivalent to nearly half a year's salary for an ordinary train attendant. During discussions regarding the second quarter's reporting awards, some committee members argued that such a large individual reward was excessive and questioned the sustainability of such generosity. Nonetheless, Secretary Liang firmly defended the policy, affirming that the award system was established by the section's party committee and should be honored. The aim was to generate a significant impact and encourage everyone to vigorously promote the achievements in spiritual civilization and work ethics within the section. Given the scarcity of individuals capable of producing quality writings, any contributions deserving recognition would be generously rewarded. Zhou Jing was aware of the underlying circumstances, and even she envied Su Mingyang for receiving such a hefty bonus. However, she admonished, "You must not squander this money carelessly, despite the impressive sum." Su Mingyang, sensing her lack of mention regarding returning the money, felt a sense of relief. It was apparent that a person capable of leading the passenger team was not easily deceived. She had likely discerned his subtle intentions and understood that he would firmly refuse any attempts to return the money, instead opting to remind him in this manner. This approach had been handled with remarkable finesse. Zhou Jing concluded, "All right, I shall not keep you any longer. In the future, you must inform me of any significant matters at home, or I shall not spare you." Su Mingyang laughed and replied, "Certainly, Captain. I shall head back now." Upon returning home, his mother, Li Shuang, asked, "Mingyang, why have you been coming and going so frequently?" Su Mingyang smiled and said, "Mom, I just returned from my workplace. Secretary Qi has informed me that I will be attending a literary symposium organized by the district's literary federation in Liqing tomorrow." Upon hearing that her son would participate in the symposium, Li Shuang felt a surge of joy and responded with a smile, "That's wonderful news. Is there anything you need to bring for the meeting?" Su Mingyang replied, "There's nothing much required, just toiletries and a change of clothes, along with some money." Li Shuang inquired, "How much money should you take? I can give you some." Su Mingyang reassured her, "Mom, there's no need for that. I have enough money in my pocket, and besides, I will be reimbursed later, so it won't cost much." Li Shuang insisted, "That simply won't do. A poor household must not skimp on its provisions when venturing out. Here, take this 100 yuan, and buy whatever you fancy while you're out." As she spoke, she retrieved a 100 yuan note from her bag and handed it to Su Mingyang. Understanding that this was his mother's sincere gesture, he accepted it with a smile, saying, "Thank you, Mom." Li Shuang chuckled, "Oh, there's no need for thanks, dear." Returning to his room, Su Mingyang retrieved a travel bag and packed his toiletries and a change of clothes. He also added 2 boxes of soft Zhonghua cigarettes and 2 boxes of Lianyu cigarettes. He then opened his computer and printed out several unpublished stories intended for submission to the magazine's writer, Spring Breeze, and Xinhua. It was essential to bring manuscripts to such literary gatherings, as he could seek guidance from Teacher Gu and engage in discussions with others. After contemplating for a moment, he decided to include the magazines where his works had been published, Writer, Spring Breeze, and Xinhua. He understood that attendees often inquired about where one had published their work, and since it was his first time at such a symposium, he felt it was important for others to know about him. The next afternoon, just before 2 p.m., Su Mingyang arrived at the soft-seat waiting room of Longjiang Station. From a distance, he spotted a group of more than 10 people chatting and laughing, and among them, he immediately recognized Teacher Gu Yu standing in the center, alongside Zhao Chunlei. Su Mingyang was quite familiar with Teacher Gu from his past life, having frequently participated in literary symposiums and creative activities organized by the district's literary federation. However, this was his first encounter with Teacher Gu in this life, occurring a full 7 years earlier than before. Seeing Su Mingyang approach, Zhao Chunlei eagerly called out, "Xiao Su, come over and meet Secretary Gu." Su Mingyang feigned ignorance of Gu Yu as he quickly walked up to Zhao Chunlei, who smilingly introduced, "Xiao Su, this is our district's literary federation secretary, Teacher Gu." Turning to Gu Yu, he added, "This is Su Mingyang from the Longjiang train section that I mentioned." Su Mingyang promptly smiled and greeted, "Hello, Teacher Gu." Chapter 091. A rare opportunity. Gu Yu was of modest height, in his 40s, wearing a pair of reading glasses that lent him the air of an artist. Su Mingyang held a profound understanding of him. He was, in fact, a track maintenance worker from the Funing Railway section, possessing a modest level of education. His name was Gu Daong, a man unwilling to resign himself to a lifetime of labor as a maintenance worker. He was deeply enamored with literary creation and produced a considerable body of poetry, prose, and novels that reflected the lives of his fellow workers. Initially, he published a handful of poems and essays, which eventually led to the publication of his novels in periodicals. Ultimately, he became a member of the Provincial Writers Association and gained recognition as a distinguished poet and author within the Longjiang Railway Bureau. His literary endeavors transformed his life, first leading him to a position in public relations at the work sector, then to the party committee as a publicity assistant, subsequently to the trade union as a creative writer, and finally to the esteemed role of secretary of the Bureau's Literary Federation. He adopted the pen name Gu Yu during his tenure as a publicity assistant, finding his birth name, Gu Daong, somewhat unappealing and opting for the more elegant moniker of Gu Yu instead. Su Mingyang harbored great admiration for Gu Yu. After Gu Yu ascended to the position of secretary of the Literary Federation, he dedicated himself to nurturing emerging literary talents without any selfish motives, tirelessly training promising individuals he identified. Many within the Longjiang Railway Bureau transformed their lives through literary creation, rising from the ranks of workers to positions of leadership, a feat closely tied to Gu Yu's mentorship. The prospect of meeting Teacher Gu Yu filled Su Mingyang with excitement. Gu Yu extended his hand to Su Mingyang and said, "Hello, Su Mingyang. I have read several of your novels and essays. They are imbued with originality and spirit. Moreover, Spring Thunder informed me that you are merely 19 years old, which is somewhat hard to believe. At such a tender age, you have crafted works of such depth. If you persist, your achievements will undoubtedly soar." Su Mingyang smiled and replied, "Thank you for your kind words, Teacher Gu. I shall continue to strive for excellence." The authors attending the pen meeting were largely the cream of the literary crop from the Longjiang Bureau. Upon hearing Gu Yu's high praise for Su Mingyang, they felt a tinge of discontent. Historically, literati have often looked down upon one another, each believing their own writings superior and dismissing others. After all, Su Mingyang was merely a 19-year-old youth, who, in their eyes, had only published a few minor articles in newspapers, not particularly noteworthy. What irked them further was that, while Gu Yu lauded him, Su Mingyang failed to exhibit any humility, which led them to perceive him as overly proud. Gu Yu said, "Su Mingyang, allow me to introduce you to some heavyweight figures in our Bureau's literary creation sphere. This is Li Zibin from the Longjiang Public Security Bureau. This is Tan Yujia from the Longjiang Bureau's Education Committee. And this is Wan Bingcheng from the Longjiang Railway Transport Court." Gu Yu made a thorough round of introductions, and with each individual he introduced, Su Mingyang stepped forward to shake hands and greet them, saying, "Hello, Teacher Li. Hello, Teacher Tan. Hello, Teacher Wan." Upon hearing Su Mingyang address them as teachers and extend his greetings, their discomfort eased somewhat. In truth, many among them were familiar to Su Mingyang from his past life, and he shared particularly close relationships with several, though this was their first meeting in this lifetime. having known each other for 7 or 8 years earlier. Just as with Teacher Gu. At that moment, the chief of passenger operations at the station approached, smiling at Gu and said, "Teacher Gu, what brings you all to stand outside? Come in, sit for a while, and enjoy some tea." Gu replied, "It's too stuffy inside. It's much cooler out here. We'll head in directly once everyone has arrived." Shortly after 2 o'clock, the group was complete. This writing conference had only 2 newcomers, Su Mingyang and Zhou Shurong from the Hueha hydropower section, with Zhou being over a decade older than Su. Gu observed that among the 18 participating authors, most were in their 30s or 40s, with only 3 in their 20s, and he was the sole representative under 20. The group comprised 8 male authors and 10 female authors, creating a rather unbalanced atmosphere. They entered the station from the soft-seated waiting room, crossed the sky bridge, and arrived at the second platform. The train from Longjiang to Liqing was a local service comprising 7 carriages, without sleeper cars, featuring 6 hard-seat carriages and 1 mixed seating carriage, which was divided in half, one side soft seats and the other hard seats. Upon seeing Gu and his companions, train manager Tang Lirong immediately approached and saluted, saying, "Welcome, Teacher Gu, to inspect our operations." Gu stepped forward to shake Tang's hand, smiling as he replied, "Manager Tang, you are too kind. We are merely here to travel today." Tang Lirong gestured invitingly to the soft seat carriage with a smile, saying, "Teacher Gu, please follow me to the soft seat." She accompanied Gu towards the soft seat carriage. Prior to her departure, she had received a notice from the section, informing her that over 20 individuals from the district's Writers Association would be attending a writing conference in Liqing, and she was tasked with ensuring their reception. She was well acquainted with Gu. Upon reaching the soft seat carriage, she addressed the attendant standing at the door, saying, "Panjia, these are the leaders of our district's Writers Association." Panjia smiled and greeted, "Hello, esteemed leaders. Please board." Everyone promptly entered the train. The soft seat section contained 40 seats. Typically, no one purchased soft seat tickets for this class of train. This half of the soft seat carriage was primarily reserved for railway leaders or familiar commuting staff. Senior officials seldom traveled on this train, while station masters and leaders from smaller stations along the route frequently did. Guyu's group consisted of 19 people and 1 seated. There were still numerous vacant seats within the carriage. Tang Lirong escorted everyone aboard and indicated towards the tea prepared on the table, saying, "Teacher Gu, please take a moment to relax and enjoy some tea. I must go organize the boarding and alighting of passengers. I will return after the train departs." Gu smiled and said, "Manager Tang, please go ahead with your duties." After Tang left, Gu noticed that everyone was settled and cleared his throat, saying, "Everyone, please be quiet for a moment. I would like to discuss some important details regarding this writing conference." As silence enveloped the group, Gu continued, "I will be staying at the Huanlin Grand Hotel in Liqing. Our colleagues, Gu Kai and Fan Li, went to Liqing this morning to arrange accommodations and dining. This train will arrive in Liqing at 5:05 p.m. After we disembark, we will head directly to the Huanlin Grand Hotel to freshen up, with dinner scheduled for 6 p.m., followed by free activities in the evening." At this point, Gu paused briefly, casting a glance at everyone, before continuing, "For this writing seminar, I have invited Secretary Qian Jinglin from the Literary Federation of the Railway Bureau to impart his knowledge to us. Secretary Qian will arrive in Liqing tomorrow at noon. Let us all gather at the station to welcome him, as this will lend an air of significance to the occasion. After our midday meal, he will deliver a lecture in the afternoon." It is worth noting that Secretary Qian also serves as the editor-in-chief of the Tiesha magazine for the Railway Bureau. I urge everyone to seize this rare opportunity to engage in meaningful communication and exchange with Secretary Qian.